Chapter 1. By the Eastern Sea, the Human Race. This is the birthplace of the human race, where in ancient times, Nuwa crafted humanity and amassed immeasurable merit, thereby achieving sanctity. The human race has existed here since its inception, continuing to thrive until the present day. How unfortunate! Within a modest hut in a small human tribe on the fringes of the Eastern Sea, a young man expressed his dismay. His name is Chun Xian, who has traversed through time for a few days, finally acquiring knowledge about this place today. I originally thought this was the ancient era, who would have imagined it to be the primeval chaos. Chun Xian sighed. According to the information he gathered, the human race has yet to conceive the notion of dynasties, existing merely as a collection of tribes. In other words, he currently inhabits a period where humanity has just been born, but has yet to venture beyond the shores of the Eastern Sea. This period is, in fact, the most perilous time. During this era, the witch and demon clans are embroiled in conflict, plunging the entire primeval world into chaos. The status of humanity in this tumultuous time is akin to that of prey. Indeed, the human race, being frail, can only serve as sustenance for the witch and demon clans. In the later stages of the witch-demon calamity, the demon race slaughtered countless humans to forge the slaughtering witch sword, nearly leading to the extinction of humanity. Therefore, remaining among the human race would entail facing endless peril. Unless an extraordinary opportunity were to arise, a certain death awaits Chun Xian. I must change this destiny, Chun Xian thought with a tinge of reluctance. What methods do time travelers employ to alter their fates? A system, a golden finger. Contemplating this, Chun Xian adopted an attitude of experimentation and softly murmured, "System, are you there?" "I am here." A crisp voice resonated in Chun Xian's mind, reminiscent of a certain sprite from before his traversal. Accompanying this voice was a panel that appeared before his eyes. Wow! Chun Xian was elated. A system, the quintessential accessory for a time traveler, was now his. He hastily began to examine the system. Subordinate system host, Chun Xian. Can summon avatars? None. Shop, to be unlocked. Possesses avatars? None. Note, a novice gift package awaits collection. After quickly scanning the panel, upon seeing the note, Chun Xian unhesitatingly declared, "System, claim the novice gift package." Ding! Obtained ordinary avatar 3, novice exclusive coupon 1. The host can summon an avatar, which will be a completely loyal blank avatar. The appearance and gender of the avatar are determined by the host, and the avatar strength is 0. However, its growth potential is extremely high, possessing the ability to learn autonomously. The host can synchronize the strength of all avatars. Anything the avatar possesses can be retrieved by the host at any time. With this introduction, Chun Xian had a rough understanding of the system. He turned his gaze to the coupon he had just acquired, then to the shop, and said, "Open the shop." The panel's notes regarding the shop became visible. Chun Xian entered the shop and browsed quickly, finding it difficult to tear his eyes away. Within the shop, there were only 3 items. Yet the first item, gleaming with golden light, exuded an unparalleled allure. Golden legend. Innate spiritual pill body. The first innate spiritual pill manifests, possessing an exceptionally high potential, closely aligned with the path of alchemy, making the process of pill refinement far more effective. This is incredible. Chun Xian was taken aback. He understood precisely what the innate spiritual pill body represented. If one were to inquire about the most vital elements in the primeval world, it would undoubtedly be the foundation. The foundation is even more crucial than magical artifacts. The primeval world places immense importance on foundations. If one's foundation is poor at birth, the achievements in later cultivation will be minimal. A good foundation is a necessary prerequisite for becoming a formidable entity. The innate spiritual pill body is undoubtedly an exceptional foundation, rivaling even the 3,000 Purple Cloud's guests in the Purple Cloud Palace, and perhaps even surpassing most of them. If cultivated well in the future, reaching the status of a quasi saint would be a certainty. Chun Xian exhaled deeply and quickly calmed himself. He shifted his attention to the other 2 items in the shop, which appeared rather mundane. One was an ordinary weapon, a spear, and the other a talent that grants immense strength. Spear, an ordinary weapon, capable of slaying common beasts but prone to breaking. Strength of a bull. When bestowed upon an avatar, it enhances the avatar's strength attribute, enabling it to compete with the might of a bison. After a mere glance, Chen Xian's gaze drifted away. These two items were too ordinary, far inferior to the first golden legend. He then examined the exchange conditions below the products. Innate spiritual pill body requires points 100 million. Spear requires points 20. Strength of a bull requires points 1,000. Goodness, how exorbitant! Chen Xian lamented. Though he did not know how to earn points, he surmised that accumulating 100 million would be an arduous task. Fortunately, he still possessed a coupon. Novice coupon. Directly discounts any item you desire can be taken for just 10,000 points. 10,000 points. The generous discount was astonishing. System, please elaborate on how to acquire points. Chen Xian inquired, eager to exchange for the innate spiritual pill body. The host can summon avatars. Various actions of the avatars may yield points depending on the situation. Random opportunities for additional summoning and lottery chances may also arise. The system explained succinctly. Various actions of the avatars, you say? Chen Xian pondered. Since the mention of avatars was made, he immediately directed his gaze to the section in the panel related to summoning avatars. Available to summon avatars. Ordinary avatars 3. I shall summon one ordinary avatar, Chen Xian stated without hesitation. Immediately, the panel transformed into a face-shaping interface, allowing him to manipulate the avatar's various physical attributes with ease, filtering out any undesirable thoughts from his mind. Soon, a nondescript face was sculpted. Ding! The avatar has been deployed within a 5-meter radius of the host. As the system's voice faded, a flash of white light appeared before Chen Xian, revealing a figure that matched the face he had just crafted. The system even thoughtfully provided a set of clothing. A set of data materialized on the system panel. Unnamed avatars cultivation, none. Physical form, mortal. Talent, none. 3 none attributes, representing an utterly ordinary human, perfectly embodying the characteristics of an ordinary avatar. Ding! The avatar possesses no emotions but can learn and will fully obey the host's commands. The system's voice resonated at the opportune moment, rousing Chen Xian from his reverie. Upon examining the avatar closely, he began to contemplate. This avatar, possessing merely mortal strength, could only engage at the level of an ordinary person in combat. What could such cultivation accomplish? Ultimately, it will rely on you. Chen Xian concluded after some thought. Currently, he was destitute despite having a system. Without points or lottery chances, he could not procure anything. Thus, he could only dispatch the ordinary avatar to seek opportunities for earning points. I bestow you with a weapon. Proceed straight forward and hunt beasts within the great mountains, experiencing the wilderness survival. Chen Xian instructed, quickly searching the room to find a sturdy wooden stick, which he handed to the avatar before him. Understood. The avatar, devoid of emotions, accepted the wooden stick and obeyed Chen Xian's will, heading toward the great mountains. Ding! The avatar's departure has been detected. The host can check the avatar's status at any time through the avatar log. The system's voice rang out just in time, providing a reminder. Avatar log? Chen Xian was taken aback, only to find that a new section for the avatar log had indeed appeared on the system panel. He promptly opened it. Unnamed avatar has departed, heading to the great mountains to hunt beasts. Currently, there is only one message. As time passes, all actions of the avatar will be recorded here. This suited Chen Xian perfectly. He could stay informed about the avatar's condition at all times. Very well. Now I simply need to wait for the avatar to take action, Chen Xian remarked, then exited to continue gathering information. Although he was now aware of the current time period in the primeval world, he still did not know precisely when the human race would face its crisis. Further inquiries were essential. The tribe where Chen Xian resided was a small one on the periphery of humanity. Beyond it lay the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, marking the boundary of the Eastern Sea. In Chen Xian's eyes, the 10,000 great mountains served as a barrier restricting human movement. Within the 10,000 great mountains, countless beasts roamed the outskirts, while more ferocious predators lurked deeper within, posing constant dangers. Ordinary humans could hardly traverse even the outskirts, and those with cultivation were no match for the beasts residing at the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. They feared the perils of the mountains while reveling in the warmth of the eastern ass. To the extent that the contemporary human race scarcely contemplates venturing beyond the shores of the Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea, while splendid, is but a barren land in the grand expanse of the primordial wilderness, Chen Xian lamented. He was acutely aware that if the human race remained insular along the Eastern Sea, not only would they be deprived of resources, but they would also inevitably lose their fervor, rendering them defenseless in the face of impending crises. As a member of the human race, it is my duty to lead us away from this place henceforth. Currently, we find ourselves in the early days of the primordial wilderness, abundant with majestic mountains and vast waters. It is essential to seek a land of fortune to establish a stronghold for our people. Moreover, I too must pursue my own cultivation. Discovering a land of fortune would be beneficial rather than detrimental. Once this thought emerged, Chen Xian firmly resolved to act upon it. He harbored no fear of danger, for he possessed the ability to create avatars. These avatars could be dispatched to gather intelligence from various locales within the primordial wilderness, allowing him to identify a suitable place for migration. While he pondered this, a fleeting figure caught his attention as it passed by. Alas, my people are impoverished, lacking in profound cultivation methods, and I yearn to become a being of longevity through practice. What am I to do? This individual sighed as he walked, muttering to himself and shaking his head as if burdened by great worries. Such words piqued Chen Xian's interest, prompting him to approach hastily. In just a few strides, he reached the side of this person. This brother appears unfamiliar to me. I grew up within the tribe and have yet to encounter you. Might you be a newcomer from afar? Chen Xian inquired, recalling that no figure resembling this one had ever graced his tribe, thus initiating the conversation. Taken aback by the address, the individual quickly regained composure and responded, "You have discerned my origins correctly. I have indeed come from afar." Seeing Chen Xian's eagerness to hear more, the man continued to divulge his background. "My name is Xuandu, hailing from a coastal tribe. I have journeyed here in search of immortals and wisdom, seeking the true path to attain the status of an immortal being." Unintentionally spoken, these words resonated like thunder in Chen Xian's heart. Xuandu, in his knowledge of the primordial wilderness, there existed a figure by the name of Xuandu. Xuandu, born of the human race, was a disciple of the sage Laozi and the only grand disciple of the human teaching. Initially, his talents were unremarkable, yet he accumulated wisdom over time, achieving greatness later on. Having inherited Laozi's principle of non-action, his cultivation progressed ever further. During the period of the canonization, he was revered as the Grand Master Xuandu, a preeminent quasi-saint. Instantly, Chen Xian found himself deep in thought. The individual before me claims to be Xuandu, a human, wandering in search of immortals and wisdom. His actions perfectly align with what I know of the legendary Xuandu. Could this person truly be the Grand Master Xuandu from later times? A fortuitous encounter, a tremendous opportunity. It must be seized. Chen Xian swiftly formulated a plan while maintaining a composed demeanor. He spoke. "Oh, for what you say, Brother Xuandu, you have traversed mountains and rivers alone to arrive here. I surmise that Brother Xuandu must have made substantial progress in your cultivation, otherwise it would be improbable to navigate such treacherous terrain unaided." Well, flattered by such praise, Xuandu's face turned crimson. He was far from accomplished in cultivation throughout his journey. He had not encountered a single trace of immortality. Aside from having traversed numerous landscapes and possessing a physique stronger than that of an ordinary person, he was merely an ordinary mortal. Upon receiving such commendation, Xuandu immediately offered an explanation. "Why, dear young brother, to be candid, although I possess a heart yearning for the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, I have yet to encounter the fortuitous opportunity to attain such cultivation. Hence, I remain but a mortal as for the arduous journey over mountains and through waters. While it has indeed been tiring, my luck has favored me, and I have not encountered any perilous crises along the way. This statement resonated in Chen Xian's ears with a deeper significance. He had already surmised that this individual before him was destined to become the illustrious Grand Master Xuandu. After all, apart from the one who was fated to enter the fold of the sage, who else could possess such extraordinary fortune? Although the eastern shores where humanity resides are peaceful, they are not devoid of dangers. To traverse from the coastline to the vicinity of the 10,000 great mountains without encountering life-threatening crises speaks volumes of one's celestial luck. Reflecting upon this, Chen Xian's resolve grew even stronger. The teachings of humanity are boundless, their treasures numerous, and with the sage Laozi as their patron, once one becomes a part of this lineage, they could stride confidently through the primordial chaos. Therefore, Chen Xian sought to devise a plan to seek initiation into the teachings of humanity. Naturally, it would not be himself undertaking this journey, but rather his avatar. In the system store, the innate elixir body was precisely what needed to be put to use at this moment. Brother Xuandu, your steadfast heart in the quest for enlightenment is truly admirable, Chen Xian remarked. Before continuing, might I inquire how long you intend to stay in this place before departing? If you're willing to linger for a few more days, I could indeed find a companion for you in the pursuit of immortality and knowledge. Xuandu was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xian's words. What sort of companion do you refer to? Brother Xuandu, unbeknownst to you, I have a younger brother who has yearned since childhood to ascend to the heavens and traverse the earth, never ceasing in his desire for immortality and wisdom. Chen Xian spoke with confidence, having already prepared his response upon learning of Xuandu's identity. Now that I see you, Brother Xuandu, my heart is filled with joy that I am well aware that I cannot deter my brother. He will inevitably embark on his journey one day, that if he could accompany you in your quest for enlightenment, I would feel at ease. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Xuandu's face brightened with excitement. If he could indeed have a companion, his journey towards enlightenment would no longer be a solitary one. However, a thought soon crossed his mind, and his expression turned solemn. I am grateful for your trust, young brother. Yet, you must understand that the path to enlightenment is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Although I have traveled for some time, I possess no cultivation should danger arise. I fear that it would endanger your brother as well. This was Xuandu's concern. Though he longed for companionship, he felt compelled to convey the dangers inherent in the pursuit of immortality to the young man before him. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of the trust placed in him. Thank you for your candidness, Brother Xuandu. I am fully aware of the dangers that accompany the pursuit of enlightenment, Chen Xian replied, his countenance tinged with melancholy. However, my brother will inevitably set forth on his journey one day. I know I cannot prevent it. Rather than allow him to travel alone, it is far better that he accompanies you. If he encounters danger along the way, then it can only be attributed to his lack of fortune in attaining immortality. A profound sense of trust radiated between them, since Xuandu embarked on his quest for enlightenment. He had never experienced such unwavering faith from another. Deeply moved, Xuandu solemnly declared, "Rest assured, young brother, should your brother accompany me on this journey, if danger arises, even at the cost of my own life, I would never allow him to come to harm." "Thank you, Brother Xuandu," Chen Xian replied earnestly. "Please inform me when we shall set forth, so that I may summon my brother. In 3 days, I shall depart to seek enlightenment beyond the lands of humanity," Xuandu stated, conveying his upcoming itinerary. "Your brother will surely need to bid farewell to his family before he leaves. In 3 days, bring him here, and I shall take him along." "Very well. I am Chen Xian, and my brother is Chun Dan. We shall meet again in 3 days, Brother Xuandu." Chun Xian revealed his name, having previously devised the name Chun Dan for his new avatar, since this avatar would accompany Xuandu on his journey and seek mentorship from Laozi. Having a name was indeed essential. Soon after, Chen Xian bid farewell to Xuandu and departed from the location, returning to his home. "System, summon an avatar," he exclaimed upon arriving home, eager to proceed in an instant. A radiant white light enveloped him, and a strikingly handsome young figure appeared before him. This was Chen Xian's newly crafted avatar, resembling him closely. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Chun Dan. My younger brother, you must... He proceeded to outline the tasks that the avatar would undertake and imparted all necessary precautions. Remember, on the path to enlightenment, you must stay close to Xuandu, as long as you are by his side. No danger shall befall you. After becoming a disciple of Laozi, focus on your cultivation, and then refine elixirs to attain your path that... you understand? Understood. Chun Dan responded promptly. The avatars are unwaveringly loyal. Chun Xian's words were orders to them. Furthermore, during these 3 days, you should mingle within the tribe and learn about human emotions. Do not present yourself with a cold countenance. Understood, Chun Dan acknowledged, immediately setting off for the tribe to comply with Chun Xian's directive and learn about emotions. Once the avatar departed, Chun Xian glanced back at the system panel, where new messages had refreshed. Your avatar, nameless, has perished. Details can be found in the avatar log. Without hesitation, Chun Xian focused his thoughts and opened the avatar log. Avatar log. The nameless avatar set forth to the mountains to hunt beasts. The nameless avatar encountered a hare, but was unable to catch it and failed to secure a kill. Learning from this experience, the nameless avatar lay in ambush and successfully hunted a hare. Gaining confidence from this success, the nameless avatar crafted a trap from vines and successfully captured a wild boar. However, while hunting the wild boar, a starving wolf set its sights on the nameless avatar. The starving wolf ambushed the nameless avatar, resulting in its demise. Ding! Your avatar, the nameless, has successfully hunted 1 hare and 1 wild boar, earning you 300 system points and an additional ordinary avatar summoning opportunity. Your avatar, the nameless, has experienced a growth in physique during the hunting process. Would you like to synchronize this? 2 notifications from the system appeared. Without hesitation, Chun Xian opted to synchronize the physique. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed through him, enhancing his physical form. This warmth came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly that he felt a slight augmentation in his physique. After a moment of reflection, he concluded that while this enhancement was notable, it was limited due to the nameless avatar's relatively sparse actions. Thus, the feedback was minimal. Nevertheless, the path to further strengthening was straightforward. A smile crept across Chun Xian's face as he realized that through the experiment with the nameless avatar, he had gained insight into the feedback mechanism associated with avatars, as long as he continued to dispatch avatars on various missions. His strength would grow rapidly. Simultaneously, the acquisition of points would also accelerate. Hence, he set a modest goal to exchange for the innate elixir body within 3 days. With a plan in mind, Chun Xian turned his gaze back to the system panel. Host, Chun Xian available to summon avatars. Ordinary avatar, 2 store. Innate elixir body, long spear, strength of an ox current avatars. Chun Dan, mortal, points. 300. The increase in ordinary avatar summoning opportunities stemmed from the nameless avatar's successful hunts. It became evident that acquiring ordinary avatars was not a difficult task. System, summon both ordinary avatars. Chun Xian commanded. In a flash of white light, 2 ordinary-looking avatars materialized before him. You 2, venture into the mountains and hunt beasts. The more, the better. Chun Xian assigned tasks to his 2 avatars. He spent 20 points to exchange for a common spear from the shop, which he handed to one of his avatars, saying, I bestow you this weapon. Do not let me down as you command, replied the 2 avatars, who immediately set out. All that remained was to wait. Watching his avatars depart, Chun Xian settled down and opened the avatar log to monitor their status. Avatar log. Your avatar, the nameless one wielding a spear, has hunted a wild rabbit, earning 100 points. Your avatar, the nameless one, has hunted a gopher, earning 20 points. Your avatar, the nameless one wielding a spear, has hunted a wild boar, earning 300 points. Common avatar summoning attempts. One, seeing that he had gained an avatar summoning attempt, Chun Xian unhesitatingly summoned an avatar and sent it back into the mountains to hunt beasts. Thus, countless avatars sacrificed themselves during the process of hunting. Yet alongside this, Chun Xian accrued even more common avatar summoning attempts. This cycle continued, an infinite nesting of avatars. Time passed swiftly. The appointed time with Xuandu was approaching. The system opened its panel. Chun Xian spoke in his heart, and the system panel rose before him. Host, Chun Xian, Summonable Avatars. Common Avatars 10. Shop. Innate Spirit Pill Body, Strength of a Bull. Current Avatars, Chun Dan Mortal. Nameless 61. Points. 10684. Reminder. The strength of numerous avatars is accumulating and can be synchronized at any time. After countless cycles of summoning avatars and sending them into the mountains, the current system panel had become quite luxurious. He had finally amassed enough points. The system, utilizing a beginner's discount coupon, exchanged the innate spirit pill body for Chun Dan. Upon seeing this, Chun Xian acted without hesitation. Ding! Points reduced by 10,000. The talent is being infused into the avatar. The system's prompt rang out. Before him, the avatar of Chun Dan, summoned back by Chun Xian, was now enveloped in a radiant white light. An aura of profound mystery emerged. However, this aura was intercepted by the system once it exceeded a 5-meter radius from Chun Dan. One cannot deny that the system's service has always been commendable. Ding! Completed. Moments later, the prompt sounded again, and the white light around Chun Dan dissipated. Chun Xian immediately checked the avatar's panel. Chun Dan as cultivation. None sealed. Will unlock upon cultivation. Physical body. Mortal. Qualification. Top tier innate being. Talent. Innate spirit pill body. The most significant change in the panel was the qualification section, which had transformed into that of a top tier innate being. In the primordial realm, beings are categorized as postnatal beings, innate beings, and innate sanctified beings. Chun Dan, with his top-tier innate being status, surpassed the vast majority of beings in the primordial realm. Comparable existences are mostly the first materialized forms of innate beings or the transformed forms of innate roots, such as Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, Jiejing, and Juni. The higher tier, the innate sanctified beings, includes figures like Hongjun and the Three Pure Ones. These levels are generally linked to the chaos that preceded the birth of the primordial realm. It can be said that Chun Dan's status as a top-tier innate being is enough to stand proudly above the entire primordial realm, with only a handful of individuals ranking higher. Of course, this higher rank is not permanent. With the system in place, Chun Xian could easily bestow several talents upon him, propelling his status even further. Excellent, splendid. Chun Xian was exhilarated. This panel greatly satisfied him. With such a status, especially one related to alchemy, he was confident he could take on disciples. Moreover, although Chun Dan's status was high, he remained fundamentally a member of the human race, which aligned with the standards of his teachings. As the time approached, follow me. I shall take you to Xuandu. Chun Xian estimated the timing and, without hesitation, led Chun Dan out. Moments later, they arrived at the location agreed upon 3 days prior. Chun Xian, accompanied by Chun Dan, had reached the spot. Shortly thereafter, Xuandu's figure appeared on the street. Young brother Chun has arrived early. It is I who am late, Xuandu said with a hint of guilt upon seeing Chun Xian waiting. It was supposed to be him waiting for others, yet others had arrived before him. And no matter, I have only just arrived. Chun Xian exchanged pleasantries and then pulled Chun Dan forward, introducing him. This is my younger brother. Chun Dan, I trust you will take good care of him. Xuandu. Greetings, brother Xuandu, Chun Dan said earnestly, displaying a hint of his innocent nature. Over the past few days, he had been learning about human emotions and was now quite adept in that regard. Very well, greetings to you, young brother Chun Dan. Xuandu responded immediately, pleased at the sight of Chun Dan's innocence, which eased his mind, alleviating concerns about potential troubles during their journey. In the future, you shall follow brother Xuandu to seek immortality and wisdom. Remember to heed his words. Do not act independently in matters both great and small. Chun Xian said earnestly, his emotions sincere. If one day you achieve success in your cultivation, return to see me. Brother. Chun Dan's expression mirrored deep affection. The bond between brothers was evident, resembling the poignant moment of parting. Rest assured, young brother, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow you to encounter danger. Xuandu promised solemnly, touched by the bond between the two brothers. Brother Xuandu, I entrust my younger brother to you. Take care. With that, Chun Xian turned and departed, displaying an unwillingness to part. This was what one might call a performance. Xuandu was deeply moved, vowing in his heart to take utmost care of Chun Dan along their journey. ensuring he would not betray the trust placed in him by the two brothers. "Young brother Chindan, we must depart," Xuandu said, coming back to his senses as Chen Xian walked away. He had lingered here for 3 days, and it was now time to continue on the path of seeking immortality and wisdom. Their journey would take them through the vast mountains and beyond the shores of the East Sea. They would leave the human race behind in search of true immortal fate. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already invested in him ahead of time. Back in his humble abode, Chen Xian returned, exhaling deeply. The plan to invest in Xuandu had succeeded, as long as Chindan could remain by Xuandu's side. The chances of being accepted as a disciple under his master would be extremely high. Now, it was time to consider his own body. Chen Xian sighed, then opened the system's message prompt. "Your avatar's strength has accumulated. Would you like to synchronize with your main body?" This message had gone unnoticed while he was preoccupied with sending Chindan off, but it now deserved his attention. "System, synchronize strength," Chen Xian commanded. Eager to see what level the strength amassed by his ordinary avatars over the past few days could elevate him to Akati should be noted that these ordinary avatars were all mortals who had enhanced their strength through battling beasts. Ding! Synchronization in progress. The system's voice echoed. Instantly, a familiar surge of warmth coursed through Chen Xian's body. However, this time, the warmth was far more intense than before, if the last surge was a drop of water. This one was at least a large bowl. The warmth spread throughout his body, flowing into his limbs and veins, fortifying his meridians and muscles. Hiss! Chen Xian felt exhilaration. The sensation was intensely stimulating. His physical body began to transform. Muscles tightening and meridians opening. Soon he achieved the Qi refining level. Next, he broke through several minor levels in Qi refining and reached the foundation establishment stage. After breaking through several minor levels in foundation establishment, he attained the golden core stage. Only then did the warmth within him completely dissipate. Not bad. Achieving this level through the strength accumulated by ordinary avatars is quite impressive. Chen Xian contemplated the changes in his body. Marveling at the progress, it is noteworthy that this was accomplished in merely 3 days, in the primordial realm, who would not take hundreds or even thousands of years to cultivate. Those with slightly higher strength might even measure their time in millennia. In just 3 days, he had shed his mortal form, which could undoubtedly be described as remarkable. As time passed, he matured for a period, reaching a formidable level of power, which was as certain as the sun rising in the east. Ding! The host's strength has been detected to have increased, triggering a reward. Ding! Received. Intermediate Clone 1, points 500. The consecutive sounds of the system prompts filled Chen Xian with delight. That it was astonishing that merely breaking through a few mundane realms could yield such rewards from the system. This system truly operated with great efficacy. Indeed, without delay, Chen Xian proceeded to examine the rewards he had acquired. Intermediate Clone. Attributes are superior to those of standard clone, and when summoned, it comes with a random talent. Excellent. Upon reading the description of the intermediate clone, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. The enhanced attributes and the random talent meant that once the intermediate clone was summoned, it would possess a certain degree of self-preservation. Such a clone, if utilized wisely, could yield unexpected results. Summon, without hesitation, Chen Xian chose to summon the intermediate clone. To him, the intermediate clone was akin to a resource. The correct choice was to expend this resource and transform it into strength. With a flash of white light, the intermediate clone, molded by Chen Xian's hands, was summoned forth. He examined the clone's attributes. Unnamed cultivation, none physical body, golden core qualification, acquired genius, talent, power of the dragon elephant, power of the dragon elephant. The strength of a single hand rivals that of a dragon or elephant, capable of effortlessly slaying ferocious beasts. Not bad. Henceforth, you shall be named Chun Lu. Chen Xian gazed upon the clone's panel, immensely pleased. The dragon elephant was a ferocious beast, said to be a descendant of both the dragon and elephant clans. With a golden core physical body, coupled with the talent of the power of the dragon elephant, it was sure to wield capabilities beyond imagination. Now, it was time to contemplate my current predicament, with such a clone at his disposal. Chen Xian began to reflect upon his circumstances in the primordial chaos. The most vital necessity was undoubtedly strength. Thus, all my actions must prioritize enhancing my power. on Chun Dan's side. He had already accompanied Xuandu to seek teachings from Laozi, which would provide me with abundant strength in the future. However, that was a matter for later. What I needed to focus on now was acquiring techniques and continuing to gather intelligence about the primordial chaos. Techniques could rapidly enhance strength, particularly that of the clone. Only by strengthening the clone could it, in turn, empower him, granting him greater might as for intelligence. It was even more crucial. Chun Xian was acutely aware that the primordial chaos was rife with treasures. As a traveler from another world, he possessed knowledge of numerous treasure troves from his past life. However, this information was not sufficiently specific and could only serve as preliminary guidance. For instance, there were treasures upon the 3 immortal islands in the Eastern Sea. But the vastness of the Eastern Sea made it unclear where exactly the 3 immortal islands were located. Hence, intelligence was something that needed thorough investigation, and it was of utmost importance. With that realization, Chen Lu, your task is to probe into the intelligence of the primordial chaos. After coming to a conclusion, Chun Xian firmly stated his conviction. Intelligence is paramount. One must grasp intelligence to swiftly augment their strength. Set forth from here, traverse the 100,000 great mountains, exit the territory of humanity, and then explore the primordial chaos. Remember, when encountering enemies, fight those you can defeat, flee from those you cannot, and if escape is impossible, submit. All actions must revolve around enhancing strength and acquiring intelligence. Chun Xian imparted these instructions clearly to Chen Lu. Understood. Chen Lu, receiving the command, did not hesitate to comply. He immediately set forth with great strides towards the 100,000 great mountains. From that day onward, an uninvited guest appeared in the 100,000 great mountains. Although there had been many uninvited guests before, this one was entirely different from the rest, endowed with immense strength. He slaughtered any beast that crossed his path. Not a single creature could withstand his fist along the periphery of the 100,000 great mountains. With a single blow, whether it be wolves, tigers, leopards, elephants, birds, or snakes, all were left in ruins. He rampaged with an overwhelming force, causing chaos in the surroundings of the 100,000 great mountains. This individual was none other than Chen Lu. His goal was clear, to traverse the depths of the 100,000 great mountains. Thus, within a matter of days, he had drawn near to the core of the mountains. Once he passed through the heart of the 100,000 great mountains, it would signify an exit from the territory of humanity, without any obstacles. Just as Chen Lu was about to enter the center of the 100,000 great mountains, a group of beings within the territory of humanity had their eyes fixated on his actions. This lad is about to enter the heart of the 100,000 great mountains. Should we take action? Spoke Yu Chao Shi, a being of the Luo Jin Xian cultivation and one of the 3 ancestral figures of humanity. Let us be patient and observe if there is danger. With our strength, we can easily rescue him, replied the elder brother, Sui Run Shi, drawing a conclusion. Agreed to Zi Shi, and Yu Chao Shi nodded in affirmation. The 3 of them, one creating fire for humanity, another building shelters, and the last crafting clothing, had all received the rewards of heavenly merit, ascending to the status of De Luo Jin Xian. They were collectively known as the 3 venerable ancestors of humanity. As Chen Lu entered the 100,000 great mountains, wreaking havoc, they had already taken notice of him. They continued to observe him with their divine senses. Their scrutiny, however, sparked growing astonishment. They were oblivious to when humanity had produced such a remarkable talent. Such tremendous power could easily be likened to that of a walking, ferocious beast. From that moment on, every move Chen Lu made was under the watchful eyes of the 3 ancestors. Of course, their attention was not driven by ulterior motives, but rather by a desire to nurture talent. Talents among humanity were scarce, and whenever one was discovered, the ancestors would gather them to impart knowledge and techniques, ensuring they would not perish prematurely. After all, humanity's talents were exceedingly weak before they had fully matured. The ferocious beasts at the center of the 100,000 great mountains, while not as formidable as the renowned beasts of the primordial chaos, were certainly not weak, He Shi remarked. Focusing his divine sense on Chen Lu, it is rare for humanity to produce a talent. He must not fall at the hands of these beasts. While humanity is born frail, this lad is different. He is practically a ferocious beast, Yu Chao sure spoke next, his face revealing a look of anticipation. Had I not meticulously examined this lad's bloodline, I would have genuinely believed him to be a transformed beast. I wonder if this lad can break the cycle of humanity's innate frailty. Let us observe. He has encountered a ferocious beast. Sui Ren sure spoke, drawing the attention of the other two ancestors once more as their divine senses refocused on Chunlu. Not long after entering the heart of the 100,000 Great Mountains, Chunlu was ambushed by a ferocious beast with long, dark fur, whoosh, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The beast's sharp claws came hurtling towards him. The glint of its claws suggested that it could easily cleave through gold and stone. If one were to withstand it with mere flesh, they would undoubtedly be reduced to a mangled heap. Chunlu merely snorted. He recalled Chun Xian's previous instructions. Fight those he could defeat. Clearly, in his perception, this beast was not necessarily an unbeatable foe. Without hesitation, he summoned his physical strength, and with the augmentation of the power of the dragon elephant, he struck out with a powerful punch. Boom! The collision of fist and claw generated a shockwave, sending the ferocious beast flying. The power of the dragon elephant, embodying the strength of the dragon elephant beast, ranked among the top within the ferocious beast realm. How could an ordinary beast withstand such might? The ferocious beast was hurled through the air, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Dust billowed up around it. Roar! A furious roar echoed from within the pit. Soon after, a flash of black light flickered, and the beast leapt from the pit, charging once more at Chunlu. Clearly, its previous defeat had driven it into a furious rage. The IT had always been invincible within the 100,000 Great Mountains. And today, to be struck down by a mere human was utterly intolerable. With one punch, I shall hunt you down. Seeing the beast charge at him, Chunlu remained unfazed and calmly responded, I in the next moment. He sprang into action in a flash. He closed the distance to the ferocious beast, channeling his physical power and focusing it into a single fist, which he unleashed in a furious strike. Boom! The sound reverberated throughout the area, uprooting nearby trees. Bang! Accompanied by the flight of a dark shadow, the ferocious beast was sent crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. That IT was indeed the beast that had attempted to ambush Chunlu. A single punch, just one punch. Hiss! Such physical prowess! Far within the territory of humanity, the three ancestors gasped in astonishment at this scene, that humanity's frail bodies had never before exhibited such ferocity against ferocious beasts. This boy was terrifyingly gifted. He must possess extraordinary talent. The Yu Chao clan promptly reached a conclusion, a glimmer of talent appreciation shining in their eyes, and continued, if nurtured properly, this individual may become a formidable force for our human race in the future. Talents are scarce among our kind, and now that one has emerged, we cannot let him slip away. The Ce clan also expressed their full agreement. It was evident that, having witnessed Chunlu's performance, the three ancestors had resolved to cultivate him. Since we have decided to nurture him, we must take action. Otherwise, this young man may not endure much longer, spoke the eldest brother, the Swearin clan leader. His words startled the second ancestor, who quickly turned to see that Chunlu had been encircled by a horde of ferocious beasts. Indeed, he was on the verge of being overwhelmed, with roars echoing. Chunlu found himself surrounded by a throng of beasts. Moments ago, he had slain one that attempted to ambush him, and now this entire pack had pounced. Judging by their appearance, it was clear they belonged to a singular tribe. At this moment, each beast's eyes glinted with ferocity, perhaps seeking vengeance for their fallen kin, or simply wishing to rend Chunlu to shreds. Outmatched, the only option was to flee. Chunlu contemplated escape. Knowing he could slay one beast with a single strike, and a handful posed little difficulty. Yet this multitude before him numbered no less than 100. How could he possibly contend with such odds? The adage of retreating when outmatched was a command instilled in him by Chun Xian, and he held it firmly in mind. The pressing dilemma was how to evade being surrounded by 100 beasts. The creatures knew not Chunlu's intentions. In their minds, anything encroaching upon their territory was to be torn apart. With a fearsome roar, the pack surged forth, a black tide descending upon Chunlu. Beneath this dark wave, all life seemed to vanish. Huff! Faced with such an oncoming tide, Chun Lu's expression grew grave. Though he remembered Chun Xian's edict to flee when faced with insurmountable odds, the current situation left him questioning how he might escape. Just as he felt the tide about to engulf him, he pondered how he could possibly survive the claws of over 100 beasts. Buzz! At that moment, a resonant hum filled the air. Suddenly, 3 beams of auspicious light appeared overhead, followed by a surge of mystical energy descending. In an instant, all the beasts were thrown into disarray, sensing a threat to their very existence. Roar! The horde howled in panic, attempting to flee. Yet the mystical force that had descended was no trivial matter. Once it had been unleashed, failure was simply not an option. Boom! Like a mountain crashing down, the earth lamented. All the beasts were suppressed beneath this overwhelming power. Chun Lu stood in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events that, of course, as a mere avatar, he harbored no genuine emotions. Thus his astonishment was but an analytical response to the unfolding circumstances. Young man, do you comprehend the peril that lurks within the heart of the 10,000 mountains? In the sky, the 3 beams of light dispersed to reveal the figures of the 3 ancestors. The Yuchao clan leader approached him, saying, "Were it not for our intervention, today might very well have marked your demise." Chun Lu found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to the current predicament. After all, he had only recently come into existence, and had spent his brief days battling in the 10,000 mountains. Thus he had yet to grasp the intricacies of human interactions. Do not be alarmed. We 3 harbor no ill intent towards you. Noticing Chun Lu's dazed expression, the Sea clan leader spoke, her demeanor nurturing as the only woman among the 3 ancestors. She recognized that Chun Lu had yet to recover from the life-threatening crisis. We are the 3 ancestors of humanity. Remain calm, for the danger has passed. The eldest brother, the Swearen clan leader, continued with a serene expression. Your actions suggest a desire to venture deeper into the 10,000 mountains. But you must understand that the beasts you encounter further and will be significantly more formidable than those you have just faced, that a moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Do you understand? Chun Lu reflected on the gravity of traversing the 10,000 mountains. His thoughts remained fixed on Chun Xian's command. His mission was to cross through these mountains and gather intelligence, even if that journey might cost him his life. He was resolute. Oh dear, this stubborn young man, how can you be so obstinate? The Yuchao clan leader exclaimed in exasperation. Attempt to traverse the 10,000 mountains without adequate strength is akin to courting death. Strength, you say? Chun Lu seized upon the key term, pondering its implications. After the recent events, he had come to recognize the paramount importance of strength. Young man, your talent is evident. Allow me to offer you a means to navigate the 10,000 mountains. The Yuchao clan leader proposed, continuing, we 3 possess a keen eye for talent and wish to cultivate you. If you simply nod in agreement, we shall impart our teachings upon you. With your innate ability, diligent cultivation will enable you to traverse the 10,000 mountains with ease. The prospect of receiving cultivation methods left Chun Lu momentarily speechless, as the situation had spiraled beyond his control. At that moment, within the realm of humanity, a notification rang out. Ding! The avatar of Chun Lu faced a choice that surpassed his grasp. The host could make a decision. Chun Xian, startled by the system's announcement, felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Without hesitation, he opened the avatar's log to assess the situation. The avatar of Chun Lu had entered the 10,000 mountains, engaged in fierce battles with wild beasts, slaying numerous foes and earning regular Avatar 42 points 3,200. The avatar of Chun Lu had entered the heart of the 10,000 mountains, encountered a ferocious beast that attempted an ambush, and subsequently killed it, earning regular Avatar 10 points 1,000. The avatar of Chun Lu was surrounded by a pack of beasts, prompting the intervention of the 3 ancestors, who came to his rescue. Upon reading the updates, Chun Xian was left in stunned silence. Even the 3 ancestors had emerged. That a mere avatar could attract the attention of the 3 ancestors, who were willing to cultivate him, was beyond belief. Was there even a need for deliberation? Accept. Chun Xian resolved without hesitation. After all, the 3 ancestors were the venerable progenitors of humanity, amassing the resources of the entire race. Even if the resources were scarce, the opportunity to receive their cultivation was undeniably advantageous for Chun Lu. Moreover, the very purpose of sending Chun Lu to gather intelligence was to acquire techniques and resources. Now that this could be achieved directly, why not embrace it? Simultaneously, as Chen Xian made his decision. On the other side, Chun Lu expressed his willingness to accept the cultivation of the three ancestors without a moment's hesitation. So your name is Chun Lu. The three ancestors beamed at his words. And the Yu Chao clan leader laughed heartily, adding, "Rest assured, under our guidance, you shall swiftly enhance your cultivation, effortlessly conquering the 10,000 mountains in the future. Chun Lu, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as a prodigy of humanity." Receiving our nurturing, the eldest brother, the Swearing clan leader, stated gravely, "Today, you benefit from the cultivation bestowed upon you by humanity. Should the race face peril in the future, you must rise to protect your kin." For the three ancestors, the survival of their kin was paramount. Their efforts to cultivate prodigies or undertake any endeavor were all aimed at ensuring the survival of humanity. Chun Lu understands, he replied without hesitation. "Excellent, excellent," the three ancestors praised in unison, thoroughly pleased with Chun Lu's demeanor. Accept a prodigy for cultivation, especially one with such a composed character, was a source of great satisfaction. This place is fraught with danger. Come, follow us. The three ancestors beckoned, conjuring a cloud of auspicious light that lifted Chun Lu into the air. Observing that Chun Lu exhibited no signs of panic, the ancestors nodded in approval, stating, "We will take you to a location rich in spiritual energy, where you may cultivate diligently and enhance your abilities. Prepare yourself. Once we arrive, we shall impart our teachings to you." As the three ancestors spoke, they recounted the current plight of humanity and the distinctions of power and realms. This information left Shan Xian, who was concurrently receiving updates, feeling that it was all incredibly worthwhile. This is the benefit of having a guide. With a plethora of information at their disposal, there is no need for inquiry. They can impart knowledge directly. Thus, it was not long before the three ancestors, accompanied by Chun Lu, arrived at a picturesque locale where the mountains met the clear waters. Wispy clouds floated above, and the peaks rose majestically, creating an ambience that felt akin to a realm of immortals. This place was not only the residence of the three ancestors, but also one of the rare blessed lands for the entire human race. "Very well, we have arrived. You may disembark," declared the three ancestors as they descended upon the clouds beneath their feet. And in the next moment, they found themselves standing atop a mountain peak. "You may select any of these peaks as your cultivation site, and you shall diligently practice there in the future." The Swearing clan leader gestured towards the multitude of mountains, then adopted a solemn expression and continued, "Now, I shall impart to you the cultivation method of our race, the 9 transformations golden elixir technique. This technique was established by Laozi after the founding of the human sect and is the method of cultivation disseminated among our kind. Although it may not be deemed particularly sophisticated in this era when quasi-saints abound, it is nonetheless a creation of a sage, making it far more refined than the majority of cultivation methods in the primal chaos. Moreover, this technique represents the prestige of the sect, having been crafted with considerable thought from its inception. It is at the very least a cultivation method that is highly compatible with humanity. Beginning with the cultivation of qi, it lays the foundation, forms the golden elixir, condenses the yuan ing, and after a period of refining through various realms, it compensates for the deficiencies of humanity's foundation through the void refinement stage. Ultimately, one can attain the status of an earth immortal and embark on the path of immortality. Pay close attention, for this method is now bestowed upon you. I hope you will cultivate diligently and never be negligent." As the Swearing clan leader spoke, he led Chun Lu into a dwelling where they seated themselves upon a mat and began to elaborate on the technique. As he narrated, the 9 transformations golden elixir technique gradually unfolded. Following this, Chun Lu comprehended and recorded it. After a day had passed, the entire 9 transformations golden elixir technique had been conveyed. "Chun Lu, how much have you retained?" Upon the last word being uttered, the Swearing clan leader inquired. The second ancestor also took notice, eager to gauge the capabilities of this prodigy they had chosen to nurture. I have memorized it all, Chun Lu replied without hesitation, his tone sincere as a split body. He could perfectly imprint any information he heard and then relay it back to Qin Xian. Thus, merely listening once to the 9 transformations golden elixir technique was exceedingly simple for him. Impressive, indeed. The 3 ancestors expressed their astonishment. They had previously encountered many talents of the human race, yet none had managed to memorize the 9 transformations golden elixir technique after a single hearing. I have committed every word to memory, without a single omission, Chun Lu asserted, his tone earnest as he spoke the truth. For him, possessing an extraordinary memory was an innate ability, whether it be for visual or auditory information. Ah, such talent surely promises great accomplishments in your cultivation. The 3 ancestors beamed with delight. The greater Chun Lu's talent, the more security the human race would gain in the perilous primordial chaos. If you diligently cultivate for a millennium or more, your achievements will undoubtedly be formidable. Should you cultivate for tens of thousands of years, who knows, you may even surpass us, the nesting ancestor exclaimed with laughter, as if envisioning the day when Chun Lu's cultivation would eclipse their own, patting him on the shoulder. Now, choose a mountain peak, and I shall construct a dwelling for you. Thus, Chun Lu accepted the nesting ancestor's arrangement and set off to select a mountain peak for the construction of his abode, marking the beginning of his cultivation journey. Ding! Your split body has acquired the cultivation technique, 9 transformations golden elixir technique. The technique has been recorded in the system, and the host may replicate it for other split bodies or any that may be summoned in the future. 2 successive notification chimes filled Qin Xian with joy. Chun Lu had only been dispatched for a few days and had already brought back such splendid news. From this moment forth, Qin Xian possessed a cultivation technique. Not only did he gain it, but all his split bodies, including those he might summon in the future, would also have access to it. If he were to summon a particularly gifted split body, it could practice the 9 transformations golden elixir technique. Qin Xian contemplated silently as for whether he himself would cultivate. That was certainly not in his plans. Cultivation required tranquility, an escape from worldly affairs. Moreover, the initial stages of cultivation often span centuries. This meant dedicating entire centuries solely to meditation and practice, including managing the system and summoning split bodies. With that time, the strength gained from managing the system and the split bodies would far exceed that of cultivation. The technique was merely supplementary. Utilizing split bodies to enhance strength was his chosen path. Qin Xian made his decision. For him, unless he encountered a particularly gifted split body, he would not expend significant time and resources to improve his strength through cultivation. Time in the primordial chaos was indifferent, and a month passed swiftly. Ding! A new month has arrived. The shop is ready for a refresh. A notification tone piqued Qin Xian's interest, prompting him to immediately access the system panel. At the bottom of the shop, an option for refreshing was displayed. Currently, 3 items were available in the shop, 2 of which had already been purchased by Qin Xian, leaving only the strength of a bull unacquired. Naturally, Qin Xian had no intention of purchasing this talent. The IT was of the lowest tier and held little value. Refresh. Without hesitation, Qin Xian opted to refresh the shop. 3 new talents emerged. Divination. Skilled in calculation. Though not guaranteed to yield results every time. Safe route. As long as one visualizes entering a certain location, a safe passage will manifest, usable only once. Small opportunity, destined to encounter a minor opportunity. None of these talents could be considered advanced. Qin Xian sighed. Having witnessed top-tier golden legends, these talents indeed lacked luster. The divination talent seemed unreliable at first glance. The safe route was quite appealing, as it could be utilized to navigate the perilous beast-infested area at the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The final talent, small opportunity, intrigued Qin Xian the most. A destined minor opportunity. While small, opportunities were still resources that could aid in cultivation. It seemed imperative to redeem this minor opportunity and send a reliable split body to retrieve it. Qin Xian formulated a plan. Knowing that the system had a feature that allowed information and resources obtained by split bodies to be transmitted back to him. Therefore, retrieving this minor opportunity was essential. Speaking of reliable split bodies, acquiring one should not pose a challenge. Qin Xian glanced at the system panel. Host. Qin Xian available to summon split bodies. Ordinary split bodies 10 shop. Divination, safe route, small opportunity points. 58,624 owned split bodies. Chundan. Chunlu. Unknown 70 for the strength of the split bodies had accumulated. Should it be synchronized? Having refrained from synchronizing the strength of his split bodies for nearly half a month, much had built up. Although it was merely the strength of ordinary split bodies, the sheer volume was substantial. Elevating his own strength to a new level should not prove difficult. Synchronized strength. With that command, a familiar warmth surged through his body, enhancing his entire being. It propelled Chun Xian's strength forward, swiftly advancing from the initial stage of the golden elixir to its consummate form, and then breaking through to the early stage of the Yuaning. At this point, the warmth within him dissipated. Though it was a mundane realm, the higher one aimed to ascend, the greater the accumulation required. Chun Xian reflected. Relying solely on the strength of ordinary split bodies to significantly enhance his power was indeed challenging. The higher the cultivation level, the more pronounced the frailty of mortal strength became. Despite their numbers, they could hardly compensate for the disparity in strength. However, Chun Xian remained unconcerned. After all, his future methods for enhancing strength would undoubtedly rely on those advanced split bodies or on those that had been strategically cultivated. System. What rewards do I receive for enhancing my strength? Chun Xian returned to the present and inquired. Based on his understanding of the system, each time he elevated his strength, he would receive certain rewards. Ding! The host's strength has improved, and he has acquired a mid-level doppelganger. As the system's voice echoed, silence ensued. There only one mid-level doppelganger that should suffice. Chun Xian scrutinized the rewards and promptly spoke. Summoned. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and the carefully molded doppelganger appeared before him. Extract talent. Ding! The doppelganger has acquired the talent. Dragon bloodline, inherited from the dragon race during the last great calamity. If fully developed, it can rival that of the dragon race. You shall be named Chun Kai. Chun Xian bestowed a name upon his doppelganger and then examined its status panel. Chun Kai's cultivation. No physical body. Earth Immortal, Golden Core plus Talent. Qualification, Postnatal Genius, Talent plus Talent, Talent. Dragon Bloodline, it is evident that the Dragon Bloodline talent enhances both physical body and qualification. Chun Kai's physical form is directly that of an Earth Immortal, and his qualification has risen to the level of a genius. This is not the limit. As long as the bloodline continues to be developed, there is significant room for further enhancement. Excellent. Such a talent is sufficient to bring me small opportunities. Chun Xian nodded in satisfaction. This doppelganger's beginning is quite auspicious, and its power has immediately surpassed all others. Regrettably, the initial strength of the doppelganger cannot be synchronized. Otherwise, Chun Xian's own strength would also rise in tandem. I shall equip you with 2 talents. As Chun Xian spoke, he opened the marketplace. Spending 30,000 points, he exchanged for a safe route and a small opportunity, then equipped them onto Chun Kai. Instantly, Chun Kai's talent section transformed into Dragon Bloodline, Small Opportunity, Safe Route. 3 in total, quite luxurious. If points were abundant, one could infinitely stack talents onto a doppelganger, creating a being of immense power. Chun Xian sighed at the thought, but it remained merely a thought for now to present. He was still in need of points. Now, I entrust you with a task. Chun Xian turned his gaze toward the doppelganger, speaking solemnly. Use the safe route to traverse the 10,000 mountains and gather information for me within the primordial wilderness. Simultaneously, acquire the small opportunity, and once obtained, relay it back. Understood. Chun Kai promptly responded. His mission was to obey Chun Xian. Good, there's no time to waste. You may depart at once. Chun Xian commanded, allowing his doppelganger to set off without hesitation. At your command, Chun Kai acknowledged, turning to leave, heading directly toward the 10,000 mountains. Very good, very good. Watching Chun Kai's figure rapidly recede, Chun Xian nodded in approval. Although Earth Immortal strength is still akin to that of an ant within this primordial wilderness, with caution, he would surely gather a wealth of intelligence. Moreover, given Chun Kai's talent, should he further develop the dragon bloodline, his strength would assuredly increase. Now, all that remained was to await news. Chun Xian composed himself and subsequently opened the system panel. saying open doppelganger log. First, he examined the recent activities of Chun Dan. The doppelganger Chun Dan had accompanied Xian Du into the 10,000 mountains. The two continued onward, fortuitously avoiding all wild beasts at the periphery of the 10,000 mountains. Upon entering the heart of the 10,000 mountains, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed around them. Yet still, no beast detected their presence. Within the center of the 10,000 mountains, they discovered a shortcut that would allow them to traverse the mountains swiftly. And the duo decided to take that path. After a month, Chun Dan and Xian Du successfully crossed the 10,000 mountains without incident. Hiss! Upon finishing the log, Chun Xian inhaled sharply. Indeed, sending a doppelganger alongside Xian Du was the most astute decision. Xian Du, without a doubt, was destined to be a disciple of a future sage. His fortune simply boundless. With a mortal body, he traversed the 10,000 mountains unscathed, now that Xian Du had exited the territory of humanity. The next step would be to seek out the residences of the immortals, ultimately to pay homage to Laozi. Chun Xian could already foresee Xian Du's subsequent actions. Undoubtedly, the forthcoming endeavors would carry immense risk. However, with the blessing of his fortune, he would certainly encounter no danger. As for Chun Dan, he could rest easy. He simply needed to await developments, for he would inevitably meet Laozi. Chun Xian mused that once Chun Dan encountered Laozi, he would bring forth a wealth of strength and intelligence. Without further thought, Chen Lu turned his attention to the second doppelganger. The doppelganger Chen Lu had acquired the 9 Revolutions Golden Core Sutra and received a mountain peak as his training ground. He secluded himself to comprehend the 9 Revolutions Golden Core Sutra. The 3 ancestral figures of humanity had sent a batch of resources to assist Chen Lu in his cultivation that a group of talented human beings, nurtured by the 3 ancestors, sought to befriend Chen Lu, but he declined their overtures. Some women cast flirtatious glances at Chen Lu, but he turned a blind eye in seclusion. Chen Lu has comprehended the 9 Revolutions Golden Core Sutra and officially commenced his cultivation. During his training, thus, the log pertaining to Chen Lu concluded. Chun Xian glanced at the timestamp indicating that Chen Lu had begun his cultivation of the 9 Revolutions Golden Core Sutra just yesterday. He checked Chen Lu's attributes. Chun Xian summoned the Doppelganger's panel. Chen Lu's cultivation, Qi refinement physical body, Golden Core qualification, postnatal genius talent, Dragon Elephant power in the cultivation section. He had already reached the Qi refinement stage. This signifies that Chen Lu had achieved Qi refinement in just a single day of cultivation. Excellent. Chen Lu's talent is already manifesting as he perfects his training. My own strength shall significantly elevate. Chun Xian reflected, acknowledging that this doppelganger would become pivotal to his own cultivation advancement. Next, he closed the doppelganger log, deeming further scrutiny unnecessary. Numerous ordinary doppelgangers still roamed within the 10,000 mountains, lacking any significant value to observe, while Chun Kai had only just departed. With that, Chun Xian began to await the actions of his doppelgangers. Meanwhile, Chun Kai had arrived before the 10,000 mountains. Possessing earth immortal strength, he faced the wild beasts at the periphery without any pressure. However, within the heart of the 10,000 mountains, the ferocious beasts posed a considerable threat, necessitating caution. Therefore, adhering to his orders, Chun Kai invoked his talent. Safe route. Safe route. By envisioning the path he wishes to take, a safe passage can be revealed, usable only once that he expended this talent. A route materialized in Chun Kai's perception amidst the 10,000 mountains. Commencing from right beneath him, set forth, without a moment's hesitation, Chun Kai followed the guidance of this route and began his endeavor to traverse the 10,000 mountains. Days swiftly passed. One day, as Chun Kai journeyed with his earth immortal strength, he emerged from the dense thickets into a sunlit clearing, the vibrant light dazzling his eyes. The 10,000 mountains had been crossed. Chun Kai let out a sigh of relief. He had completed the first step of his task, and now it was time to officially commence his mission. First and foremost, he needed to gather intelligence that in the current primordial wilderness, there were no cities or gathering places. To gather news, one must traverse the wilderness. Without hesitation, Chun Kai randomly selected a direction and embarked on his journey through the primordial wilderness. As time flowed on, the vastness of the primordial wilderness seemed insurmountable, and Chen Kai walked relentlessly in one direction. Encountering various individuals along the way, he gained considerable experience and some growth. However, the task of collecting intelligence yielded little substantial change. Much of the information he gathered along the way was trivial and inconsequential. He failed to uncover any useful news regarding the current landscape of the primordial wilderness. One day, Chen Kai, utilizing his magical power, rode upon a cloud and ascended a mountain peak. The summit was surrounded by wisps of spiritual energy, emanating a certain ethereal charm, providing a pleasant resting place. Yet, as soon as he landed, several figures materialized. "Stop! This place is our dwelling. Who are you, and why have you trespassed?" a voice demanded, as several figures revealed themselves, transforming into humanoid forms of beasts, retaining certain animalistic features. Upon closer inspection, the leader, with an elongated trunk, resembled an elephant, while another with a comb-like crest appeared to be a rooster, and yet another bore the tail of a jackal. The one who spoke was the jackal, walking at the rear. Upon being confronted, Chen Kai immediately exuded his aura, revealing his earth immortal cultivation, and addressed the trio. "I'm a wandering immortal passing through this area, seeking a place to rest. I was unaware that this location was already occupied." The aura belonging to the Dragon Clan began to manifest, its unique pressure becoming apparent. It turned out to be a brother seeking rest. So there was no need for offense. We had perhaps spoken too harshly earlier, and I hope you can forgive us. The leader of the long-nosed elephant immediately spoke, a gentle smile adorning his face. "Since you have come to this place, it is a sign of fate between us. Why not step inside and take a seat to rest?" The rooster-faced man's expression shifted slightly, yet he too spoke. His demeanor exceptionally humble, as if he were incredibly close to Chen Kai. In truth, the wilderness was rife with brutality, and such proximity was merely fade. The reason for their demeanor stemmed from their awareness of the pressure emanating from Chen Kai, a force that surpassed their own bloodlines. Furthermore, Chen Kai's strength was comparable to theirs. Thus, since they could not afford to offend him, why not turn foes into friends? Please do not take offense. I apologize on behalf of my companions. We are here by fate, so please come in and rest. The jackal-tailed man echoed this sentiment, his tone sincere as he offered an apology. Surviving in the wilderness as a terrestrial immortal, he was well-versed in the ways of existence. Those with lesser strength resorted to robbery, those of similar strength sought alliances, and those of greater strength kept their distance. Well, very well. Noticing the amiable attitudes of the three, Chen Kai nodded in agreement. After all, he sought to gather intelligence, and these three might provide valuable insights. Haha, as long as you do not hold our behavior against us, please come in quickly. Today, I shall treat you to spiritual fruits. Seeing Chen Kai's consent, the long-nosed elephant laughed heartily, inviting him to walk toward the center of the mountain peak. In no time, the trio led Chen Kai to the mountain summit. Their earlier claims were indeed truthful. There was a dwelling belonging to them here. It was a modest hall constructed from ordinary materials, not grand but clean and tidy. "Please, have a seat. I shall fetch you some spiritual fruits," the long-nosed elephant said. Retreating to the back of the hall to retrieve some spiritual fruits he usually hesitated to consume, but he genuinely wished to befriend Chen Kai, and offering these fruits was quite a generous gesture. Spiritual fruits, in general, contain spiritual energy beneficial for cultivation. The higher grade ones belonged to the root level of spiritual fruits, which had a myriad of effects. The fruits presented by the long-nosed elephant were, of course, ordinary ones, yet their rarity was evident, as he typically refrained from eating them. This underscored the preciousness of spiritual fruits. As the long-nosed elephant placed the fruits on the table, the rooster and jackal man gazed at them with evident longing. Clearly, these fruits, which the leader long-nosed elephant hesitated to consume, were even more unattainable for them. "Brother, please enjoy," the long-nosed elephant said, his face full of smiles and warmth. Chen Kai, naturally, did not stand on ceremony and took a bite of the spiritual fruit. Observing Chen Kai's consumption, the long-nosed elephant felt relieved, and his smile grew even broader as he spoke. "These spiritual fruits are precious, especially for us terrestrial immortals, and they are quite rare. However, in this vast wilderness, Our corner is rather barren. Oh my knowledge. There are places rich in spiritual energy, where spiritual fruits grow like weeds, easily accessible resources that we usually hesitate to use. This statement undoubtedly captured Chinkai's attention, prompting him to look up. What do you mean by that? He inquired after a moment of contemplation. I see you are no ordinary individual. Your bloodline surpasses ours, and your strength is comparable to ours. Why not form an alliance? The long-nosed elephant revealed his intentions with a smile, that if you were to join us, our quartet would gain a greater capacity for self-preservation in this wilderness from the outset. The long-nosed elephant had aimed to recruit Chunkai in the wilderness. Terrestrial immortals were as insignificant as ants. Without unity, even the slightest misstep could lead to demise. Well, Chunkai pondered, analyzing the feasibility of this proposition. After a brief silence, he nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. Indeed, as the three had asserted, terrestrial immortals were too weak, and traveling together would enhance their chances of survival. Excellent. With you as our companion, we shall surely encounter great opportunities. The long-nosed elephant and his companions laughed heartily in unison, then proceeded to set up a feast in honor of Chunkai. The atmosphere in the area became lively. Days later, after the banquet concluded, Chunkai and the three exchanged names and solidified their alliance. Brother Longnose, I was recently immersed in arduous training within the mountains and am unaware of the current dynamics in the wilderness. Could you enlighten me? Chunkai inquired, mindful of his mission. Having filled their bellies, it was now time to gather intelligence. You have indeed asked the right person, the long-nosed elephant replied confidently, patting his chest. Although I possess only terrestrial immortal cultivation, I am well informed about the current state of the wilderness. He began to speak earnestly. Currently, the most renowned figures in the wilderness are undoubtedly the three saints of Kunlun Mountain, whose names are known far and wide. Following them, there are the Demon Court, which commands the entire demon race, and the Witch Clan at the foot of Mount Bujo. Chunkai expressed mild surprise. Contemplating the information before asking, Brother Longnose, if the demon race commands the entire wilderness, why does their renown rank below that of Kunlun Mountain? Hee. The long-nosed elephant chuckled, a proud smile appearing on his face as he continued. You have indeed asked the right person. I happen to know the answer. It is said that one of the three saints of Kunlun Mountain established a rule of universal teaching, opening their doors wide to accept disciples. After all, who wouldn't wish to join the ranks of a saint? Thus, Kunlun Mountain became a sacred place within the wilderness, attracting countless individuals who longed to become disciples, thereby overshadowing the demon court in fame. As the long-nosed elephant elaborated, on another side, far away at the eastern shores, Chun Xian had already received the intelligence transmitted by Chunkai. Was this not the recruitment of the Jie sect? Chun Xian immediately comprehended the situation and discerned the current timeline within the wilderness. He then fell into deep contemplation. Among the three teachings, the human teaching had already dispatched Chundan to seek apprenticeship under Laozi, while the Chan teaching only accepted those with exceptional backgrounds and currently lacked suitable candidates to gain entry. However, the Jie sect presented an opportunity worth exploring. Let us have Chunkai attempt it. Having solidified his thoughts, Chun Xian promptly issued orders for Chunkai to attempt joining the Jie sect. Brother Longnose, since the Jie sect welcomes all, why don't we join them? Chunkai proposed his idea, encouraging his companions to seek apprenticeship. The long-nosed elephant exclaimed in surprise. This was a path he had never considered before. The reason being, the wilderness was fraught with peril, given their previous status as half-hearted terrestrial immortals. How could they possibly venture to Kunlun Mountain? Brother Longnose, as you mentioned, the Jie sect accepts all, so they certainly would not concern themselves with our identities or strengths. Chunkai continued, and we are weak. Without opportunities, how could we establish a name for ourselves in this wilderness? The opportunity is before us. If we can join the Jie sect and learn the teachings of the saints, we may yet become great beings within this wilderness. That makes sense. Hearing this, the long-nosed elephant felt a stirring in his heart. As terrestrial immortals, they were like ants in the wilderness, unaware of when they might be extinguished by passing powers. This was something no one would willingly accept. The Jie sect represented the chance to change everything, a chance to rise to greatness. Let us do it. The long-nosed elephant slapped the table, resolutely making his decision that in the past, we were only 3. Lacking in ambition and too timid to traverse the mountains towards Kunlun. But now, with Brother Chen joining us, we have an additional ally, and we may very well succeed. The opportunity to join the GS sect should rightfully belong to us. Ah, excellent. As long as Brother Longnose decides to set forth, I shall undoubtedly accompany you. Chun Kai laughed heartily in response, and for a moment, the atmosphere was filled with joy and harmony. Soon after, the long-nosed elephant conveyed this decision to the chicken essence and the jackal essence. Both were greedily drawn to the opportunity presented by the Jiejiao and immediately resolved to join the expedition. Thus, Chen Kai formed a loose alliance with the 3 others, preparing to journey to Kunlun Mountain to pay homage to the Jiejiao. On the other hand, Chen Xian held no confidence regarding Chen Kai's venture to Kunlun Mountain. The current primordial wilderness was far removed from the later stages of the journey to the west, a time when great powers were as common as dust and quasi-saints roamed freely. The notion of 4 earthly immortals attempting to reach Kunlun was, in essence, a jest. The sole reason for permitting Chen Kai's journey was to probe the way ahead, since it was decided to send a clone to join the Jiejiao. It was essential to have each clone test the dangers that lay on the path. This was Chen Xian's strategy, to employ countless clones to uncover the perils ahead, then dispatch a formidable clone to navigate safely and reach Kunlun. At present, Chen Kai was the first of the clones dispatched, with many more to follow. Chen Xian was prepared for a prolonged struggle, his trump card being the endless clones that would cultivate and amass strength. Simultaneously, he laid the groundwork across the primordial wilderness. Once he achieved the status of quasi-saint, and his clones permeated the various powers of the wilderness, it would be time for him to emerge. Chen Xian believed this day was not far off. On this fine day, under a clear sky, 4 figures stood poised for departure atop a mountain peak. Chen Kai and the 3 companions. Today they set forth towards Kunlun Mountain, intent on seizing the opportunity to pay homage to the Jiejiao. The long-nosed elephant bellowed, releasing the pent-up ambition within. The chicken essence and jackal essence behind him felt an undeniable surge of excitement. Though the journey was bound to be fraught with danger, the thought of joining the Jiejiao was an irresistible temptation for them. Let us depart. With the long-nosed elephant's command, the 4 immediately grasped the clouds overhead, transforming them into steeds to carry them forth into the distance. Kunlun lay to the west of their location, and so they ventured westward. The vastness of the primordial wilderness rendered their pace somewhat leisurely. As time flowed by, they encountered a few dangers along the way, but fortunately, they managed to evade them, resulting in a journey that was more thrilling than perilous. On this day, the 4 alighted upon a mountaintop, ready to rest and recuperate. Ate tea that moment. Chen Kai suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, as if something were calling out to him. This sensation could not be ignored. After a moment of introspection, Chen Kai realized that the opportunity to complete a task had arrived. The source of the call was his innate talent, a fated encounter with a small opportunity. Brother Longnose, I shall scout this mountaintop to see if it is inhabited. You all rest for now. I shall return shortly. Chen Kai fabricated an excuse to leave. The long-nosed elephant and the others had no objections. It was prudent to ascertain whether the mountaintop was claimed. If it were, they could avoid any potential trouble. Thus, Chen Kai departed. Following the direction of the call, he sensed that this small opportunity was near, perhaps even on this very mountaintop. After a short while, Chen Kai halted at a particular spot. His senses indicated that the call emanated from the ground before him. However, his gaze revealed an emptiness. There was nothing in sight. This left him quite baffled. Could it be that the treasure was concealed by some form of restriction? Chen Kai rummaged through his knowledge and came to this realization. Restrictions, as it were, often accompanied treasures at their inception, creating a formation around them to serve as a hiding mechanism. After all, everything has its fate. Treasures are often inert at birth, awaiting their moment to be claimed. With accompanying restrictions for protection, treasures can remain undiscovered until their time of transformation arrives. It was time to take action and break this restriction. Chen Kai's thoughts solidified, and without hesitation, he unleashed a burst of magical energy. Indeed, a ripple spread across the empty ground, revealing a shimmering membrane of light anchored to the earth. It was a restriction, after all. Chun Kai's face lit up with joy. Treasures protected by restrictions were surely of significant value. He reached forth to grasp the treasure within the confines of the restriction. However, as soon as Chun Kai's hand penetrated the restriction, it shattered instantly as a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth, dissipating into the air. The treasure revealed itself to be a spirit fruit, adorning a small tree. Its surface adorned with rippling patterns. Not good. Chun Kai's expression shifted as he swiftly plucked the spirit fruit and prepared to depart. How could he not realize the peril he was in? Who wouldn't desire a treasure? Countless individuals in the primordial wilderness have committed heinous acts for the sake of treasures. The dissipating spiritual energy was exceedingly potent. Anyone who sensed it would surely deduce that a treasure had emerged. And now, that treasure was in his possession, making him an immediate target. Just as Chun Kai seized the fruit, the dispersed spiritual energy swiftly spread through the surroundings, the long-nosed elephant and his companions. Still atop the mountain, were the first to detect it. What an intense spiritual energy! A treasure has manifested. The long-nosed elephant immediately grasped the situation, his eyes gleaming with greed. Such rich spiritual energy indicated that the treasure was indeed extraordinary. If he could obtain it, his cultivation would surely advance significantly. This treasure might have already been claimed by Brother Chun Kai. The jackal essence reacted swiftly, speaking with a sinister tone. After all, it was too coincidental that a treasure appeared just after Chun Kai departed. The long-nosed elephant hesitated. Normally, he would seize any treasure that emerged, but now that it was in Chun Kai's hands, he felt conflicted. After all, they were allies, and given Chun Kai's considerable strength, he might not be able to overpower him. For a moment, he was genuinely uncertain about whether to act. Brother Chun Kai is still one of us. The long-nosed elephant finally spoke, still harboring reservations. Long-nosed brother, we have been comrades for 100 years, while Chun Kai has only recently joined. What bonds of friendship do we share? The jackal essence seized the opportunity to press further. Seeing the long-nosed elephant wavering, he fanned the flames of temptation, saying, to sacrifice one for the benefit of three is the true path. This duplicitous suggestion struck a chord with the long-nosed elephant. Very well, let us act. With this thought, the long-nosed elephant made his decision. Countless betrayals have occurred in the primordial wilderness over treasures. What did Chun Kai's friendship mean in the face of such desire? You too, follow my lead when the time comes. The long-nosed elephant began to strategize, plotting how to subdue Chun Kai, knowing that a surprise attack would be necessary to incapacitate him and claim the treasure. Understood, we shall heed your command, long-nosed elder. Both the chicken essence and jackal essence immediately agreed. Thus, the scheme against Chun Kai was set in motion, and the long-nosed elephant was filled with greed. Just the thought of obtaining the treasure and advancing his strength sent waves of excitement through him. On the other side, after Chun Kai took the spirit fruit, he left without looking back. His destination was not the mountain peak, but rather directly towards the distance. Chun Kai was certainly no fool. On the contrary, he had become quite adept at navigating the intricacies of human relationships in this primal world. He was aware that the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of the spirit fruit had already been disclosed. If he returned to the mountain peak, a confrontation with the trio of the long-nosed elephant was inevitable. Rather than face such a conflict, it was wiser to make an early escape. However, despite his swift departure, the trio was not slow to act. Having decided to seize Chun Kai's treasures, they immediately set out in search of his whereabouts. By the time they noticed Chun Kai's retreat, they had already given chase. A single cloud sped away, representing Chun Kai, but trailing closely behind him were 3 more clouds. Brother Chun, why the sudden departure? Have we perhaps wronged you in some way? The long-nosed elephant called out, his voice imbued with sincerity. Brother Chun, please halt. The path ahead is fraught with danger. It would be prudent for you to travel with us. The chicken essence, equally earnest, expressed concern for Chun Kai's safety. One could not deny that the disguises of the long-nosed elephant and chicken essence were quite remarkable. If an uninformed observer were to hear their words, they might genuinely believe they were profoundly concerned for Chun Kai. Hypocrites, Chun Kai calmly uttered, showing no sign of slowing his pace upon the cloud. He had no faith in the genuine concern of the long-nosed elephant and his companions. Instead, their pursuit only reinforced his understanding that they harbored intentions of murder and theft. Brother Chun, why do you refuse to heed my words? We are genuinely concerned for you. Must you truly persist in this solitary course? The long-nosed elephant, noticing Chun Kai's unwillingness to stop, allowed his tone to chill with an unspoken threat. If you truly cared for me, you would not followed. I have some personal matters to attend to and shall return shortly. Chun Kai, fully aware of the long-nosed elephant's deceit, played along with their act. Very well, very well. The long-nosed elephant's anger flared, realizing that Chun Kai had seen through their scheme. There was no way he would stop today. Since you refuse to halt, we shall have to resort to other means. With that declaration, the long-nosed elephant sprang into action, channeling his entire magical energy to conjure a fierce wind aimed at Chun Kai. This tempest was no ordinary gust. It carried with it the sharpness of magical blades. To be struck by it would be akin to enduring 1,000 cuts. Humph. Chun Kai scoffed at the sight, unperturbed. Bearing the bloodline of the dragon, he possessed the innate ability to summon winds and rain. Although his strength was modest, dealing with the half-hearted efforts of the long-nosed elephant posed no challenge. Wind control. As Chun Kai summoned his magical energy, the oncoming tempest suddenly hesitated. Seizing this moment, he infused his powers into the cloud beneath him, amplifying his wind control, and swiftly evaded the grasp of the fierce winds. It seems Brother Chun has been hiding his true abilities. The long-nosed elephant's nostrils flared in fury, his frustration evident as he turned to his companions. You two, join me in subduing him before he escapes. Understood, we shall follow your lead. Long-nosed elder, chicken essence, and the jackal essence responded in unison. Even the latter, setting aside his ulterior motive, if they failed to intercept Chun Kai. Their own plans would be in jeopardy. Brother Chun, surrender now. With a long-nosed elephant's roar, the trio launched their assault. Three streams of magical energy converged from different angles, aiming to strike Chun Kai down. In that moment, all three were fully committed to their attack, intent on eliminating Chun Kai in a single blow. Transform wind, Chun Kai bellowed, invoking the spells inherent to his dragon lineage, attempting to evade their assault. Though he was stronger than any of the three individually, he still struggled against their combined might. As he cast his spell, a tempest materialized around him, allowing him to blend seamlessly within it. Moving with remarkable agility, he poured all his strength into enhancing his speed, dodging deftly as he sought to evade their coordinated strikes. You won't have your way. The long-nosed elephant and his companions were unwilling to let him escape, their eyes hardening with resolve as they unleashed their full magical might. In an instant, countless attacks descended upon Chun Kai, encircling him completely. Now, you have nowhere to run. A sense of crisis enveloped Chun Kai. He found himself cornered with no means of evasion. Though his speed was impressive, he could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught. Bang! A miscalculation led him to be struck by one of the long-nosed elephant's attacks. Instantly, his spell was shattered, and he plummeted downward. Ha! Brother Chun, now you cannot escape. The trio erupted in triumphant laughter as they descended, encircling Chun Kai with victorious grins. In a 3-on-1 confrontation, they were certain of their ability to subdue him. Soon, Chun Kai's treasures would belong to them. Brother Chun, relinquish your treasures. Given our past camaraderie, we might show you mercy. The long-nosed elephant spoke, his words laced with an insincere tone. He was primarily concerned about the fragile nature of the treasures. Should they be damaged in the ensuing conflict, it would not bode well. Humph. Chun Kai scoffed coldly. The spirit fruit was his destined opportunity, and such fortune could only belong to his true self. How could these three insignificant creatures lay claim to it? Brother Chun, do not be stubborn. Surrender the treasures. The long-nosed elephant's tone grew increasingly menacing, though he continued to feign persuasion, biding his time for an opportunity to strike. Do you think you have me at your mercy? Chun Kai sneered, his eyes devoid of fear, but he understood that today, a confrontation to the death between him and the trio was inevitable. If that was the case, why not engage in battle, augmenting his strength through this clash, and slaying the three for the rewards it would bring to his true self? As a mere avatar, this was the final task he must undertake. Come and die! With a fierce exclamation, Chun Kai unleashed his magical energy, darting towards the trio. What? The long-nosed elephant and his companions were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been attempting to persuade him. How had he suddenly resolved to fight? This is bad. Quickly, defend yourselves. He intends to kill us. Without a moment's hesitation, the long-nosed elephant shouted, recognizing the murderous intent blazing in Chun Kai's eyes, with a surge of magical energy. Chun Kai unleashed a barrage of spells, each drawn from the depths of his dragon lineage. One after another, disregarding the toll it would take on him, he was determined to ensure the long-nosed elephant and his companions perished here today. He's gone mad. The trio found themselves overwhelmed by Chun Kai's ferocity. How could one fight so recklessly? Did he not feel pain in this brutal exchange? Such a frenzied approach was unprecedented, even after hundreds of years navigating the primal realms. Fearing for their lives, they dared not hold back, acutely aware that any lapse could result in their demise at Chun Kai's hands. Both sides were now battered and bruised. Crack! Seizing an opportunity, Chun Kai conjured a bolt of lightning and struck the long-nosed elephant. Though the lightning was not as thunderous as a storm, its power was not to be underestimated. Hiss! In that moment of impact, the long-nosed elephant felt a wave of unease wash over him. His entire body felt as though it were ensnared in a stupor, severely hindering his movements. An opportunity. Chun Kai swiftly capitalized on this chance, ignoring the long-nosed elephant and darting towards Chicken Essence and Jackal Essence. The long-nosed elephant was resilient. He could not defeat him in this instant, so it was wiser to eliminate the other two first. This is not good. Both Chicken Essence and Jackal Essence were alarmed. Without the long-nosed elephant's support, they stood little chance against Chun Kai. One of you must perish first. In a flash, Chun Kai closed the distance to the Jackal Essence, summoning a tempest of wind and lightning. He had gathered all his might for a decisive strike. Why me? The Jackal Essence was paralyzed with fear, utterly bewildered as to why he had become the target instead of Chicken Essence. He desperately wished to avoid death in this moment. The cunning wolf spirit, I come to assist you. The chicken spirit, displaying a measure of camaraderie, brandished its arms and lunged toward Chun Kai's vulnerable back. One can only imagine that had Chun Kai continued his assault, he would have been unable to evade this deadly strike from the chicken spirit. Should he fall victim to it, he would either perish or sustain grievous injuries. Any sane individual would naturally seek to evade first, then find an opportunity to counterattack. However, would Chun Kai retreat? Absolutely not. He would seize the chance to eliminate one foe, and with the opportunity to slay the wolf spirit before him. How could he let it slip away? Thud! Thud! The sounds of flesh being rent echoed twice. The first was Chun Kai breaching the wolf spirit's defenses, a fist crashing into its chest, shattering its heart's essence, thus ensuring a fatal blow. The second was the chicken spirit's attack, penetrating Chun Kai's back, leaving a gaping crimson wound that signified tremendous injury. You madman, you actually chose not to dodge. The chicken spirit's eyes widened in horror, its face a mask of disbelief, nearly at a loss for words. Once it regained its composure, it found itself face to face with Chun Kai, whose icy gaze radiated a murderous intent. You shall perish. The chicken spirit could not utter another word. Instinctively retreating in haste, in that fleeting moment of distraction, it had forgotten that Chun Kai still drew breath. Now, it had effectively closed the distance, offering itself as a target. Flee. You shall die here, Chun Kai declared, his movements relentless, launching a barrage of attacks toward the chicken spirit. Stop! A thunderous shout rang out that it was the long-nosed elephant, now fully recovered and seething with rage. It had merely been incapacitated for a brief moment, yet the tides of battle had shifted dramatically. Not only had the wolf spirit met its demise, but the chicken spirit was also on the brink of death. How could this be tolerated? Was it to be that Chun Kai would overturn the situation? Yet, despite the long-nosed elephant's swift reaction, Chun Kai's offensive was swifter still, with a full exertion of force. The chicken spirit was sent sprawling, unable to mount any form of resistance, and was swiftly launched through the its sword. It expelled torrents of blood, and by the time it hit the ground, It had already succumbed to death in that instant. The battle's course had reversed. Both the chicken spirit and the wolf spirit lay lifeless, leaving only the long-nosed elephant. The long-nosed elephant bellowed, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events. Unable to comprehend the swift shift in fortune. Just a moment of negligence, and it found itself alone. You will undoubtedly perish, the long-nosed elephant proclaimed ominously, yet its feet faltered, retreating in haste, creating distance that it had realized that while Chun Kai had slain the chicken spirit and the wolf spirit, he too was now running on fumes that a direct confrontation was futile. Better to create distance and let Chun Kai exhaust himself at that point. The treasures upon Chun Kai would rightfully belong to it. Chun Kai sneered, sensing the dwindling magical energy within him. Though scant, it would suffice for a desperate struggle against the long-nosed elephant. Die. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Chun Kai charged forth, intent on vanquishing the long-nosed elephant. Panic gripped the long-nosed elephant's heart as it retreated, striving to create distance, yet it found itself utterly incapable. Chun Kai's speed was overwhelming. After all, speed was his forte. The notion of a long-nosed elephant attempting to outlast him was laughable. Flee. Gazing at the blood-soaked, murderous Chun Kai, the long-nosed elephant resolved within itself that it was impossible to contend with a dying man. It could only muster all its strength to retreat, waiting for Chun Kai's final breath before returning to claim the spoils. With this thought, the long-nosed elephant turned and fled with all its might. Flee? Would it escape? A flash of murderous intent sparked within Chun Kai, and with a surge of magical energy, he summoned a gust of wind to propel himself forward, dramatically increasing his speed in mere moments. He had closed the distance to the long-nosed elephant. Brother Chun, how has it come to this? The long-nosed elephant gasped in horror, attempting to speak comforting words, yet finding itself at a loss. The situation had escalated to such a point that it still hoped to exploit verbal persuasion to elicit a flaw from Chun Kai. Unfortunately, Chun Kai was devoid of such sentiment. He was acutely aware that slaying the long-nosed elephant before him would yield considerable rewards for him. That was his true objective: die. Without hesitation, Chun Kai wielded the wind as a blade, cleaving toward the long-nosed elephant. The long-nosed elephant faltered, realizing it was no match for Chun Kai in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, Chun Kai was prepared to fight to the death, while it still clung to the hope of survival, leaving it at a disadvantage. Thud! After exchanging several blows with Chun Kai, it left itself open, and Chun Kai seized the opportunity, the wind blade descending upon it, severing its proud trunk. The long-nosed elephant's anguished scream reverberated, its panic over life and death intensifying, and coupled with its injuries, it revealed even more vulnerabilities. Chun Kai, naturally, would not let any opportunity slip by. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the remainder of his magical energy, transforming it into a myriad of offensive strikes. Thud, thud! The sounds of flesh being shattered rang out. Under the relentless onslaught, the long-nosed elephant was reduced to mere fragments. It was dead beyond any doubt. Thus, the greedy long-nosed elephant and its companions were all slain by Chun Kai's hand. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed as Chun Kai collapsed, having exhausted his magical energy and sustained severe injuries. He followed the long-nosed elephant into death after accomplishing his final mission. Should anyone happen upon this scene, they might declare it a case of mutual destruction. But was it truly a mutual destruction? Had the doppelganger Chun Kai truly fallen? Far away on the shores of the East Sea, Chun Xian reviewed the situation in the doppelganger log and spoke aloud. He then turned his attention to the items that had refreshed in the shop, among which was a card stamped with the character Revive. Revival card. Revives a fallen entity, retaining its strength and memories prior to its demise. The preservation of strength goes without saying, but memories include battle experiences and more. The doppelganger Chun Kai had contributed significantly and had undergone a life-and-death struggle, enriching his combat experience. Chun Xian contemplated, his mind already made up, and declared, "It seems this revival card is destined for redemption." As he pondered, he shifted his gaze to two other items in the shop. Lone Traveler. Enhances luck while traveling alone, increasing danger perception. Charismatic. possesses an extraordinary charm, significantly boosting the success rate of forming alliances with others. These two talents proved to be immensely useful. The lone traveler talent, in particular, was invaluable in the perilous wilderness, allowing one to evade danger and enhance survival odds. Charismatic, in special circumstances, could yield immeasurable benefits. After all, even in the wilderness, appearances mattered. Chen Xian regarded these two talents with burgeoning ideas. He resolved to redeem them all. The unpredictability of the shop's refresh was too high. It was rare to encounter such valuable items. So how could he not seize the opportunity? Opening the system panel, he noted, Host, Chen Xian, Summonable Doppelgangers, Ordinary Doppelganger 10. Shop, Revival Card, Lone Traveler, Charismatic, Existing Doppelgangers, Chen Dan, Chen Lu, Ordinary Doppelganger 998. Points, 110, 864. System space. The most evident feature is that the system points have exceeded 100,000. These points have been generated from the continuous efforts of the ordinary doppelgangers, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, there was a new section in the system space. This had opened when Chen Kai transmitted the spiritual fruits back. The space was infinitely vast, meaning that no matter how many items there were, they could be stored within. The powers of multiple doppelgangers had been preserved. Should they sink, the rewards for the doppelganger Chen Kai slaying 3 Earth Immortals had arrived. Should they be claimed? 2 prompts at the end of the system were illuminated, ready for collection at any moment. First, I shall claim the rewards for slaying the 3 Earth Immortals. Chen Xian said, for 3 Earth Immortals represented the highest combat power he had thus far vanquished. And the rewards should not disappoint. Ding! Given that this was the first time slaying such transcendent foes, the rewards were enhanced. Acquisition. Cultivation Synchronization Card 1. Points 30,000. Clone Upgrade Card 1. The 30,000 points require no further elaboration. Cultivation Synchronization Card. This card allows the host strength to be synchronized onto a specific clone with a limit of Celestial Immortal. This card is of great utility when a clone is summoned. It initially possesses no cultivation. With this card, the clone starting point is elevated, facilitating the completion of assigned tasks. Clone Upgrade Card. This card upgrades a clone to a higher tier with a limit of advanced clone. Its function is straightforward and clear. Chen Xian intends to utilize this upgrade card on Chen Kai, who is classified as a mid-level clone. An elevation by 1 tier will result in an advanced clone. After perusing all the details, Chen Xian returns to the main event of this endeavor, the sole item within the system space, and the greatest reward for Chen Kai this time, spiritual fruit. He extracts the spiritual fruit and examines it closely. The fruit is imbued with spiritual essence and adorned with circular Tao patterns, indicative of its extraordinary nature. It is no wonder that it is accompanied by innate prohibitions. System, appraise this spiritual fruit, Chen Xian utters, curious about its origins. Opening Tao spiritual fruit. It reverses aptitude and enhances roots, making it a rare treasure. Soon, the system's description appears, indicating that this spiritual fruit is indeed exceptional. Aptitude and roots? Chen Xian clicks his tongue, feeling somewhat disheartened. Aptitude and roots are primarily utilized for cultivation. The better the roots, the faster the progress. The top-tier roots may even give rise to innate spiritual treasures or innate divine abilities. Wielding formidable power. However, what benefit does this hold for him? His strength is not reliant on cultivation. Magical artifacts and divine abilities do not require his personal planning. Thus, while the opening Tao spiritual fruit is a rare treasure, its efficacy for him is not particularly pronounced. Yet, although it may be of little use to me, if utilized properly, it could be akin to my own consumption. Chen Xian's thoughts crystallize. The primary function of this opening Tao spiritual fruit lies in enhancing aptitude and roots. Its secondary effect is the rich spiritual energy within, which aids in the elevation of cultivation. With these two effects in mind, the optimal candidate for consumption is none other than Chen Lu. At this moment, Chen Lu is still cultivating within the territory of the 3 ancestors of humanity. However, Chen Lu's aptitude is merely that of a post-heaven talent, and his roots are also of the post-heaven human race. Chen Xian contemplates, checking the status of his clone Chen Lu through the clone log. Over the past month of cultivating the 9 turns golden elixir technique, Chen has made rapid progress in the early stages. Yet now, having reached the nascent soul stage, his advancement has slowed considerably. Given Chen current aptitude, it is not impossible to elevate to a higher realm, but the time required will increasingly mount. What Chen most wishes to avoid is an excessive expenditure of time. His own strength enhancement now largely relies on Chen. The faster Chen cultivates, the greater the benefits. The system transmits the opening Tao spiritual fruit to Chen, instructing him to consume it. With a plan in mind, he acts immediately. The opening Tao spiritual fruit in Chen hand vanishes, having been transmitted at this moment within the territory of the 3 ancestors of humanity. Atop Chen exclusive mountain peak, he receives the command and promptly hangs up the sign indicating his closed-door cultivation, retreating into his chamber to await. Soon, a spiritual fruit appears in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen swallows the opening Tao spiritual fruit and begins to refine it. Boundless spiritual energy emanates from Chen body, causing the concentration of spiritual energy within the small chamber to surge dramatically. Circles of spiritual light shimmer around Chen. Fortunately, the extent of this phenomenon is limited, confined within the small chamber, thus avoiding detection by outsiders. Chen refines the opening Tao spiritual fruit. His realm ascends rapidly. After half a day, he breaks through a significant boundary, advancing from nascent soul to opening aperture. Another half a day later, he transitions from opening aperture to transforming spirit. Yet another half-day passes, and he breaks through transforming spirit, achieving the combined body realm. At this point, the opening Tao spiritual fruit has been completely refined, its internal spiritual energy propelling Chen through 3 mortal realms. As Chen exhales, a plume of black dust is expelled from his mouth. This is the impurity purged from his body during the enhancement of his aptitude and roots by the opening Tao spiritual fruit. My aptitude and roots have now reached the post-heaven limit. A further advance would elevate them to the innate level. Chen reflects, marveling at his own state. With his current aptitude and roots, he surpasses the vast majority of beings within the Hong realm. Among the human race, he ranks only behind a select few that I am grateful for the gift from my original self. With this opportunity, my future cultivation will greatly accelerate. As Chen expresses his gratitude, Chen, who has been waiting, receives this acknowledgement. He inspects Chen clone panel. Chen cultivation, combined body, golden elixir, aptitude, post-heaven, extraordinary talent, dragon elephant power. Not bad. A significant improvement, Chen remarks with satisfaction. The post-heaven extraordinary roots represent the pinnacle achievable in the post-heaven realm. A further advancement would classify him among innate beings. Such roots are more than sufficient for Chen early cultivation needs. Now, it is time for my own enhancement. Chen grins, as the breakthroughs attained by his clones mean that this power can now be synchronized with him. A substantial amount of clone strength has been amassed. Shall I synchronize? This encompasses all the strength accumulated by Chen clones over a period, including the strength gained by Chen after consuming the opening Tao spiritual fruit. The system synchronizes everything. Chen issues the command, eagerly anticipating the extent to which the strength amassed by his clones over the past month will elevate him. As his figure descends, a surge of warmth floods within Chen body. However, this time is markedly different from previous instances in quantity. It has increased significantly. It feels as though a stream flows within Chen, reinforcing every aspect it traverses. Both his physical body and magical power experience rapid growth. Chen sits in meditation, awaiting the breakthrough. Bang! A sound akin to a water container shattering resonates within Chen, signaling the breaking of boundaries. From nascent soul to opening aperture, then transforming spirit, and finally combined body. Ultimately, before the warmth departs, it propels Chen realm to the highest level in the mortal domain. Refining void. Chen exhales, impurities expelled from his body as he opens his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. I have now attained the final mortal realm, refining void. He muses, acclimating to the changes within his body. Moments later, as he opens his eyes again, he has fully grasped the power of the refining void stage. At this time, the heavenly court has yet to be established, and the Tao of heaven remains incomplete. The concept of a heavenly tribulation does not yet exist. Chen Xian reflects, recognizing this as a characteristic of the Hong Huang during the Wu and Yao era. All beings, provided their cultivation is sufficient, can directly ascend to the earth immortal realm, escaping the mortal tier. Unlike after the establishment of the heavenly court, where beings must endure an additional tribulation phase, facing multiple thunder tribulations before achieving immortality. Perhaps the increasing decline of the Hong Huang is related to this. Chen Xian speculates, but soon dismisses the thought. There is no need for him to ponder such matters now. He must focus on the present and strive to enhance his strength. After all, within the current Hong Huang, the refining void stage truly amounts to little more than an ant system. Claim the rewards for my breakthrough. Chen Xian commands, aware that breaking through 4 realms will surely yield rewards. Ding! Breaking through 4 realms grants. Intermediate clone 4.6,000. He promptly summons all 4 intermediate clones. With the clones at his disposal, Chen Xian will not hesitate to employ them. As 4 beams of white light flash within the chamber, 4 figures emerge. Chen Xian opens the system panel to examine the attributes and talents of the 4 clones. Nameless clone, cultivation, none, body, golden elixir, aptitude, post-heaven, talent, gluttonous stomach. Items consumed can be rapidly digested, extracting their essence for the enhancement of the physical body. The limitations of one's abilities often render certain aspirations insurmountable. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction at this talent, which resembled a diluted version of the ferocious beast, Tao Tai. However, once one's realm reaches a certain threshold, it may lose its utility. Turning to the next talent, he observed the following: unnamed cultivation, no physical body, golden elixir aptitude, postnatal genius, talent, destiny to become an immortal, possessing a natural reservoir of spiritual energy within. Upon reaching the void refinement stage, one can activate this inner energy to seamlessly transcend into a terrestrial immortal. While most living beings face barriers and risks when breaking through realms, this talent allows for a direct ascension to terrestrial immortality. While it is indeed useful, its value is limited. Once one surpasses the terrestrial immortal stage, this talent becomes effectively obsolete, an early stage advantage. Not bad. Let us proceed to the next. Unnamed cultivation, no physical body. Golden elixir aptitude, postnatal genius, talent, eloquence, capable of wielding words as weapons. One can unveil an opponent's lineage with mere speech. Regardless of the adversary's species, there exists a substantial probability of inciting their animosity. Upon witnessing this talent, Chen Xian fell into contemplation that a talent that attracts enmity can yield remarkable results if deployed judiciously, for animosity knows no bounds across species. Alas, possessing the ability to provoke does not equate to having the resilience to withstand harm. Now, the last one. Let us examine it directly. Unnamed cultivation, no physical body, golden elixir aptitude, postnatal genius, talent, modicum of creation, a faint trace of creative power resides within one's magical essence, enabling the restoration of others' injuries. This healing ability may enhance as one's strength reaches certain heights. Creation is undoubtedly a paramount principle in the primordial realm. The ancient Nuwa, who created humanity, did so through the comprehension of the laws of creation, condensing creative power. However, this modest talent for creation is still far from achieving the level of true laws. For now, it merely offers a healing effect. All 4 talents are commendable, each with its own merit. Chen Xian felt relatively satisfied with these 4 avatars, yet he furrowed his brow and remarked, however, the strength of these 4 avatars is limited to the golden elixir physical bodies inherent to intermediate avatars, which is insufficient to end the perilous primordial realm. What can 4 golden elixirs accomplish? Even with commendable talents, without growth, they are all but futile. The vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains remains largely unexplored. These 4 intermediate avatars shall form a team to venture into the mountains and enhance their strength. Chen Xian pondered, already resolute in his decision. In that case, I shall first elevate one of their strengths. With that said, Chun Xian retrieved a card from the system space. It was one of the reward for slaying 3 terrestrial immortals. The Cultivation Synchronization card. Among the avatars, one possessed the destiny to become an immortal talent, enabling a direct breakthrough to terrestrial immortality during the Void Refinement stage. Chun Xian's current cultivation could be synchronized to this avatar, thus directly assisting it in becoming a terrestrial immortal. Consequently, the 4 would form a cohesive unit to traverse the 10,000 Great Mountains, ensuring they possess a measure of self-preservation. As the command was uttered, the Cultivation Synchronization card vanished from his hand, and the avatar was enveloped in a radiant glow. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into the avatar, propelling its realm to a swift breakthrough. Moments later, the white light dissipated, revealing that the avatar had ascended to the Void Refinement stage. Subsequently, a new surge of spiritual energy erupted from within, further elevating its realm. In an instant, the atmosphere within the room became significantly enriched with spiritual energy. Before long, an ethereal aura enveloped this avatar, indicating the attainment of terrestrial immortal status. Unnamed cultivation, terrestrial immortal, physical body, void refinement, aptitude, postnatal genius, talent, none. Indeed, the talent for destiny to become an immortal had vanished, confirming that one talent had effectively exchanged for the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, sufficient to enable growth in the 10,000 Great Mountains alongside the other 3 avatars. Chun Xian felt quite pleased. After all, talent pales in comparison to strength. Now, you 4 shall form a small squad and venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains for development. Avoid unnecessary conflicts and focus on enhancing your strength. Chun Xian instructed, simultaneously imparting the 9-turn Golden Elixir Sutra to the 4 avatars. We will obey. The 4 avatars responded in unison before departing toward the 10,000 Great Mountains for their development. With the arrangements for the 4 intermediate avatars completed, Chun Xian turned his attention to the final matter, the revival of the avatar Chun Kai. Chun Kai had made significant contributions, warranting a revival card. Furthermore, Chun Kai's talents and combat experience were invaluable. Utilizing a revival card for him was warranted. System, exchange for a revival card, then use it to revive the avatar Chun Kai. Upon issuing the command, 5,000 points vanished, and the revival card was exchanged from the store. Immediately, a radiant light illuminated before Chun Xian as Chun Kai reappeared in the world. Chun Kai, having witnessed the original body, promptly bowed. The nuances of etiquette were lessons he had learned during his forays into the world. Very well, there is no need for formality with me. Chun Xian nodded, then produced an item, stating, I shall elevate your level. Prepare yourself. In Chun Xian's hand lay another reward for slaying 3 terrestrial immortals. The Avatar Upgrade card. This card could elevate an Avatar's level by 1 tier, not exceeding that of a high-level avatar. Chun Kai, following the command, stood ready for the upgrade. System, use the upgrade card on Chun Kai. As Chun Xian spoke, the upgrade card vanished from his grasp. Simultaneously, a white light enveloped Chun Kai, indicating he was in a state of vitality. Moments later, the light receded, revealing significant changes on his panel. Chun Kai's cultivation, no physical body, terrestrial immortal, aptitude, postnatal unparalleled, talent, dragon bloodline, abundant magical power. Having upgraded to a high-level avatar, both aptitude and talents underwent transformation. Firstly, the aptitude of the high-level avatar combined with Chun Kai's original aptitude, resulting in his aptitude evolving to postnatal unparalleled. Regarding talents, high-level avatars can inherently possess 2 talents. Thus, Chun Kai's talent section now included the newly acquired talent, abundant magical power. Abundant magical power naturally possesses greater magical energy than average individuals, and the mobilization of magical power is significantly swifter. This talent is exceptionally suited for Chun Kai and is categorized as a premium talent. After all, the talent for abundant magical power can evolve alongside the elevation of one's realm. The higher the realm, the more robust the magical energy. It is a growth-oriented auxiliary talent. Thank you for the upgrade. Original body. With this new talent, I shall face adversaries with greater ease. Chen Kai expressed his gratitude, his face beaming with joy as he felt the new talent coursing through him. His terrestrial immortal strength was primarily physical, and with his inner magical energy being sparse, he had to conserve it carefully. However, with this new talent, he could unleash his magical power without restraint. This talent suits you. Make good use of it henceforth. Chun Xian nodded, then added, however, if one talent elates you so, prepare yourself for even greater joy. He spoke. Chun Xian expended a substantial amount of points. 8,000 points were used, and the remaining 2 talents in the store were exchanged. All were conferred upon Chun Kai in an instant. Chun Kai's talents had expanded to 4: Dragon Bloodline, Abundant Magical Power, Lone Traveler, and Charismatic Presence. Having received 4 talents, I am bound to accomplish great feats. Chun Kai exclaimed, his smile growing broader, for these were 4 extraordinary talents, each with exceptional utility. If he harnessed them well, he would undoubtedly carve out a remarkable legacy. Do not become complacent. While these 4 talents are indeed remarkable, in the primordial realm, strength takes precedence. Chun Xian cautioned, reiterating, all talents exist to enhance strength. Do you understand? I comprehend. Chun Kai nodded vigorously. The pride that had begun to swell within him swiftly quelled. It is good that you understand. Upon witnessing this, Chun Xian felt an immense satisfaction and subsequently stated, your current task remains unchanged. Go forth into the primordial wilderness to gather intelligence, primarily with the intention of joining the Jie sect. Of course, the journey to Jie sect is fraught with peril and distance. Hence you might contemplate enhancing your bloodline to augment your strength for this endeavor. Understood, Chun Kai responded promptly, affirming that he had taken note of the instructions. There is no time to waste. You may set off at once. Chun Xian nodded, conveying his approval. As you traverse the primordial wilderness once more, remember to exercise caution. Do not act recklessly, and if faced with insurmountable odds, prioritize retreat. After all, Chun Kai has invested significantly, receiving 4 innate enhancements. Should he suffer losses, it remains uncertain when the next resurrection card might refresh. Chun Kai obeys. He declared earnestly, his expression grave as he committed Chun Xian's words to memory. Following this, Chun Kai bowed in respect and added, take care of yourself. Go forth, was the response. And with that, Chun Kai exited, embarking alone towards the great mountains. One could not help but wonder whether Chun Kai's journey would be successful. He hoped that his innate talent for solitary travel would serve him well. Chun Xian gazed after his departing clone, reflecting on his decision to send Chun Kai alone, valuing the talent that could enhance fortune. System, display my panel, Chun Xian commanded, preparing to assess the substantial expenditures from this recent endeavor. Host, Chun Xian can summon clones. Ordinary clone 10 store. None possess clones. Chun Dan, Chun Lu, Chun Kai. Ordinary clone 798 points. 1735 for system space. None it could be said that the recent expenditure had completely depleted all reserves, leaving him with a mere 10,000 points remaining. Clearly, he would need to invest time into rebuilding his resources. Fortunately, time was abundant in the primordial wilderness. Chun Xian mused that the depletion of points and supplies was necessary for the enhancement of one's strength, for with strength comes the power of self-preservation. Paving the way for future plans, for now, he simply needed to wait in tranquility. As these thoughts settled, the small dwelling fell into silence in the interim. The seemingly inconsequential passage of time swiftly elapsed. In the blink of an eye, over a year had slipped by. During this time, none of the clones encountered any remarkable fortunes, nor did Chun Xian procure any exceptional items from the store. However, despite the lack of opportunities, they also faced no calamities. Chun Dan continued to accompany Xiandu, traversing the realms in search of celestial fortunes. Chun Lu remained in seclusion, fervently cultivating like a devoted ascetic, making rapid progress. The pivotal focus lay on Chun Kai, who, utilizing his solitary travel talent and the boon of fortune, navigated the treacherous great mountains with relative safety. That on one particular day, Chun Kai beheld a mountain peak shrouded in crimson clouds, with golden rays of light swirling above, a sight both enchanting and peculiar. Naturally, this spectacle captivated his attention, prompting him to adjust his course and approach the mountain's base. As he drew near, he could fully appreciate the mountain's wondrous nature. The radiant light enveloping him bore a weighty, yet nourishing essence, invigorating his physical form. The descending red clouds, merely inhaling their essence, seemed to lighten his body and enhance the flow of his magical energy. Such extraordinary phenomena compelled Chun Kai to draw closer, until he found himself at the foot of the mountain, where he sensed an even deeper mystery. Within the luminous light and crimson clouds, he discerned faint sounds, ethereal and chaotic yet imbued with the resonance of laws. Merely listening to these tones, Chun Kai felt an improvement in his internal magical energy. Even more significantly, he gained insights into his future path. This was a tremendous fortune. How could Chun Kai not recognize that his immense fortune had led him to this remarkable opportunity? Determined to delve deeper, he sought to step into the light and clouds. However, upon entering the red clouds, he soon found himself lost, only to return to the same spot at the mountain's base after some time. Realizing the illusory nature of this place, he understood that he could not venture within the mountain. Nevertheless, he felt no disappointment and decided, in that case, I shall remain at the foot of the mountain to savor the nourishing light and clouds and listen to the resonant laws within, contemplating my future path. With this resolution, Chun Kai wasted no time, that he promptly settled into a meditative posture at the mountain's foot, immersing himself in the understanding of the laws' resonances emanating from within the mountain. As time flowed, Chun Kai's aura intensified, his blood energy circulating unconsciously, resembling the sound of a rushing river. This phenomenon indicated the continual development of his bloodline, merely from the laws resonating from the mountain. Such effects were achieved. They aided Chun Kai in furthering his bloodline development. After a period, his blood energy reached a peak, coalescing powerfully. With a resounding crash, the shackles of his bloodline were shattered. His blood energy surged like smoke signals rising into the air. Simultaneously, Chun Kai's aura underwent swift transformation. Originally, after a year of travel, he had progressed from the early stage of Earth Immortal to the mid-stage. At this moment, with his bloodline advancing, his cultivation rapidly ascended. Late stage Earth Immortal, nearing completion. As he continued to rise, the barriers of great realms could not impede the relentless surge of his blood energy. Boom! A sound of shattering emanated from within Chun Kai, and his aura transformed violently. In that instant, he achieved the status of Celestial Immortal. His bloodline enhanced, his realm broke through, a cause for celebration. Chun Kai opened his eyes, his face illuminated with a radiant smile. This experience at the mountain's foot, absorbing the resonant laws, had proven immensely rewarding. Yet he pondered the cause behind such a mystical mountain, capable of emanating sounds that elucidated the path. As Chun Kai's thoughts meandered. Within the mountain peak, two individuals were affected by the sound of his breakthrough. Point 1. Clad in a yellow robe adorned with patterns of rivers and mountains, bore a serious countenance and a long beard. The other, dressed in a red robe adorned with drifting crimson clouds, had a genial expression resembling a benevolent figure. Someone at the mountain's foot has gleaned an opportunity from our discourse, the yellow-robed man remarked. Devoid of emotion, merely stating the facts. Indeed, a fortunate little fellow, possessing excellent aptitude. Otherwise, he could not have comprehended so much in such a brief time, leading to a significant breakthrough. The red-robed figure, smiling kindly, expressed interest. Since he could discern our discussion amidst the vastness, it seems he has some connection to us. Zhen Yuanzi, my friend, shall we pay him a visit? The two individuals were Zhen Yuanzi, the Earth Ancestor, and Hong Yun, known as a great benefactor of the primordial wilderness. Their camaraderie was well known throughout the land. Their presence in this location was intrinsically linked to Hong Yun's quest for fortune. In ancient times, the Tao Ancestor divided the primordial purple energy, bestowing it upon the 6 saints, enabling them to become saints. The last portion was granted to the free-spirited, who chose Hong Yun. This was a tremendous opportunity, a chance for sanctification. However, unexpectedly, Hong Yun had yet to comprehend the path to sanctification, remaining unable to ascend to sainthood. The 6 saints, who had received the 6 portions of primordial purple energy. achieved their saintly forms, Hong Yun found himself unable to attain the same. This predicament became a focal point of contention. The perception that Hong Yun could not become a saint while occupying a portion of primordial purple energy was seen as a waste of opportunity. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi, aware of the impending turmoil, began preparations. He sought to escort Hong Yun to Kunlun Mountain to negotiate with the Three Pure Ones and secure Hong Yun's opportunity. The Three Pure Ones, embodiments of Pangu's true essence and the purest energies of heaven and earth, had already attained sainthood. It was presumed they would not covet Hong Yun's portion of purple energy. As long as the Three Pure Ones intervened, Hong Yun would have a chance to breathe and gradually comprehend the path to sanctification. This was Zhen Yunzi's intention. His journey was to lead Hong Yun towards Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, Hong Yun suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, prompting the discussion of Tao on the mountain peak. Unbeknownst to them, during their discourse, Chun Kai was nearby, capturing the opportunity granted by the resonating laws. At this moment, Chun Kai found himself puzzled. The resonances of the laws have been continuous and captivating. Why had they suddenly ceased? Could it be that the time of fate has reached its conclusion, marking an end? Sigh. As Chun Kai pondered, he suddenly heard the sound of rolling clouds in an instant. He regained his composure and turned to see what was occurring. Before him, the radiant glow and crimson clouds enveloping the entire mountain unexpectedly parted, revealing two figures emerging from the midst. Chun Kai was taken aback. It turned out there were indeed people within the mountain. Upon closer inspection of the red clouds and the appearance and attire of the two individuals, combined with the overwhelming aura of quasi-saintly energy they exuded, he realized that the radiant glow and crimson clouds were likely mere manifestations accompanying these two beings. It seemed that the earlier chance encounter with the sound of laws was somehow related to them. I am Chun Kai, humbly greeting the two esteemed beings. Chun Kai promptly bowed, his reaction remarkably swift. He had deeply internalized Chun Xian's words. When one cannot overpower or escape, it is imperative to swiftly pay respects, displaying the utmost sincerity. Ha! This little fellow is quite amusing. The figure shrouded in red clouds chuckled heartily. His nature was inherently kind, and the current individual demonstrated such courtesy in his grand gesture, bringing him joy. Even Zhen Yuanzi wore a smile, for no matter the time, the adage of not striking a courteous person held true. Just now, you overheard our discussion on the Tao. This is your opportunity, and we shall not pry further. Zhen Yuanzi spoke, his tone neither too distant nor too close, addressing the matter at hand. Chun Kai expressed his gratitude to the two eminent beings, acknowledging his lack of decorum for not realizing that great beings were discussing the Tao within the mountain. He bowed once more, for although they claimed not to mind, he could not help but feel a sense of gratitude, and then inquired, "Are the two esteemed beings departing?" "Indeed, our discourse has concluded, and we must take our leave." The figure in red clouds interjected, his amiable nature evident as he regarded the young celestial before him without a hint of disdain. "We have further business to attend to at Kunlun Mountain and cannot afford any delays." Ahem! Zhen Yunzi's cough interrupted the words of his companion, his expression turning stern. His friend had a tendency to be overly trusting, sharing information freely, setting aside the potential threat posed by the present individual. Revealing their itinerary could invite unforeseen troubles. Upon contemplating this, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned cold. In the current realm, the figure of Hong Yun was a coveted asset, and his whereabouts must remain concealed. Yet, the slip of the tongue had inadvertently disclosed their destination. Even if the one informed were weak, the mere possibility of exposure lingered. With a chill in his heart, Zhen Yuanzi cast a sidelong glance at Chun Kai, although he maintained a serene demeanor. The presence of the affable Hong Yun did not imply a lack of means. While it was inappropriate to take lethal action with Hong Yun beside him, erasing memories was an effortless task for one of quasi-saintly cultivation. "Are the two venerable ones heading to Kunlun?" Just as Zhen Yuanzi was lost in thought, Chun Kai spoke up, revealing a look of surprise. "Tio not conceal anything from the two venerable ones. I have heard that there is a saint of heaven at Kunlun Mountain who welcomes disciples from all walks of life. That I have been endeavoring to reach that place for over a year. Yet I have yet to catch even a glimpse of Kunlun Mountain." As he spoke, Chun Kai's expression grew increasingly animated. Initially showing signs of embarrassment, it soon transformed into an expression brimming with fervent anticipation as he continued. If the two venerable ones are indeed traveling to Kunlun, might I request to accompany you on your journey? I would be eternally grateful. With that, he ceased speaking, his eyes fixed hopefully on Hong Yun and Zheng Yuanzi. Such a request, particularly to individuals of formidable stature, carried significant risk. However, while Chen Kai was indeed taking a gamble, he was also cautious and discerning. He had discerned that these two were not brutal beings. Even if his requests were declined, it was highly likely they would simply leave him behind without endangering his life. Zheng Yunzi's expression shifted, his mind becoming more agile. Rather than employing underhanded methods to erase the memory of this young man, it would be far more prudent to bring him to Kunlun. After all, taking along an extra person required little effort, and having him accompany them would eliminate the risk of their whereabouts being exposed. Moreover, it could serve to foster a closer relationship with the Saint of Heaven. After all, by bringing along a disciple, one could expect a measure of goodwill in return to a win-win situation. Very well, you are quite bold and astute. With a strong desire to seek the Tao, I see no reason to refuse, Zheng Yuanzi remarked with a smile. However, during the journey, you must be obedient and not cause any disturbances that you understand? Chen Kai, overjoyed and aware he had made the right gamble, immediately bowed in gratitude to the two eminent beings. Ha, splendid. Zheng Yunzi's smile widened further as he beckoned to Hong Yin, my friend, since this matter is settled. We must also prepare to set forth. Having an additional companion will alleviate some of the tedium on the road. Precisely, indeed, splendid. Hong Yun nodded in agreement, and in an instant a red cloud blossomed beneath their feet, lifting all three into the air as they transformed into a streak of red light. Soaring away, in the blink of an eye, they had traversed an unknown distance. Meanwhile, within the territory of the human race, Chun Xian wore a bewildered expression. Your avatar, Chen Kai, has hitched a ride with Zheng Yuanzi and Hong Yun, heading swiftly towards Kunlun. What is going on? This is just the beginning, and he has already formed a connection with two quasi-saints. How fantastical! Utterly fantastical. Chun Xian could only shake his head. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. The vastness of the primordial realm originally intended for Chen Kai to embark on a prolonged journey to Kunlun. Now, however, with Chen Kai able to arrive early and join the Jiejiao, he would be exposed to a myriad of characters within, where intelligence and opportunities abounded. This would greatly aid his future plans. Henceforth, he must pay closer attention to Chen Kai and prioritize nurturing his talents. Chen Xian reached this conclusion, prompted by the regulations of the Jiejiao, although the Jiejiao welcomed disciples from all walks of life. Not every disciple had the privilege of interacting with the Saint of Heaven. The fortunate few who could engage with the saint included the 3 personal disciples of Jiejiao, 7 attendant immortals, and the senior brothers of the outer sect. The benefits of such interactions were immeasurable, and naturally, the more exposure, the better. Therefore, prioritizing resources for Chen Kai would maximize the returns. At present, the foremost task was to synchronize his cultivation and enhance his strength. Chun Xian then turned his gaze to the system notifications, which indicated a substantial amount of power awaited synchronization. Synchronize. As he spoke, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the arrival of his cultivation. The familiar process commenced, with the familiar warmth coursing through his body. Yet this time, the torrent of energy that surged forth was nothing short of magnificent. In an instant, it elevated Chun Xian's cultivation level. Originally at the stage of refining void, he swiftly attained the consummation of that level, gathering his magical power in mere moments. The once meager flow of magical energy within him coalesced into a mighty river, cascading endlessly. The next moment, this river of magical power surged toward the barrier, the very threshold separating mortals from immortals. Breach, it meant transcending the mundane and achieving the form of an immortal. This barrier, as the divide between the mortal and celestial realms, was inherently robust. However, the torrent of energy within Chen Xian was a reflection of Chen Kai's heavenly cultivation. The quantity of heavenly energy could easily shatter the barrier of a terrestrial immortal. Boom! In just a brief moment, the barrier collapsed, dissolving entirely. Chun Xian's aura underwent a significant transformation, shedding his mortal form and achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal. Yet at this juncture, he did not halt. As the energy surged, his magical power continued to grow, his cultivation advancing further to mid-stage terrestrial immortal, late stage, and then consummation, the barrier of the heavenly immortal. The energy still sufficed. I shall break through. Estimating its feasibility, Chun Xian decided to gather his magical power in preparation for breaching yet another great realm. Thus, half a day passed. With sufficient magical power amassed, the time to break through had arrived, and it was destined to unfold seamlessly. As he spoke, Chun Xian had already redirected his magical energy, surging toward the celestial barrier like a rushing river. Bang! It was far easier than when he broke through to the earth immortal level. With just a soft sound, the barrier dissolved. The aura surrounding Chun Xian shifted once more. Celestial immortal achieved at this point. The intense flow of energy ceased, and his powers began to stabilize. Having shattered 2 major realms within merely 2 years in the primordial world, he had attained the status of a celestial immortal. Chun Xian reflected on his rapid progress. It could hardly be deemed slowed. In just 2 years, he had advanced from having no cultivation to becoming a celestial immortal, in the entire primordial realm. Unless one possessed extraordinary fortune, no such precedent had been set. Yet, although the celestial immortal status was indeed transcendent, it still held little significance in the current primordial landscape. Chun Xian was acutely aware that, in the eyes of those mighty beings, both celestial immortals and mortals were akin to mere ants, indistinguishable from one another. Therefore, to possess the power for self-preservation, he needed to continue his development, having resolved to pursue a steady path of growth. Chun Xian opened the system panel. Host, Chun Xian available clones. Ordinary clones 10 shop. Mortal level shovel, ordinary spirit fruit. Fine steel vest current clones. Chun Dan, Chun Lu, Chun Kai, Chun E, Air, San, C, ordinary clones 7849 points. 1. 695,876 system space. None shop refresh available this month. Chun E, Air, San, and C were the 4 intermediate clones he had dispatched to the 10,000 Great Mountains for development, for ease of identification. He had named them sequentially. All 4 had made commendable progress, steadily enhancing their strength and contributing a significant amount of points. Speaking of points, he had amassed over 1,600,000. It could be said that, unless one was a paragon with an innate spirit body, Chun Xian could afford nearly anything. After reviewing the system interface, Chun Xian rubbed his hands together, preparing to gather his luck. After a year of continuous refreshing, the shop had yet to yield a premium item. Surely, after such a lengthy wait, a superior item would finally appear today. System, refresh the shop, Chun Xian declared, brimming with excitement and anticipation. In the next moment, 3 ordinary items vanished from the shop, replaced by 3 new offerings. Chun Xian examined them, his eyes widening in astonishment that a premium item had indeed emerged. Among the 2 ordinary goods, one item stood out as incongruous. Exquisite delicacy. Crafted from countless precious resources, it boasts an unparalleled taste. A single bite can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years and can gradually restore any foundation to its complete state. Having read the description, Chun Xian understood at once the immense value of this item. It was undoubtedly a treasure of the primordial world, its effects immeasurable. Both the exquisite taste and the lifespan extension were merely bonuses. The most crucial function was the restoration of any foundation. Were there not many in the primordial realm with shattered foundations? Indeed, far too many, while a low-grade foundation could be slowly repaired with rare treasures. A high-grade foundation? In ancient times, when Pangu opened the heavens, the 3,000 chaotic demons that wielded the heaven-opening axe had their foundations shattered, their physical forms obliterated, and they could only merge into the primordial realm, transforming into beings of that world. Even with only a broken foundation, these beings were considered innate, sanctified entities and were now formidable powers. If they were to discover that there existed a means to restore their foundations in the primordial realm, would they not rush to seize it? Chun Xian instantly recognized the potential troubles that could arise should news of this exquisite delicacy leak. Undoubtedly, If its existence became known, it would attract countless covetous hands. However, while this item was marvelous, how should he utilize it? Chen Xian began to ponder anew. Having encountered such a premium item, he must certainly exchange it. Yet how to use it afterward? His foundation was not lacking, requiring no repair. Could he use this to forge connections with a powerful being? That was a thought he cast aside. Without strength, it would only invite disaster. And once he possessed strength, would he still require this item to forge alliances? He was already a powerful being himself. System, aside from the functions listed, what other uses does this exquisite delicacy possess? Faced with uncertainty, Chen Xian prepared to inquire further. Ding! In addition to extending lifespan and restoring foundations, the exquisite delicacy's remaining function is simply that it is delicious in every possible sense. Delicious in every sense. Chen Xian was momentarily bewildered. What could that entail? Ding! The exquisite delicacy is made from various precious resources. Consuming a bite can extend lifespan by 1,000 years, enhance the physical body, expand the sea of consciousness, and augment magical energy, among countless other wondrous effects. At this, Chen Xian comprehended it served to enhance every aspect. As long as he consumed this exquisite delicacy, even if his foundation required no repair, he could still fortify every facet of his being. He would become a well-rounded cultivator. Thus, the purpose of this exquisite delicacy became abundantly clear. With a faint smile, Chen Xian made his decision. He would consume this exquisite delicacy himself, and he would do so at the earliest opportunity. Who would not wish to become a cultivator fortified in every regard? System, exchange it. Immediately, Chen Xian spoke, spending a total of 500,000 points to obtain the exquisite delicacy. For such a treasure, a mere 500,000 points was a tremendous bargain for Chen Xian. Now it was time to indulge in this feast of delicacies. Indeed, a feast. When the exquisite delicacy was transferred to the system space, Chen Xian discovered that it was not merely a platter, but an entire banquet. Meat, vegetables, and fruits filled the table. What kind of transformation could such a spread bring about for him? Chen Xian felt a surge of anticipation. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, channeling celestial immortal-level magical energy to set up a barrier within the room. The primary purpose was to contain the aroma. Since this exquisite delicacy was a culinary delight, its scent would surely be incredibly rich. If it were to escape, it would likely attract numerous greedy souls. As long as the aroma remained contained, no one would concern themselves with what he consumed within the confines of his room. All right, let's see. Moments later, with the aroma barrier established, Chen Xian wasted no time in beginning his feast. An entire table of exquisite delicacies was laid out before him, and the system had thoughtfully provided a set of tables and chairs. The delectable aroma alone was enough to stir Chen Xian's hunger. He immediately dug in, relishing the meat and fish. As he ate, he simultaneously experienced an all-encompassing enhancement. Meanwhile, above the EC, suddenly waves surged as numerous bubbles erupted from beneath the water in quick succession. A dark shadow shot forth from the sea to Dijun and Tai Yi. I shall slay you both. The shadow that emerged bore blood-red eyes, filled with an overwhelming hatred that seemed to spill forth. Buffed. Within mere seconds, the shadow spat out a mouthful of blood, its aura immediately waning, revealing a disheveled canine form. It was a wretched dog. More specifically, a black dog. You ruined my foundation and imprisoned me beneath the sea for 100,000 years. This grudge the celestial dog, shall repay tenfold one day. He spoke again, still filled with malice. The celestial dog was one of the first beings birthed during the creation of the heavens, an innate being of celestial caliber. With heaven-defying talent, it possessed the innate ability to consume the sun and moon in the primordial realm. The celestial dog was undoubtedly of great power. However, that was in the past. Now, the celestial dog had been suppressed for 100,000 years. Its foundation shattered. It could barely remain afloat on the surface of the sea, relying solely on the last vestiges of its magical energy. Surely, even a casual earth immortal could slay the celestial dog, which had just escaped its confinement. As for how it had fallen to such a state, it was due to its insatiable hunger for the sun and moon. before the Tao ancestor imparted the Tao. All living beings were limited to the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal, and the same was true for the celestial dog, although there was a desire to enhance one's strength by consuming the sun star. Facing the dual might of the sun star's deity, Jun and Tai, who were equally matched in cultivation but possessed the Chaos Bell as a companion, he was inevitably overpowered. Consequently, he was forced beneath the ocean's depths, where the malevolent waters eroded his very foundation. It was only today that he managed to shed all his treasures and cultivation, narrowly escaping with his life. Despite having emerged from peril, his foundational strength lay in ruins. With not even a fraction of his great Luo golden immortal prowess remaining, he was left with merely a wisp of magical power to sustain him, rendering him incapable of wielding any real strength. This celestial dog, one of the first beings since the inception of the primordial chaos, found himself in such a pitiable state. How tragic! Reflecting on his dire circumstances, the celestial dog could not help but feel a profound sorrow. Yet, being an innate being, his spirit quickly revived. Regardless of the trials faced, he had escaped the depths of despair, free from all constraints. The primordial world was rich with treasures. Surely, a day would come when he could restore his former glory. The first order of business was to seek a place to recuperate. With this thought in mind, the celestial dog, not one to linger in indecision, invoked his divine abilities. The heavens were boundless, and all things could be scented. This was another of the celestial dog's powers, allowing him to detect the essence of all existence. As long as a treasure existed within the realms, it could not evade his keen nose. In his prior cultivation, the celestial dog frequently employed this power to devise plans for acquiring rare treasures. Though his strength had diminished to almost nothing, he could still discern scent from a vast radius. Let me see what healing treasures lie within this vicinity. Suddenly, he felt the essence of the world draw towards his nose, each scent swiftly identified. What is this? The celestial dog was momentarily taken aback. Astonished, where did this alluring scent originate? It held an irresistible allure, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, and with a mere whiff, the celestial dog felt every particle of his being awaken with desire. It was as if not tasting a morsel would lead to his demise. Growl. The sound echoed from within the celestial dog's belly, resembling crumpled parchment rolling about. It was a manifestation of extreme hunger. Such a delectable item could evoke such hunger in me. The celestial dog's eyes sparkled with excitement, and under the urging of his appetite, drool began to escape his mouth. Let me go take a look. Without hesitation, the celestial dog summoned the last remnants of his magical power and swiftly moved toward the source of the enticing aroma. Surely, whatever could provoke such a hunger within him must be an extraordinary treasure. If he delayed, it might be snatched away by another. What a loss that would be! As the celestial dog transformed into a streak of black light, he drew closer to the source of the fragrance. The nearer he approached, the more intense the aroma became, and the pull grew stronger. Bang! Moments later, accompanied by a sound, the celestial dog fell from the sky, disheveled and covered in dirt. Having traversed this far, his last vestige of magical power was expended. Now he was no different from an ordinary dog in the mortal realm, save for a slightly stronger physique. With his magical power depleted, he was grateful to have retained the memory of the scent's origin, which was now tantalizingly close. Rising to his feet, the celestial dog sighed, refusing to hesitate, and continued on his path. As an ordinary dog, his speed was hardly impressive. Fortunately, the source of the aroma lay within an encampment ahead. Is this a new race that emerged after my sealing? Upon entering the encampment and surveying the surrounding humans, the celestial dog found them entirely unrecognizable. However, he was not overly concerned. New races were born in the primordial world every day, and it was not surprising. Thankfully, these beings appeared to be of a mundane level. Surely, they could not possess any treasures that it seemed that the treasure rightfully belonged to him. The celestial dog felt a wave of relief. Amidst such feeble beings, there existed a treasure. How lamentable it was that they were unaware of the riches they possessed, yet how fortunate for him. After all, how could ordinary beings guard any treasure? They would only invite disaster upon themselves. Once I acquire your treasures, I may even consider offering you some protection." With such thoughts racing through his mind, the celestial dog's pace quickened soon. He arrived at the location he had memorized, only to find himself bewildered by the treasure's resting place. It was merely a dwelling of mundane beings. Examining the houses before him, the celestial dog was astonished. How could a treasure be located within the abode of ordinary beings? Had it already been claimed? He resolved to sneak in and investigate. Deciding firmly, he acted without delay. Chomp, chomp. At that moment, Chen Xian was relishing a delightful meal. It was truly a transcendent delicacy. The flavor was nothing short of exquisite. From the moment he began eating, he could hardly cease. Meanwhile, both his physical form and magical power, as well as his consciousness, were continuously being fortified to an incredible degree. His body was as resilient as a treasure, his consciousness vast as the seas, and his magical power dense as mist. This was the current state of Chen Xian. What is that? While indulging, he suddenly caught sight of something entering through the door. What is this large black dog? Upon recognizing the visitor, Chen Xian involuntarily murmured, was it not merely a drooling large black dog? Yet this remark did not sit well with the celestial dog. A large black dog? I am a dignified celestial dog, a figure of renown in the primordial chaos. How could I be compared to such mundane creatures? The celestial dog felt insulted. No, now is not the time for such considerations. The celestial dog quickly assessed the situation. His mind racing, he could smell the aroma within the dwelling and realized that the enticing fragrance which had drawn him here emanated from the food before this person. But what manner of food was this? Why did it possess such a powerful allure for him? Who was this being that consumed food so comparable to treasures? In that moment, the treasure that had attracted him was right before his eyes, and the celestial dog felt an overwhelming hunger that threatened to render him faint. Whimper, he involuntarily whimpered, utterly famished. Even a great Luo would succumb to hunger in the presence of such unparalleled delicacies. Such exquisite food holds an innate allure for all beings. Seeing the celestial dog's plight, Chen Xian spoke up, "Out of pity for you, I shall grant you a bone, but do not waste it." At that moment, several translucent bones were tossed before the celestial dog. "After consuming my food, you shall be bound to me. Henceforth, you shall guard my door and protect my dwelling." Chen Xian's voice echoed again. He truly entertained the thought of taking in a dog. This emaciated black dog, with its dull coat, appeared to be a forsaken stray. No one would object to its adoption. Moreover, having tasted the bones of this exquisite delicacy, it would surely gain sentience in due time and embark on a path of cultivation, serving as a guardian for him. Yet, as the bones were cast forth, the celestial dog's mind erupted in chaos. "How dare you? How could you expect me, a celestial dog of renown, to serve as your guard dog? While a man may endure, a dog must not." However, despite the celestial dog's unwavering resolve, the translucent bones exuded a powerful allure. "Do not look, that is temptation. I am a dignified celestial dog. How could I bow to these remnants?" The celestial dog constantly reminded himself, desperately resisting the urge. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his gaze seemed fixated upon the bones, utterly unable to divert it. The allure of such exquisite food was irresistible for any being, especially for a celestial dog in his current state of diminished strength. "Resist! Resist! Do not approach any closer." The celestial dog lamented internally, but his body betrayed him, inching ever closer to the bones. "Silence! I must not open my mouth. I cannot consume the scraps of another." The celestial canine's heart was in turmoil. An incessant wail echoing within. He himself could not fathom the cause of such distress. Though he had encountered treasures of immense value before, even the fruits of innate spiritual roots would not have led him to such a state of disarray. Yet today, since entering this chamber, he found himself unable to exercise control. He could not restrain himself, succumbing to the urge to slurp and savor. Instinctively, the celestial canine extended its tongue and licked a bone. Ah, here was a proud being of innate origins, reduced to licking this. The celestial canine's inner turmoil reached a breaking point. He was utterly powerless to restrain himself, having truly succumbed to the taste. However, the flavor and the warmth surging from the bone into his body. This warmth, is it mending my wounds? The celestial canine was astonished. Could such a simple lick yield such remarkable results? No way. The celestial canine reacted swiftly. The warmth was not merely healing his injuries, but also repairing his foundation. All of this from a single lick. He could no longer afford to maintain his dignity or pride. With reckless abandon, he began to gnaw and lick, determined to consume the bone entirely. The notion of pride became utterly insignificant in light of the opportunity to restore his foundation. Such a treasure, capable of mending one's roots, how could it possibly exist? The celestial canine gnawed in astonishment. He was acutely aware that while treasures capable of repairing foundations existed in the primordial world, they were exceedingly rare. Moreover, to encounter a treasure that could mend the roots of a being as innate as himself was something he had never even heard of. Yet now, such a treasure lay before him, casually discarded by the man within the chamber. Who exactly was this individual? How could he possess such a treasure? The celestial canine's mind raced with speculations, but soon enough he focused on his situation. Prior to arriving, he had contemplated seizing the treasure. However, the fact that this man had nonchalantly tossed such a treasure his way indicated a level of carelessness that he could not afford to offend. Perhaps he was a formidable figure who had emerged during his 10,000 years of confinement. I am currently severely injured and devoid of any cultivation. I must not provoke this individual. The celestial canine pondered extensively, but soon clarified his position. The man had suggested he follow him, which presented an opportunity. Why not stay by this man's side, enjoying the bounty, and, if fortune permitted, acquire more treasures like today's? He yielded. Under the overwhelming influence of a few extraordinary delicacies, the celestial canine decisively chose submission. After all, merely trailing this man would not cost him anything. Thus, he resolved to remain by this individual's side and tend to his injuries. This dog possesses a certain cleverness, understanding to eat beneath the table rather than at it, thereby saving him the trouble of training. Observing the celestial canine's behavior, Chun Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed he had acquired a rather manageable and perceptive companion that, in the future, should he come across less potent treasures, he could certainly share a bit with this dog. After all, it was now his own dog. Consequently, the room was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, one individual relishing his meal, while one canine enjoyed the scraps with equal delight. As night fell, the table laden with exquisite delicacies was entirely consumed by Chun Xian. Having feasted for a whole day, what a banquet of unparalleled delicacies! Once I refine all this sustenance within me, my strength shall ascend to new heights. Chun Xian mused, glancing at the remaining remnants on the table, which he promptly gathered into the celestial canine's bowl. All good things should not be discarded. It was no loss to feed his own dog. Woof woof! The celestial canine was elated, relishing the prospect of continued indulgence. Though it was merely leftover food, the celestial canine thought, what of it? Even leftover scraps could serve to mend one's foundation. In the face of such treasures, dignity was utterly expendable, worthless. Days passed in succession. On one particular day, Chun Xian rose from his meditative stance. Stretching his limbs, he had entirely digested the food within him to this point, although his realm remained that of a celestial immortal. Both his magical power and physical form had been immensely fortified. Now, even if faced with 100 ordinary celestial immortals, Chun Xian felt confident he could easily overcome them. Woof! The celestial canine promptly approached, eager to assert its presence. Over these past few days, it had witnessed remarkable growth. Chun Xian's strength seemed to double every hour. Though he appeared to possess only the cultivation of a celestial immortal, such a rate of growth could not possibly belong to an ordinary celestial immortal. He must have a significant background and great fortune. Thus, the celestial canine's resolve to cling to Chun Xian for support solidified. Its fur had grown much sleeker, its eyes shone with brilliance, and it bore a hint of the extraordinary. Chun Xian affectionately stroked the fur at the back of the celestial canine's neck and remarked, "You must hasten your enlightenment and embark on the path of cultivation, lest you fall behind my steps." Woof woof! The celestial canine barked a few times, but within it grumbled. "Fall behind your steps? How could that be possible? My foundational roots are continuously being restored. Once I reach a certain level, I shall regain my strength and return to the realm of great Luo, golden immortal. This process may take over 100 years at most, or as little as several decades, with other opportunities. It could be even swifter. You, a celestial immortal, though remarkable, must adhere to the conventional path of cultivation, right? Even at the fastest pace, it would still take a millennium to achieve great Luo. Rest assured, once my strength is restored, I shall protect you as you traverse the primordial world. I eagerly anticipate your astonishment on that day. The celestial canine reveled in its thoughts, looking forward to the day it would witness Chun Xian's astonishment. Unbeknownst to Chun Xian, who is currently examining the system panel, he silently commanded, "System, open the doppelganger log. I must review the activities of my doppelgangers over the past few days," as he concentrated. The log began to unfold before him. The doppelganger Chandan had accompanied Xian Du in search of celestial traces and, through fortuitous circumstances, discovered several celestial mountains, all of which they sought to visit. However, all the celestial beings dismissed Xian Du's foundational roots, refusing to accept him as a disciple or allow him entry into their mountain gates. In contrast, Chandan was favored by all celestial beings, who wished to take him as their personal disciple. Yet, Chandan rejected all offers, insisting on studying under Xian Du, moving him to tears. Meanwhile, the doppelganger Chenlu devoted himself entirely to cultivation, having remained in seclusion for over a year. Chenlu had already earned the title of seclusion maniac. Currently, his strength was at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, on the verge of shedding his mortal coil and achieving the status of Earth Immortal. Chun Xian felt no concern for Chen Lu. His unparalleled innate talent allowed for rapid progress, and he believed it would not be long before Chen Lu's strength could support the next course of action. The only issue lay in Chen Lu's innate talent of dragon elephant power. As his realm elevated, its efficacy diminished. He should pay closer attention to the items in the shop, ideally acquiring a talent that would accelerate his cultivation. With these thoughts, Chun Xian turned his gaze to the final doppelganger and was immediately taken aback. The doppelganger Chun Kai had arrived at Kunlun Mountain, enveloped in ethereal mists and abundant spiritual energy. Peaks rose majestically, seemingly without end. Kunlun Mountain did not denote a single peak, but rather an unbroken range of mountains. Even with the full effort of an Earth Immortal, one could not hope to perceive its entirety within years. Such is the vastness of Kunlun. At this moment, a crimson cloud descended from the horizon, arriving before Kunlun Mountain. Upon this red cloud were Chun Kai, the Red Cloud Taoist, and Jin Yuanzi.2 esteemed seniors. The junior has arrived at the location. I shall take my leave for now, Chun Kai announced. This place marked the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, where all aspiring disciples wishing to join the Jie Jiao must register and undergo testing. Very well, little one. We shall leave you here, Red Cloud said, waving his hand to lower the cloud to the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain. Several Jie Jiao disciples, who had long witnessed the phenomenon, hurried over. Greetings to the three of you. This is the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain. If you wish to take on a master, please follow us to register. Several Jie Jiao disciples spoke, refraining from boasting. After all, none could ascertain who might come to Kunlun Mountain. They could be aspiring disciples or formidable beings seeking an audience with the saint. As for why only Jie Jiao disciples were present here, it was simply because Jie Jiao welcomed all disciples, while the Ren Jiao and Chan Jiao did not open their doors to outsiders. We have come to pay our respects to the three saints. As for this little one, he seeks to join Jie Jiao. The crimson cloud extended its benevolence towards humanity, offering a brief explanation to Chen Kai Dao. Little one, we shall take our leave. With these words, the red cloud ascended, already soaring into the depths of Kunlun Mountain. In this place, only the disciples of the Chun Kai remained. Junior brother, please accompany us for registration and commence the entrance assessment. The demeanor of the disciples was excessively cordial, even displaying a hint of reverence towards Chun Kai. Their discerning eyes noticed that the two individuals who had come with Chun Kai were formidable beings, likely of considerable renown. The mere fact that Chun Kai could journey alongside two such powerful entities indicated to them that he must possess a significant background. Thank you, esteemed brothers, Chun Kai expressed his gratitude, not dwelling upon whether the individuals before him were embellishing their thoughts, and followed them as they walked. The so-called registration involved utilizing a magical artifact to record the aura surrounding one's being. As for the entrance assessment, it primarily served to ascertain any malicious intent. The scrutiny regarding qualifications was not particularly stringent. Before long, both the ranking and assessment were concluded. Junior brother, please wait a moment while I report to Brother Chong Air. If all is well, you shall be admitted as a disciple of the disciple responsible for the entrance evaluation spoke and immediately dashed into the depths of Kunlun Mountain to deliver the message. The Brother Chong Air referred to was one of the 7 immortals in attendance to the Sage of Heaven, the Chong Air Dingguang Immortal. This Chong Air Dingguang Immortal, trusted by the Sage of Heaven, had secretly allied himself with this cherished disciple, the Daobao Daoist. He had become the Daobao Daoist's foremost lackey. The Daobao Daoist had not treated him poorly. Through several schemes, he had secured for him the position of gatekeeper for the outer disciples. On the surface, the Chong Air Dingguang Immortal was the gatekeeper of the, yet in reality, he continuously controlled various facets of the outer sect, aspiring to become the yet undetermined outer sect's chief disciple. At this moment, within the territory of the atop Kunlun Mountain, a disciple conveyed the news to the Chong Air Dingguang Immortal. Brother Chong Air, we have a promising disciple seeking to join the. Please make your decision. The disciple delivering the message relayed all the details regarding Chun Kai's assessment. A prodigious talent, possessing celestial cultivation despite a bone age of less than a century. Upon hearing this, the Chong Air Dingguang Immortal's expression darkened. Are you implying that this Chun Kai fellow arrived at Kunlun Mountain in the company of those 2 formidable beings? Indeed, one possessed red hair with an ethereal presence, while the other donned a robe of earth and bore a steady aura. The disciple reported all that he knew. There are indeed formidable entities that match the description. The Chong Air Dingguang Immortal inhaled sharply. The names of Hong Yun and Zhun Yuanzi were well known throughout the primordial realm. He was certainly aware of their renown. However, upon confirming their identities, his expression grew even more grim. He aspired to scheme for the identity of the outer sect's chief disciple, necessitating both authority and reputation, in addition to superior qualifications and cultivation. Hence, since he began to control this outer sect, many exceptionally talented individuals have been turned away to prevent any threat to his ambitions. Yet now, Chun Kai, being young and possessing considerable cultivation and talent, fell into the category of those who could pose a threat to him. This individual has considerable backing. I fear I cannot turn him away. The Chong Air Dingguang Immortal contemplated discreetly. If this were a person without connections, even if he were turned away, the news would not reach the Sage of Heaven. However, with this individual's background, should it be denied entry, it could inevitably reach the Sage's ears, and he, Chong Air Dingguang Immortal, would not be able to bear the consequences. Thus, he resolved to allow him entry, planning to report to Brother Daobao later for further strategy. With his mind made up, the Chong Air Dingguang Immortal's demeanor returned to normal as he addressed the disciple before him. This Chun Kai possesses commendable cultivation and talent. He may be permitted to enter. However, for the next few days, do not allow him to interact with the other disciples of the, as he is associated with those 2 formidable beings that I wish to conduct a discreet investigation. The junior brothers understood. The disciple who conveyed the message took note and subsequently departed. Soon after, Chun Kai received word that he had successfully joined the. However, he was assigned to a remote mountain peak for his cultivation. The identity token for your junior brother is still being prepared. That I kindly ask you to refrain from moving about too much in the meantime to avoid misunderstandings, the guiding disciple explained, adding, here are the resources for your initiation. Future acquisitions will require contributions and merits. A few porcelain vials landed in Chun Kai's hands, containing 10 pills, which constituted what was referred to as initiation resources. Additionally, this stone tablet is for your comprehension over the next 10 days, containing the outer sex techniques, the Shanqing cultivation method, and the Huangting scripture. The extent of your understanding within these 10 days will depend on your abilities. After this period, further comprehension will also necessitate contributions and merits. The guiding disciple continued, producing a small stone tablet inscribed with chaotic characters. "Thank you, brother, I understand." Chun Kai accepted the stone tablet, unaware of any discrepancies. Shortly thereafter, a crimson cloud departed from Kunlun Mountain. It became evident that Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had not reached an agreement. After all, far too many sought after the Hongmeng purple qi that lingered around Hong Yun. And although the three pure ones were saints, there was no need for them to become embroiled in such troubles. As night fell, the moon shone brightly upon the primordial expanse. The Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, stealthily approached the entrance of an exceedingly lavish cave dwelling. Chang'er has matters to report and has come to pay respects to Brother Daobao. The Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, announced from outside the door. Soon after, the door opened, and a voice emerged from within. "Enter." Upon hearing this, the Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, stepped into the cave. Inside, the floor was adorned with precious jade, while the walls were draped with golden brocade. The opulence was blinding, and treasures were carelessly scattered across the floor, with spirit plants flourishing all around, exuding vitality and abundance. This was the style of this chief disciple, the Daobao Taoist. Upon reaching the depths of the cave, he beheld a figure resplendent in treasure light. Seated upon a high platform, it was none other than Daobao himself. "I pay my respects to Brother Daobao. I have come to report a matter." Upon seeing the person, the Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, performed a grand gesture of respect before speaking. No one would expect that one of the 7 immortals in attendance to a saint would exhibit such humility. Yet, having long since pledged allegiance to Daobao and become his foremost lackey, the Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, felt no shame. Rather, he took pride in it. "Brother Chang'er, what brings you here?" Daobao lifted his eyelids, speaking in a nonchalant manner. "Brother, today an outer disciple arrived who is suspected to have connections with the Taoist Hong Yun and the great immortal Jin Yuanzi. I found myself unable to refuse him entry." The Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, recounted his prepared speech, continuing, "This individual possesses commendable talents, but notably, he has attained celestial cultivation at less than a century of life. Should he be given time, he may pose a threat to Brother Daobao's schemes. The so-called schemes, of course, refer to the Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal's aspiration to become the outer sect's chief disciple. This was a matter in which the Daobao Taoist had a hand, for the more key positions he monopolized within the more secure his standing would be. Haha, if that is the case, you need not worry." Upon hearing this, the Daobao Taoist laughed heartily, adopting an attitude of complete indifference. As the chief disciple, he had the fortune of listening to the discussions between Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi and was thus aware of the circumstances surrounding Chun Kai. "Ah, may I inquire, Brother Daobao, why is that?" the Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, hastily inquired. "You may not be aware, but those 2 formidable beings are indeed the Taoist Hong Yun and the great immortal Jin Yuanzi." The Daobao Taoist explained, continuing, "However, the individual joining the outer sect has no direct ties to these 2 great beings. He is merely a young one encountered by them on the road, who, upon seeing his fervent desire for knowledge, was brought to Kunlun Mountain." "What? Is it truly so?" The Chang'er, Dingguang, immortal, was taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of regret. Had he known this earlier, he would have directly dismissed Chun Kai, sparing himself the threat to his position. Now that Chun Kai had joined and gained some degree of recognition, it would not be so easy to expel him. "Brother Chang'er, you must devise a strategy regarding this matter." At that moment, the Taoist Dubao spoke again. Upon hearing his words, the long-eared Jingguang immortal felt a sudden chill in his heart. How could he not understand that this was Taoist Dubao compelling him to resolve the predicament? He was well aware that his senior brother's plans could not afford to encounter any mishaps. "Rest assured, senior brother Dubao, I shall ensure everything is taken care of." Without daring to hesitate, long-eared Jingguang immortal hurriedly responded, making a solemn guarantee. In truth, he did not perceive this as a significant trouble. After all, in the current outer sect, most of the actual power lay firmly in his hands. Dealing with a mere junior disciple posed no challenge at all. The methods were practically endless. "Very well. I shall entrust this matter to you, my junior. This trivial issue must not disappoint me," Taoist Dubao remarked with a smile. Yet Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal could distinctly sense the underlying warning in his tone. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved flawlessly. He quickly reaffirmed his commitment, and upon noticing that Daoist Du Bao had no intention of further conversation, he respectfully took his leave. With that, he promptly withdrew. Only after exiting Daoist Du Bao's cave did Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal find the time to ponder. Upon learning that Chen Kai lacked any so-called background, he swiftly conceived several strategies to deal with him. However, this lad possessed a modicum of talent and strength. If utilized appropriately, he might yield even greater results. Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal contemplated that while confronting Chen Kai was not difficult, the challenge lay in how to maximize Chen Kai's potential. If he could bring him under his wing, it might prove to be a commendable strategy. Once Chen Kai became his subordinate, the news would inevitably spread. At that point, it would be impossible for him to establish authority in the outer sect, thus losing any qualification to compete for the title of chief disciple. Moreover, it would serve as a demonstration. After all, if someone as talented and capable as Chen Kai was willing to serve under Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal, the other outer sect disciples would naturally perceive his authority as even more formidable. He hoped the lad would be wise. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to resort to all measures at his disposal. Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal, having made up his mind, swiftly vanished from the scene. He prepared to visit Chen Kai's location the following day to recruit him as a subordinate. The next day, Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal summoned the disciple assigned to guide Chen Kai and, upon inquiring about Chen Kai's residence, set off on a white cloud. Moments later, he stood outside Chen Kai's cave. "Is my junior brother present?" "Long-Eared has come to pay a visit," he called out, his demeanor composed. His robe fluttered gently in the breeze, and with his cultivation having reached the golden immortal stage, he appeared quite the celestial figure. Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal remained remarkably calm. In his view, a mere outer sect disciple would surely hasten to greet him upon understanding his presence. However, this expectation was destined to lead to disappointment. Chen Kai's cave showed no signs of opening. How could such an insignificant outer sect disciple lack respect for his senior brother? Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal felt a twinge of anger, thinking how dare Chen Kai be so rude. "Junior brother, why do you not come out to welcome your senior brother?" He raised his voice, but still, no one acknowledged him. Unbeknownst to Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal, Chen Kai had obtained the Shanqing cultivation method and the Huangting scripture the previous day. He had immediately activated the cave's restrictions and entered into closed-door cultivation. His focus was solely on enhancing his strength, paying little heed to external matters. The closed-door restriction was a privilege set by Tongtian for the disciples of the Jie sect. Once activated, it could isolate all disturbances, ensuring a tranquil environment for cultivation. After several calls without a response, Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal finally sensed something amiss, that a quick examination incited further irritation within him. This disciple had just joined the Jie sect. Yet he failed to engage with his seniors and instead chose to isolate himself in closed-door cultivation, disregarding his brothers. Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal, now thoroughly vexed, resolved to wait outside. Today, unless Chen Kai emerged, he would not depart. He could hardly believe that a mere outer sect disciple could remain in closed-door cultivation for long. Surely, after some hours of curiosity regarding the cave's restrictions, he would be unable to resist the urge to come out and mingle with his brothers. Unfortunately, Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal underestimated Chen Kai significantly. This wait stretched on for over 10 days. As time passed, his expression darkened, his chest heaved with frustration, and his anger surged. Were it not for the prohibition against disciples harming one another within the Jie sect and the strict rules against private conflicts, he might have stormed into Chen Kai's cave to see what he was up to. Just then, a perplexed voice broke the silence. "Who are you?" Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal turned to see none other than the very Chen Kai he had been waiting for over 10 days. Finally, he had been spotted, gritting his teeth. Long-Eared Jingwang Immortal's expression twisted with irritation, all his pent-up frustration directed at Chen Kai. "You, having just joined the Jie sect, have made me wait for so long. What punishment do you deserve for this?" "Punishment? I do not think so," Chen Kai retorted, his expression equally displeased. "Why closed-door cultivation is none of your concern, and you come here spouting threats without reason. Though I am new to the sect, I am aware that the GS sect has never established a rule deeming closed-door cultivation a crime. Continuing to counter long-eared Jingguang Immortal's claims, Chen Kai made his position clear. While he harbored intentions of befriending the disciples of the GS sect, this particular individual was clearly not among those he wished to associate with. You. How dare you? Long-eared Jingguang Immortal was momentarily speechless. It was his first time being rebuffed by an outer sect disciple. How dare he? Surely, anyone with a modicum of knowledge within the GS sect would recognize his name and understand that he wielded considerable influence over the outer sect. Very well, I shall not argue with you on this matter. Long-eared Jingguang Immortal relented, suppressing his anger. Confronting such a stubborn youth, he realized he was not in a position to claim the moral high ground. He feared that if news of this incident spread, it would tarnish his reputation. In his mind, he had already categorized Chen Kai as a reckless fool. Even if he were to recruit him today, he would ensure that the most arduous and thankless tasks were assigned to him, sending him to the most perilous places as expendable fodder. Then, may I ask, what business do you have? Chen Kai inquired again, his tone dripping with a lack of respect. You, long-eared Jingguang Immortal, was incensed once more and decided to be direct. I am here to offer you a tremendous opportunity. I am one of the 7 immortals who serve the saint. Today, I invite you to become my subordinate. Should you perform well in the future, I may even reward you with a postnatal spiritual treasure. Being forthright, he not only revealed his identity, but also promised benefits. In long-eared Jingguang Immortal's view, there was no reason for Chen Kai to refuse such a generous offer. Simply the title of a saint's attendant was enough to intimidate all the outer sect disciples. Please take your leave, senior brother. Chen Kai responded bluntly, making his stance clear. You dare to refuse. Long-eared Jingguang Immortal's face darkened as he reprimanded. Do you understand what a great fortune this is? Countless disciples in the outer sect desire to join my ranks, but have no opportunity. Oh, is that so? Chen Kai chuckled, then disdainfully replied, I cannot possibly accept such a fortune. Senior brother, please seek out other disciples. Farewell. With that, he turned his back on long-eared Jingguang Immortal and returned to his cave. Chen Kai, do not be ungrateful. Long-eared Jingguang Immortal shouted in fury, his face flushed. This was the first time he had experienced such humiliation. How dare a mere outer sect disciple disregard him? In his agitation, long-eared Jingguang Immortal even contemplated storming into Chen Kai's cave. However, before he could step inside, he was repelled by a restriction that barred his entry, isolating him from all disturbances. This was a closed-door privilege, specifically designed for cultivation and activated by Chen Kai himself. Very well, very well. The long-eared celestial, filled with a chilling aura, trembled momentarily. After a brief pause, he finally steadied his emotions, cast a harsh remark, and departed without a backward glance. Through their recent exchange, he had come to realize that subduing Chen Kai was an impossible endeavor. Thus, he thought to himself, do not blame me for my future lack of courtesy. If I cannot possess you, I shall obliterate you. The long-eared celestial contemplated with a heart full of murderous intent. With his authority within the outer sect, eliminating a disciple posed no challenge, since Chen Kai could not be of service to him. In order to avert any threat to his position and to vent the grievance of the day, he must annihilate Chen Kai. That fellow has left. Meanwhile, on the other side, after breaking the restrictions, Chen Kai observed the long-eared celestial's departure. It appeared that within the disciples of there was no shortage of those who formed cliques. My strength is indeed feeble. Therefore, prioritizing the enhancement of my power is paramount from this day forth. Unless in the event of a significant matter, I shall not venture out. Once my strength is sufficient, I will then seek to befriend others within thee and gather intelligence. Having made up his mind, Chen Kai hesitated not a moment. He immediately commenced seclusion, operating the supreme clarity cultivation method, refining his magical energy, and nurturing his physical form at this moment. Within the territory of the human race, Chen Xian was examining the attributes of his avatars. Chen Kai's cultivation, nascent soul, physical body, celestial qualification, heavenly immortal talent, postnatal monstrous genius bloodline, dragon clan, with abundant magical energy, walking alone for 1,000 miles, exuding immense charm. Now that Chen Kai had joined and obtained the supreme clarity cultivation method, which was a saint's technique. It was naturally extraordinary, yet it specialized in the mastery of magical energy. Chen Xian pondered. Chen Kai's current strength resided entirely within his physical form, with magical energy still a blank slate. Cultivating the supreme clarity method equated to starting anew. However, due to the prior breakthrough of his physical form, there would be no bottlenecks when cultivating magical energy. With sufficient accumulated magical energy, he could directly ascend to the realm of heavenly immortal. This was indeed advantageous. Possessing both the dragon bloodline and abundant magical energy as innate gifts, Chen Kai could completely cultivate both his magical energy and physical form concurrently, ensuring that within the same tier, his combat strength would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle. The true great powers of the current Hong Huang had always been those who cultivated both their magical energy and physical forms, rendering them without weaknesses. Unlike those of the future three realms, whose celestial beings, solely focused on magical energy, would shatter upon mere contact, Chen Kai's future path had thus become clear. Diligently cultivate within thee and await the day of emergence. As for the long-eared celestial, should he turn traitor in the future, there was no need to concern oneself. Once his strength was sufficient, he could easily eliminate him. With this thought in mind, Chen Xian discreetly issued an order for Chen Kai to focus on his cultivation. Turning his gaze back to the system panel, he noted the section for summonable avatars. Available for summoning. Ordinary avatars 10. Advanced avatars 2. Advanced avatars have been added. Rewards granted by the system upon previous breakthroughs into the Earth Immortal and Heavenly Immortal realms. Previously, breakthroughs in ordinary realms yielded intermediate avatars, but now, upon transcending the mundane, the rewards had upgraded to advanced avatars. Advanced avatars possess higher initial strength, better qualifications, and more talents. Initially, they come with the physical form of a refining void stage, and with slight fortuity, they may transcend the ordinary. Their qualifications have reached the level of postnatal monstrous genius, surpassing the majority of ordinary beings in Hong Huang. Furthermore, they possess one additional talent compared to intermediate avatars, each bearing 2 random talents. Now, Chen Xian had 2 advanced avatars yet to be utilized. It was time to summon these advanced avatars and send them forth to explore. System, activate the summoning of 2 advanced avatars. Filled with anticipation, Chen Xian spoke, curious about the talents that these 2 advanced avatars would possess. 2 beams of white light descended within the room, and after Chen Xian shaped their faces, the 2 avatars appeared directly before him. Chen Xian examined their attributes. Avatar, unnamed cultivation, none physical body. Earth Immortal, talent boost. Qualification, postnatal peerless, talent boost, talent. Which clan bloodline? Specialization in physicality, which clan bloodline? A constitution imbued with malevolent energy. Inherently robust in physical form, yet incapable of cultivating magical energy or divine consciousness. Specialization in physicality, solely focused on the physical form, ascending at an alarming rate. Chen Xian beamed with a smile. These 2 talents complemented each other perfectly. Furthermore, possessing the witch clan bloodline may allow this avatar to infiltrate the witch clan. After all, while the witch clan is exclusionary, they are still quite welcoming to those of their own bloodline. Next, he turned his gaze to the other avatar. Avatar, unnamed cultivation, none physical body. Refining void qualification, primary innate being, talent boost, talent. Blood of 10,000 beasts, mastery of techniques. Blood of 10,000 beasts. A myriad of beast bloodlines flows within, allowing the acquisition of all beast bloodline abilities. Mastery of techniques. Displays extraordinary comprehension when practicing spells and abilities, requiring only minimal cultivation to grasp their essence. Upon reviewing these 2 talents, Chen Xian could no longer contain the smile on his face. Such talents, if sent to the Beast Court, would undoubtedly allow the acquisition of all spells and abilities therein. Undeniably, this was an exceptional avatar for infiltrating the Beast Court. From this day forth, you shall be named Chun Wu and Chun Yao. Without delay, Chen Xian designated names for the 2 avatars. Finding them most fitting, he then proceeded to assign tasks. Chun Yao, after exiting the 10,000 Great Mountains, head east. That is the domain of the Beast Court. The Beast Court actively recruits all beast clans and is in need of talent. You may join them directly, without concealing your gifts, and strive to secure an important position within the court. My expectation for Chun Yao is to ascend to the level of the 12 beast gods, thus allowing me to obtain all future intelligence from within the beast court. Chen Wu, after exiting the 10,000 Great Mountains. Head south. That is the territory of the Witch Clan. Though the Witch Clan is exclusionary, they cannot possibly reject you, who share their bloodline. After joining a Witch Clan tribe, similarly, conceal not your gifts and strive to become a great witch. My expectation for Chen Wu is to ascend to the level of Great Witch, thus allowing me to obtain all future intelligence from within the Witch Clan. We shall obey. The two avatars responded in unison, pledging to execute their orders with utmost diligence. Very well. Chan Xian nodded. I shall now provide you with the route across the 10,000 Great Mountains. With that, he transmitted a path capable of traversing the 10,000 Great Mountains to the two avatars. This route had been painstakingly determined in recent days by Chun Yi, Air, San, Sea, along with numerous ordinary avatars, through relentless exploration. Now, the 10,000 Great Mountains would no longer serve as a barrier to Chun Xian's external explorations. Of course, the safe route was merely that. Safe that it did not imply that Chun Xian had fully investigated the 10,000 Great Mountains. Some formidable beasts possess territorial instincts and dominate their areas. As of yet, no avatar had succeeded in breaching these territories. Now, you may both set forth. Chun Xian declared that we understand. The avatars Chun Wu and Chun Yao responded simultaneously. With that, they departed, each embarking on their respective journeys. Finally, avatars poised to infiltrate the witch and beast clans had emerged. Watching the two avatars leave, Chun Xian felt a sense of stability wash over him in the current Hong Huang. What troubled him most was none other than the witch and beast clans. Aware of the grand currents of Hong Huang, Chun Xian understood that the next great calamity would arise from the conflict between these two clans. Once the strife commenced, countless races within Hong Huang would be embroiled in its fallout. The human race, naturally, would not be exempt and would bear the brunt of it. Whether consumed as sustenance by the Witch Clan or slaughtered by the Beast Clan to forge the Slaughter Witch Sword, it would spell near annihilation for humanity. Now, with two avatars embedded within these clans, there lay the potential for considerable strategizing, which could assist in averting such calamities for the human race. Chun Xian contemplated thus. Of course, any planning would depend on future circumstances. Should the great calamity of the Witch and Beast clans arise, and he had amassed sufficient power, there would be no need for cunning. He could simply protect the human race through strength alone. For now, such considerations were unnecessary. The focus should be on enhancing strength and orchestrating the avatars. With that thought, Chun Xian turned his attention back to the system panel. This month's marketplace is ready for refresh. A notification from the system flickered.refresh in the marketplace. 3 new items suddenly appeared. Marketplace. Ordinary headscarf. Abundant spiritual energy. Cultivator's sword. Ordinary headscarf. This is a red headscarf that, when worn, allows one to display an enchanting smile and sway their body to attract attention. Abundant spiritual energy. This is a massive quantity of spiritual energy that can be absorbed directly without the need for refinement, enabling rapid accumulation of cultivation levels. Cultivator's sword. A standard cultivator's sword. Effective for stealth attacks. Perfect for ambushes. The system automatically filters out the malevolent headscarf and the unremarkable sword. Chun Xian's gaze fixated on the second item. The ability to absorb spiritual energy directly was precisely what Chun Kai needed to swiftly enhance his cultivation before encountering any barriers. System, exchange for it. Chun Xian immediately spent 100,000 points, and after the exchange, he directly transmitted it to Chun Kai. After another expenditure of points, Chun Xian's panel now appeared as follows. Host. Chun Xian can summon avatars. Ordinary avatar, 10 marketplace. Ordinary headscarf. Cultivator's sword possesses avatars. Chun Dan, Chun Lu, Chun Kai, Chun Yi Air Sensi, Chun Wu, Chun Yao. Ordinary avatar, 18816 points. 10010 system space. Points have severely diminished, now critically insufficient. Of course, this may be related to Chun Xian's recent exchanges for numerous items. However, wealth dispersed can be regained. Once points are transformed into strength, one can earn even more points at that moment. A curious figure with a black head peeked in from outside, filled with bewilderment that it was Tengu. He was puzzled, having just witnessed two individuals suddenly leaving Chen Xian's room, that it should be noted that he had been outside the door all along and had never seen anyone enter. Where did these two people come from? What are you staring at? Keep watch properly. Chen Xian paid no heed to Tengu's confusion and promptly shooed him away. That dog's gaze was rather peculiar. Hey, why are you kicking me out? Fine, it's none of my business, I'll just enjoy my free meals, Tengu muttered to himself as he exited. However, the thought of free food made him feel quite pleased. He could sense that ever since he consumed that bone, his injuries had been steadily healing without pause. This made him realize that what he had ingested that day was undoubtedly a rare treasure, a stroke of great fortune. This further solidified Tengu's resolve to follow Chen Xian for free food and drink in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Tengu was gradually gravitating towards Chen Xian in a secluded cave within Kunlun Mountain. Chen Kai obtained a large quantity of spiritual energy. This was precisely the abundant spiritual energy sent over by Chen Xian, suitable for direct absorption to promote his cultivation, with the treasure transmitted from his main body. I must quickly refine it to enhance my strength. Understanding Chen Xian's good intentions, Chen Kai wasted no time and immediately sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the large mass of spiritual energy directly into his body. Operating the Shanqing cultivation method to commence the refinement, in an instant, a rich aura radiated from Chen Kai, and circles of spiritual light reflected from within him, making him appear as luminous as jade. Due to the presence of a closed-door cultivation barrier, no one was aware that within this small cave, a person's cultivation level was rapidly ascending. The process of refining spiritual energy lasted for several dozen days. One day, a subtle sound emanated from within Chen Kai, and a slight wave of energy radiated from him. Mid-stage, celestial immortal. Achieved. Now, my cultivation has reached the mid-stage of celestial immortal, surpassing my physical body by a small realm. Chen Kai sighed, rising to acclimate himself to his newfound strength before stating, having refined all the spiritual energy within me, it seems my strength cannot be quickly enhanced anymore, but it is time to exit seclusion and familiarize myself with the powers within the Jie sect. With that, Chen Kai left the cave and summoned a cloud to float in the skies above Kunlun Mountain. This was his first time wandering through the Jie sect since joining. Before long, he encountered fellow disciples of the Jie sect. With his innate charm and the absence of any ill intent from the other party, they quickly established a friendly rapport after a few exchanges. Through this interaction, Chen Kai gleaned much information about the current state of the Jie sect and gained insight into various external factions. As evening approached, bidding farewell to his newfound acquaintances, Chen Kai returned to his cave. In another 6 months, it will be the next Jie sect conference, Chen Kai pondered. The so-called Jie sect conference is held periodically by the Tongtian Saint. The saint meets all newly accepted disciples of the Jie sect, imparts teachings for a year, and, after the conference, specifically addresses the disciples' cultivation queries. Thus, such gatherings are not to be missed. One must understand, what is the greatest support of the Jie sect? Undoubtedly, it is the Tongtian Saint. This conference is an opportunity to make an impression before the saint. If one possesses remarkable talent and strength, they may catch the saint's eye and earn his favor, potentially becoming a close attendant to the saint or even a direct disciple of the Jie sect. With such an event, I certainly cannot afford to be absent, Chen Kai mused. However, given my current strength, I fear it may be difficult to shine at this conference and attract the saint's attention. Chen Kai was self-aware. His strength was only at the mid-stage of celestial immortal. Though the current disciples of the Jie sect had only recently joined and were not exceptionally strong, being at the mid-stage of celestial immortal would still not suffice. I must intensify my efforts to elevate my strength, lest I let such an opportunity slip away again. With this resolve, Chen Kai made a decisive choice. Seclude myself. No more mingling with others. I will directly enter seclusion until the Jie sect conference. Having recently achieved several breakthroughs, the bottleneck is significant, so I shall focus on cultivating my physical body. Time swiftly passed, and half a year went by unnoticed. The Jie sect conference arrived as scheduled. On this day, Chun Kai opened the barriers and exited the cave. Riding on a cloud, he soared towards the venue of the conference. After half a year of focusing on cultivating his physical body, the results were gratifying. He had broken through to the mid-stage of Celestial Immortal. Thus, both his cultivation and physical body are now at the mid-stage of Celestial Immortal. Even though he had not learned many spells, he still ranked among the top within his level. Before long, he arrived at the conference venue. It was still early, and the ground was covered with cushions, most of which remained unoccupied. Selecting a cushion, Chun Kai sat cross-legged, quietly reciting the Huangting Sutra as he awaited the proceedings. As time passed, a multitude of GS sect disciples streamed in, choosing cushions to sit on, engaging in hushed conversations and exchanges. At this moment, the long-eared Dingguang Immortal arrived, and upon seeing Chun Kai, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Anyone who threatened his position as the outer sect's top disciple would be eradicated. This conference was determined to belittle Chun Kai to the utmost, ensuring he would have no chance of competition. After a while, all disciples of the GS sect had gathered. To the forefront, on 4 cushions, sat the 4 direct disciples of the GS sect, led by Duo Bao. The 7 cushions behind them were reserved for the 7 attendants, holding a status just below the 4 direct disciples. Following them were countless outer sect disciples, with no fixed seating arrangements, free to sit wherever they wished. The venue buzzed with noise, as the outer sect was a mixed bag, and many disciples were unable to control their tongues. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated, and boundless pure energy descended, transforming into a lotus blooming in the air. That a flash of azure light swept across, and atop the central high platform of the venue, a figure appeared. This individual appeared youthful, yet exuded an overwhelming authority, with a colorful radiance emanating from behind him, and standing upon a red lotus pedestal. It was none other than the founder of the GS sect, one of the 6 saints, the Tongtian Patriarch. Silence. In that moment, all the cacophony within the venue faded into silence. No disciple dared to utter a word before the sage, for that would be a profound disrespect. Salutations, Master, the disciples of the spoke in unison, bowing in reverence. The Tongtian Master nodded, casting his gaze over all the disciples below. As the leader of the sect, it was only natural for him to memorize each disciple, especially those newly inducted after the last assembly. When his eyes lingered on Chun Kai, he paused for a brief moment. Prior to his arrival, the venue had been filled with noise, yet only Chun Kai recited the Huang Ting in tranquility, starkly contrasting with the clamorous crowd. This was enough to signify that among the newly accepted disciples, Chun Kai possessed an exceptional disposition. The Tongtian Master would certainly keep such outstanding disciples in mind, paying them closer attention in the future. Unbeknownst to Chun Kai, he had already caught the sages that he was currently absorbing the imposing aura emanating from the sage. Merely this aura rendered his magical power difficult to mobilize and his physical strength hard to harness. Let us commence the teachings at this moment. Having noted all the newly initiated disciples, the Tongtian Master began to speak. Instantly, all disciples lifted their heads in eager anticipation. This was a sermon delivered by a sage. Merely listening to it would equate to acquiring boundless opportunities. The discourse would span from the realm of earth immortals to the supreme celestial immortals. The Tongtian Master began. The grandeur befitting a sage's sermon materialized. Golden light descended from above, while golden lotuses emerged from the ground, and a refreshing aura pervaded the entire venue. All disciples at that moment were entranced, immersed in the experience, unable to extricate themselves as the duration of the lecture extended. Some disciples gradually found their rhythm, listening while commencing their own cultivation. These disciples were all of remarkable talent and stable temperament, including the 4 direct disciples of the and the 7 accompanying immortals. However, among the outer disciples, there was a mix of abilities. Some merely grasped fragments of the earlier teachings and awakened, unable to attain a deeper state. Such was the nature of shallow fortune. Having heard only this much, their experience was effectively concluded. Others furrowed their brows as they listened, struggling to keep pace with the lecture, and would awaken shortly to, of course, among the outer disciples, there were those with exceptional talents who could keep up with the rhythm and absorb the insights of this sermon. Chun Kai naturally belonged to this category. Not bad. The Tongtian master surveyed the overall situation, observing all the disciples' performances, and he was quite satisfied with Chun Kai's display, although his realm was still somewhat lacking. His talent and temperament were commendable. With proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. The discussion then transitioned to the realm of golden immortals. At this juncture, almost all outer disciples of Earth immortal and celestial immortal cultivation levels had awakened. Their realms were insufficient, and even if they heard the teachings regarding the golden immortal realm, they could not comprehend them. Yet there were exceptions, and Chun Kai was one such exception. His talent was sufficient, his temperament stable, and he had long considered a cultivation plan for the golden immortal level. Hence, he understood most of the teachings regarding the golden immortal realm, and whatever he did not comprehend, he could still remember for future application when his realm allowed. The discussion progressed to the supreme golden immortal realm. Most outer disciples awoke, save for a select few. The accompanying 7 immortals all possessed the golden immortal realm, and the teachings of this level exceeded their understanding, causing them to awaken one by one. Among the 7, the first to awaken was the long-eared Dingguang immortal, who upon awakening surveyed his surroundings, seeing the 4 direct disciples and the other 6 accompanying immortals still engrossed in the teachings. His heart sank. Was his talent and temperament truly the weakest among them? He felt unwilling to accept this. Fortunately, many outer disciples were still behind him, though his talent and temperament might not compare to the direct disciples and the other 6 immortals. He was undoubtedly far ahead of the outer disciples. With this thought, Dingguang immortal cast his gaze toward the outer disciples. Not bad. As expected of those he had carefully selected, they all appeared to have awakened long ago. How could such a group compete with him for the position of the outer sect's top disciple? However, when his gaze fell upon Chun Kai, his expression darkened immediately. This time, my opportunity ends here. Chun Kai had only just awakened. With his celestial immortal cultivation, it was already commendable that he could barely remember the teachings of the golden immortal realm. The supreme golden immortal realm exceeded his comprehension by 2 major levels. Just then, as he opened his eyes, he coincidentally met the gaze of Dingguang immortal, whose expression visibly darkened. At this fellow. Chun Kai pondered, then refrained from distraction. He focused on digesting the teachings he had just noted. Knowing he could not afford to lose concentration, he closed his eyes again, ignoring Dingguang immortal's demeanor, and meticulously processed the insights he had gleaned from the lecture. Damn it! Dingguang immortal could hardly contain his agitation, his mind swirling with fury. How could this be? A mere outer disciple, with cultivation far beneath his own, had awoken later than him. Did this not imply that his talent and temperament were inferior to Chun Kai's? This child was truly formidable. He could not be allowed to grow any further, lest he threaten my standing. Dingguang immortal had contemplated the threat posed by Chun Kai, but had not anticipated that it would weigh so heavily upon him. Only by eliminating Chun Kai could he find peace of mind. Fortunately, I had already made arrangements. Once the sermon concludes, it will be the moment of your downfall. Chun Kai, Dingguang immortal thought to himself, concealing the coldness in his eyes as he waited. The lecture continued, with the 7 accompanying immortals awakening one by one, followed by the 4 direct disciples, who gradually began to furrow their brows, struggling to keep pace. Hence, the supreme celestial immortal realm marks the pinnacle of magical power accumulation. To advance further, one must seize a glimmer of spiritual insight, for mere magical power alone cannot facilitate a breakthrough. With that, the lecture reached its conclusion. As the Tongtian master delivered his final words, the discourse officially came to an end. If you have any questions, feel free to inquire now, he stated, directing his gaze toward the assembled disciples. Soon, questions began to arise in succession, primarily concerning matters of realm. Chun Kai dared not let his mind wander, meticulously noting both the questions and their answers, as these insights might prove beneficial for his future cultivation. For several consecutive days, the Tongtian master answered the disciples' inquiries, addressing every detail with patience. This clearly demonstrated his commendable attitude toward his disciples. Anyone who joined was genuinely mentored. Well, if there are no further questions, this assembly will conclude here. Upon answering the last question, The Tongtian master regarded the disciples, making this declaration. Naturally, the disciples had no further inquiries. Seeing this, the Tongtian master nodded, preparing to formally conclude the assembly. Master, this disciple has gained much from the teachings and wishes to take this opportunity to challenge my fellow brothers in order to fully digest my insights. Just then, someone spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. It was well known that within the disciples were prohibited from harming one another. However, mutual sparring was permitted. Yet such matters could easily be conducted privately at the arena. Why bring them up in such a grand setting? Especially in the presence of the master, did they not fear inciting the master's displeasure? Permitted. To the surprise of all, the Tongtian master did not express any discontent, directly agreeing. Sparring was indeed the best means of testing one's strength. Since this disciple wished to showcase his abilities, the master saw no harm in observing. Thank you, master. The disciple who made the proposal immediately beamed with joy. His request stemmed from two motivations: the secret instigation of his senior, Dingguang Immortal, and his own desire to make an impression before the master. If he could be remembered by the master through this, it would be a tremendous opportunity. The disciple who submits this application, known as the Evil Head Immortal, is among the earliest to have joined the GS sect. Logically, the earlier one joins the GS sect, the higher their status and identity should be. However, both in talent and disposition, the Evil Head Immortal is rather mediocre, having stagnated at the perfected Celestial Immortal level for quite some time. This time, it is the long-eared, dinging Immortal who has promised him a considerable amount of resources, allowing him to publicly challenge Chun Kai in front of the gathered disciples and teachers after the conference concludes. The goal is to utterly defeat Chun Kai before everyone, not merely to win, but to humiliate him thoroughly, shattering his resolve in the process. I could see that point. Chun Kai would be left with no chance of competing for the title of Outer Sect's chief disciple. Junior brother, I have observed that you have listened intently during the teachings. I presume you possess considerable skill. Come, let us duel. The Evil Head Immortal strides confidently up to Chun Kai, extending the challenge. Prior to the conference, the long-eared, dinging Immortal had already informed him of Chun Kai's appearance and abilities. It can be said that the Evil Head Immortal is assured of victory against a newly initiated disciple of the GS sect. Not to mention his perfected Celestial Immortal cultivation, the numerous spells he has acquired since joining the sect are sufficient to defeat Chun Kai. Chun Kai is somewhat taken aback. He senses a palpable malice emanating from the Evil Head Immortal. Reminiscent of an enemy, as his gaze sweeps the surroundings, he spots the long-eared, dinging Immortal feigning ignorance. And suddenly, everything becomes clear to him. Very well, let us battle. Without hesitation, Chun Kai accepts the challenge. He has nothing to fear. With his dual cultivation of both realm and physique, coupled with his formidable magical power and dragon bloodline, he is certainly not weaker than his opponent, despite the disparity in their realms. This presents a perfect opportunity for him to solidify his own standing. Junior brother, I shall hold back my strength. Let us commence. The Evil Head Immortal grins maliciously, already resolved to humiliate Chun Kai in this battle. Witnessing Chun Kai's acceptance, the long-eared, dinging Immortal also smiles. A newly initiated disciple with an inferior realm compared to the Evil Head Immortal. How could he possibly prevail? There is absolutely no chance for failure in his plan. Soon, on the GS Sect's arena, the two figures stand facing each other. I shall serve as the judge for this contest. Both junior brothers may unleash their full powers, and in critical moments, I will ensure your safety, announces the Dabo Daoist. The chief disciple of the GS sect, who usually oversees duels to protect the participants. However, whether he can truly safeguard them in this instance remains uncertain. After all, everyone can make mistakes, can they not? Junior brother, I shall show mercy. Let us begin. As the Evil Head Immortal's words fall, a surge of malevolence envelopes him, and he unleashes a spell directed at Chun Kai. The moment the spell is cast, it manifests as a gigantic hand striking from afar, dark as night and imbued with terrifying power. 7 steps of the Black Fiend Palm. Some Outer Sect disciples recognize the name of this spell and gasp in shock. The 7 steps of the Black Fiend Palm consists of 7 consecutive strikes, each more powerful than the last, an extraordinary feat that can only be mastered through extensive practice. This technique is the Evil Head Immortal's signature move. Disciples familiar with the context lament, who would have anticipated that the battle had barely begun and the Evil Head Immortal would resort to his ultimate technique. The disciple who called out Chun Kai is in for a grim fate today. In an instant, all eyes turn away from Chun Kai, doubting his chances of success. However, on the arena, as he faces the incoming 7 steps of the Black Fiend Palm, Chun Kai's perception is entirely different. So this is the spell of the GS sect. Indeed, it exudes an impressive aura. Chun Kai muses, but then his expression shifts. Unfortunately, this palm lacks sufficient magical power to fully unleash its potential. With that, he channels his own magical energy to cast a spell. Summon the winds and rain. This spell, a gift from his dragon bloodline, boasts a formidable name. Yet, in the current context of the primordial chaos, it is merely a basic spell. Using such a spell to counter the 7 steps of the Black Fiend Palm seems rather presumptuous to the onlookers. If Chun Kai can only wield these insignificant spells, his defeat is all but certain. Observing this, some have already predicted the outcome. Boom! Under the gaze of the crowd, the 2 spells collide, and a shock wave erupts from the arena. There is no question of one being unable to withstand the other. The 2 spells appear evenly matched. Surprise ripples through the crowd. How is this possible? Could it be that everyone has underestimated the might of the Summon the Winds and Rain spell? What is happening? The Evil Head Immortal, standing on the same stage, is the most astonished. How could his signature technique be thwarted by such a trivial spell? Yet he is no stranger to the urgency of battle and dismisses his doubts. He follows up with a series of strikes, unleashing the remaining 6 palms in succession. The 7 steps of the Black Fiend Palm is comprised of a total of 7 attacks, each one more potent than the last. He cannot believe that Chun Kai can continue to withstand them. Summon the winds and rain. Chun Kai, unwavering, continues to cast spell. As the Evil Head Immortal unleashes a palm strike, he responds with a Summon the Winds and Rain. Each successive spell infused with double the magical power of the last. That it is not that he has chosen not to use other spells. It is simply that these are the only few he has mastered from his dragon lineage. Huff, huff, the Evil Head Immortal, having completed a full set of the 7 steps of the Black Fiend Palm, begins to show signs of fatigue. While the technique is formidable, its full execution demands considerable energy. However, when he glances at Chun Kai, his heart sinks. Chun Kai remains unscathed, even showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. At this moment, the Evil Head Immortal's perception of Chun Kai has shifted dramatically. Is this truly an ordinary disciple who has just joined the Jia sect? An ordinary disciple able to withstand his entire sequence of the 7 steps of the Black Fiend Palm without so much as breaking a sweat. Long-eared senior brother, your intel has misled me. Using strength to counter magic, this is how it is done, comments the Tongtian from below, clarifying matters for the onlookers. The 4 direct disciples behind him were expressions of contemplation. With their prowess, they could discern certain truths. That disciple, named Chun Kai, seems to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of magical power. Each of his Summon the Winds and Rain spells releases enough energy to execute a powerful high-consumption spell. The energy expended in this battle by Chun Kai rivals that of dozens of Evil Head Immortals. Yet he shows no signs of exhaustion, as if the effort is utterly trivial. What could account for this? How can Chun Kai withstand such force? The one most incensed by this turn of events is undoubtedly the long-eared, dinging immortal, who orchestrated everything in hopes of showcasing Chun Kai's humiliating defeat before the GS sect disciples, ensuring that he would never regain his authority. Yet now, the entire scenario is backfiring, granting Chun Kai unexpected glory. Moreover, with the teacher observing, Chun Kai's exceptional performance could inadvertently draw the teacher's attention, creating a troublesome situation. Sensing the impending crisis, the long-eared, dinging immortal hurriedly casts a meaningful glance at the Evil Head Immortal on the arena. The Evil Head Immortal, attuned to the urgency of the moment, cannot help but wear a look of distress. Through their earlier exchanges, he has come to recognize Chun Kai's formidable power. Although his realm may not match his own, his strength is undeniably comparable. To be candid, the duel should have ceased at this point. Yet, the long-eared, dinging immortal's gaze clearly demands that he subdue Chun Kai. They had an agreement. If he were to withdraw now, retaliation would be inevitable as an outer sect disciple whose potential has been exhausted. He cannot withstand the retribution from the long-eared, dinging immortal. Thus, the evil head immortal steels himself. If he fears retribution, he must subdue Chen Kai, and if Chen Kai's strength is on par with his own, then all that remains is to fight with all his might. In this life-or-death struggle, the outcome is still uncertain. Junior brother, your strength is commendable, but if you can withstand this next move of mine, then this battle shall be deemed your victory. As the evil head immortal's words linger in the air, he makes his move, Feng Sha. Accompanied by the incantation, a sinister aura enveloped the arena, coalescing into a massive, pitch-black hand that descended upon Chen Kai. This Feng Sha is a formidable advanced spell from the outer sect of the Jiejiao, a trump card painstakingly cultivated over a century by the evil head immortal, who had long since lost hope of breaking through. This technique was intended for use in crises, to catch opponents off guard. However, it had now become imperative to unleash it upon Chen Kai. Undoubtedly, it would lead to Chen Kai's utter defeat. The one most delighted by this was the long-eared Dingguang immortal, well aware of the lethal nature of Feng Sha's magic, which was devastating in its power. Even an ordinary golden immortal would have to tread carefully in the face of such an attack, unable to confront it head-on. How could a mere celestial immortal like Chen Kai withstand it? Chen Kai scoffed at the approaching hand. It appeared his opponent was determined to subdue him at all costs. In light of this, he saw no reason to hold back and was eager to test the limits of his current strength. Converge the lightning into thunder. He invoked a spell he had privately developed. Among the spells derived from his dragon lineage was the ability to summon lightning, though he could only manipulate a fragment of it. It was said that with sufficient accumulation, even a spark could become a tempest. This endeavor demanded an immense reservoir of mana, yet Chen Kai was not lacking in that regard. Whoosh! Tempest erupted, dark clouds shrouding the arena. The clouds crackled with lightning, roiling ominously, hinting an impending power that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated through the arena, stunning the gathered crowd. Thunder, the most tyrannical of forces, was beyond the control of ordinary cultivators. Yet now, they witnessed something extraordinary, a celestial immortal disciple wielding the very essence of thunder. Descend, Chen Kai commanded, and the lightning, having gathered strength in the air for some time, struck down ferociously. Boom! A violet beam of light erupted from the arena, flooding the spectators' vision with blinding brilliance and filling their ears with a deafening roar. This was the might of thunder, leaving everyone awestruck. What has transpired? As the crowd regained their senses, they hastily surveyed the arena. Gone were the ominous Feng Sha handprints, and the evil head immortal was nowhere to be seen. Only Chen Kai stood there, seemingly unscathed, while the evil head immortal lay defeated on the ground. I won. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes igniting with fervor. It was evident to all that Chen Kai's remarkable achievement marked him as a rising star within the Jiejiao. It would be prudent to cultivate a good rapport with this promising junior. In this battle, Chen Kai emerged victorious. Although Duo Bao Daoist announced the result with visible displeasure, he dared not voice any objections at that moment, lest he incur the wrath of the Tontian Patriarch, who was observing closely. It's over. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal-'s countenance fell. Who could have anticipated that sending a fully realized celestial immortal disciple to challenge Chen Kai would ultimately serve to elevate Chen Kai's reputation? It was evident that following this battle, Chen Kai's prospect for becoming the outer sect's chief disciple had significantly increased. Well done, Chen Kai. A gentle voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention. It was none other than the Tontian Patriarch himself. His acknowledgement indicated that Chen Kai had caught the eye of a sage. Thank you for your praise, esteemed teacher. Chen Kai bowed deeply, displaying utmost respect. Did you exert your full strength in this battle? The Tontian Patriarch inquired further. In answer, esteemed teacher, I did indeed exert myself, yet not entirely. Chen Kai replied. Oh. The Tontian Patriarch smiled, intrigued. Your cultivation and physical prowess are both at the mid-celestial immortal stage. However, given the perilous nature of this conflict, I refrained from relying solely on my physical strength, and instead employed a lesser spelled I in the realm of magic. I exerted my full capabilities, yet I retained some physical strength unspent, choosing not to unleash it. Chun Kai spoke candidly in the presence of the Tontian Patriarch, knowing that a sage could easily discern his depth. Being forthright could only benefit him. While you may cultivate your physical form, neglecting the martial methods of the corporeal realm in the face of magical prowess is indeed a pity, the Tontian Patriarch remarked, nodding in understanding that in light of this, I shall bestow upon you a profound technique for physical cultivation. With that, the Tontian Patriarch pointed, and a beam of azure light shot forth from his fingertip, illuminating Chun Kai's forehead. In that instant, Chun Kai felt a method of physical cultivation known as the Supreme Clarity Technique imprint itself upon his mind. In the blink of an eye, he grasped its essence as though he had practiced it countless times, comprehending its profound intricacies. Such was the transmission from a sage, an art form understood to perfection, free of any ambiguity in practice. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Chun Kai, awakening from his reverie, immediately knelt to express his gratitude. The disciples of the Jiejiao looked on, envious of his fortune. The bestowal of a profound technique signified not only the gift of knowledge, but also the teacher's attention and expectations. From this moment forth, it was clear that the Tontian Patriarch favored Chun Kai, and such favor from a sage was the greatest opportunity one could hope for in the primordial realm. Devote yourself to your studies. Do not be negligent, the Tontian Patriarch instructed, casting a glance at the gathered disciples. This assembly is now concluded. You may disperse. With that, he transformed into a radiant light and vanished from the venue. Farewell, esteemed teacher. The disciples bowed in unison before rising. Some took to the clouds, eager to return to their abodes and assimilate their newfound knowledge. However, many others flocked to Chun Kai, eager to offer their congratulations. Junior Brother Chun Kai, as fellow sect members, we should communicate more often. Junior Brother Chun Kai, I hear you have just joined the Jiejiao. I have some resources to offer as a token of your initiation. Junior Brother Chun Kai. This was the treatment reserved for one favored by a sage. In an instant, he had become a celebrated figure within the Jiejiao. Within Duobao Daoist abode, the opulent decor could not mask the weighty atmosphere. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly diminished and hesitant to utter a word. There was no doubt that he had botched this affair. Not only had he failed to suppress Chun Kai, but he had also inadvertently bolstered Chun Kai's prestige, earning him the admiration of the teacher. Junior brother, you may find it difficult to secure the position of chief disciple now, Duobao Daoist remarked, his tone unassuming yet laced with an icy undertone that sent chills down one's spine. Senior brother, I beg for forgiveness. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal's face paled as he hurriedly prostrated himself. He grasped the implication of Duobao Daoist's words. Not being able to secure the position meant he would lose support and be forever estranged from the role of chief disciple. Without Duobao Daoist's backing, could he possibly survive within the Jiejiao? Though he was one of the 7 immortals in attendance, Duobao was a direct disciple, a chief disciple of the Jiejiao. And rumors suggested that the teacher intended to appoint him as the deputy leader. To deal with long-eared Dingguang Immortal would be a simple matter for Duobao Daoist. Senior brother, grant me another chance. I underestimated Chun Kai's capabilities. Now that I understand him better, I will surely devise a means to eliminate him. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal pleaded urgently, swearing an oath to resolve the matter. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of warmth returned to Duobao Daoist's cold gaze that he held some belief in long-eared Dingguang Immortal's assertions, recognizing that he had managed the outer sect for so long and must possess some skills. If he truly exerted himself, dealing with a newly initiated disciple should not pose a significant challenge. Junior brother, with the teacher's favor upon Chun Kai and the opportunities bestowed upon him, his strength will surely see considerable growth. You must prepare accordingly, Duobao Daoist acknowledged, clarifying the current situation. Rest assured, senior brother, I have ways to draw out Chun Kai, and I will personally see to his removal. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal vowed, desperate to assuage Duobao Daoist's discontent. Proceed swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Duobao Daoist, reassured by long-eared Dingguang Immortal's demeanor, felt somewhat more at ease. He harbored no doubts about long-eared Dingguang Immortal's abilities, given the latter's golden immortal cultivation. Should I fail to secure yet another fledgling disciple, it would indeed be a grave disappointment. Thus, the Taoist Duobao waved his hand dismissively. You may withdraw. Your junior takes his leave, the celestial of long ears. Dingguang hastily exited. It was not until he stepped out of the Taoist Duobao's cave that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, the animosity he harbored towards Chun Kai intensified significantly. Were it not for Chun Kai's interference, he would still enjoy the Taoist Duobao's trust and firmly hold the position of the foremost disciple in the outer sect. Chun Kai, only by eliminating you can I regain my senior's trust and ascend to the position of the chief outer disciple. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the celestial of long ears, Dingguang, as the thought of assassination took root in his mind. Having fallen to such depths due to Chun Kai, he had now placed him on his list of targets for elimination that a scheme to eradicate Chun Kai was already forming in his heart. Meanwhile, within the Three Pure Ones hall, Tong Tian was in an exceptionally buoyant mood. Eldest brother, second brother, I have discovered another promising talent in the GS sect. Based on his innate ability and disposition, coupled with the techniques I bestow upon him, it will be no challenge for him to achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal. And even the prospect of becoming a perfected saint is within reach. The master Tong Tian addressed the two individuals in the Grand Hall, undoubtedly reveling in his own triumph. After all, the emergence of a promising disciple within the GS sect would bolster its fortunes immensely. The Three Pure Ones, having established their own teachings, relied on the cultivation of their disciples to enhance the sect's overall fortune. Humph! The primordial Lord Yinshi snorted coldly. He possessed a proud heart and was unwilling to be outdone in any regard. Now, witnessing his younger brother Tontian's disciples proliferating with remarkable talents, he felt an unsettling sense of competition. The three teachings had been established for over a century, with GS sect already counting 4 direct disciples and 7 attendant immortals, while he himself still struggled to gather the 12 golden immortals he so desired. Such a disparity was indeed vexing. I intend to cultivate this disciple diligently. If he performs well, he could one day serve as the chief outer disciple of my GS sect. At that point, our sect system will be firmly established, paving the way for significant prosperity. As Tontian spoke of future plans, he inadvertently ignited the already proud and irritable primordial Lord Yinshi. Humph! Third brother, all your disciples are merely dabbling in esoteric arts, lacking in true substance. How could they possibly shoulder great responsibilities? The primordial Lord Yinshi retorted sharply, present. Even with their limited numbers, they have already caused chaos upon Kunlun Mountain. If more were to join them, internal strife would be inevitable, let alone the prospect of thriving. Second brother, all my disciples are seekers of a glimmer of hope. Their resolve in the pursuit of the Tao is unwavering. How could they not bear great responsibilities? Tong Tian was equally indignant. In recent years, the primordial Lord Yinshi had not hesitated to criticize him on numerous occasions. He had established the GS sect to seek a glimmer of hope for all beings. Was there anything wrong with that? Why should he be subjected to such derision repeatedly? A surge of frustration within him was on the verge of eruption. Third brother, you are obstinately deluded. The primordial Lord Yinshi showed no mercy. To him, the notion of seeking a glimmer of hope was nothing more than nonsense. Those with nefarious intentions and shallow foundations could never uphold the foundation of a great sect. Only the extraordinary among the masses could become the pillars of a mighty teaching. Second brother, Tong Tian's expression darkened. Brothers, do refrain from quarreling. Observing the impending dispute between the two, the Lord of Virtue, Laozi, quickly interjected to mediate. For over a century, he had found himself in the role of peacemaker between these two brothers. The Three Pure Ones were of the same root. Such disputes, if publicized, would only serve as fodder for ridicule. Eldest brother, you must arbitrate on my behalf. Tong Tian still held respect for Laozi, choosing not to argue further with the primordial Lord Yinshi. Yet he sought justice. Humph! The primordial Lord Yinshi merely snorted, his gaze fixed upon Laozi, curious to see whose side the eldest brother would take. Alas! Laozi sighed, feeling the weight of judging the doctrines of his two younger brothers. However, upon reflection, a plan for reconciliation began to form in his mind. Since the three pure ones had all attained sainthood, it implied that the doctrine itself bore no absolute right or wrong. In that case, why not use the capabilities of their disciples as the standard of judgment? Whose disciples excel, that sect shall be deemed superior in this contest. Eldest brother's words are reasonable. The primordial Lord Yenshur readily concurred, his pride leading him to firmly believe that his disciples could not possibly be outmatched. I will heed the eldest brother's suggestion, Tong Tian echoed, confident that the emergence of several more prodigious talents among the Jie sect would ensure his victory in this assessment. Very well, since both second brother and third brother are in agreement, it shall be decided thus. Seeing the tempers of both men begin to cool, Laozi smiled as he continued, let us set a 1,000-year term for our disciples to compete. After the three pure ones reached an agreement, they departed from the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, the chief disciples of both the Chanjiao and Jie sect received a transmission from the saints. From this day forth, I shall embark on a journey. You are to diligently cultivate and look after the disciples under your tutelage, awaiting my return. Once the transmission concluded, two beams of light swiftly departed Kunlun Mountain, belonging to the primordial Lord Yenshur and Master Tongtin. Both were determined to recruit several exceptionally gifted disciples during their travels. The primordial Lord Yenshur headed south, where dangers loomed, with innate restrictions abounding. Therefore, any beings capable of surviving in the south would undoubtedly possess formidable aptitude and strength, making them prime candidates for discipleship. Master Tongtian journeyed eastward, sensing a connection to his disciples over the East Sea. Just as the two saints departed, a solitary cloud also drifted from Kunlun Mountain at a leisurely pace, none other than the sage Laozi himself. Having established the teachings for humanity, he had yet to take on any disciples. Now, witnessing the competition between his two brothers and their disciples, he too felt the desire to accept students. He hoped to find a disciple of commendable character among the human race. Once the three pure ones departed, the first to receive the news were naturally the chief disciples of Chanjiao and Jie sect. Upon learning the news, the Taoist Duobao immediately transmitted it to the celestial of long ears. Dingguang, indeed, a gift from the heavens. Upon hearing this, Dingguang's face lit up with joy. With his master in the Jie sect, he would need to exercise caution in his actions. However, with his master temporarily away, he now had numerous ways to deal with Chun Kai. Yet, at the very moment Dingguang was plotting, Chun Kai was already preparing to enter seclusion within his cave, this time with the profound techniques bestowed upon me by my master. My physical body shall advance rapidly. It is time to elevate my strength, Chun Kai mused, realizing that he possessed a technique and a method created by a saint, as long as he adhered to the prescribed training regimen. Breaking through to the next level would be a natural progression. This time, I shall not emerge until I attain the status of a golden immortal. Chun Kai swiftly reached a resolution, activating the cave's protective barriers and entering a state of seclusion, disregarding everything happening outside. Not long after Chun Kai entered his retreat, the celestial of long ears, Dingguang, had already dispatched someone to investigate the situation. Upon noticing that the cave's barriers had been activated, the disciple sent to gather intelligence hastily returned to report, "Daha! Seclusion. Do you think you can evade me by hiding in seclusion after offending me?" Dingguang thought to himself, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes as he ordered, "From this day forth, keep a watchful eye on Chun Kai's cave day and night. As soon as his barriers are lifted, report back to me immediately." Preparations for Chun Kai's entrapment had already begun, as dark currents churned within the outer sect of the Jie sect. Your avatar, Chun Kai, has received the profound techniques granted by the saint and is currently engaged in seclusion. Observing the log of your avatar, Chun Xian, a smile spread across his face. Chun Kai had already gained the recognition of Master Tong Tian, promising a bright future ahead, although the threat posed by the celestial of long ears lingered. With the boon of talent, Chun Kai would soon surpass him in strength. At that point, he would possess comprehensive intelligence regarding the competition for the position of chief outer disciple within the Jie sect. Your avatar, Chun Wu, journeyed southward, slaying minor demons along the way for sustenance, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Chun Wu encountered a tribe of Wu, who did not suspect his identity. Chun Wu had now become a member of the Wu tribe. In the realm of Chun Wu, a preliminary plan has taken shape. The Wu clan is solely capable of refining their physical bodies, and thus, they possess considerable experience in this regard until this moment. Chun Wu has acquired the essence of the Wu clan's physical refinement techniques, and with the added boon of innate talent, his strength is undeniably on the rise. Your avatar, Chun Yao, journeys eastward, encountering a band of mischievous lesser demons along the way. Chun Yao toys with them, prolonging the skirmish, and in the process, learns all of their spells. Continuing eastward, Chun Yao encounters more lesser demons, engages in battle, and learns anew. Ultimately, he masters 100 different spells, upon encountering the formidable General Bai Fong. Stationed in the eastern territories of the Demon Court, Bai Fong is astounded by Chun Yao's talent and decides to recruit him into the Demon Court. Thus, Chun Yao becomes a member of the Demon Court. Excellent! Chun Xian's face beams with delight, for both Chun Yao and Chun Wu have made initial strides in their respective missions. With their innate abilities and the support of their clans, their prowess is set to increase significantly. Once Chun Wu and Chun Yao have matured, the intelligence within the Wu and Demon clans will be as accessible to me as plucking fruit from a tree. Chun Xian muses, casting his gaze towards the system panel. After a year has passed, the strength accumulated by his avatars should now be synchronized. He settles into a meditative posture and speaks simultaneously. Synchronized strength. As the words escape his lips, a surge of warmth envelopes the room, rich with spiritual energy as his power steadily ascends. The first to sense this breakthrough is naturally the Tengu stationed outside the door. This aura indicative of a breakthrough. The Tengu's expression shifts to one of utter astonishment, its canine features displaying an unusually human-like expression. Having observed Chun Xian's daily routine closely, the Tengu noted that this morning there was no hint of a breakthrough at all. How could such a transformation occur so suddenly? Boom! Just as the Tengu is lost in thought, a wave of energy emanates from within the room. The aura, once that of an early celestial being, has now transformed into that of a mid-stage celestial. How is this possible? Even if it is merely a minor realm, such rapid advancement is unheard of. The Tengu is left in disbelief. It is well known that when beings of the primordial chaos undergo breakthroughs, they do so with utmost caution. They must first stabilize their aura, then calm their magical power, all while ensuring no disturbances interfere, often taking days or even months to achieve a stable breakthrough. Yet, Chun Xian, within mere moments, has transitioned from the initial signs of breakthrough to this new stage. Could it be that after being suppressed for 100,000 years, I have fallen behind the current pace of the beings in the primordial chaos? Is this how everyone is breaking through now? The Tengu's mind races with speculation. Boom! As the Tengu's thoughts whirl, the energy from within the room continues to evolve. After 2 successive fluctuations, the aura now radiating from within is that of a fully realized celestial. Abba Abba! The Tengu is left utterly dumbfounded, its mouth agape, at a loss for words. That it feels as though its understanding of reality has been shattered. Could it be that the countless years of cultivation it undertook 100,000 years ago have all been funneled into this dog? No, it is not that I am lacking. Rather, this child is simply too terrifying. After a brief moment of recovery, the Tengu remains visibly astonished. Such a prodigious talent is destined to become a formidable powerhouse in the primordial chaos. The Tengu concludes, its face breaking into a sly grin as it congratulates itself. Luckily, this dog secured its position early on, aligning itself with this child to share in the bounty. Once this child grows, surely I will not be cast aside. With such thoughts, the Tengu's initial shock begins to wane, finding solace in the fact that as a companion, the more monstrous the talent, the better. Unbeknownst to it, the Tengu's loyalty to Chun Xian has already begun to solidify. The breakthrough to a fully realized celestial is complete. Upon stabilizing his realm, Chun Xian opens his eyes and quietly reflects. Achieving the pinnacle of celestial being in just a few years is indeed gratifying. However, to survive in the primordial chaos with such strength is an unrealistic ambition, at the very least. One must possess the cultivation of a profound celestial to evade the treacherous perils of the primordial chaos, thus qualifying as a mere ant in this vast expanse. Ideally, one would require the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, coupled with favorable opportunities and magical treasures, to find a foothold within the primordial chaos. Chen Xian contemplates his future path that he is currently in a developmental phase, preferring to remain inconspicuous and allow his avatars to grow in secrecy. Once he attains the status of a great Luo, his avatars will still exist, but their strength will not ascend at the current rate at that time. Should the right opportunities and magical artifacts present themselves, he may consider stepping into the limelight. With the system and avatars at his disposal, along with an understanding of the great trends of the primordial chaos, acquiring magical treasures will not pose a challenge in the future, for now. His focus remains solely on strengthening himself, quietly advancing in his growth. With this mindset, Chen Xian's composure becomes even more steadfast. He opens the system panel. Host, Chen Xian avatars summonable. Ordinary avatars, 10 marketplace. Ordinary, spirit water. Heavy iron shield, ordinary spirit plant avatars possessed. Chun Dan, Chun Lu, Chun Kai, Chun Wu, Chun Yao, Chun Air Sansi, ordinary avatars 42578 points. 2043896 system space. None marketplace refreshable 2 million points are crucial for Chen Xian's confidence in his development. The saying goes, with points in hand, the world is mine. Once something useful refreshes in the marketplace, he can exchange it immediately, converting it into power. Refresh the marketplace. The previous 3 items vanish, and 3 new ones materialize. Common iron, 999 pounds. Ordinary iron, useful for forging many weapons. 6-meter-long Swana. 1 tune played can send off an entire tribe. Abundant spiritual energy that can be directly converted into magical power. It is vast enough to support breakthroughs across multiple realms. Out of the 3 items, the second is astonishing, while the third is undeniably useful. Previously, Chen Xian exchanged a large amount of spiritual energy for Chen Kai's use, and the results were remarkable. That he decides to exchange for the abundant spiritual energy. Chen Xian makes a judgment call, expending 300,000 points to procure the abundant spiritual energy, and he promptly transmits it to Chen Kai. With a swift motion, Chen Xian dispatches the item. Given the turmoil within the forces of the strength is of utmost importance. Chen Kai's mid-stage celestial cultivation is far from adequate. Moreover, since he has caught the attention of the long-eared Jingguang immortal, only by enhancing his strength can he evade danger. Even the competition for the position of this outer sex grand disciple necessitates an elevation in his cultivation. After careful consideration, it becomes clear that Chen Kai is the most suitable recipient for this abundant spiritual energy. All set. Having allocated the resources, Chen Xian is prepared to relax, only to suddenly notice a dog head peering through the doorway. It is none other than the Tengu, who has sensed the stable energy within and is curious to investigate. It is genuinely intrigued as to what foundation Chen Xian possesses that allows him to achieve such continuous breakthroughs. There is nothing particularly remarkable about him. The Tengu muses, unable to discern anything out of the ordinary. Just as it is about to scrutinize further, it is abruptly met with a sharp reprimand. "Get out," Chen Xian barks. Noticing the increasingly peculiar gaze of the Tengu, has it secretly developed intelligence? "Woof," the Tengu protests. Barking defiantly, unwilling to back down. "I'll go out if I want to. How dare you scold me? Just wait until I eat you out of house and home." Time flies. Within the long-eared Jingguang immortal has grown increasingly anxious. It has been too long. He has waited far too long. Since the departure of the master from the Chen Kai has not set foot outside his cave even once. Could it be that he has turned into a reclusive turtle? The long-eared Jingguang immortal worries that Chen Kai has foreseen impending danger and is preparing to enter seclusion until the master returns. This cannot be allowed. If the master returns to eliminate Chen Kai, it will not be a simple matter. While the long-eared Jingguang immortal frets, within Chen Kai's cave, an atmosphere rich in spiritual energy prevails. Ever since he received the abundant spiritual energy transmitted from his original body, Chen Kai's determination to enter seclusion has intensified. Once he delves into seclusion, It is akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean, and he remains there for over a decade without emerging. Indeed, this period of seclusion lasts around 10 years, which explains the long-eared Jingguang immortal's growing impatience. Boom! Yet, one day, a sudden surge of energy ripples through Chun Kai's cave, and an aura of profound depth and heaviness manifests. Today, he becomes a golden immortal, gaining insight into his own foundational strength and the path he must pursue henceforth. Jinxian, the realm of transcendence among immortals, signifies a profound transformation, sealing the essence of one's being while possessing an innate understanding of the path that lies ahead. Now, after more than a decade of seclusion, bolstered by an abundance of spiritual energy, Chun Kai has ascended to the rank of Jinxian, were it not for the vast spiritual energy granted by his true form. Achieving such a state would have necessitated countless years of arduous cultivation. Chun Kai, reflecting on his breakthrough, finally comprehends the formidable nature of Jinxian. Furthermore, the foundational requirements for this realm far surpass those of the earth immortal and heaven immortal. It represents a formidable threshold where countless cultivators find themselves ensnared. Now that he has attained the status of Jinxian, he occupies a prominent position within the outer sect of the Jiejiao and feels it is time to emerge from his secluded retreat to forge connections with others. With this resolve, Chun Kai swiftly prepares to conclude his period of seclusion. The thought of his true form's years of nurturing intensifies his desire to contribute. Shortly thereafter, he emerges from his retreat and actively seeks to engage with the disciples of Jiejiao. Given his esteemed status within the sect, he receives a warm welcome from all. Haha, at last, I am free. A hearty laugh escapes him, and the heart of the long-eared Dingguang immortal finally finds its steadiness. After more than a decade, I nearly thought you, Chun Kai, would remain in seclusion indefinitely. The long-eared Dingguang immortal sneers, his mind already scheming. Now that Chun Kai has emerged, the plan he had long devised is set to unfold. Summon Chun Kai to see me under the guise of an entry task for Jiejiao. The long-eared Dingguang immortal issues the command without delay, unwilling to procrastinate, as he yearns to subdue Chun Kai swiftly. Yes, shortly after, a disciple finds Chun Kai and relays the instructions from the long-eared Dingguang immortal in entry task. Chun Kai furrows his brow, recalling having heard of this concept. Essentially, it pertains to a small task assigned to newly initiated disciples of Jiejiao to earn their first contributions. Naturally, this task poses no danger. It merely serves to familiarize newcomers with the sect's procedures. It is a step of little consequence. And even if one chooses not to partake, no one would voice discontent. Having been a member of Jiejiao for over a decade, Chun Kai sees no need to undertake such a trivial task. However, he is taken aback to find it employed by the long-eared Dingguang immortal as a pretext for harassment. Let me see how my current strength fares against the long-eared Dingguang immortal, he decides, intent on uncovering the elder's intentions. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to turn the tables. If he wishes to scheme against me, he must be prepared for a reversal of fortunes. Indeed, Chun Kai's fellow disciple is a busy individual, having been so engrossed in seclusion that he neglected the affairs of Jiejiao. Within the cave abode, the long-eared Dingguang immortal, with a sardonic demeanor, covertly accuses Chun Kai of disrespecting the regulations of Jiejiao. Chun Kai remains silent, choosing not to engage in debate with someone clearly intent on causing trouble. I shall quietly observe your performance. Ahem. Unable to withstand the awkwardness of solitary performance, the long-eared Dingguang immortal eventually clears his throat, compelled to address the matter at hand. Since you have come here, I presume you are aware of the reason behind my summons. All newly initiated disciples of Jiejiao are required to complete an entry task to familiarize themselves with our procedures. As far as I know, your entry task remains unfulfilled. That I ask there perhaps some dissatisfaction with the processes of Jiejiao on your part. The long-eared Dingguang immortal harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Chun Kai, striving to entrap him with every word and action. Any response he offers could easily be twisted into an accusation of disrespecting Jiejiao. Yet, Chun Kai, well-versed in the subtleties of human affairs, is far from naive and will not fall into his trap. What task? Please elaborate, he states plainly, disregarding the long-eared Dingguang immortal's insinuations. Since you are so eager, as the overseer of the outer sect. I will naturally disclose the details to you. The long-eared Dingguang Immortal, visibly displeased, emphasizes his authority before continuing. Recently, a band of minor demons has been causing disturbances on Kunlun Mountain. I require you to venture forth and eliminate them. I hope you can familiarize yourself with the procedures of Jie Jiao through this task. His words are laced with insincerity, and a cold glint resides in his eyes. This task is merely a pretext, a means to ensnare Chen Kai. Within Jie Jiao, disciples are prohibited from harming one another. Any unauthorized duel without prior application would trigger the sex array, resulting in punishment. However, once outside the bounds of Jie Jiao, the array's power becomes ineffective. The long-eared Dingguang Immortal intends to take matters into his own hands to rectify the situation. I shall accomplish this task. Farewell. Chen Kai speaks little more and departs. He perceives the moment the long-eared Dingguang Immortal harbors murderous intent. Yet he remains unperturbed. Upon leaving Jie Jiao, Chen Kai heads westward, where the minor demons are located, just beyond Kunlun Mountain. Ah, Chen Kai, you have indeed fallen into my trap. The long-eared Dingguang Immortal, who has been shadowing Chen Kai, bursts into laughter. The vast expanse of Kunlun cannot be fully monitored without a sage's presence. This moment, with 3 sages absent, should Chen Kai venture beyond the confines of Jie Jiao and encounter insurmountable danger. His demise would be of no one's concern. In high spirits, the long-eared Dingguang Immortal subtly casts a spell, concealing himself and quietly following Chen Kai. This operation will go unnoticed, shrouded in secrecy. On the western slopes of Kunlun Mountain, Chen Kai has just vanquished a group of minor demons. These demons, having only recently attained their demonic forms, dared to wreak havoc on sacred ground, thereby inviting their own demise. Just as he prepares to return, a sudden cluster of ominous clouds descends from the heavens. Ha! Chen Kai, I come to grant you a swift end. A boisterous laugh echoes from the clouds, though the assailant remains hidden within the cover. Boom! The dark clouds loom closer, accompanied by the sound of something piercing the air, crashing towards Chen Kai. Chen Kai scoffs, unperturbed by the impending threat. He had anticipated this moment and has been waiting for it. This ambush provides an excellent opportunity to test his newly attained Jinxian abilities. As he channels his energy, a green light coalesces upon his arm, revealing dragon scales. Upon discerning the direction of the assault, Chen Kai transforms his arm into a dragon claw and strikes back fiercely. Boom! The two forces collide, resulting in a thunderous explosion. What? The figure concealed within the dark clouds is taken aback, unable to fathom that what was presumed to be an easy victory has turned into a stalemate against Chen Kai. Upper clear wind control technique. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Kai unleashes a spell, summoning a tempest of green winds that sweeps forth. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ferocious winds disperse the dark clouds, revealing the hidden figure. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal. I have been waiting for you all along, Chen Kai remarks calmly, adding, I did not anticipate your attack at this moment. You recognize me? The long-eared Dingguang Immortal, astonished, quickly wears a malicious grin. Well, since you have discerned my identity, you shall not escape today. Escape? That remains to be seen, Chen Kai replies nonchalantly, brimming with confidence. Should it merely be the long-eared Dingguang Immortal, he feels no fear given his current strength. Haha, your rapid breakthrough is indeed surprising. But to think you can surpass me is utterly delusional. The long-eared Dingguang Immortal cackles, relishing the situation. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you, so you may understand that in the wilderness, true strength is not determined by rank, but by artifacts. With that, the long-eared Dingguang Immortal conjures a pitch-black staff in his hand. This is the post-heaven spiritual treasure. The Een Soul Staff. One strike will surely rattle your soul and diminish your cultivation. The long-eared Dingguang Immortal grins wickedly, and with another thought, produces a 4-colored bag in his other hand. This is the post-heaven spiritual treasure, the 4-color bloodlight bag. Once I capture you, I shall slowly torment you within. Is that so? I hope you possess the ability to do so. Before Chen Kai could finish his words, the spell he had been secretly preparing was already ready for deployment. Shanqing Fu Hai Ju. Instantly, dark clouds began to churn, and a sudden downpour ensued, coalescing in mid-air into a water dragon that surged toward the long-eared Dingguang Immortal. "How dare you launch a sneak attack?" Long-eared Dingguang Immortal, filled with rage, faced the approaching water dragon with utmost caution. Channeling his power, he concentrated it on the Yin Soul staff and struck the dragon's head. Bang! The ferocious water dragon was surprisingly shattered by this blow, its force immensely formidable. The junior brother had never witnessed the might of a magical artifact, and naturally, it was to be expected that he would be unaware of its power. Today, I shall ensure your demise beneath this artifact, granting you a profound experience. In that moment of triumph, long-eared Dingguang Immortal felt a surge of confidence, his demeanor becoming increasingly boastful. The thought of finally eliminating the troublesome Chun Kai filled him with excitement. Without further ado, he urged the artifact once more and aimed it at Chun Kai. Is this the power of a postnatal spiritual treasure? Chun Kai mused inwardly. The might of the artifact was indeed astonishing. Yet that did not imply he would surrender without a fight. He possessed spells that had transformed him fundamentally. Through the practice of Shangqing, he had enhanced all the spells he had mastered. Spells reinforced by the cultivation methods of a sage should not be easily defeated by a mere postnatal spiritual treasure. Shangqing Yulei Ju, with a flick of his hand, Chun Kai summoned the gathering dark clouds, where azure lightning danced within. This was a spell that had transformed from the previous gathering of electricity into thunder. Descend! Boom! The azure lightning struck down, aiming directly at long-eared Dingguang Immortal. The lightning was not only powerful, but also incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached behind long-eared Dingguang Immortal. Not good. Even with the support of the postnatal spiritual treasure, long-eared Dingguang Immortal felt his heart tremble. Thunder is the embodiment of pure, righteous power, particularly effective against malevolent artifacts. Unfortunately, the Yin Soul staff he wielded was precisely a sinister artifact. Its ability to resist the thunder was significantly weakened by a third. Block it for me. Without hesitation, long-eared Dingguang Immortal threw the Yin Soul staff to counter the lightning. Boom! The thunder struck, and azure light flickered. As the azure light dissipated, long-eared Dingguang Immortal was left disheveled, his breath slightly disordered, and his garments in tatters. Using the Yin Soul staff to fend off the thunder was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Junior brother, I never expected you to grow to such a level in just over a decade. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing an unmasked intent to kill, and continued, "Fortunately, I came today to kill you. Otherwise, if you were to continue growing, it would be quite troublesome. Allow me to show you this technique." Yin Soul Dispersal. As soon as the words left his lips, numerous souls suddenly surged forth from the Yin Soul staff, each radiating malevolent energy, appearing exceedingly ferocious. They swarmed like a black tide, crashing toward Chun Kai. This Yin Soul Dispersal was a technique I had refined over a century, and today, allowing my junior brother to perish within it would be most fitting. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal cackled with glee. Once this Yin Soul was unleashed, it could devour a person in an instant, leaving no room for response. That it was a treacherous method indeed. Even if Chun Kai could wield a thunder spell, specifically designed to counter evil, how could he summon the thunder without sufficient time to gather energy? Prepare to meet your end. Chun Kai, sensing the imminent danger from the oncoming tide of souls, felt a surge of life-threatening peril. Yet, he remained remarkably calm, unperturbed. For long-eared Dingguang Immortal had his trump card, and so did he. Shangqing Divine Thunder. Chun Kai shouted, summoning a bolt of azure lightning from the bright sky without the need for preparation. In that very moment, a substantial portion of Chun Kai's inner energy was instantly depleted. Boom, boom. The speed of the Divine Thunder was instantaneous. The so-called tide of souls melted away like foam beneath the might of the Divine Thunder, ceasing to exist. Impossible! At that moment, long-eared Dingguang Immortal shouted in disbelief. He was on the verge of madness, unable to accept it. How could this be? In a duel between two golden immortals, how could you, Chun Kai, unleash a divine power out of nowhere? Indeed, Shangqing Divine Thunder was no mere spell of lowly nature. It was a divine ability, one of the most formidable techniques in the primordial world. Created by the Shanqing sage, also known as the Tong Tian teacher, how could a mere golden immortal wield such divine prowess? Long-eared Dingguang Immortal was utterly distraught, which divine ability did not require immense effort to master. And each use of it consumed vast amounts of energy. Golden Immortal cultivators simply did not possess enough energy to wield divine abilities in battle. Even a minor divine ability could drain one's energy entirely upon use, let alone the Shangqing Divine Thunder, a top-tier divine technique. Such a feat was utterly impossible. Ha! Chun Kai chuckled lightly, naturally withholding the reasons for his capability. The ability to utilize this divine technique was solely due to his immense energy reserves. This innate talent allowed him to accumulate greater energy as his cultivation realm increased. Consequently, his current energy far surpassed that of an ordinary golden immortal, more than tenfold. Even so, merely using the Divine Thunder had already consumed a significant portion of his energy. Shangqing Wind Control Technique. Seizing the moment while long-eared Dingguang Immortal was still in shock, Chun Kai unleashed another spell. Winds from all directions surged toward long-eared Dingguang Immortal, enclosing him like a cage, constraining him in place. Shangqing Yulei Ju. Chun Kai cast yet another spell. The dark clouds above thickened, and azure lightning coalesced, growing even more robust. It was evident that he intended to unleash a powerful strike upon long-eared Dingguang Immortal. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal finally reacted, glancing at the gathering thunder in the sky, his heart filled with dread. If such thick lightning were to strike down, would he not perish on the spot? As for resistance, his 100 years of nurtured Yin souls had just been obliterated by the earlier Shangqing Divine Thunder. With his trump cards expended, what could he possibly use to resist? From the moment Chun Kai invoked the Shangqing Divine Thunder, the outcome had become clear. He was already defeated. It seems you won't be leaving today. Instead, you shall be captured by me. Chun Kai smiled faintly, channeling more energy into the lightning above, intensifying its ferocity. Junior brother, today's events are merely a misunderstanding. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal wore a smile more grotesque than a cry. Who would have thought that a meticulously planned scheme would be obliterated by a single bolt of lightning? The tables had turned, and he had become a captive. Do you think I would believe you? Chun Kai smiled, his expression radiant. Descend. Boom! The lightning that had been gathering for so long struck down directly. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal's eyes were on the verge of bursting as he hastily shouted, Chun Kai, I am the attendant immortal of my master, under the command of senior brother Dovo. Why aura has long been attached. Do you dare to kill me? Boom! Just as the words left his mouth, the lightning struck true as the azure light faded. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal resembled a scorched charcoal, his consciousness fading, yet a breath still lingered. Truly foolish, Chun Kai could only lament. From the very beginning, he had no intention of killing long-eared Dingguang Immortal. Yet this fool had inadvertently revealed his connections, dragging Duo Bao Daoist into the fray. This also unveiled to Chun Kai the true adversary behind the scenes. If I kill you, my master will not let this matter pass. The Tongtian teacher is a sage. That title is not merely for show that a sage can calculate the causes and effects of the past and future. And the death of an attendant immortal under his command is a significant matter. With a simple calculation, Chun Kai would naturally find himself unable to escape the consequences, even if the Tongtian teacher chose not to pursue the matter. The intention to cultivate Chun Kai would undoubtedly be affected to gain little and lose much. Chun Kai would not engage in such folly. Duo Bao Daoist, the mastermind, are you prepared to pay the price? Chun Kai was already standing before the long-eared Dingguang Immortal, muttering to himself. With a mere wave of his hand, he swiftly collected all the various resources from the long-eared Dingguang Immortal, the Yin Soul Staff and the 4-color Bloodlight Bag, both of which were postnatal spiritual treasures, were also seized. Upon grasping them, their effects naturally manifested in his mind. The Yin Soul Staff, a tool to strike at souls and nurture Yin souls. It was a treasure of malevolence. Best employed for ambushes, it could yield remarkable results. Yet using it against the long-eared Dingguang Immortal in a direct confrontation was a waste. The 4-color Bloodlight Bag. Crafted from the hides of ferocious beasts embodying the attributes of earth, fire, wind, and water, could be activated with magical power. Once activated, anything contained within would be subjected to the relentless torment of these four forces. It was a treasure specifically designed for ambushes. Examining the two treasures in his hands, Chen Kai swiftly stowed away the Yin Soul Staff. This artifact could prove invaluable for future surprise attacks. Turning his gaze to the four-color bloodlight bag, a smile spread across his face. This treasure would indeed serve a purpose. Without hesitation, he activated the bag, drawing in the unconscious long-eared Dingguang immortal within. Remain still. Your usefulness has yet to be exhausted. Upholding the principle of resourcefulness, Chen Kai prepared to extract further utility from the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Since he was backed by the Duobao Daoist, it would be intriguing to see how much the Duobao Daoist was willing to part with to reclaim the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Let's be off. Grasping the four-color bloodlight bag, Chen Kai felt elated as he summoned clouds and soared towards the location of the Jiejiao. Shortly thereafter, he returned to Jiejiao. As he approached, he encountered an individual, a person he had recently come to know, who was quite renowned within the outer sect of Jiejiao. This person was known as the Long-Mouthed Immortal. The Long-Mouthed Immortal was a being with 9 mouths, whose greatest delight was to inquire about news and disseminate it widely. It was said that whatever he learned would be known throughout Jiejiao within half a day, highlighting his remarkable talent. Chen Kai, my senior brother, the Long-Mouthed Immortal greeted him. He referred to Chen Kai as senior brother due to the fact that Chen Kai's revealed strength had far surpassed his own. In a world where power dictated respect, titles shifted accordingly. Are you returning from your travels, senior brother? The Long-Mouthed Immortal probed, his innate curiosity shining through. Indeed, I have undertaken a sect mission to handle a brazen individual who has dared to affront our Jiejiao. Chen Kai replied with a smile, secretly pleased that the Long-Mouthed Immortal had arrived at such an opportune moment. This individual has been captured and is contained within this bag, awaiting my master's return so that I may hand him over for proper adjudication. Hiss, to dare defy our Jiejiao is truly despicable, the Long-Mouthed Immortal declared emphatically, casting a curious glance at the large bag in Chen Kai's possession. Senior brother, may I release this individual to see what manner of person would be so audacious? Ah, my junior brother, you are unaware that this individual is exceedingly vicious. If released, it would be perilous for us to subdue him. Chen Kai responded with mock seriousness. Upon finishing his words, he discreetly channeled a wisp of magical power to activate the four-color bloodlight bag. Instantly, the forces of earth, fire, wind, and water began to swirl within. The long-eared Dingguang immortal, having just regained a few breaths, was suddenly besieged by the torment of these elemental forces, causing him to writhe in agony. Hiss, what a fearsome creature! The long-mouthed immortal exclaimed in astonishment. What sort of being is contained within that bag? Merely speaking of him elicits such a reaction. Truly, as my senior brother has mentioned, he is a most wicked individual. You must keep a close watch on him, lest he emerge to wreak havoc. Fear not, junior brother, for I will ensure that this individual shall not find respite, Chen Kai assured him, having achieved his objective, and proceeded to take his leave to take care. Senior brother, my journey of training has concluded, and I must return to reflect upon my insights. Safe travels, senior brother, the long-mouthed immortal replied as Chen Kai departed. Returning directly to his cave, he secured the four-color bloodlight bag, awaiting the inevitable spread of news from outside. True to his reputation, the long-mouthed immortal was remarkably swift in disseminating information in less than half a day. Word of Chen Kai's expedition and the capture of a vicious individual had spread throughout the entire Jiejiao. Naturally, this news reached the Duobao Daoist, a direct disciple. In an instant, the Duobao Daoist sensed that matters had taken a dire turn. Prior to the long-eared Dingguang immortal's actions, he had undoubtedly reported the entire scheme, that he intended to use this opportunity of Chen Kai's mission to eliminate him. Now that Chen Kai had returned without the long-eared Dingguang immortal seeking him out for a report, the truth was laid bare. The wicked individual contained within the bag, aside from the long-eared Dingguang immortal, could only be him that a plan that had failed to come to fruition. Fuming, the Duobao Daoist smashed a nearby jade lamp to smithereens. Could he not be enraged? The long-eared Dingguang immortal's plot had crumbled. Had he perished in the process, it would have been inconsequential. He could always find another to scheme against the outer sect disciples. And Chen Kai could be dealt with as well. Such matters were trivial to him. However, now that the long-eared Dingguang immortal had been captured and remained alive, the stakes had escalated. Had he not heard the rumors that Chen Kai intended to present this audacious individual before their master? Should the long-eared Dingguang immortal reach their master, all would be lost. Typically, their master placed trust in them and did not delve into their actions. Yet if the long-eared Dingguang immortal's actions were exposed, would the duo Bao Daoist be able to escape unscathed? Even if he were not to perish, he would certainly face severe reprimands from their master, likely resulting in the loss of his position as a direct disciple. Let us hope this fool has not revealed my involvement. Otherwise, there may still be a chance for redemption. The duo Bao Daoist began to contemplate how to navigate this predicament. He must not allow Chen Kai to present the long-eared Dingguang immortal before their master. He needed to devise a scheme to reclaim the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Moments later, the duo Bao Daoist donned resplendent attire and departed his cave, making his way directly to Chen Kai's residence. Junior brother Chen Kai. Duo Bao has come to pay his respects. I hope you will grant me an audience, he called out, wearing a gentle smile. Embodying the approachable demeanor of a direct disciple of Jiejiao, he assessed that the long-eared Dingguang immortal had not dared to expose him. Thus, the amiable persona he had cultivated could serve its purpose. It is senior brother Duo Bao. Chen Kai emerged from his cave, secretly amused, fully aware of the true purpose behind the duo Bao Daoist's visit. Yet feigning ignorance, he inquired, "What brings senior brother here? Junior brother, do you not invite me in?" The duo Bao Daoist sidestepped the question, instead remarking, "As a direct disciple of Jiejiao, it is quite improper for me to discuss matters outside your door." "Ah, that is unnecessary," Chen Kai replied with a smile, harboring no intention of inviting the duo Bao Daoist inside. In his mind, he had long categorized the duo Bao Daoist and the long-eared Dingguang immortal as one and the same. Both were despicable individuals. Should he allow the latter entry into his cave, it was certain that some treachery would follow. Outside, the great array of Jiao monitored their actions, providing Chen Kai with the confidence to negotiate with the duo Bao Daoist. "Junior brother, must we remain so distant?" The duo Bao Daoist's expression darkened. Feeling slighted, he was a direct disciple of considerable standing. How could he be turned away by a mere outer sect disciple? Of course, he did not care much for face saving. What mattered was that within the cave, he could evade the scrutiny of Jiejiao's great array, making it much easier to manipulate Chen Kai. Yet to his dismay, Chen Kai remained resolute. "If you have matters to discuss, it would be best to speak directly." Chen Kai was not one to engage in idle chatter. Aware of the other party's intentions, he saw no need for pretense and directly addressed the matter at hand. His demeanor elicited a frown from Dao Bao Daoist, whose eyes glimmered with coldness. Initially, he believed that his approachable persona, cultivated within the teachings of the, would assuage Chen Kai's vigilance, allowing him to effortlessly reclaim the long-eared Dingguang immortal. However, it now appeared that Chen Kai might be privy to certain knowledge. Dao Bao Daoist, with his astute mind, quickly deduced the underlying reason. That fool, long-eared Dingguang immortal, deserved his fate. He, anticipating exposure, Dao Bao Daoist refrained from displaying any sign of anger. Maintaining a facade of geniality as he continued, "Junior brother Chen Kai, I have heard that you have captured a vile individual who has offended our. This person is dangerous. If left under your supervision, he may cause you harm and lead to irreparable consequences. Might I suggest that you entrust him to me for proper handling? Surely, as the chief disciple of, I am well positioned to administer the necessary punishment on behalf of our master. What do you think, junior brother?" While his words remained amiable, the threat within them was palpable. The implication of irreparable consequences was clear. Chen Kai ought to recognize the gravity of the situation and hand over long-eared Dingguang immortal. Otherwise, he would bear the repercussions. Would Chen Kai be intimidated? If he were, he would not be Chen Kai. From the very beginning, these two had been adversaries. Did they really expect that by surrendering long-eared Dingguang immortal today, all grievances would be resolved? Such naive thoughts were far from Chen Kai's mind. His goal was to extract a hefty ransom from Daobao Daoist. Thus, his response was unequivocal. "Brother, I must say that your proposal is rather unconvincing. This individual has shown a propensity for violence against the disciples of Dai. I fear, brother, that you may not be able to manage him effectively. Therefore, it would be best to leave his handling to our master. If our master is pleased, he may even bestow upon me some resources for cultivation. My current level of progress heavily relies on the resources granted by our master." The emphasis was on resources. Chun Kai was in dire need of cultivation resources and sought the master's favor. Crack! Daobao Daoist ground his teeth in frustration. How dare a mere outer disciple attempt to extort resources from him? The esteemed chief disciple of, indeed, it was extortion, and Daobao Daoist felt compelled to comply. Unless he wished to expose all his clandestine dealings to Tong Tian, he had no choice but to acquiesce that he was thoroughly ensnared. And tightly at that. "Junior brother, why not come to me for resources instead of seeking our master?" Daobao Daoist bit down hard, suppressing his rage as he continued, "I have an abundance of resources here. If you hand over that sinner to me, I can certainly provide you with the resources you desire. Indeed, even more." With those words, Daobao Daoist longed to strike Chun Kai down. How humiliating! When had he ever suffered such indignity? Yet within the confines of, he had to swallow his pride. As for resorting to violence, that was out of the question, at least not within the where Daobao Daoist dared not act recklessly. After all, the protective array of under Tong Tian was no trifling matter. As for any thoughts of luck, in the presence of a sage, that was akin to courting death? "Oh, brother, do you truly possess abundant resources?" Chun Kai chuckled, realizing at that moment that Daobao Daoist was prepared to accept a silent defeat. Immediately, Chun Kai boldly declared, "In that case, I shall not be polite. I would like a variety of top-tier resources. 8,000 would not be too many, and 1,800 would not be too few." Crack! Daobao Daoist nearly ground his teeth to dust. Did he truly believe that resources were as plentiful as weeds by the roadside? While he could acquire ordinary resources in abundance, it was clear that Chun Kai had no interest in such trivialities. As for top-tier resources, despite the title Daobao, their quantity in his possession remained in the single digits. "Junior brother, you jest. Top-tier resources are scarce in the vast wilderness. To obtain even one is a significant opportunity. How could there be talk of 800 or 1,000? Daobao Daoist resolved to endure. Although top-tier resources were precious, reclaiming long-eared Dingguang Immortal was of the utmost urgency, that he thus continued. "However, I do happen to possess a few top-tier resources that I can present them to you for your perusal, and you may select one as a reward for handing over that sinner." As he spoke, Daobao Daoist gritted his teeth and produced 3 treasures. Instantly, the air was filled with a dazzling brilliance, imbued with spiritual energy and imposing pressure. The first item was a sword exuding a fierce aura, adorned with 9 stars, its spiritual energy palpable and its might formidable. This treasure was known as the 9-star sword, its 9 stars forged from celestial bodies that had fallen from the heavens. The second item was a pill, layered with rich medicinal essence and exuding a fragrant aroma. Merely inhaling its scent could solidify one's magical power. This pill, crafted by the esteemed Tai Ching, could elevate one's magical prowess significantly, enabling breakthroughs across several realms with ease. The third item was a seed, seemingly plain and unremarkable. Daobao Daoist had no intention of elaborating on its origins, allowing Chun Kai to inspect it freely. In Daobao Daoist's view, Chun Kai would undoubtedly overlook this third item, given its ordinary appearance in comparison to the first 2 treasures. Choose wisely. Once you have made your selection, you shall face the consequences. Daobao Daoist thought to himself. Harboring a cold smile, he had his calculations in mind. While all 3 items were indeed exceptional treasures, the 9-star sword required the strength to wield all 9 celestial bodies. Even if Chun Kai were trained for several millennia, he might still be unable to harness it. During this time, Daobao Daoist had his means to eliminate Chun Kai. Eventually, the 9-star sword would return to his possession. As for the pill, it was precisely what Daobao Daoist hoped Chun Kai would choose. Although the pill could facilitate breakthroughs, its sole drawback was that consuming it would deplete one's potential, leaving no hope for future advancements. Should Chun Kai take this pill, He would no longer pose a threat to Dao Bao Daoist, who would then regard him as a mere joke within. The last item, the seed, was a true sacrifice for Dao Bao Daoist. Had it not been for the two other items bearing severe side effects, he would never have considered parting with this seed. This seed was one of innate spiritual roots, while it did not rank among the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Its effects were nonetheless remarkable. Once the fruit ripened, a single seed could grant an individual a unique fruit position. Possessing this position would expedite one's progress in both cultivation and enlightenment. This fruit was renowned in later generations as a precious treasure of Buddhism, the arhat fruit. One arhat fruit could yield a position among the 3,000 arhats of Buddhism. Junior brother, make your choice, Dao Bao Daoist urged, eagerly awaiting Chen Kai's selection, anticipating that he would fall into his trap. Ding, your avatar has triggered a selection prompt. Would you like to choose on behalf of yourself? Chun Xian, a member of the human race, suddenly received a system notification. Immediately intrigued, he checked the details. Let me see. 9-star sword. Usable only by those who can wield it. Those who cannot lift it are rendered powerless. After unblocking the meridians, the path ahead is severed. A seed of innate spiritual roots. One fruit can grant a unique position, a treasured item in later Buddhist history. The attributes of the three items were clearly outlined. Was there even a need for deliberation? Chan Xian's gaze fixated on the third item. System, select the third item. The golden light fruit was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Junior brother, among these three treasures, the may be the most suitable for you, Dao Bao Daoist continued to press. Eager for Chen Kai to select the pill. Very well. Chen Kai replied, extending his hand to take it. Seeing this, Dao Bao Daoist's expression brightened instantly. Humph, no matter how talented you are, once you consume your future will be severed. After all, you're merely a novice disciple. What discernment could you possibly possess? You are still easily manipulated. However, Dao Bao Daoist's expression changed abruptly, for Chen Kai's hand did not reach for the pill. Instead, it moved toward the seed of innate spiritual roots. Junior brother, why do you not take the elixir? The heart of the Dao Bao Daoist tightened, nearly unable to restrain himself from retracting the items. Rest assured, senior brother, your junior is not oblivious to the situation. How could I take advantage of you? I shall choose this seed, devoid of any spiritual essence, Chen Kai replied with a smile. Before he finished speaking, he had already grasped the innate spiritual root seed in his hand. The moment it touched his palm, he swiftly concealed it, as it was only logical to swiftly secure such a treasure. Junior brother, the Dao Bao Daoist lamented, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Why must he display such a treasure to deceive Chen Kai? Now, it seems he has merely shot himself in the foot. After all, the long-eared clarity immortal is far less precious than such a treasure. Senior brother, fret not. I mean no offense. This will suffice, Chen Kai replied cheerfully. Waving his hand to summon a bag from his cave, as the bag opened, a figure tumbled out, revealing the disheveled, long-eared clarity immortal. I leave this person to you. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now. With that, Chen Kai swiftly returned to his cave, sealing himself away, leaving no further commotion. This Dao Bao Daoist was momentarily at a loss, having not anticipated Chen Kai's rapid sequence of actions. Looking at the unconscious, long-eared clarity immortal on the ground, he felt torn between mourning the innate spiritual root seed and harboring resentment towards the long-eared clarity immortal. I shall return another day to pay my respects to junior brother, Dao Bao Daoist. Ever the astute disciple, quickly resolved to leave, seizing the incapacitated long-eared clarity immortal and retreating immediately. The current situation left him no room to press Chen Kai for the seed. If anyone were to witness the long-eared clarity immortal in such a state, it would shatter his reputation and expose the matter. He must first deal with the long-eared clarity immortal before devising a plan to reclaim the seed. As he left, Chen Kai mused silently within his cave. He then diverted his attention from the outside, transmitting the innate spiritual root seed back to his main body. He also sent back the 2 acquired postnatal spiritual treasures taken from the long-eared clarity immortal. These treasures in his possession would serve no immediate purpose. Entrusted to his main body, they could be allocated to maximize their utility. Meanwhile, Duo Bao Daoist hastily returned to his cave, reflecting on the journey, and realizing that no one had witnessed his presence. Only then did he contemplate the previous events. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chen Kai, why did you have to select that innate spiritual root seed? Duo Bao Daoist transformed into a figure of anguish, his face a mask of torment. It's all your fault. You fool. His fury intensified as he glared at the unconscious long-eared clarity immortal. If it were not for this person's repeated failures, he would not have lost the innate spiritual root seed. That seed was of great significance for his future endeavors. With this thought, Duo Bao Daoist's murderous intent surged, wishing to crush the long-eared clarity immortal to pieces. Despite being in a state of unconsciousness, the long-eared clarity immortal trembled in fear, a testament to the weight of Duo Bao Daoist's murderous resolve. Go. With a wave of his hand, a jade cage rose from the ground, imprisoning the long-eared clarity immortal within. Had it not been for the consideration that his death might provoke his master's divination, Duo Bao Daoist would have already executed him on the spot. For now, he could only set aside his concerns and focus on retrieving the innate spiritual root seed from Chen Kai. He pondered silently, unsure if the person truly recognized the value of the seed or merely stumbled upon luck. Days passed, and Duo Bao Daoist once again arrived outside Chen Kai's cave. Junior brother, Duo Bao has come to pay his respects. I hope you will grant me an audience. Duo Bao Daoist gathered his thoughts, a smile gracing his features as he awaited a response. Moments later, Chen Kai peeked out from the cave, inquiring, "What brings you here, brother Duo Bao?" Regardless of Chen Kai's regard for him, Duo Bao Daoist's thoughts were solely fixated on the seed. Upon seeing Chen Kai, he immediately launched into a rehearsed speech. "Junior brother, I thought it over and realized I cannot allow you to suffer loss. Today, I am willing to offer you the 9-star sword and the meridian connecting elixir if you return that seed from the past. To be honest, that seed is merely a relic of an old acquaintance, holding only sentimental value. In your hands, it serves no practical purpose." Chen Kai chuckled, wholly unconvinced by the other's words that a relic of an old acquaintance. "That acquaintance of yours must be the spirit of someone you murdered for treasures. No, brother, it's best you return now and refrain from coming again," Chen Kai replied, retreating back in the cave to avoid Duo Bao Daoist's madness. Adding with gravity, "After all, junior brother is a person of his word." With that, the cave's closure mechanisms activated, isolating him from the outside world. Crack! Duo Bao Daoist's teeth finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering a piece. What a fine Chen Kai! At this point, he could hardly deny the truth. Chen Kai was no fool. He feared that his calculations during the selection of treasures had been seen through from the very start. In the end, it was he who had become the fool. Treasures, after all, require a life to utilize. Quietly muttering to himself, Duo Bao Daoist refused to linger in this humiliating place any longer, transforming into a streak of light. He swiftly departed, akin to a crazed mouse, plotting how to devour Chen Kai whole. The intense pain and hatred nearly drove Duo Bao Daoist to madness. At this moment, Chen Kai had become a target in his mind. Someone who could not survive after extorting his treasures. With such thoughts, Duo Bao Daoist's gaze fell upon the imprisoned long-eared clarity immortal. An idea for utilizing this waste took shape in his mind. A beam of golden light shot from Duo Bao Daoist's hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a healing elixir. It vanished into the mouth of the long-eared clarity immortal. Days later, the long-eared clarity immortal had recovered significantly. Managing to awaken, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with the furious gaze of Duo Bao Daoist, causing him to panic. Without grasping the situation or considering his injuries, he immediately knelt and said, "Brother Duo Bao, it was my incompetence that led to this failure. Please, grant me another opportunity, and I shall—" Silence. Duo Bao Daoist's anger flared at those words. Did he think him a fool, attempting to placate him? Whether or not your plan succeeded was of no consequence to me. But you must never, ever disclose my existence. Duo Bao Daoist spoke coldly, his gaze akin to a venomous serpent hunting its prey, fixed on the long-eared clarity immortal. The long-eared clarity immortal shuddered in terror. He remembered that, fearing Chen Kai might kill him, He had revealed Duo Bao Daoist's name in a bid to save his life before losing consciousness. Little did he expect, it would lead to his ruin. Duo Bao Daoist would never allow him to disclose his existence. Now, it seemed that Duo Bao Daoist was aware of everything. With this realization, the long-eared Clarity Immortal's face turned pale, unable to utter a coherent word. "You are not worthy of survival," Duo Bao Daoist declared, sealing his fate. "Brother Duo Bao, spare me." In a state of utter horror, the long-eared Clarity Immortal instinctively cried out for mercy. He felt numbed in the current situation. He had no means to defend himself. "Humph. If you wish to live, it is not impossible," Duo Bao Daoist coldly snorted, producing a jade slip, his voice still frigid. "Practice this technique. One day, I shall require you to eliminate Chun Kai with your own hands." Upon hearing the suggestion to eliminate Chun Kai, the long-eared light-guarding immortal immediately felt a surge of interest, for he had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chun Kai. However, when he received the jade slip handed over by the Taoist Duo Bao, that interest swiftly transformed into a chilling sense of dread. The technique of soul summoning and blood exchange was presented before him. Soul summoning entailed burning one's potential and future in exchange for a rapid breakthrough over a limited period, effectively trading one's future for several minor advancements in cultivation. Blood exchange involved sacrificing one's physical body and spirit to achieve a dramatic surge in strength for a short duration, allowing one to wield power far surpassing their current realm. Both methods were insidious and ruthless. One would only pursue such techniques if they were seeking death. Yet, now this very technique had fallen into his hands. Without a moment's contemplation, it was clear that this was a proposition for him, the long-eared light-guarding immortal, to exhaust his potential in exchange for power. Cultivate this technique, and in due time, I shall bestow upon you treasures to aid you in eliminating Chun Kai. Taoist Duo Bao continued. Once you succeed, your past transgressions will be overlooked, and within the vast realm of you shall have my protection, allowing you to live in ease, with life and death looming over him. Accompanied by a hint of temptation, the calculation of utilizing a worthless pawn was indeed cunning. Very well, I shall cultivate. The long-eared light-guarding immortal, with no other recourse, gathered immense courage and resolved himself. Should he refuse to cultivate, he would find no path to survival. Taoist Duo Bao had an array of reasons and means to dispose of him. Conversely, if he chose to cultivate, although he would lose his potential in future, the prospect of living a life of indulgence was far preferable to death. Taoist Duo Bao, aware that his plan was falling into place, merely awaited the successful cultivation of the long-eared light-guarding immortal. As for why he didn't employ other means to eliminate Chun Kai himself, it was simply because he had surmised that Chun Kai would never emerge from his cave before the return of his master. After his master's return, personally taking action would expose him to significant risk that a worthless pawn like the long-eared light-guarding immortal was perfectly suited for the task at hand. Thus, within the deceptive calm descended, and all actions directed towards Chun Kai vanished without a trace. Yet, this was merely the calm before the storm on the shores of the Eastern Sea. Among the human race, the system's synchronized strength. Chun Xian spoke thus. Since the last synchronization of strength, he had accumulated power until he was ready for another synchronization. Familiar currents of heat surged within him, circulating autonomously, transforming into magical energy and divine consciousness. Propelling his realm upward, it was happening again. It was happening again. The celestial dog nearly barked in surprise, astonished at the rapid progression. How little time had passed since the last breakthrough, and Qin Xian was already on the verge of another. Infuriating, his cultivation was progressing at a pace that far exceeded the celestial dog's recovery of its former strength. A sense of imbalance welled up within the celestial dog. It was continuously repairing its own foundation, its strength subtly increasing in shadows. Logically, it should take no more than 100 years to restore itself to peak strength, achieving the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Such speed could hardly be deemed slow. Yet, Chun Xian's progression was exponentially faster than its own recovery. The celestial dog grew worried. In a mere 100 years, by the time it regained its strength, Chen Kai would have long surpassed it. How could the celestial dog then hope to overshadow him? The ambition to rise to prominence shattered in that instant. That moment. The celestial dog fully submitted to Chen Xian, its loyalty unwavering. A profound aura emanated from within the room, the unmistakable presence of a golden immortal. Chen Xian had attained the golden immortal realm. Yet, this was not the pinnacle. The currents of heat continued to flow within him, his realm steadily ascending. After a period, Chen Xian broke through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Only then did the heat within him dissipate. The higher my realm, the less apparent the strength accumulated by my ordinary avatars. Chen Xian mused, filled with contemplation. Most of his ordinary avatars were currently honing their skills within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. The strength they had accumulated was merely at the mortal level. And the mortal level was worlds apart from that of a golden immortal. In this synchronization of strength, the greatest contributor was Chen Kai, who had reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm, followed by Chen Lu, who was cultivating among the human race. Other avatars remained in the nascent stages, their realms yet to catch up. Perhaps I should seek some simpler cultivation methods for my ordinary avatars. Chen Xian thought, contemplating the need for them to engage in cultivation. Currently, the ordinary avatars have become largely redundant, and there is no pressing need for numerous avatars to explore uncharted territories. Thus, it was imperative to allow them to cultivate simpler techniques. This task could be entrusted to Chun Yao. After a brief moment of consideration, Chen Xian settled on the candidate. Among the demon race, there were numerous low-tier demons. Perhaps some suitable cultivation techniques could be found among them. With Chun Yao's innate talent, a mere glance would suffice for her to master the techniques of these minor demons and relay them back. This task could undoubtedly be accomplished swiftly. After delegating the responsibility of collecting simple cultivation techniques to Chun Yao, Chen Xian began to peruse the logs of his avatars. Avatar Chun Dan visited the immortal mountains along with Xian Du. There was little to report. Nothing had changed before meeting the master, remaining as it always was. Avatar Chun Lu was sequestered in the ancestral grounds of the human race, having not stepped out of his chamber aside from resource collection, rightfully earning the title of a reclusive cultivator. Chen Xian had previously transmitted a batch of spiritual fruits and resources to Chun Lu when the marketplace refreshed. The results were quite satisfactory. Chun Lu's cultivation, early stage Earth Immortal, physique, refined void, aptitude, extraordinary innate talent, dragon elephant strength. Over the course of a decade, with the resources transmitted by Chen Xian and the support of the three ancestors of the human race, he achieved the Earth Immortal realm. It must be said, this is the true pace of cultivation in the primordial world, with extraordinary innate talent surpassing the majority of beings. Coupled with ample resources, achieving the Earth Immortal realm in just over a decade is a testament to the full realization of his potential. The three ancestors of the human race, upon Chun Lu's breakthrough, were exceedingly attentive and concerned. Had it not been for Chun Lu's unwavering dedication to seclusion, the three ancestors would have undoubtedly considered him as the next holy son of the human race, entrusting him with the mission of carrying forth the lineage of the next generation. Avatar Chen Kai remained in seclusion. There was little to say. Chen Kai was under the watchful eye of Taoist Duo Bao, striving diligently to enhance his strength in anticipation of the return of the Tongtian sect leader. Chen Xian continued his examination, focusing on the next two avatars, which were of paramount importance. Avatar Chen Wu, after joining the Witch Clan, exhibited extraordinary physical talent, finding cultivation as effortless as eating and drinking that I in the cold and cool tribe. Chen Wu had unequivocally established himself as the foremost talent. The tribe leader had already designated Chen Wu as the next chief, awaiting only the day when Chen Wu's strength would suffice for immediate ascension. Chen Wu's cultivation, perfect stage Earth Immortal, physique, Earth Immortal completion, aptitude, extraordinary innate talent, Witch Clan bloodline, specializing in physical prowess. Over the course of a decade, his physique transitioned from early stage Earth Immortal to perfect stage Earth Immortal, breaking through three minor realms. That Ikati must be acknowledged that the synergy of Chen Wu's two talents yielded truly astonishing results. Chen Xian had long contemplated the path ahead for Chen Wu. The Witch Clan operates from a tribal base, advocating strength and valor. And as long as the tribe's strength is formidable enough, they can relocate closer to the core regions of the Witch Clan, thereby gaining access to greater resources. The core area of the Witch Clan houses the Panga Hall, formed from the heart of Pangu, perpetually emanating a miasma of malevolence and blood energy. The closer one is to it, the greater the enhancement to their physical cultivation. Chun Wu's path would be to first ascend to the leadership of the Cold and Cool tribe, subsequently engaging in contests with surrounding Witch Clan tribes, leading the tribe closer to the Panga Hall through a series of victories. Eventually, they would settle near the Panga Hall, accelerating their cultivation, and Chun Wu would rise to become a great witch of the Witch Clan. The doppelganger Chun Yao, held in high regard by Bai Fong, was granted the esteemed title of commander of the eastern garrison of the Demon Court, overseeing a legion of 10,000 demon soldiers. Under Chun Yao's leadership, his subordinates expanded their territories and continuously engaged in warfare. Throughout these conflicts, all demon clans that wielded magic found their spells assimilated by Chun Yao. He mastered the innate spells of every demon under his command. Yet, Chun Yao's ambitions did not end with mere spell mastery. He sought to accompany Bai Fong with the intention of learning Bai Fong's innate divine abilities. However, as there had been no battles worthy of Bai Fong's intervention, he had yet to showcase these powers. Chun Yao was currently tasked with the collection of simple techniques. The position of commander of a legion of 10,000 demons carried little authority. Bai Fong placed Chun Yao in this role primarily to nurture him, rather than to grant him power. Chun Yao's cultivation level stood at the mid-stage of Earth Immortal, with a physical body of refined void and primary innate spiritual talent characterized by the blood of myriad demons. Alongside an expertise in spells, his rapid advancement in cultivation stemmed from his extraordinary aptitude, relentless combat, and the plundering of countless resources. Presently, Chun Yao had mastered over 10,000 spells, yet had no divine abilities. However, given the opportunity, he could undoubtedly learn many divine techniques. Regarding Chun Yao's arrangements, Chun Xian had little to comment, with Bai Fong, one of the 12 demon saints of the Demon Court, taking a keen interest in Chun Yao. It sufficed for him to proceed step by step. Once his strength was sufficient, Bai Fong would naturally guide him into the center of power within the Demon Court. All of Chun Xian's doppelgangers were progressing smoothly, which was commendable. However, as he glanced at the next entry in the doppelganger log, a frown creased his brow. The 4 doppelgangers, Chun Yi, Chun Er, Chun San, and Chun Si, had perished. They encountered ferocious beasts emerging from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains and were annihilated in one fell swoop. Chun Xian had maintained a laissez-faire approach to these 4 doppelgangers, allowing them to develop freely without assigning them specific tasks, serving merely as scouts at the fringes of human territory in the 10,000 great mountains. Yet, unexpectedly, they had all fallen. Fortunately, the loss was not significant, considering they had been left to their own devices with minimal investment. Ferocious beasts, you say? Chun Xian's interest was piqued. The center of the 10,000 great mountains had always been home to such beasts, typically remaining within their territories. However, occasionally, they ventured out for leisure. It was evident that Chun Yi, Chun Er, Chun San, and Chun Si had encountered these wandering beasts, and, lacking the strength to contend with them, had been completely obliterated. Ultimately, they represented an unstable factor. Given the opportunity, they must be dealt with decisively. Chun Xian resolved to cleanse or unify the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 great mountains when the time was ripe, utilizing them as a sharpening stone. The strength of these beasts was not particularly formidable. The strongest among them barely reached the golden immortal level. After all, what powerful beasts would willingly reside in the desolate eastern seas? Upon opening the system panel, he noted, Host, Chun Xian available to summon doppelgangers. Ordinary doppelgangers 10 marketplace. Common iron, common soldiers, ordinary doppelganger summoning cards 99 existing doppelgangers. Chun Dan, Chun Lu, Chun Kai, Chun Wu, Chun Yao, ordinary doppelgangers 509 346 points. 1425976 3 system space. Golden light fruit seeds. In soul staff. 4-color bloodlight bag. The marketplace can refresh. In terms of doppelgangers, the ordinary ones had reached a staggering number of 500,000. Even considering the constant losses they suffered within the 10,000 Great Mountains at it was easy to envision that their numbers would continue to swell in the future. Thus, initiating the training of ordinary doppelgangers to convert them into strength was imperative. Moreover, regarding his points, with 14 million accumulated, it could be seen as substantial, yet still insufficient for the top-tier talents, akin to the innate spirit body, where this amount would only suffice to exchange for a mere tenth. System, refresh the marketplace, Chun Xian declared, having long desired to equip his doppelgangers with appropriate innate talents, but had yet to encounter suitable options. Innate spirit treasure, golden dragon sword, a common innate spirit treasure. Yet when wielded by a dragon, it can unleash greater potential, serving as a weapon of slaughter. Loyalty equipment card. Only those who are absolutely loyal to the host may use it upon activation. It can bestow one innate talent from the system upon the individual. Desperate leap. Even a corner dog can leap over a wall. Once equipped, it allows for free traversal across various restrictions and formations. Upon reviewing these 3 items, Chun Xian's spirits lifted. Years of accumulated luck had finally yielded fruit. After a decade of fortune spent in one moment, he had obtained 3 excellent items. The innate spirit treasure needs no further elaboration. Such treasures are rare in the primordial world, having evolved from materials predating the formation of the universe. This golden dragon sword is a weapon of slaughter, particularly suited for use by a dragon. Hence, the choice of recipient was clear. It would be bestowed upon Chun Kai. Chun Kai's dragon lineage would enable him to maximize the power of the golden dragon sword. After allocating the golden dragon sword, Chun Xian contemplated the remaining items in the system space. Who should receive them? Woof! At that moment, a sneaky figure, a dog, stealthily poked its head through the door. Who else could it be but the celestial dog? After Chun Xian's consecutive breakthroughs, the celestial dog, feeling restless, had come to investigate. It speculated whether Chun Xian had utilized some rare treasures to advance his cultivation and perhaps had leftovers to spare. If it timed its entrance just right, Chun Xian might reward it with something. After all, it wasn't picky. Any leftover good fortune would suffice. Suddenly, Chun Xian's gaze shifted to the celestial dog. This creature might be worth cultivating. After all, it had been the first native being to accompany him since his arrival in the primordial realm. Furthermore, its talent should not be lacking, given that it had previously feasted on the most exquisite delicacies. Oh, I am doomed! The celestial dog internally screamed, feeling the weight of Chun Xian's intense scrutiny. Were it not for its fur, it would surely have broken out in a cold sweat, since Chun Xian had begun to fixate on it. The dog felt a chill run down its spine. What did he want? It wished for clarity. Why was he merely staring in silence? Come here. Chun Xian was oblivious to the celestial dog's inner turmoil. He had made up his mind to assess the creature's current condition. If there were no major issues, he would proceed with its cultivation. Woof, the celestial dog, puzzled and uncertain of Chun Xian's intentions, nonetheless complied and entered the room. Arriving at Chun Xian's side, the celestial dog looked up, meeting Chun Xian's scrutinizing gaze, and felt a sudden panic. What was with this intense stare? Had he discovered the dog's laziness? Impossible! This dog had disguised itself too well to be caught. As the celestial dog's thoughts spiraled, Chun Xian had already placed his hand upon its forehead, using his magical power to examine its roots. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. The dog's roots were extraordinary. How could they be so exceptional? Its roots were nearly at the level of an innate spirit being. This could not be an ordinary dog. Had he stumbled upon a hidden gem, a dog that was anything but a mere stray? Chun Xian's gaze was filled with confusion as he pondered. However, he quickly suppressed his inner doubts and prepared to directly use the loyalty assembly card on the dog. This card could only be employed by beings who were absolutely loyal to him. That if it could be used immediately, it would indicate that the dog possessed sufficient loyalty, rendering its breed irrelevant. Conversely, if it could not be used, Chun Xian would have to reconsider the dog's origins. Listen closely. What follows is your opportunity. Do not move, just feel it quietly. Having made his decision, Chun Xian spoke with a serious tone. Woof! The celestial dog perked up, invigorated by the prospect of a genuine opportunity. Indeed, it seemed that entering the house was fortuitous, allowing it to stumble upon this chance. System, Use the loyalty assembly card on this dog. Chun Xian silently commanded, and he immediately witnessed the card vanish from the system space. A message from the system then popped up. Usage successful. Now you can equip a talent. Chun Xian exhaled in relief. The successful use confirmed that the dog's loyalty was absolute. Next, he would equip the dog with a talent, and the dog was eager for the opportunity. Feeling at ease, Chun Xian lowered his guard and directly proceeded to equip the celestial dog. 5 million points, and I grant you this. Do not let me down in the future, he said, stroking the dog's head. However, at that moment, the celestial dog had no time to contemplate Chun Xian's words. It was engulfed in a state of extreme shock. After Chun Xian mentioned granting an opportunity, it soon felt a peculiar instinct awakening within it. It was as if this ability was innate, ready for use at will. This instinct was not unfamiliar to the celestial dog. As a being of innate nature, the it was the sensation of possessing innate divine powers. It was born with two innate divine abilities, the ability to scent all things and to consume the sun and moon. Yet the notion of being granted innate powers out of thin air was utterly unprecedented. Could it be a manifestation of supreme creation laws? The celestial dog speculated endlessly, sifting through all it knew in its mind, yet found nothing that matched the current situation. Since meeting Chun Xian, the celestial dog had felt as though its previous endless years had been spent in vain, oblivious to so much. The loyalty card was used. The talent was equipped, and now it was time to view the target's information. This moment, a message from the system caught Chun Xian's attention. This was quite promising. It was time to check the target's information. Just moments ago, Chun Xian had been curious about the dog's breed. Now that he had this ability, it was the perfect opportunity to resolve his doubts. Nodding in agreement, Chun Xian opened the dog's information. Celestial dog's cultivation. None. Foundation broken. Under repair. Physical body. Mortal. Foundation broken. Under repair. Qualification. Primary innate being. Top-tier celestial being's foundation. Under repair. Talents. Ability to scent all things. Consume the sun and moon. Eager for opportunity. Celestial dog. The first dog in the heavens and earth. Ancestor of the 4 innate dogs. The so-called 4 innate dogs refer to the future beings like the howling celestial dog and the 9 nether listening dog. As a plethora of information emerged, Chun Xian's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush the celestial dog with his gaze. This moment. How could Chun Xian not realize? From the very beginning, this celestial dog had never lost its intelligence. After all, how could a being with the qualifications of the highest innate beings lack intelligence? It was merely that this celestial dog had concealed itself exceptionally well, pretending to be foolish and living off scraps. If it weren't for today's use of the loyalty assembly card, he might still have been kept in the dark by this creature. Celestial dog. Chun Xian fixed his gaze on the celestial dog, tentatively inquiring. Woof! The celestial dog snapped back to reality, instinctively barking in response. After barking, it began to look bewildered. What was happening? How had it uttered its true title? If it weren't for the fact that it had grown accustomed to barking over the past 5 years, it might have truly exposed itself. A storm brewed in its mind, but outwardly, the celestial dog maintained its facade of ignorance. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. It could hardly believe that Chun Xian had the means to discern its name. Otherwise, why had he not done so 5 years ago? In any case, it must not reveal its true identity. Otherwise, there would be no reason to lounge around and enjoy free meals. With this thought, the celestial dog intensified its act, its eyes vacant, as though devoid of any intelligence. Keep pretending, Chun Xian thought to himself, a cold smirk forming within. How had he not realized before that this dog was such an accomplished actor? Nonetheless, even if it could perform, what of it? Did it truly believe he lacked the means? Just wait until I reveal your true form with a single move. Dog meat hot pot, using the flesh of this aged actor dog, simmered for 99 days and 81 nights, will enhance my cultivation. Chun Xian recited, ensuring each word was crystal clear for the celestial dog to hear. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the celestial dog, as if he would strike at any moment to turn it into a hot pot. What do you intend to do? The celestial dog had never heard such words before and immediately began to protest. Who could tolerate someone preparing to turn them into a dish? However, as soon as the words left its mouth, The celestial dog regretted it. Oh no, I've exposed myself. How could it not have restrained itself, so easily drawn into this test? Would it still be able to bask in the sun and enjoy free meals every day? Its good days were coming to an end. In an instant, the celestial dog appeared dejected. Keep acting. Why have you stopped? Chun Xian found it amusing. Utterly perplexed by the dog's mentality, it possessed intelligence, yet preferred to feign ignorance. Now that it had been tested, it wore a sorrowful expression. Did it truly believe that Chun Xian would consume it? At the very least, you are an innate being. How could you have feigned ignorance for 5 years? Losing the pride of your innate nature, Chun Xian questioned, exasperated. Pride? What is there to be proud of? The celestial dog no longer concealed its feelings, its words tinged with despondency. Once, it had aspired to consume the sun star and had taken action toward that goal. Now, however, it had been suppressed for 100,000 years, its foundation shattered. Were it not for the incredible opportunity it had found with Chun Xian, it would have had no hope of restoring its cultivation. Thus, after this incident, the celestial dog approached all matters with caution. No, I am not timid. I am simply following my true desires. Why this demeanor of resignation? That will not do, Chun Xian observed, realizing that the celestial dog exhibited no semblance of an innate being, only a defeated spirit. Surely, it must have some sorrowful past. Of course, it could also be due to its foundation and strength not yet restored. Having just reviewed the information, Chun Xian noted that the celestial dog was currently at a stage of utter weakness. It was perfectly normal for it to appear timid. Never mind, I shan't pry into your past. Chun Xian waved his hand, changing the subject. However, now that you have received my opportunity, you cannot escape that I am your prime. You possess the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, and you can no longer keep pace with the rhythms of this era. Once you recover, you shall follow me, and I will grant you the chance to break through. After speaking, he affectionately patted the dog's head. I must say, the forehead of an innate being feels distinctly different. All right, the celestial dog responded in agreement. Without Chun Xian needing to say more, it would be by his side. Unwilling to depart, Chun Xian had already become the celestial dog's chosen support, without a doubt. Naturally, the prospect of a breakthrough opportunity thrilled the celestial dog. After all, it had once risked its life to consume the sun star, not merely for sustenance, but in pursuit of transcending to become the first among innate beings to surpass the great Luo golden immortal. Regrettably, it had been suppressed for 100,000 years, falling out of sync with the times. Now, with the chance to catch up, the celestial dog would not let it slip by. From now on, I will follow your lead, but first I must wait until my foundation is restored. The celestial dog declared, affirming its loyalty. Understood. Use your talents wisely, and when the time is right, I may grant you further enhancements. Chun Xian nodded in approval, then waved his hand dismissively. You are free to leave now. The celestial dog obediently nodded and trotted out to its doghouse. Upon entering, it suddenly realized there was something it had yet to inquire. How had Chun Xian managed to grant it an innate divine ability? Furthermore, since it is known that this esteemed canine is a congenital being, how could one dare to suggest that I reside in a doghouse? Ridiculous! As a dignified innate spirit, how could I accept such a lowly status? Within the confines of the room, Chun Xian remained oblivious to the indignation of the celestial hound. Upon learning the true nature of the celestial hound, his spirits soared. With such an ancient being, who has lived countless years by his side, he now had an additional avenue to uncover some of the secrets hidden within the primordial world. Moreover, the celestial hound was a top-tier congenital spirit. Once it restored its cultivation, it would become a formidable force. Having consumed unparalleled delicacies, its foundation could be completely mended without issue. With these thoughts, Chun Xian couldn't help but smile incessantly. After a while, he collected his thoughts and surveyed the remaining items in the system space. Only 2 artifacts, both bestowed by Chun Kai, remained: the Yin Soul Staff and the 4-color Bloodlight Bag. After pondering briefly, Chun Xian reached a decision. System: transport the Yin Soul Staff to Qinyao. Qinyao frequently engaged in battles, where dangers lurked at every turn. Possessing multiple postnatal treasures would provide him with more means of survival. As for the 4-color Bloodlight Bag, Even Chun Xian, a master of resource allocation, was at a loss regarding its purpose. Who crafted such a thing? What utility does it serve? Chun Xian found himself utterly speechless. This four-color bloodlight bag lacked the ability to capture individuals from a distance and had no spatial capacity within. Its sole function was to imprison defenseless enemies and torment them. Yet, if they posed no resistance, wouldn't it be more efficient to eradicate them outright? The individual who expended 4 types of high-grade materials to forge such a contraption must surely be a fool. Just as Chun Xian mused over this, far away on Kunlun Mountain, the long-eared Jingwang Immortal suddenly sneezed. The reward for breaking through to the Golden Immortal stage had yet to be claimed, and a system notification continued to flash, demanding attention. Chun Xian tossed the 4-color bloodlight bag into a corner of the system space, finally finding the time to address the notification. Claim reward. Ding! Acquired 1 high-level avatar 1. Points 50000. As expected, he received a summoning opportunity for a high-level avatar. Summon. Without hesitation, he immediately utilized the opportunity to summon the high-level avatar. A burst of white light filled the room, revealing a figure imbued with an ethereal aura. Chun Xian examined its attributes. Avatar. Unnamed. Cultivation. None. Physical body. Refining void. Aptitude. Postnatal prodigy. Talents. 5 willow body. Spirit plant perception. 0.5 willow body. Formed from 5 willows growing together. Hence possessing 5 thoughts in one mind, resulting in quintuple effectiveness in any endeavor. Spirit plant perception. Any interaction with flora grants it a faint spirit, enabling the avatar to use any touched plant as ears and eyes. Listening to its surroundings. While neither talent was supreme, both were commendable. The 5 willow body equated to quintuple cultivation speed. Furthermore, in battle, it allowed for simultaneous multifaceted application, bestowing a significant advantage within the same realm. If utilized correctly, the spirit plant perception could yield remarkable results, allowing the avatar to have ears and eyes wherever flora thrived. From this day forth, you shall be my first avatar of the Xian lineage. You shall be called Xian Lu. Chun Xian designated a name for the avatar. He already had numerous avatars of the Chun lineage under his command, so it seemed fitting to have a few from the Xian lineage for easier recollection. I shall impart to you a cultivation method. Focus on your training and refrain from causing trouble until your strength is sufficient. As he spoke, Chun Xian transmitted the Supreme Clarity cultivation method to Xian Lu. As for the karmic repercussions of disseminating a saint's technique, there was no need for concern. The Supreme Clarity method, created by the Heavenly Teacher, embodies the principle of providing sentient beings with a glimmer of hope. This method was not only imparted to all disciples, but also permitted to be shared with others, aligning with the teachings of your training grounds will be established in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chun Xian continued, as you cultivate, simultaneously monitor the 10,000 Great Mountains and place your spirit plant perception throughout every corner. Moreover, until your strength is adequate, avoid provoking the fierce beasts at the center of the 10,000 Great Mountains. I shall now transmit a map of the 10,000 Great Mountains to you. With that, he sent a meticulously crafted map, drawn over the years by numerous avatars, and Shen-Yi, air, sand, and sea, indicating the territories of each fierce beast. Xian Lu understands. Xian Lu accepted the map, acknowledging the task. He promptly set off, eager to monitor the entirety of the 10,000 Great Mountains. As he spoke, Xian Lu bowed and then turned to exit the premises. Outside, the celestial hound observed another figure emerging from the dwelling, its eyelids fluttering momentarily before drooping again. This was nothing new. Over the years, Chun Xian's abode had frequently seen the arrival of various individuals. Initially curious, the celestial hound soon lost interest, choosing not to inquire further. He had grown accustomed to it. Once Xian Lu was arranged, Chun Xian's attention turned to the final item remaining, the seed of the golden light fruit in the system space. This golden light fruit, in later generations, was carefully cultivated following the entry of the Daobao Taoist into Buddhism, subsequently renamed the Arhut fruit tree. Countless Arhats in later generations consumed the fruits of this golden light fruit to attain their respective statuses. This was indeed a valuable, innate spiritual root. Chan Xian treasured this seed, but furrowed his brow as he contemplated. However, I currently lack a suitable location for planting it. Even if I were to plant it with my present strength, I could not protect such a precious, innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual root is far too valuable. Should a powerful being pass overhead and sense the aura of such a treasure, they would seize it without hesitation, and the entire human race would be powerless to stop them. I shall set it aside for now, waiting until I possess the strength to protect myself, or perhaps until suitable items appear in the marketplace. Chan Xian mused, ultimately placing the golden light fruit seed aside. However, he knew that the opportunity to plant the seed would not be long delayed. After all, whether it be the acceleration of Chan Xian's strength or the potential for suitable items to refresh in the marketplace, it was uncertain which would reach the threshold first. Thus, all matters concluded, tranquility once again enveloped Chan Xian's dwelling. Brother Chindan, Xiandu's eyes reddened, holding back tears. It was not for any other reason but sheer overwhelming emotion. Just moments ago, the two had stumbled upon a celestial mountain, and they had just ascended from it. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing Chan Dan for the first time, the old immortal on that mountain had been exceedingly delighted, eager to accept Chan Dan as a disciple. Although he could not discern Chan Dan's background, the old immortal recognized that Chan Dan's talent was undoubtedly exceptional. However, upon learning that Chan Dan was determined to enter the same sect as Xiandu, the old immortal wavered. Cultivating a promising disciple had stretched the resources in his possession to their limits. If he were to take on Xiandu, whom he perceived as a burden, his resources would be insufficient. Indeed, to the old immortal, Xiandu was nothing more than a liability. His aptitude was simply too lacking. Even with all the resources at his disposal, it would be difficult for him to achieve great success. Thus, this moment unfolded as it did. Chan Dan resolutely rejected the old immortal's offer to take him as a disciple, deciding to continue searching for other celestial mountains with Xiandu, brother Xiandu. There is no need for further words. Since I have resolved to follow you, I shall naturally share in your trials and tribulations. How could I abandon you? Chan Dan spoke with unwavering determination and sincerity. Over a decade, it has been more than a decade. Xiandu could no longer contain his tears. Were it not for my dragging you down, with your aptitude, dear brother Chan Dan, you would surely have embarked on the path of cultivation long ago. In truth, if you were to join a celestial sect, I would harbor no resentment. On the contrary, I would feel elated. After all, with my talent, the prospects appear bleak, while your future shines bright. Xiandu seemed to have opened the floodgates. Speaking incessantly, brother Xiandu, I implore you to refrain from further lamentations. I have stated that I will not abandon you, and I stand by my word. This is my conviction, and I will not waver. Chan Dan asserted firmly. Brother Xiandu, do take heart. In my eyes, you are not lacking in talent. Rather, you are simply a late bloomer. It is merely those celestial beings who fail to perceive your depths. Now, let us muster our spirits once more, and together we shall traverse mountains and waters in search of those divine traces. Such words uplifted Xuandu, rekindling the determination within him. His heart, once burdened with guilt for potentially hindering Chan Dan, now surged with renewed resolve, inspired by Chan Dan's encouragement. Very well. As my brother Chan Dan suggests, we shall continue to seek the celestial traces. I refuse to believe there are none suited for me. Xuandu. Thus, their spirits were invigorated. Xuandu, accompanied by Chan Dan, prepared to embark once more. Yet, just as they were about to set forth, they suddenly beheld an elderly man on the mountainside, quietly observing them. It appeared he had been watching for quite some time. This elder, with a benevolent visage, wore a gentle smile, his white beard lightly brushed aside, leaning on a dragon-patterned staff. His celestial demeanor was unmistakable, setting him apart from mere mortals. Having encountered a true immortal, Xuandu and Chan Dan promptly approached to pay their respects. Although they referred to him as an immortal, it was evident that this elder possessed an even greater aura than any they had previously encountered. I happened to pass by from the heavens, and, intrigued by your conversation, decided to listen in for a moment. Do not hold it against me. The elder spoke in a warm and amiable tone, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he regarded the two. Such trivial matters are inconsequential to the elder. Xuandu hastily replied, genuinely devoid of any resentment. Chun Dan nodded in agreement. How long have you two been seeking the Celestial Mountains? The elder inquired, seemingly wishing to confirm what they had just expressed. In truth, my brother and I have been journeying in search of the Celestial Mountains for over a decade, Xuandu answered candidly. Oh, a decade, you say? The elder feigned surprise, then continued. Why then have you not yet been accepted into the Celestial Mountains? The fault lies with me, Xuandu confessed, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He did not shy away from the truth, stating plainly, my brother possesses extraordinary talents. Any celestial being would welcome him as a disciple. Alas, my own qualifications fall short, and thus I have not been granted the opportunity to enter the Celestial Mountains. My loyal brother has steadfastly refused to abandon me, choosing instead to journey alongside me. Throughout our travels, I have been the one to hinder him. The elder nodded thoughtfully, closing his eyes to contemplate. Xuandu and Chun Dan dared not disturb him, patiently awaiting his thoughts. After a brief interlude, the elder opened his eyes, his expression brightening with laughter. Are you two of human descent? Indeed, we are both of the human race. Xuandu replied without reservation. Ha! Then it is as I suspected, the elder exclaimed with joy. I have calculated that among the human race, there exists a disciple of mine, and it appears that it is you two. Initially puzzled by the elder's exuberance, Xuandu soon grasped the situation. It seemed this elder sought to take Chun Dan as his disciple. Contemplating this, Xuandu felt no jealousy. Instead, he earnestly wished for Chun Dan to become the elder's pupil. He had burdened Chun Dan for far too long. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? The elder inquired, pointing directly at Xuandu. What? Me? Xuandu gasped in astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered an immortal willing to take him as a disciple since his quest for the Celestial Mountains began. The realization that someone valued his talents filled him with joy, yet he quickly composed himself. Listening to the elder's words, it was clear he intended to accept only one disciple. What would happen to Chun Dan? Forgive me, elder, but if it is only I who may enter your tutelage, then I must respectfully decline, Xuandu stated plainly, without hesitation at all. What reason do you have? The elder queried, feigning surprise that why brother Chun Dan has never forsaken me. How could I possibly enter your tutelage alone? Xuandu declared. Bowing to the elder, I dare to say, if you wish to take me as your disciple, my brother Chun Dan must also be included. You two are indeed loyal companions. The elder nodded in approval, though he resumed his calculations. Internally, he was astonished. Based on the connections he had discerned, he had come to this place and immediately recognized Xuandu as his intended disciple. Xuandu, being of the human race, fit his criteria perfectly, with potential for greatness if properly nurtured. However, the presence of Chun Dan posed a dilemma. Given the unbreakable bond between Xuandu and Chun Dan, the elder found himself at a loss. Could it be that he was destined to take on two disciples? As he calculated once more, the elder was taken aback. What was the origin of Chun Dan? Though clearly human and devoid of any cultivation, he appeared to transcend the 5 elements. Yet, why was his presence absent from the river of time? Step forward, so I may examine your roots, the elder commanded, beckoning Chun Dan to approach. Yes, he gazed upon Chun Dan. The laws of the universe flickered in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he observed a human-shaped, ethereal figure concealing the essence of a pill. This was the foundation of Chun Dan. He was not only human, but also the embodiment of the first innate spiritual pill. It could be said that he was among the pinnacle of innate beings, born with the ability to transcend the river of time. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Upon realizing this, the elder's voice took on a sense of urgency as he grasped Chun Dan's hand. In that moment, it felt as though he had found his rightful successor. His desire to accept Chun Dan as a disciple was more fervent than any immortal Xuandu and Chun Dan had previously encountered. A top-tier innate being, a rarity in the primordial era. The fact that he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation and was indeed human made him all the more remarkable. Most significantly, he was an incarnation of a pill, perfectly suited for the alchemical path the elder specialized in. Thus, was there anyone more fitting to become his disciple? As a result, the elder disregarded his initial intention to accept Xuandu. "Wonderful, Brother Chundan. Please accept this opportunity," Xuandu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Initially believing that their bond would preclude them from being accepted by the elder, he was utterly unprepared for the elder's swift change of heart. "To the elder, I am willing to join with my brother Xuandu as your disciple," Chundan declared, his tone resolute. Implicitly, he indicated that he would not join unless Xuandu was included as well. "Ha ha, splendid. Both of you share a connection with me as my disciples. You are indeed exceptional pupils." The elder erupted in laughter, filled with joy. Who could have anticipated that by following the thread of fate to find a disciple, he would end up with two? One, a late bloomer destined to master the path of non-action, and the other, a spirit pill incarnate, inheriting his legacy of alchemy. "From this moment forward, you shall address me as your teacher," the elder proclaimed. "Greetings, teacher," Xuandu and Chundan exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy as they performed the ceremonial bow. "Now that you have called me teacher, it is only fitting that you know my name. I am the Lord of Humanity, revered as the Taoist sage, and one of the three pure ones of Kunlun. In the future, you shall surely meet my other two esteemed disciples. Do remember to observe proper etiquette." "We understand, teacher," Xuandu and Chundan bowed once more, their hearts brimming with astonishment. The Lord of Humanity was a figure they were well acquainted with. He was indeed their revered sage, akin to the Holy Mother Nuwa, receiving worship from the human race day and night. Yet they never imagined they would become disciples of such a sage. Upon a cloud, three figures soared towards Kunlun Mountain, the elder, Xuandu, and Chundan. With two exceptional disciples by his side, the elder's mission to gather students was now complete. He intended to return to Kunlun Mountain with his new pupils. "I shall impart to you both the Taiji cultivation method, a practice that is balanced and harmonious, most suitable for laying a solid foundation step by step." Upon the clouds, Laozi spoke thusly. With a mere wave of his hand, two beams of radiance illuminated the foreheads of Xuandu and Chundan. The sage imparted his teachings in that fleeting moment. The Taiji cultivation method manifested within the minds of the two, as if they had memorized it through countless readings. "I shall further bestow upon you both the elixirs essential for your cultivation, capable of directly guiding you towards the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal," Laozi continued, his demeanor exuding an air of grandeur. One by one, the elixirs materialized, ranging from an initial 1-turn spirit pill to the highest 9-turn spirit pill, encompassing all that was required from the commencement of cultivation to the attainment of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The elixirs hovered in the air, and with another wave of his hand, a wisp of breath transformed into two small gourds, containing the cosmos within, to collect the elixirs. Handle them with care. Remember that each realm permits the consumption of only the elixirs corresponding to that realm. Do not consume indiscriminately, Laozi cautioned, and these two small gourds, Xuandu and Chundan, each took one. Securing them safely, we expressed our gratitude to our master. Xuandu and Chundan bowed deeply. "Next, I shall elucidate the classifications of the cultivation realms to you both." For the ensuing journey, Laozi spoke continuously, primarily about the realms of cultivation and the fundamental knowledge of the three teachings, refraining from delving into profound truths, as Xuandu and Chundan were yet to embark on their training and were unprepared for such concepts. Laozi maintained control over the journey. After several days, he completed his discourse, and coincidentally, we arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Laozi sensed that his two disciples had not yet returned and showed no inclination to meet with the disciples of the Chan and Jie teachings. He directly returned to the Grand Hall, where he usually resided. Throughout the journey, he had imparted all that was necessary. Now it was time for the two of them to diligently cultivate. "It is time for you both to devote yourselves to your training," he declared. Although the two disciples had just arrived at Kunlun Mountain, it was evident that Laozi did not wish for them to integrate into Kunlun Mountain just yet. Rather, the matter of cultivation held paramount importance. That we understood and expressed our thanks to our master. Xuandu and Chundan displayed expressions of excitement. Since Laozi accepted them as disciples, they had been consumed with the desire to embark on the path of immortality. And now, the opportunity to begin had finally arrived. "Very well, Go forth. Laozi smiled, pleased with the demeanor of his two outstanding disciples. With a wave of his hand, he sent Xuandu and Chun Dan to their respective caves. In the blink of an eye, Chun Dan found himself within a cave, filled with astonishment. This must be the cave prepared for me by my master. He surveyed the surroundings and realized that the arrangements here were nothing short of top tier in the primordial realm. The cave was infused with the 5 elements, with the sun, moon, and stars suspended in the air, all controllable by thought, and the expanse of the cave was immeasurable. Undoubtedly, this was achieved through the means of spatial compression. It was fittingly exquisite for a cave belonging to a disciple of a sage. One could imagine that all disciples of the 3 teachings in Kunlun Mountain resided in such splendid abodes. Chun Dan was filled with myriad emotions. Little did he know that his cave was unique within Kunlun Mountain. Even the sage would not bestow such a cave, harmoniously encompassing the sun, moon, and rivers upon his disciples. Meanwhile, Xuandu's cave was rather empty, devoid of any opulent decoration. The origin of this disparity lay in Laozi's recognition of Chun Dan as the heir to the alchemical arts. To cultivate alchemy, one must resonate with the 5 elements. Thus, such a cave was conducive to accelerating Chun Dan's journey in alchemy. Having completed the tasks assigned by his master, Chun Dan resolved to focus solely on diligent cultivation. With this thought, he promptly sought a meditation mat and sat cross-legged. Following the Taiji cultivation method etched in his mind, he began to cultivate gradually. In that moment, the extraordinary nature of his innate primordial being began to manifest. In an instant, he sensed an aura. In another moment, he had already embarked upon the path of cultivation. The minor realms of the mundane easily shattered within days, while the greater realms yielded to him within a span of over 10 days. Time became irrelevant in the pursuit of cultivation, a thought of hidden refinement, and upon opening his eyes, he could scarcely ascertain which moment it was. The year passed quietly. Bang! Within Chun Dan's cave, spiritual energy surged and then subsided. Is this the extraordinary sensation of transcendence? Chun Dan felt the changes within his body, his face alight with excitement. His current realm, Earth Immortal, had already transcended the mundane, achieving the immortal body. From this point forward, his lifespan extended, his power surged, and blessings multiplied. However, these were not the most significant aspects. The crucial matter was that, according to what Laozi had previously imparted, once one attains the Earth Immortal realm with a solid foundation, they could be taught the art of alchemy. Alchemy, this was the pursuit Chun Dan yearned for most. One might ask, in which aspect does his innate spirit pill body excel the most? Naturally, it is in alchemy. The innate spirit pill body is the most suited foundation for the path of alchemy. Without exception, only upon embarking on the path of alchemy could Chun Dan be said to have officially initiated his cultivation. I must seek out my master to learn about the knowledge of alchemy. With this thought in mind, Chun Dan wasted no time in exiting the cave, discerning the direction, and heading towards the palace of Laozi. Moments later, he paused before the Taiji palace. Disciple Chun Dan, here to pay respects to the master. Chun Dan bowed at the entrance and spoke aloud. Come in. Soon, Laozi's voice echoed from within the palace. And Chun Dan felt a force pulling him in that he did not resist. The power was evidently that of Laozi. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if he had traversed an endless distance and found himself within a grand hall suspended amidst the sun, moon, and mountains. At the center of the hall stood a massive crimson alchemical furnace. This was Laozi's alchemical chamber, the place of alchemy. That it was clear that Laozi had already discerned Chun Dan's intent. Chun Dan bowed to his master. After performing the customary greeting, he directly stated his purpose, saying, Master, I have come to seek your guidance, as I have attained the Earth Immortal realm and wish to learn the art of alchemy. Laozi nodded in acknowledgement, deeply satisfied. This disciple of his was truly worthy of the extraordinary foundation of a primordial being, achieving Earth Immortal status within a year, and establishing a solid foundation. Thus, it was time to begin imparting his alchemical legacy. The 9 transformations of alchemy lead to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once one attains the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the further development of alchemy hinges upon the path one chooses. Laozi began to expound on the 9 transformations of alchemy. clarifying that they did not refer to the level of power attained, but rather to one's proficiency in alchemy. Alchemical pills are categorized into 9 transformations, for the 1-turn spirit pill to the 9-turn spirit pill. When a practitioner of the alchemical path successfully refines a 9-turn spirit pill, achieving the great Luo golden immortal becomes a natural progression. Hence the saying, the 9 transformations of alchemy. Now, I shall impart to you a method of alchemy known as the 9 turns pill formula. This method does not require seclusion for cultivation. As long as you focus on alchemy, your proficiency will naturally increase, allowing you to ascend to higher levels of the method. The essence of the 9 turns pill formula lies not in cultivation, but in alchemy, as enables the generation of alchemical fire. The 9 layers of alchemical fire correspond to the 9 transformations of alchemy. Laozi disclosed the secrets of the 9 turns pill formula to Chundan, subsequently imprinting a golden light upon his brow. Instantly, the contents of the 9 turns pill formula were engraved in Chundan's mind. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the pill formula, that I shall not disappoint your expectations. Chundan committed the formula to memory and immediately performed a deep bow. He understood that with the 9 turns pill formula, he was taking the first step in harnessing the potential of his innate spirit pill body. You may return and diligently cultivate this 9 turns pill formula. Once you can generate alchemical fire, you may come seek me for alchemical recipes and materials to practice. Laozi arranged this, withholding further recipes and materials. He held concerns about Chundan's extraordinary talent in alchemy, coupled with the fact that he was already an innate spirit pill. However, even the finest foundation requires mastery. Laozi feared that Chundan might develop arrogance and impatience, ultimately leading to an unstable foundation and an unclear path ahead. Thus, he chose to impart his teachings gradually, in a systematic manner, fostering growth step by step. Yes, Master, I understand. Chundan, astute and perceptive, naturally comprehended Laozi's concerns. He promptly responded, saying, Master, take care. Once I have mastered the 9 cycles pill formula, I shall return to seek your guidance. Go ahead. Laozi nodded, clearly pleased with Chundan's demeanor, which was neither arrogant nor indulgent, a worthy candidate for cultivation. I take my leave. With that, Chundan stepped back, and the scenery around him shifted as he found himself standing before the Ta-Ching Palace, as if he had never left this place at all. However, the 9 cycles pill formula in his mind attested to the reality of it all. Without hesitation, Chundan bowed to the Ta-Ching Palace and summoned a white cloud to journey to his cave dwelling. Upon returning to his cave, Chundan immediately entered seclusion, filled with an eager anticipation. As time quietly slipped away during his retreat, half a year passed. Inside his cave, a flame suddenly materialized before him, blazing fiercely as if it would never extinguish. The first cycle of pill fire was successfully formed. Chundan was overjoyed he had dedicated the entire 6 months to comprehending the 9 cycles pill formula. At last, he had cultivated the first cycle of pill fire. The pill fire glowed brightly, showing no signs of extinguishment. It was evident that Chundan had become quite proficient in controlling this first cycle of pill fire. This meant that he could now commence alchemical practices. It was time to seek his master's guidance to learn the pill formulas and formally begin alchemy. Rising, Chundan exited the cave, summoned a white cloud, and soon found himself at the familiar Ta-Ching Palace. Master, your disciple has arrived. Before he could finish, a surge of magical power lifted him. In the blink of an eye, he stood within Laozi's alchemical room. Greetings, Master. Upon seeing Laozi, Chundan quickly bowed. Have you succeeded? Laozi inquired directly, his tone laced with surprise. As the originator of the 9 cycles pill formula, Laozi was well aware of its standing in the primordial realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the 9 cycles pill formula encompassed the majority of Laozi's achievements in pill fire. Ordinary beings could hardly scratch the surface, let alone gain entry. Even typical innate beings would find it exceedingly challenging to achieve success, expending all their effort. Yet was Chundan perhaps learning a bit too swiftly? Replying to my master, I have successfully cultivated the first cycle of pill fire. Chundan did not conceal anything further. Please take a look. With a wave of his hand, he demonstrated the 9 cycles pill formula, and a cluster of flames appeared out of thin air. Indeed, it was the first cycle of pill fire. Excellent. Very good. Laozi instantly recognized Chun Dan's level, his face lighting up with delight as he laughed heartily. Your talent in the realm of alchemy is unparalleled. A sight to behold for your master. Laozi did not hesitate to praise him. Initially worried that Chun Dan might develop a sense of arrogance, Laozi's concerns were now allayed upon witnessing Chun Dan's capabilities. Although Chun Dan had only been under his tutelage for a year and a half, Laozi had already sensed his steadiness. After all, if one were not composed, how could one spend a year in seclusion and cultivate the 9 cycles pill formula in half a year? Such accomplishments could only be attained through diligent practice and a steady approach. Since you have mastered pill fire, your master shall now begin teaching you pill formulas and how to discern medicinal herbs. Formally commencing your alchemical journey, Laozi's smile was unceasing as he spoke. Even a sage is still human, and to have such a gifted disciple brought him immense joy. Let me first teach you a first cycle pill formula. Listen well. Laozi instructed, allowing Chun Dan to sit on a mat as he began to impart knowledge word by word. This could be described as a one-on-one teaching session from a sage. After a while, Laozi inquired, have you managed to remember it? I've memorized it all, Master, Chun Dan responded. Then watch closely, for I shall demonstrate it to you. Learn well. Laozi continued, summoning a flame before him and extracting herbs to refine the pill in mid-air. This was a heartfelt endeavor to nurture Chun Dan to ensure that Chun Dan could observe every step of the alchemical process. Laozi deliberately refrained from using a pill furnace. 15 minutes later, a spiritual pill descended from the air, exuding an aura of spirit and richness. From this day forth, your master grants you a batch of medicinal herbs. Return and practice diligently. Do not underestimate this pill formula simplicity. Remember, the path of alchemy must be tread step by step, not leaped over. Laozi handed the pill to Chun Dan, offering careful advice. That I understand, Master. Chun Dan nodded, though a hint of hesitation flickered on his face. As if he had something to say. Laozi, noticing this, couldn't help but feel curious and asked, what is it? Speak freely to your master. Master, it seems I may not require practice. Chun Dan chose to express his true feelings candidly. Earlier, while observing Laozi's alchemical work, he realized that although he could not grasp all the intricacies, he could certainly produce a pill. For him, the ability to conduct alchemy felt more like an instinct. After just one glance at the pill formula, he could intuitively discern many techniques. Oh, Laozi was taken aback, a touch of astonishment creeping into his heart. His disciple possessed such prowess. Could it be that the talent for pill creation was inherently manifested in his alchemical abilities? With a newfound hypothesis, verification was necessary. Very well, if you are confident, you may attempt to refine a pill here under my guidance, Laozi stated, flipping his hand to reveal a small pill furnace. This pill furnace is a post-heaven spiritual treasure. Perfectly suited for you that if it were of a higher grade, you might find it challenging to control, which would affect the quality of the pill. That I understand, Chun Dan replied, accepting the furnace and preparing to refine a pill on the spot. With the enhancement of his innate spiritual body, Chun Dan approached alchemy as if it were second nature. The insights he gained from Laozi's earlier demonstration ignited a multitude of realizations, which he now combined in practice. Buzz! The pill fire surged within the furnace as herbs were continuously added, purifying their essence and encouraging their fusion. Moments later, the fire was extinguished. The pill was complete. Chun Dan extracted a pill from the furnace. While it lacked the ample essence of the one Laozi had created, this was merely Chun Dan's first attempt at alchemy. With such an innate spiritual foundation, his talents were undoubtedly the most remarkable Laozi had ever witnessed in the realm of alchemy. Even Laozi, a sage, could not restrain himself from offering lavish praise. He showered Chun Dan with compliments, recognizing him as a worthy disciple. After all, to learn alchemy after just one viewing, and to produce a pill with essence, was no small feat. What was essence? It was a manifestation that emerged only after refining an exceptional pill. The more essence present, the more extraordinary the pill. Produce an exceptional pill on his very first attempt was a sight even Laozi had never encountered. Well done. From this day forward, You possess the ability to inherit your master's legacy. Laozi's spirits soared, recognizing Chun Dan's extraordinary aptitude for alchemy, coupled with a commendable character. Originally, he had contemplated allowing Chun Dan to inherit his legacy at a future time. But now, with Chun Dan's talents shining so brightly, the matter could no longer be postponed. This contains my insights on alchemy, from the first cycle pills to the ninth cycle golden pills. Keep it well. Laozi directly presented Chun Dan with his years of accumulated alchemical wisdom. This was indeed a demonstration of Chun Dan's inheritance of Laozi's legacy. The knowledge encapsulated countless years of Laozi's alchemical experience, his true inheritance in the realm of alchemy. Your master's estimation of your growth in alchemy is beyond measure. With this knowledge, you may comprehend it at your own pace. Laozi continued, should you have any questions, feel free to consult your master. This batch of herbs should suffice for your practice for some time. Take care of them. Laozi once again retrieved a batch of medicinal herbs, gathering them into a medicinal pouch, which he then handed to Chun Dan. Along with imparting insights, he provided the herbal materials as well. At this juncture, Laozi had offered Chun Dan nearly all that he could. I will certainly not disappoint my master, Chun Dan solemnly declared as he collected all the items. With these resources in hand, his eagerness for alchemy intensified. Very well, off you go, Laozi remarked, having discerned Chun Dan's impatience, and he did not impede him, promptly waving his hand to send Chun Dan outside the Ta-Ching Palace. Disciple takes his leave, Chun Dan bowed, quickly conjuring a cloud to return to his cave abode. Upon entering, he immediately raised the protective barriers, ensuring no one could disturb him. He then retrieved Laozi's alchemical insights and began to contemplate them meticulously. This compendium not only documented Laozi's experiences in alchemy, but also contained an endless array of formulas, from the first turn elixirs to the ninth turn golden elixirs. Every formula known to Laozi was inscribed within. It could be said that the vast majority of formulas in the primordial realm were recorded therein. From that moment forth, Chun Dan transformed into a fervent alchemist, pushing the innate potential of his celestial elixir body to its limits. He voraciously absorbed the experiences and formulas contained in the alchemical insights. Infinite realizations regarding the path of elixirs continuously emerged in his consciousness. With a resounding thud, Chun Dan extracted the alchemical furnace, positioning it at the center of his cave. Mere observation was insufficient. Practical application was also required. Life itself became a relentless cycle of alchemy. The alchemical flames illuminated Chun Dan's cave, ceaselessly burning. It was only due to the postnatal spiritual treasure granted by Laozi that the furnace could withstand Chun Dan's fervent endeavors. Were it an ordinary furnace, it would have likely been consumed alongside the elixirs in this unceasing toil. Months passed, and the alchemical flames underwent a transformation, evolving into second-turn flames. Consequently, the elixirs were upgraded, and he commenced the refinement of second-turn spiritual elixirs. Each elixir produced, without exception, was hastily consumed by Chun Dan, swallowed whole without a moment's thought for chewing as for the toxins and consumption limits associated with elixirs. Chun Dan asserted that his very being was a spiritual elixir, an embodiment of alchemical essence, rendering such concerns irrelevant. While others ingested elixirs, he integrated them into his essence, automatically purging any toxins, with no limits to speak of. For an innate spiritual elixir, the most effective method to enhance one's cultivation was to continuously augment the body by incessantly consuming elixirs. Time elapsed in this relentless cycle of refining and consuming. Consuming and refining that a year later, Chun Dan's alchemical flames transformed once more, achieving the third-turn flames. His cultivation, bolstered by the accumulation of first-turn and second-turn elixirs, reached the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. This was primarily due to the relatively low grade of the first-turn and second-turn elixirs, which had a limited effect at the earth immortal level. It is time to pause. Chun Dan exhaled deeply, concluding the endless cycle of alchemy. It was not a matter of desire to end, but rather that the herbs had been entirely depleted through such frenzied consumption. When Laozi bestowed the herbs upon him, he likely never anticipated their swift depletion. To seek additional herb from his master would be rather inconsiderate. Chun Dan pondered ways to procure more herbs. While asking Laozi might yield results, the frequency of such requests would soon become untenable. It was time to devise a stable method for acquiring herbs in the primordial realm. There were three primary methods to obtain herbs. The first was to search for them, traveling through the vast expanse of the primordial realm to seek out herbs. This method consumed time and relied heavily on fortune. The second was to cultivate them, growing spiritual herbs that could be harvested periodically in a continuous cycle, while this method provided a steady yield. For an alchemist as fervent as Chun Dan, two issues arose. He lacked the time to tend to them, and he would likely not be able to keep pace with his consumption. The third option was to seize them. Why search for or cultivate when one could simply take? In the primordial realm, where the strong prey on the weak, one could readily obtain what they lacked by taking from those who possessed it. As long as one's strength was sufficient, anyone would assist in gathering herbs. However, as a disciple of Sage, resorting to theft would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of his master. Such a course of action was utterly unacceptable. He needed to find a method that was swifter than theft, yet would compel others to willingly comply. Chun Dan contemplated briefly, and a solution began to take shape in his mind. It was quite simple. Assist others in alchemy. For every elixir, 3 portions of herbs were required. Upon completion, he could freely offer one from the batch to the requester, keeping the remainder for himself. Should the elixir be of considerable value, the seeker might even provide additional benefits in return. This is the plan, Chun Dan resolved, without hesitation, stowing away the alchemical furnace and setting out to devise his strategy. The first location he chose to implement his grand alchemical scheme was, naturally, Kunlun Mountain. The mountain was home to many, particularly disciples of the each possessing their own resources that if he targeted the direct disciples of the and their wealth would be even greater. However, to execute the plan, he would first need to inform his master. With this in mind, Chun Dan's first destination was the Ta Ching Palace. As he made his way there, he suddenly spotted a figure, swiftly redirecting his cloud to land. Xiandu, what brings you here? Chun Dan exclaimed, noting that Xiandu appeared to be in less than favorable spirits. Chun Dan, my junior. Xiandu's face brightened upon seeing Chun Dan. Yet the underlying gloom was unmistakable. How have you been, junior? Xiandu inquired, making an effort to mask his despondency and appear composed. There is no trouble at all. Everything is quite well. But what about you? Brother, what troubles you that you do not share? Chun Dan responded, directly questioning him. He could discern Xiandu's unease and felt compelled to inquire if there was a way to assist. Well, Xiandu hesitated momentarily. After a sigh, he ceased to conceal his feelings, stating, alas, I must confess to you, junior brother, my talent seems ill-suited for cultivation. Upon uttering these words, Xiandu felt a weight lift. Having someone to confide in made him feel significantly lighter. Why would you say such a thing, brother? Chun Dan asked, furrowing his brow. In my view, how could you, having been accepted as a disciple by our master, possibly be unsuitable for cultivation? Do not comfort me. Junior brother, I am well aware of my situation, Xiandu replied, his tone softening as he recounted his tale. It turned out that ever since Laozi imparted the Ta Ching cultivation methods, Xiandu had diligently practiced without a moment's respite, believing he would embark on a path of cultivation. However, reality proved far less ideal. Having spent 3 years as a disciple, Xiandu found himself unable to even sense the qi. Enduring such setbacks led him to question his abilities. Though he had always known he possessed less talent, he never imagined it would be to such a degree. Xiandu had begun to doubt whether he possessed any talent for cultivation at all. Overwhelmed with self-doubt, he had sought solace outside, which resulted in Chun Dan encountering him just moments ago. Haha, brother, you are merely overthinking this, Chun Dan chuckled, displaying no signs of concern. Brother, consider this. When our master accepted us as disciples, what did he say? What did he say? Xiandu momentarily froze. Recalling the joy he had felt at the time, he remembered being elated at the prospect of entering the realm of immortals. But the specifics of what Laozi had said escaped him. Our master explicitly stated that you are a person of great potential, destined to achieve immeasurable heights in the future, Chun Dan asserted. Observing Xiandu's hesitant expression and delivering a reaffirming statement. How could the words of such a remarkable figure be anything but true? Rest assured, brother, and focus on your cultivation. Our master's words will undoubtedly come to fruition. There is no need for such worry." Upon hearing this, Xiandu fell silent, then suddenly clapped his hands with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, I was merely fretting unnecessarily. Our master has said as much, and yet I allowed myself to be troubled. How foolish of me." "Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance. The worries weighing on my heart have now vanished." Xiandu expressed his gratitude, his face beaming with joy, clearly relieved of his previous worries. "It is well that you have come to such understanding. My senior brother, I shall seal a fragment of my own essence and bestow it upon you, enabling you to perceive it whenever you wish it." As Chun Dan spoke, he exhaled a wisp of qi. Encasing it within a piece of goose stone and presenting it to Xiandu, this stone would expedite Xiandu's comprehension of the essence. After all, as fellow disciples, it is only natural to assist one another with such trivial matters. "Thank you, junior brother. I find my desire to cultivate is now overwhelming. I must return to my cave abode to practice, and we shall convene again in the future." Xiandu bid farewell, his spirits lifted, eager to immerse himself in his cultivation. "Take care, senior brother," Chun Dan replied, having no objections. After watching Xiandu depart, he summoned a cloud and proceeded towards Taiching Palace. Moments later, he arrived at Taiching Palace. Just as he stood at the entrance, the surroundings shifted, and he was instantly transported into the alchemical chamber by Laozi. "I pay my respects to my master," Chun Dan greeted calmly, accustomed to this method of entry. He then recounted his earlier encounter with Xiandu to Laozi. While he had appeared composed when comforting Xiandu, Chun Dan's heart was fraught with uncertainty. What if Xiandu was not indeed a late bloomer? Would his earlier reassurances not lead to greater disappointment in the future? Now, he sought confirmation. "Indeed, you have done well," Laozi nodded. Offering praise, he recognized Chun Dan's concerns and continued, "Your senior brother is truly a late bloomer. Destined for boundless achievements, he has overcome a significant hurdle prior to embarking on his cultivation journey, which you have now alleviated." That's so," Chun Dan exclaimed with delight, realizing that his comforting words had been valid. Thus, his worries dissipated, he then articulated the purpose of his visit. "Master, I wish to open a door to refine pills for the disciples of Kunlun Mountain. This will not only alleviate my shortage of materials, but also benefit others." It was prudent to consult Laozi regarding his pill refining plans to avoid offending the customs of the other two sections. "Very well," Laozi replied with a nod of approval. "There is nothing wrong with acts that benefit both one's self and others. The disciples gain materials, while all benefit from the elixirs produced, a reciprocal arrangement." "Thank you, master," Chun Dan expressed his joy. With Laozi's consent, he could now proceed with his grand scheme of alchemy. "Have you exhausted your materials for refining?" Laozi inquired, somewhat astonished. After all, the batch of materials provided over a year ago should have sufficed for a considerable period. In response, "Master, I have been tirelessly refining pills day and night, leading to significant consumption of materials." Chun Dan admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. "However, the results have been gratifying, as I have mastered the 3 transformation alchemy fire and can now produce 3 transformation spiritual pills." "Oh," Laozi was momentarily taken aback. Recalibrating his assessment of Chun Dan's prowess in alchemy, he nodded with a smile. "In that case, I need not worry anymore." Just moments ago, he had harbored concerns that if Chun Dan could only refine 1 transformation spiritual pills, the disciples of Kunlun Mountain would likely show little interest, given that even the weaker among them had attained Earth immortal status. 1 transformation spiritual pills hold little value. Yet now that Chun Dan could produce 3 transformation spiritual pills, the situation was far more favorable. Ordinary 3 transformation spiritual pills are of great utility to Earth immortals, and some rare variants are highly sought after even by celestial immortals that go forth. But remember to first inquire what materials the others require for refining. "Do not act presumptuously," Laozi cautioned, wary of Chun Dan's potential recklessness. "Rest assured, master, I shall take my leave." Chun Dan bowed, committing Laozi's words to memory. He then took a step back and exited Taiching Palace. Summoning a cloud, he discerned the direction before heading straight to the location of the GS sect. The GS sect, bustling with numerous disciples, was the most suitable place for him to initiate his pill-refining plans. As Chun Dan approached the GSX domain, he was struck by the vibrant activity. Having grown accustomed to the tranquility of the Rin sect, he felt somewhat out of place amidst the lively atmosphere of GS sect. This disciple does not appear to be one of our GS sect. Could he possibly be from the Chan sect? What brings him here? At that moment, someone intercepted Chun Dan, posing the question with a hint of gravity. This individual regarded Chun Dan as a potential intruder from the Chan sect. The differing ideologies of the Jia and Chan sects had led to mutual disdain among their disciples, and their territories were distinctly delineated. Chun Dan was taken aback, recalling that Laozi had mentioned the circumstances within Kunlun Mountain. Realizing there might be a misunderstanding, he clarified, "There is no misunderstanding. I am not a disciple of the Chan sect." Not a disciple of the Chan sect. The inquirer, known as Changzui Xian, was equally startled. He quickly contemplated, if not from the Chan sect, could this be a newly admitted outer disciple of GS sect? However, he had never seen him before. Given Changzui Xian's reputation for being well-informed, he would surely know if there had been new disciples joining GS sect. Do not deceive me. I do not recall any one of your description within GS sect. Changzui Xian furrowed his brow, stating with skepticism that I am a disciple of Tai Ching's sage, newly accepted. Chun Dan introduced himself. What? Changzui Xian's expression turned to one of astonishment. He was indeed a disciple of Tai Ching. He had never considered that Chun Dan could originate from the Rin sect. After all, it was a widely accepted notion that no one resided within the Rin sect. Yet now, it appeared that Tai Ching had quietly taken on a disciple. Having met your senior brother, I was unaware of your affiliation with Tai Ching and failed to show proper respect. Please forgive my oversight. Changzui Xian quickly amended his address, now referring to Chun Dan as senior brother. As a mere outer disciple of GS sect, he found himself in a subordinate position to someone who might even be the chief disciple of the Rin sect, that in GS sect, only 4 direct disciples could be considered Chun Dan's peers. Making Changzui Xian feel somewhat apprehensive, he wondered how this senior brother from the Rin sect would react. You were unaware of my identity. How could I hold it against you? Chun Dan smiled. Letting the matter pass, Changzui Xian sighed in relief, and a strong desire to spread the news surged within him. The fact that Tai Ching had taken on a disciple was indeed noteworthy and warranted widespread knowledge. However, this was not the moment to broadcast such news, as Chun Dan was still present. May I inquire what brings you to GS sect? I am at your service, Changzui Xian ventured, his demeanor now amicable. Well, now that you mention it, I do have a matter for you to assist with. Chun Dan pondered briefly before smiling and stating, I have come to GS sect to refine pills. Anyone seeking elixirs should prepare 3 sets of materials, enabling me to produce a single spiritual pill. However, I can only refine up to 3 transformation spiritual pills, anything within that range, that if you help me disseminate this information, I can provide you with a spiritual pill in return. Assisting me will yield benefits. Can you really refine pills? The long-mouthed immortal found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. As far as he was aware, the human sect had lacked disciples for several years. It stands to reason that this senior brother must have joined the sect not long ago, perhaps within the past few years. In such a brief span, how much alchemical skill could one possibly acquire from the esteemed Master Tai Ching? Moreover, upon speaking, he immediately mentioned the elusive 3-transformation spirit pill that it is well known that this particular elixir is exceedingly challenging to refine as of now. No disciple within the 3 schools of Kunlun has achieved such a level. Yet the senior brother's offer to refine a pill for him free of charge stirred the long-mouthed immortal's interest considerably. It presented an excellent opportunity to observe this senior brother's prowess in alchemy. Should he indeed succeed, the long-mouthed immortal vowed to disseminate the news far and wide within half a day. Senior brother, I shall not be polite. I am in dire need of a golden essence pill. If you could assist me in its refinement, I will provide the materials, and I can spread the news within half a day. The long-mouthed immortal made his request for a golden essence pill. This pill, a 3-transformation spirit pill, had been his long-sought desire, yet he had lacked the contributions to exchange for it. He had managed to gather the necessary materials for the golden essence pill, but no one in the entire sect of interception could assist him in its refinement. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he was determined to seize it. Very well, you may observe from the side. As Chun Dan spoke, he settled down on the ground, preparing to refine the pill. It was a chance to demonstrate his abilities and to establish his reputation. Senior brother, here are the materials. I have prepared them in advance. The long-mouthed immortal, taken aback by the grandeur of the moment, quickly handed over the materials. Upon regaining his composure, he witnessed a cluster of 3 transformation pill flames rise, and a 4-colored alchemical furnace hovered in the air. One by one, the materials were swiftly and elegantly cast into the furnace by Chun Dan in mere moments. A fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. Just the scent alone was enough to hint at the efficacy of the golden essence pill. At this juncture, the long-mouthed immortal was already half convinced of Chun Dan's capabilities. All that remained was to see if the spirit pill could be successfully produced. Bang! Just as the long-mouthed immortal's thoughts were still swirling, a soft sound echoed. The flames extinguished, and the furnace lid was lifted. An intensely rich fragrance emanated forth. A golden essence pill was summoned from the furnace by a mere wave of Chun Dan's hand. Junior brother, behold this pill. Chun Dan waved the golden essence pill before the long-mouthed immortal's eyes, placing it in his hand. The long-mouthed immortal was rendered speechless. It had truly been refined, and not just any ordinary pill. The golden essence pill in his grasp radiated a profound essence. It was undoubtedly a top-tier elixir. What a flawless creation! The long-mouthed immortal was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling as though the pill in his hand bore an immeasurable weight. The elixir he had long sought for years, which had eluded him despite presenting the materials to countless alchemists, was now transformed into this exquisite pill in mere moments. Truly, this senior brother possessed remarkable skill. As realization dawned upon him, the long-mouthed immortal immediately extolled Chun Dan's abilities with fervor. Senior brother, rest assured, I shall spread the news this very instant, ensuring that your alchemical prowess reaches every corner of Kunlun within half a day. Pills are undoubtedly a rare resource in the primordial world. Consuming a single pill yields far superior effects compared to ingesting spirit fruits. However, the scarcity of pills is well known throughout the primordial realm. The underlying reason remains that there are too few individuals capable of refining pills. Even fewer possess the skill to create high-level elixirs. Many have gathered the materials for pill refinement, but find themselves unable to locate an alchemist to operate the furnace, resulting in countless individuals possessing materials yet unable to produce any pills. Now, a sensational rumor began to spread rapidly within the sect of interception. Someone was set to refine pills, requiring only 3 sets of materials in exchange for a single elixir. For many, this news was nothing short of a delightful surprise. The materials they had hoarded could finally be transformed into pills. As for whether 3 sets of materials for 1 pill was too demanding, the answer was a resounding no. Pill refinement is not an infallible endeavor. A moment's carelessness can lead to failure, rendering all previous efforts futile. Furthermore, the energy expended in the process is substantial. The prospect of exchanging 3 sets of materials for a single pill is indeed a boon. In no time, those who learned of this news hurriedly sought out the alchemist. Senior brother, I have 3 sets of materials. Please assist me in refining a pill. Senior brother, I was first. I also possess 3 sets of materials. Kindly prioritize my request. Senior brother, I am willing to increase my compensation within just half a day. Chun Dan found himself surrounded. All around him were disciples waving their materials, pleading for his assistance in pill refinement. Please, my dear junior brothers, do not rush, Chun Dan chuckled, addressing the crowd. This location is not suitable for pill refinement. My cave residence is located to the east of the human sex territory. If you possess the materials, I will not refuse you. Each person shall have the opportunity to refine their elixirs. With this declaration, Chun Dan observed the swelling crowd and turned to depart. He needed to return to his cave to make preparations. With so many seeking pills, it was certainly unwise to refine in the open, lest unforeseen incidents arise. Moments later, Chun Dan returned to his cave. Shortly thereafter, the throng surrounded his abode, their eager eyes nearly etching his visage into their memories. Esteemed junior brothers, from this day forth, I, Chundan, shall commence pill refinement. I kindly request that those who have successfully refined their pills assist me in spreading the word." With that, he ceased further commentary, collected the materials from several disciples, and retreated within his cave to refine the pills. The crowd began to anxiously await the results. After all, rumors remain mere whispers until one witnesses the truth with their own eyes. Before long, Chundan emerged. Those who had previously entrusted him with their materials received the pills they desired, top-tier pills. 5 layers of pill essence. The exclamations of astonishment echoed incessantly. In an instant, the atmosphere grew even more vibrant. As all those seeking pills ceased to observe from the sidelines, eager only to partake in the pill refinement process, days passed, and disciples from the Chan sect also caught wind of the news, joining the throngs seeking pills. This led to an increasingly peculiar atmosphere outside Chundan's cave. Disciples from the Chan and Interception sects were known to harbor animosity towards one another. Yet here they were, united in their quest for pills within the human sect's territory. Thus, they suppressed their grievances. This tension transformed into a competition to see who could procure more pills from Chundan. If you manage to obtain 100 pills today, then I shall seek 200. The rivalry intensified as they continuously delivered materials to Chundan's cave. In no time, the title of Kunlun Pill Master was bestowed upon Chundan. He became a celebrated figure throughout Kunlun Mountain. Indeed. Meanwhile, Laozi stroked his beard, nodding in approval. Concern had plagued him during his disciples' initial public display of alchemy. However, after observing the continuous stream of seekers outside Chundan's cave over the past few days, he found no complaints among them. Each pill refined by Chundan garnered high praise. With such a remarkable disciple, the future of alchemy is assured. Laozi's smile grew wider, unable to contain his pride. Reflecting on his 2 brothers, a swell of emotion surged within him. Both had taken on numerous disciples, yet upon assessing the capabilities of their respective students, it became evident that none surpassed the skill of this disciple who had only recently joined his ranks. Although the disciples of the Chan and Interception sects often looked askance at one another, in the presence of his disciple, they were forced to behave themselves. What is true skill, if not this? There is no need for conflict when one can command respect effortlessly. I felt a profound sense of delight as I observed the situation outside Chundan's cave dwelling. Several months had elapsed since Chundan commenced his alchemical pursuits, and he had not paused even for a moment. He had amassed a considerable collection of medicinal herbs, consuming the surplus elixirs he produced with ease. Through this continuous process of refinement, his foundational knowledge deepened significantly. Outside the cave, there were still individuals in line, yet the bustling scene had diminished considerably. This can be attributed to 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Chundan's pace of alchemical production was remarkably swift, resulting in the majority of the sought-after elixirs being crafted. Secondly, the materials for the 3rd-tier spiritual elixirs in the hands of the people had nearly been exhausted. Meanwhile, the open rivalry between the Chan and GS sects persisted, with many disciples venturing out to the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain in search of herbs. At this juncture, Chundan's grand alchemical scheme had yielded impressive results. Within the cave, he sat as an unending supply of herbs was delivered from outside. "Disciple, come seek me," echoed the voice of Laozi in Chundan's ears one day. Rising from his alchemical work, Chundan departed the cave on a cloud. Upon witnessing his departure, the gathered crowd fell silent, continuing to wait patiently. "I pay my respects to my master," Chundan bowed within the Taching Palace. "My disciple, your prowess in the art of alchemy has astonished me," Laozi remarked with a smile, proceeding to say, "Therefore, I have prepared some gifts for you in advance. With all due respect, I cannot decline what my master bestows." Chundan replied, bowing once more. His curiosity piqued about the nature of the gifts. Laozi laughed, and with a wave of his hand, 2 beams of spiritual light emerged from his sleeve. "These 2 treasures are both essential for alchemical endeavors. Your current cultivation is insufficient to master them, but I believe it will not be long before you are able to do so. Point 1 is the 8 directions furnace, and the other is the wind and fire fan." As he spoke, the 2 golden lights unveiled their true forms within the alchemical recipe. One was a crimson furnace with passages to all directions, embodying the essence of the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and winds. This was indeed the Eight Directions Furnace, which would later be attributed to Taishang Laojun and known as the Bagua Furnace. The other, resembling a giant banana leaf in hues of blue and red, hung with long tassels, was the Wind and Fire Fan, also later associated with Taishang Laojun. Both treasures were innate spiritual artifacts, with their origins linked to the heavenly court, now graciously gifted to Chun Dan by Laozi. Disciple, I express my gratitude to my master. Although Chun Dan was unaware of the treasure's esteemed status, merely gazing upon their Taoist essence revealed their extraordinary nature. He hastily bowed in thanks. Rise, Laozi instructed with a smile. You currently lack the cultivation to wield these treasures, but I am aware of your innate talent, and I trust it will not be long before you can utilize them. With these two artifacts, your alchemical journey can reach the 9th tier. Thank you, Master. Chun Dan promptly bowed again that in the future, should you encounter any uncertainties in your alchemical endeavors, do not hesitate to seek me out, Laozi advised. Having placed great importance on Chun Dan, recognizing him as a disciple capable of fully inheriting his alchemical achievements, I understand and shall not disappoint my master's expectations. Chun Dan replied, bowing in agreement. Very well, you may leave. Laozi nodded in satisfaction. Having conveyed all he wished to share with Chun Dan, I take my leave. Master, Chun Dan retreated, the surrounding environment shifting as he exited the Taching Palace. Taking to the clouds, he returned to his cave to continue his alchemical practices. As months passed, the disciples of the Jie and Chan sects surrounding Kunlun Mountain had depleted their third-tier spiritual elixir materials. Fortunately, a large group of disciples returned from their herb-gathering expeditions. The area before Chun Dan's cave was still bustling. During this time, Xuandu emerged from his seclusion to share the joyous news with Chun Dan that he had finally cultivated a sense of qi. Chun Dan congratulated him, pausing his alchemical work for a day. The disciples of Kunlun Mountain also learned that their Taching master had taken on 2 disciples. A year went by. In this time, no one lined up before Chun Dan's residence. The disciples of Kunlun Mountain had completely exhausted their materials for the 3rd-tier spiritual elixirs. Even with herb collection from the outside, it would be quite some time before more could be found. Throughout this period, Chun Dan's strength had surged as he consumed elixirs, allowing him to break through to a significant realm and become a celestial immortal. Moreover, he had acquired a title, being referred to as the Alchemist of Kunlun Mountain. This title was bestowed upon him by the masses, closely tied to his power and influence. As Chun Dan's strength progressed and his capacity to refine elixirs expanded, his title would undoubtedly evolve. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion. Observing that he had gathered sufficient materials, Chun Dan declared his intention to retreat. His grand alchemical undertaking had reached a temporary conclusion, as he sought to thoroughly assimilate the fruits of his labor, while also preparing a batch of 1st and 2nd-tier elixirs for his own needs. On the shores of the East Sea, among the human race, the system began to transmit this batch of 1st-tier spiritual elixirs to the ordinary avatars. Chun Xian commenced the allocation of elixirs, selecting a group of ordinary avatars to concentrate in the 10,000 great mountains for their cultivation. The cultivation techniques employed were those ordinary methods collected by Chen Yao, yet, despite their simplicity, the difficulty of these techniques was not trivial. For the ordinary avatars, entering the path of cultivation was no easy feat thus. Chun Dan had crafted a batch of 1st-tier elixirs to facilitate their progress. The potential of ordinary avatars remained limited, which prompted Chun Xian to reflect on the remarkably slow rate of their cultivation. Despite selecting a group for training, without the assistance of 1st-tier spiritual elixirs, it would likely take several years for them to develop a sense of qi. Given this pace of cultivation, Chun Xian held no expectations for them to attain any high realms. We shall see how far they can cultivate. He mused. The ordinary avatars were valued for their numbers, that a large base was essential for providing strength to Chun Xian. The system synchronized the accumulated power from this period, and soon, a familiar surge of energy enveloped him. This time, the experience was swift. In mere moments, the energy that supported Chun Xian's breakthrough dissipated entirely. Late gold immortal, Chun Xian exhaled. The higher the realm, the slower the progression. That, of course, this slowness was relative to his previous breakthroughs. In the context of Hong Wang, a breakthrough every few years would indeed be enviable. The system opened the panel. Host. Chen Xian can summon avatars. Ordinary avatars, 10 marketplace. B-skins, diamond spear, thick iron shield avatars owned. Chun Dan. Chun Lu, Chun Kai, Chun Wu, Chun Yao, Xian Lu, ordinary avatars 1,053,681 points owned, 7,743,896 system space. Golden Light Fruit Seeds. 4-color Bloodlight Bags marketplace refreshable currently. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Xian Lu led the way. With the spiritual plants scattered throughout, the mortality rate of ordinary avatars had significantly decreased, now numbering in the hundreds of thousands. With over 7 million points accumulated, it was not an insignificant sum. Refresh the marketplace, Chun Xian commanded. He had gained sufficient understanding of the nature of the system's marketplace. Accumulating luck over time was essential for obtaining valuable items. Thus, he did not place much importance on this ordinary refresh. However, upon glimpsing the 3 items available in the marketplace, he felt an unexpected joy that a grand eruption. All were exceptional. Marketplace. Smooth sailing, space in hand, blood of 10,000 beasts, smooth sailing. Cultivation flows effortlessly like a boat on water. Even without active effort, one can still progress. Accelerates cultivation speed, allowing for a slight increase in cultivation even while lying still. Space in hand. Generates a space within the palm, complete with earth, fire, wind, and water, continuously absorbing spiritual energy from outside, enabling the constant transformation of the internal environment. Blood of 10,000 beasts. The pure blood of countless fierce beasts, free from impurities, can be directly refined to enhance physical realm. 3 items caught Chun Xian's eye, and he instantly comprehended their significance. The flowing with the current ability would undoubtedly expedite his cultivation. Chun Xian had long desired to equip his avatar, Chun Lu, with a talent that would enhance his training speed, and this ability was perfectly suited for that purpose. The space within his palm was an independent realm, complete with earth, fire, wind, and water, and it could continuously absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. Was this not akin to a flourishing plantation? Furthermore, within the system's space lay a seed of the golden light fruit. Initially, Chun Xian intended to wait until his strength was sufficient before planting it. But now he had the perfect environment for cultivation. The blood of 10,000 beasts was a resource essential for cultivation, and certainly, one could never have too much of it as long as it was an avatar. It could be utilized, system, exchanged for flowing with the current, and equip it to Chun Lu. Chun Xian declared, casually spending 1,000,000 points. He then proceeded to open Chun Lu's profile. Chun Lu's cultivation. Early stage earth immortal physical body. Refining void constitution. Innate exceptional talent. Dragon elephant strength. Flowing with the current, the dragon elephant strength talent was not one that could grow. It merely provided the power of a dragon and an elephant, given Chun Lu's current level of cultivation. The effectiveness of this talent had significantly diminished. Fortunately, as he cultivated in the territory of the human race, he had earned the title of a reclusive fanatic, encountering little in the way of conflict. Thus, the addition of flowing with the current to accelerate his training was more than adequate. Now, let us exchange for the space within my palm, Chun Xian continued. This time, the cost was considerably higher. 5 million points vanished in an instant. However, the results were evident. Chun Xian quickly sensed that he could open a space at the center of his palm at any moment. The earth, fire, wind, and water within this space could be manipulated at will, allowing him to alter the environment. He could also absorb external spiritual energy to continuously enhance the space's structure. First, I shall create a medicinal garden, Chun Xian thought, and with a mere flick of his mind, the space began to transform. In no time, the modest area within his palm had taken on the appearance of a flourishing medicinal garden. He retrieved a seed of the golden light fruit. Although this treasure was concealed, the seed, if not closely examined, appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary grass seed. Who could fathom that this was, in fact, a seed of an innate spiritual root? Go! He opened the space in his palm, and the seed of the golden light fruit fell directly inside. As the terrain within the space shifted, the seed was swiftly planted. With the golden light fruit seed in place, spiritual energy from the outside began to pour into the palm space. Chun Xian could feel that, as the spiritual energy surged. The seed was beginning its gestation, of course. Nurturing an innate spiritual root was not something that could be accomplished overnight, without means to accelerate its growth. For now, it was enough to let it rest. Chun Xian mused that, with the system mall at his disposal, he could easily procure items to hasten its growth, after properly situating the golden light fruit seed. Chun Xian turned his attention to the last item in the mall, the blood of 10,000 beasts, containing the essence of a myriad of ferocious beasts, was ideal for enhancing physical cultivation. As he contemplated this resource, he identified two avatars suitable for the blood of 10,000 beasts, Chun Kai and Chun Wu. Chun Kai practiced dual cultivation, maintaining a balance between physical and spiritual prowess, ensuring he could always exert dominance within his realm. Chun Wu, being of the witch lineage, focused solely on physical cultivation and advanced at an astonishing pace. System, exchange for the blood of 10,000 beasts, and send it to Chun Kai. Chun Xian decided after a moment's reflection. The reasoning behind this choice lay in the intense competition within the sect to which Chun Kai belonged. He needed to maintain his edge. Moreover, with the attention of the Daobao Daoist upon him, he could be schemed against at any moment. Thus, enhancing his strength without delay was imperative. After expending 1,000,000 points, the blood of 10,000 beasts was exchanged and dispatched. With that, Chun Xian had allocated all resources. Each avatar was diligently cultivating in their respective locations, and their progress was promising. Whoa! Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl echoed from outside. Just by the sound, Chun Xian recognized it to be the celestial dog in a fit of excitement. Chun Xian was slightly taken aback, and with a flash, he stepped outside. He was well aware of the celestial dog's nature. It typically lounged about in a carefree manner. What could possibly incite such a ruckus? Chun Xian, his head filled with dark thoughts, observed the celestial dog rolling and frolicking on the ground outside. Had he not known that the celestial dog was a being of innate origins, he might have questioned its sanity. Chun Xian, this is splendid news, the celestial dog exclaimed, its face alight with excitement. He eagerly revealed the cause of its exhilaration. My foundation has been partially repaired, and I can now regain some of my strength. I am absolutely thrilled. Oh, Chun Xian expressed his astonishment. After all this time of gluttony, could the celestial dog finally recover some of its strength? He inquired, to what level can you recover? At least to the golden immortal level. The celestial dog replied after a brief contemplation. However, with my abilities, even if I were merely a golden immortal, engaging in battles beyond my level would be a simple task. Chun Xian, from now on, allow me to protect you, the celestial dog boldly proclaimed, ready to assume the role of a protector. Really? Chun Xian chuckled, an array of thoughts racing through his mind as he prepared to clarify the celestial dog's role. Come inside first. Regain your strength before anything else. If you truly achieve golden immortal status, I might indeed need your assistance. Absolutely. Regaining strength is paramount. And rest assured, I shall assist you with all my might. The celestial dog agreed, nodding vigorously as it followed Chun Xian indoors. After setting up the room to ensure privacy and prevent any disturbances that might attract attention, Chun Xian instructed, "All right, you may commence now." He stepped aside, ready to observe the celestial dog's performance. Although the celestial dog possessed a canine form, it mimicked human behavior, sitting cross-legged on a cushion and entering a meditative state. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow into its body, rapidly forming a small whirlpool of energy. The celestial dog's cultivation was changing at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, it seemed to ascend an entire realm. For the celestial dog, this was a process of regaining strength. The bottleneck it had faced had been shattered long ago, so it merely needed to refine the spiritual energy and accumulate its power to restore its former prowess. Days passed, and the celestial dog's aura shifted once more. It had reached the level of celestial immortal. Suddenly, it halted. This method of refining spiritual energy is far too slow, the celestial dog remarked, opening its eyes. Chun Xian, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Chun Xian had no objections and nodded in agreement. Once granted permission, the celestial dog swiftly exited, discerning its direction before transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing into the horizon. Moments later, at a considerable distance from Chun Xian's residence, The celestial dog came to a halt. This spot surely would not reveal Chun Xian's presence. With a determined glint in its eyes, the celestial dog declared, swallowing the sun and gulping the moon. In the air, it unleashed its divine ability. With a gaping maw, resembling an abyss, it consumed all the spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius. In a flash, the celestial dog darted through the sky, devouring spiritual energy wherever it went. This was its method of restoring strength. For it, meditative cultivation was far too slow. Why not feast instead? Within half a day, the celestial dog's aura transformed dramatically. It had regained its golden, immortal cultivation. Haha, I have regained my power. Dijun and Tai Yi await my return. After declaring its intentions with bravado, the celestial dog swiftly made its way back to Chun Xian. Moments later, it confidently strode into the room, unabashedly flaunting its restored strength. Restored already? Quite swift indeed, Chun Xian observed, noting the celestial dog's demeanor and confirming its return to the golden immortal level. But it's hardly worth mentioning. Just a mere golden immortal. He mused. The celestial hound felt a joy surpassing that of anyone else. Yet outwardly, he feigned an air of indifference. Chun Xian, do enlighten me. What was it that you required this hound's assistance for? Allow me to effortlessly aid you in your endeavor. Indeed, there was a matter at hand that a broader smile graced Chun Xian's lips. The celestial hound was truly astute if he did not properly arrange some tasks. It would be a disservice to his enthusiasm. I need you to venture into the 10,000 great mountains. There are some ferocious beasts that require your attention. The beasts at the heart of the 10,000 great mountains were, after all, a looming threat. While these creatures served as guardians of the human realm, they remained uncontrollable beasts. Chun Xian believed it was best for the 10,000 great mountains to be under his own dominion. Ferocious beasts, you say? A trivial matter. The celestial hound dismissed the dangers of the beasts entirely. What sort of ferocity had he not encountered in his long existence? The 4 legendary beasts, reputed for their ferocity, had previously met their end within his belly. Very well. I shall take on this task. Chun Xian smiled, buoyed by the celestial hound's fervor. This was indeed a positive development. In the future, he could entrust similar matters entirely to the hound. To those who are capable, more work shall be given. Just wait a few days and see how I vanquish those ferocious beasts. The celestial hound declared, his form flickering before he dashed towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains. Having been sealed for 10 millennia, he was eager to stretch his limbs after regaining his strength. Now, the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 great mountains would serve as perfect practice for him. At the center of the 10,000 great mountains, where the beasts congregated, a more formidable innate beast had arrived today. The celestial hound, having been sealed for 10 millennia, could hardly claim to be without ire. He was prepared to unleash it upon the beasts of the 10,000 great mountains. All things can be scented. The celestial hound invoked his divine powers, instantly discerning the whereabouts of every beast within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. There are indeed a few strong ones. In his perception, several powerful beasts resided within the mountains, with the strongest boasting the complete cultivation of a golden immortal. Pathetic to have reached the peak of golden immortal and yet remain cooped up in this place. The celestial hound scoffed, but his actions remained prudent as he chose to avoid the territory of that particular beast, opting instead to eliminate the weaker ones first. In no time, the ferocious beasts within the 10,000 great mountains faced annihilation. Wherever the celestial hound tread, the beasts were slain. All the corpses of the beasts were devoured by him. Even the resources that these creatures had amassed over countless years within their territories were consumed entirely. Everything that entered the hound's belly would be transformed into magical power, accumulating for future use at a little less, but better than nothing, the celestial hound remarked, acknowledging the meager offerings. After all, how much could those beasts, dwelling in such a barren land as the East Sea's shores, have accumulated? Half a month slipped by. The celestial hound exhaled, opening his mouth to channel his powers and consume yet another beast. By this juncture, all the weaker beasts in the 10,000 great mountains had been thoroughly exterminated. What remained were 7 dominant beasts, the weakest of which was at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. While this hound could indeed battle across realms, vanquishing these 7 beasts would require considerable effort. The celestial hound pondered. Although he couldn't easily overpower them, he had no intention of exerting excessive force. Thus, it was time to employ strategy. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, the celestial hound possessed a wealth of cunning. Having survived from ancient times to the present, it was only in the company of Qin Xian. When he could rely on others, that he felt inclined to be lazy, that it was time to drive the wolves and swallow the tiger. After a brief contemplation, the hound smirked with a sinister delight. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly darting through the 10,000 great mountains. Before long, he halted at a location with markedly altered terrain. Clearly, this was the territory of a powerful beast. "Let it begin with you." The celestial hound chuckled, forming a hand seal to cloak his form, stealthily infiltrating the beast's territory. Shortly after, he emerged quietly, albeit with additional spoils. As for what these spoils were, naturally, they were the treasures amassed over countless years by the beasts within that territory. Adhering to the principle of leaving nothing behind, the celestial hound did not spare even a single spirit herb. Who dares to steal? After a while, the beast realized its treasures had been pilfered, and its furious roar echoed throughout the 10,000 great mountains. Soon after, a pair of blood-red eyes belonging to a ferocious ant burst forth from the territory. Frantically searching for the thief, the ant possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Anyone who had passed by would be forever imprinted in its memory, whether it was its treasures or the thief who stole them. The ant was determined to track down the scent. However, it was destined to be disappointed. In the realm of scent, the celestial hound was the master, and no matter how the ant searched or concealed its own scent, it could not compare to the celestial hound. Meanwhile, the hound continued to conceal his form, executing his cunning plan of driving the wolves and swallowing the tiger. The so-called driving the wolves and swallowing the tiger was simple in concept, akin to the clam and the heron contending while the fisherman reaps the benefits. He incited the 7 beasts to slaughter one another while he took care of the aftermath. The 6th one, the celestial hound remarked as he surveyed the treasures he had gathered. In a short span, he had infiltrated the territories of 6 beasts, extracting all their treasures without leaving behind a single spirit herb. It was time to execute the final step. The celestial hound grinned with a malevolent gleam. There remained one final beast territory yet to be plundered, and this beast was the strongest of them all, boasting full cultivation in the golden immortal realm. Before long, he arrived at the designated location. Silently cloaking himself, he slipped inside. Soon, the celestial hound encountered the ruler of this territory, a formidable beast known as the Gen Tiger. The Gen Tiger resembled a mountain-sized feline, its breaths echoing like thunder in slumber. The plan to drive the wolves and swallow the tiger was unexpectedly realized. The final beast indeed turned out to be a tiger. The celestial hound mused before gathering his focus. No longer hesitating, he carefully placed all the treasures he had previously acquired from the 6 beast territories within the Gen Tiger's domain. Then, he stealthily retreated, swiftly vacating the area. From here on, he merely needed to sit back and enjoy the show. Not long after, the scent of the treasures began to waft through the air. The Gen Tiger awoke from its slumber, a look of utter confusion on its face. Prior to its slumber, the territory had remained unchanged. How had so many treasures suddenly appeared? The Gen Tiger reacted swiftly, not questioning the origins of these items. Instead, it opened its massive maw and began to consume them. The resources within the 10,000 great mountains were exceedingly scarce, and gathering such an abundance would have been impossible under normal circumstances. But now, resources had come knocking at its door. Regardless of their origins, it was best to devour them first. Such a wealth of resources might even enable it to break through to a higher realm. Roar! Halt! Yet, just as the Gen Tiger had consumed a few morsels, a furious roar sounded from outside. Someone had intruded upon the Gen Tiger's territory, and it was none other than the enraged, ferocious ant. After a lengthy search, it had failed to discover who had stolen its treasures. Initially disheartened, it had just then caught the scent of its treasures and followed it here. Upon arrival, it immediately spotted the Gen Tiger about to feast upon its belongings. How could it possibly tolerate this? It hastily intervened. Do you dare to contest my meal? The Jin tiger was initially taken aback, but upon recognizing the intruder, it scoffed in disdain. Among ferocious beasts, there existed a hierarchy. The strength of the ant paled in comparison to its own. How could it possibly contend? That belongs to me. The ant felt a flicker of uncertainty. It was indeed no match for the Jin tiger. In fact, there was not a single beast within the 10,000 great mountains that could overpower the Jin tiger. Should it provoke the beast, it risked losing its treasures and possibly being devoured itself. After all, ferocious beasts were also considered a form of resource. Humph! The sturdy Jin tiger let out a cold snort, dismissing the mantis ant and preparing to continue his feast. For him, the pressing matter at hand was to consume all resources and transform them into strength. He could easily surmise that these resources likely belonged to the mantis ant, but even if they did, what of it? Once something enters his territory, is there any expectation of it being returned? Who dares to steal my treasures? Just then, a violent voice echoed, followed by the appearance of several figures. It was none other than the 5 ferocious beasts whose treasures had also been stolen. These 5 beasts had been relentlessly searching for the traces of their stolen possessions since their loss. Upon sensing the aura of the treasures moments ago, they hurriedly arrived. In an instant, the situation reversed. From being in a position of overwhelming dominance, Jin Tiger now found himself encircled by 6 formidable beasts. Jin Tiger, return our treasures. The mantis ant suddenly found renewed courage, shouting loudly. Alone, he was no match for Jin Tiger. But now they were 6 strong. Their combined strength was not inferior to that of Jin Tiger. Return my treasures. The other 5 ferocious beasts immediately rallied in solidarity. Despite their brutish nature, these beasts possessed intelligence. Although often uncontrollable and temperamental, in such a circumstance, they could undoubtedly cooperate to reclaim their treasures. Are you threatening me? Jin Tiger's gaze shifted dramatically, a murderous aura emanating from him. The treasures were almost within his grasp. How could he consider returning them? Moreover, should he manage to consume these treasures, he might break through to a significant realm and attain the status of a Tai golden immortal. The opportunity to transcend was too precious to forsake, even if it was but a sliver. Thus, no matter the origin of these treasures, today, Jin Tiger would claim them. As for the alliance of 6 ferocious beasts, the advantage lay clearly with him. Why should he fear? You shall not leave today, Jin Tiger proclaimed with authority, and before his words had faded, he lunged forward, his mountain-like form bearing down upon one of the beasts. Not only would the treasures belong to him, but these 6 beasts would also serve to enhance his cultivation. He intended to devour all 6 beasts as resources, aiming for a breakthrough in his realm. We do not fear you. The 6 ferocious beasts, undeterred, launched their assault against Jin Tiger. While Jin Tiger sought to slay them, they too harbored thoughts of eliminating him. This was a rare opportunity for the 6 beasts to join forces. If they failed to deal with Jin Tiger today, they might find themselves hunted down one by one in the future. Boom! The fierce battle among the 7 beasts shook the very mountains, sending tremors throughout the vast expanse. Ha! Splendid. Just like that. Be even more ruthless. The celestial dog cackled, reveling in his role as the architect of this chaos. Beasts are indeed beasts, driven solely by the desire for combat, their tempers flaring easily, and with just a little provocation. They could descend into chaos. Of course, the celestial dog, bold and cunning, was well aware of the ferocity of these beasts. In truth, had an ordinary individual attempted to seize the treasures from the 6 beasts, they would likely have failed. Now, all he had to do was wait. The fierce combat raged on for several days before finally beginning to subside. Roar! Jin Tiger let out a thunderous roar, his body battered and bloodied, fur torn and streaming with blood. His injuries were severe. However, though he was indeed in a dire state, the other 6 beasts fared far worse. 3 had already perished, lying lifeless on the ground. The remaining 3 were equally wounded, their expressions wary as they kept a vigilant eye on Jin Tiger, fearful that he might erupt in another violent attack. In the end, you are all beneath me. Even united, you cannot escape the fate of aiding my cultivation. Jin Tiger declared loudly, his eyes glimmering with unmasked murderous intent. I end this battle. he would emerge as the ultimate victor. As long as he could slay the remaining 3 beasts, he would consume all the resources, including the flesh of the 6 beasts. With this, he would surely break through to the Tai golden immortal realm, and he was filled with immense confidence. Flee. In an instant, the 3 remaining ferocious beasts made the same choice. If the 6 beasts were no match for Gen Tiger, then the 3 that remained stood even less of a chance. They needed to escape, to flee the vast mountains, even if they had to face the dangers of the wilderness beyond. It was far preferable to dying at Gen Tiger's hands. You think you can escape? Gen Tiger sneered. He had already gravely injured them and would not allow them to flee. He lunged forward, his massive body surprisingly swift as he pursued them. Enough. The 3 ferocious beasts sensed the immense pressure bearing down from behind, their faces filled with despair, like to their current level. Escape was impossible. Whoosh, just then, a streak of black light suddenly shot forth, moving several times faster than Gen Tiger. It zipped toward him like lightning. Thud! In an instant, a massive gash was left on Gen Tiger's body. Oh. Gen Tiger roared in shock and fury. The 3 remaining beasts were equally astonished, but could not afford to look back. All they wished for now was to escape. With someone blocking Gen Tiger, they hoped to seize the opportunity to flee. TSK, you 3 have disappointed this dog. A voice echoed from the air as the black light redirected its course, charging straight at the 3 beasts attempting to flee, since they were solely preoccupied with escaping. They had become utterly worthless. They must be eliminated first. Before the words had barely left his mouth, he was already upon the 3 ferocious beasts. What? The 3 beasts were utterly bewildered. That wasn't the target Gen Tiger. Why had the focus suddenly shifted to them? Thud, a flash of blood, and 1 ferocious beast fell dead in an instant. Following that, the black light, like a bolt of lightning, surged toward the next beast. The celestial dog, filled with murderous intent, granted no time for the 3 beasts to react. Thud, thud. 2 more sounds rang out, and 2 bodies crumpled to the ground. The 3 ferocious beasts, having only managed to emit a cry of disbelief, were all vanquished. Who are you? What do you want? Gen Tiger was left in a daze. He had not even glimpsed the assailant cloaked in black light before they had ambushed him and slain 3 of the beasts. Gen Tiger felt a twinge of fear. The opponent was exceedingly powerful. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear such an adversary, but at present he was engaged in a fierce struggle with 6 beasts and had sustained serious injuries. Submit and die quietly. Do not speak. A sharp reprimand rang out as the celestial dog appeared before Gen Tiger. Not only was he bold and skilled, but he was also ruthless and concise in action. Once he decided to spill blood, he would not engage in idle chatter or delay. Roar! Gen Tiger was consumed by rage. What did the opponent take him for? A mere ordinary beast to be dispatched with ease. He was Gen Tiger, the most powerful beast lord in the 10,000 mountains. His mountain-like form surged forward, an oppressive aura coalescing in his claws as he aimed a crushing blow at the approaching celestial dog. Though he lacked the speed of the celestial dog, his size was immense. As long as his attack had a wide enough reach, no speed would allow the opponent to evade. However, despite the soundness of his strategy, Gen Tiger was far too naive to contend with a seasoned warrior like the celestial dog, who had survived countless battles. Bang! The enormous tiger claw came crashing down, yet struck nothing but air. At the moment the claw was to make contact, the celestial dog transformed into countless wisps of mist, completely evading the attack. What is this? Gen Tiger was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a technique of turning into mist. Unfortunately, he had no time to ponder this further. After evading the attack, the celestial dog reemerged, a cold smile on his face as he pounced upon Gen Tiger, claws and fangs at the ready. For the celestial dog, his teeth and claws, honed over countless years, wielded power comparable to a spiritual treasure. After just a few exchanges, Gen Tiger's injuries multiplied exponentially. I am willing to surrender. Gen Tiger, gravely injured, began to plead for mercy. However, was there any possibility of that? The celestial dog inwardly scoffed. What use was it to subdue such a worthless creature? With its insatiable appetite, what value would it bring? Devour the sun, swallow the moon. The celestial dog unleashed his divine power, transforming his body into mist, which then coalesced into a colossal mouth, exuding an ancient and formidable presence. Thud! In a single bite, Jin Tiger ceased to exist. Oh, a postnatal spiritual treasure, the celestial dog, while rummaging through Jin Tiger's belongings, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Postnatal spiritual treasures were not particularly rare. However, to find one within the 10,000 mountains was quite impressive. It appeared to be a spiritual treasure naturally refined from refined iron. He decided to take it for himself and hand it over to Chun Xian. The celestial dog took a glance, dismissing the post-heavenly treasure with disdain before promptly stowing it away. Subsequently, it gathered the resources of the 7 ferocious beasts, including the Jin Tiger, into one place. Channeling its divine powers, it consumed them all in one gulp. The items devoured would transform into a reservoir of potential, ready to be utilized when it repaired its foundation and regained its strength. With the ferocious beasts cleared away, the celestial dog declared, "Let us depart," and then, in a flash of black light, vanished from sight. Moments later, within Chun Xian's abode, the celestial dog had returned, presenting the acquired post-heavenly treasure to him. Afterward, it lay down outside to rest. After its exertions, the fiery essence sealed for 100,000 years had dissipated considerably. What remained was a desire to indulge in leisure alongside Chun Xian, continuously mending its foundation, plotting to eventually return to the Sun Star. "Is this a Bingtai staff?" Chun Xian mused, examining the post-heavenly treasure in his hands. This artifact, staff-shaped and naturally formed, was composed entirely of Bingtai. Such treasures, when subjected to post-heavenly forging, could enhance their rank. The system promptly transmitted it to Chen Wu. Chun Xian swiftly made his allocation. The Bingtai staff was most suited for vigorous physical combat, making it the perfect match for Chen Wu, while also accelerating his growth. He then tasked Xian Lu with surveilling the entirety of the 100,000 mountains. Chun Xian continued assigning duties. Currently, all the ferocious beasts within the 100,000 mountains had been eradicated. It could be said that the region had transformed into a tranquil domain conducive to development. The sooner they monitored it, the sooner ordinary avatars could cultivate within. The development strategy for the ordinary avatars had shifted from physical combat to cultivation, although the strength gained from each ordinary avatar reaching its limit was negligible. Accumulation would yield significant results. The greatest feature of the ordinary avatars was their abundance and ease of summoning. With the dangers of the 100,000 mountains eliminated, it was the perfect time to amass their numbers. Chun Xian exhaled. Having finalized all arrangements, it was now time for assured growth in Kunlun Mountain. Since the 3 pure ones had ventured forth to recruit disciples, the first to return was Laozi, who was now diligently nurturing his disciples. Chun Dan and Xiandu meanwhile, Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan had been absent since their departure, with little news of their whereabouts that, of course, it was not unusual for saints to be away for centuries. In a blink, several years had passed. Within the cave dwelling of Jiejiao, Chun Kai sighed deeply, releasing a long breath. Rising to stretch, a rumbling sound akin to thunder emanated from within him. Thanks to his body being bestowed with the blood of myriad ferocious beasts, he had successfully refined it all, causing his physical form to break through 2 minor realms. Chun Kai marveled at his progress. Now, his physical body had once again surpassed his cultivation level, achieving the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Currently, his attributes were as follows: cultivation, mid-golden immortal, physical body; completed golden immortal, talent; post-heavenly prodigy, innate bloodline; dragon lineage, rich in magical power, solitary yet charismatic. With a completed golden immortal physical body, Chun Kai was able to further unlock the potential of his dragon bloodline, learning numerous dragon spells. Just the enhancement from his bloodline alone allowed his body to exert even greater strength. Coupled with the boon of rich magical power, even with a mid-golden immortal cultivation, in terms of magical prowess, he could easily outmatch a completed golden immortal. Yet this was not the entirety of Chun Kai's strength. His power encompassed his physical form, cultivation, and a crucial element: magical artifacts. Chun Kai possessed an innate spiritual treasure, the golden dragon sword. In the hands of a dragon, this artifact could unleash formidable power. now that Chun Kai had further developed his dragon bloodline. He could harness the dragon-specific power within the Golden Dragon Sword. Considering his current strength, even against several completed Golden Immortals, he felt confident of an easy victory. Chun Kai was self-assured, having a clear assessment of his abilities. Yet, he pondered what means the Daobao Daoist might employ against him. If Daobao Daoist were to take action personally, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage as the top disciple of Jie Jiao. He had received countless resources and treasures from Tong Tian over the years. In such circumstances, Chun Kai could not hope to compete with him in the short term. However, the likelihood of Daobao Daoist acting personally was slim. Unless Chun Kai ventured beyond the bounds of Jie Jiao and was devoid of Tong Tian's attention, the foremost disciple of Jie Jiao would never dare to strike against him. After all, Daobao Daoist knew better than anyone the extent of Tong Tian's capabilities. Even if he were given 1,000 boldness, he would never dare to act openly. Thus, it was highly probable that he would resort to clandestine methods or incite others to target Chun Kai. Quickly arriving at this conclusion, Chun Kai felt reassured. His strength was unparalleled among the outer disciples of Jie Jiao, as long as the 4 direct disciples of Jie Jiao did not intervene. Who could stand against him? With his master absent, he resolved to devote himself to seclusion, awaiting his master's return. With that thought, Chun Kai once again entered his meditative state. This time, he neither focused on cultivation nor on refining his body. Instead, he retrieved the Golden Dragon Sword and began the process of refining it. All innate spiritual treasures possess prohibitions. The more one refines, the greater the strength one can unleash. Only through complete refinement could one fully harness the power of an innate spiritual treasure. Thus, months passed. One day, high above Jie Jiao, a colossal Kuei Nyo suddenly returned, towering above even the tallest mountains. Upon its back rested a lotus throne, upon which a figure Saturday, surrounding the Kuei Nyo, many other figures floated. Buoyed by the winds it conjured. The Kuei Nyo was the steed of Tong Tian, and its return heralded the official return of Tong Tian from his journey. At this moment, Tong Tian was in high spirits. Gazing at the figures supported by the Kuei Nyo, particularly the 4 foremost figures, his face reflecting great satisfaction. These figures were the disciples Tong Tian had acquired during his travels. Each possessed exceptional talents and profound fortunes, poised to significantly elevate the overall strength of the outer sect. The foremost 4 figures were particularly remarkable, having recently taken form above the East Sea. They were all innate beings. Among them, the male immortal, named Zhao Gongming, was a manifestation of innate pure wind, blessed with deep fortune. The 3 female immortals, named Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, were 3 clouds taking form, equally endowed with rich blessings and innate foundations, destined to become great assets in the future. Acquiring 4 innate beings as disciples brought Tong Tian immense joy. Furthermore, the other disciples he gathered on this journey also possessed commendable talents, making them worthy of cultivation. All disciples of Jie Jiao, take heed. In 3 days, a Jie Jiao conference will be held, and I shall deliver a sermon. Tong Tian's voice resonated, and in an instant, all disciples within Jie Jiao felt a stirring in their hearts. Jie Jiao conferences typically occurred infrequently, but this sudden announcement was aimed specifically at the new disciples gathered to lay a solid foundation for them. Additionally, it served to introduce Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos to the rest of Jie Jiao's members. After all, with their qualifications, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos would undoubtedly become pillars of Jie Jiao in the future. It would be beneficial for the disciples to become acquainted early on. Facilitating mutual support. The opportunity for the master to impart teachings had arrived. Upon hearing this news, Daobao Daoist began to contemplate. During the time the master had been away, Chun Kai had remained in seclusion, leaving him unable to find an opportunity. Now that the master had returned, Chun Kai would surely emerge from his retreat. Perhaps this was the chance to eliminate him. Daobao Daoist had gathered extensive information about Chun Kai from Chong Air Dingguangxian. In a short span since joining Jie Jiao, Chun Kai had already achieved the golden immortal level. Such talent made even Daobao Daoist feel a sense of trepidation. This child was too formidable. He could not be allowed to remain. As for the matter of dealing with Chun Kai, the Daobao Daoist naturally would not take action personally, he glanced towards the cave dwelling, where the Chang'e Dingguang immortal had been confined. Chen Kai, I desire your demise. The Chang'e Dingguang immortal undoubtedly heard his master's transmission at this moment. He was in a woeful state. After practicing the soul-rousing blood exchange technique, his path had been irrevocably severed. Of course, with the support of the blood exchange technique and the abundant resources provided by the Daobao Daoist, his strength had risen rapidly. In roughly 10 years, he had made tremendous progress, achieving the consummation of the golden immortal realm. This realm, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely be the pinnacle of the Chang'e Dingguang immortal's life. Chen Kai, I will repay your torment 1,000-fold. The Chang'e Dingguang immortal spirit was now somewhat unhinged. Consumed entirely by thoughts of vengeance, anyone with decent talent, faced with a broken path, would undoubtedly suffer a profound blow. Not to mention, the Chang'e Dingguang immortal's disposition was already lacking this moment. He placed the blame for his current predicament squarely on Chen Kai. His hatred for Chen Kai had reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Jiejiao conference was officially underway, pertaining to the teachings of the Tongtian Patriarch. All disciples were exceedingly attentive. The disciples gathered, and Chen Kai emerged from his retreat, arriving first to secure a favorable position. Soon after, the remaining disciples arrived. Chen Kai sensed a wave of malevolence approaching. Following its direction, he quickly met the frenzied gaze of the Chang'e Dingguang immortal. This fellow appeared to have endured considerable suffering. In an instant, Chen Kai deduced the situation. After all, for this individual, the Daobao Daoist had sacrificed a primal spiritual root seed, and the evidence of his treachery against his fellow disciples was now in his hands. The fact that the Daobao Daoist could suppress his murderous intent spoke volumes about his exceptional restraint. I hope you do not cower for too long, and grant me the opportunity to eliminate you. Chen Kai mused inwardly. The Chang'e Dingguang immortal sought to eliminate him, yet did he not desire to vanquish the Chang'e Dingguang immortal in return. Having traversed the vast primordial realm, he understood well the principle of decisively overcoming one's adversaries. Buzz. At that moment, a radiant spectrum of colors flashed by. The Tongtian Patriarch had descended. Greetings, Master. All the disciples bowed in unison, expressing their respect. Rise, the Tongtian Patriarch spoke, then turned his gaze towards the gathered disciples. Zhao Gongming, San Xiao, stepped forward. Upon his command, figures among the outer disciples rose and positioned themselves before the assembly. On this occasion, as I venture forth to gather disciples, I have significantly augmented the bloodlines of the Jiejiao. These 4 individuals are known as Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, distinguished talents among you. You all should cultivate relationships with these 4 at the earliest opportunity. The Tongtian Patriarch did not disclose the specific talents of the 4, but merely issued a reminder to the other disciples. Upon hearing this, the disciples were all taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. The Master placed such importance on these 4 individuals. The last person to enjoy such attention from the Master was Chen Kai. This meant that there would now be 5 favored disciples within the outer sect. Perhaps the long vacant position of the outer sect's chief disciple would finally emerge among these 5. Some quick-witted disciples were already contemplating what gifts to bestow upon Zhao, Gongming, and the San Xiao after the conference concluded. Not good. The only one whose mood soured was the Daobao Daoist. He had long sought to maneuver his underlings into the position of the outer sect's chief disciple, which would greatly enhance his standing within the Jiejiao, paving the way for him to attain the vice leader position. The emergence of Chen Kai had already caused him considerable trouble. Now, with the simultaneous introduction of 4 more, how could he possibly scheme for the position of the outer sect's chief disciple? This was quite dire. Feeling increasingly agitated, the Daobao Daoist's sense of crisis began to rise. He must first eliminate Chen Kai. Then he could slowly concoct plans to subdue the remaining 4. The outer sect's chief disciple position must fall under his command. With that, the Daobao Daoist cast a glance at the Chang'e Dingguang immortal. The Chang'e Dingguang immortal understood what was expected of him. All right, you 4 may return to your positions, for I am about to commence my teachings. The Tongtian Patriarch announced, and Zhao Gongming and the San Xiao returned to their seats. This session of teachings would cover not only the fundamental aspects of cultivation, but also elaborate on the key points of refining oneself as a Tai Golden Immortal. As the lecture commenced, the heavens and earth began to manifest extraordinary phenomena. The disciples listened entranced, particularly the new disciples of the Jiejiao, who felt as though the path ahead was illuminated by endless possibilities. As the discussion progressed to the heavenly immortal realm, the vast majority of disciples below had already regained their senses. However, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao remained enraptured. Also present were Chun Kai and the 4 direct disciples who accompanied the 6 immortals. The Chang'e or Dingguang immortal was an exception. His spirit had crumbled, rendering him incapable of comprehending the teachings. During this session, he absorbed not a single word. When the discussion reached the golden immortal realm, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao finally awakened. Their ability to grasp this level of understanding was solely due to their formidable talent and forced memorization. Subsequently, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao began to survey the other disciples who were still engrossed in the teachings. As the discussion moved to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, apart from the 4 direct disciples, only Chen Kai remained in rapt attention. Chen Kai had already attained the Golden Immortal realm, his strength comparable to that of a perfected Golden Immortal, allowing him to glean insights into the profound nature of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. This session of teachings concluded as the Tongtian Patriarch delivered his final words. The 4 direct disciples and Chen Kai finally emerged from their reverie. At this moment, the other disciples were left in a daze, feeling that Chen Kai was somewhat excessively prodigious. They recalled that during the last conference, Chen Kai had merely possessed the cultivation of a heavenly immortal. How was it that, at present, he could comprehend the teachings pertaining to the Tai Golden Immortal realm? Did this not imply that Chen Kai had reached a level equivalent to that of the Jiejiao's 4 direct disciples? The Chang'e Dingguang Immortal, witnessing this, was filled with bitter resentment, grinding his teeth in hatred. The more talented Chun Xian appeared, the more stifled he felt, in his view, had it not been for Chun Xian's actions leading him to such a state. He should have been the one achieving this level of prowess. If anyone has matters to discuss, feel free to speak, the Tongtian Patriarch stated, concluding the teachings and transitioning to addressing questions or handling other affairs of the disciples. Master, I wish to propose a spar. The voice of the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal rang out first, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to take revenge on Chen Kai. The expression of the Tongtian Patriarch shifted slightly, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. This segment was meant for the outer disciples to pose questions. A senior brother, how could the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal be so impatient? With whom do you wish to spar? The Tongtian Patriarch inquired, suppressing his discontent. That I wish to spar with junior brother Chen Kai. The Chang'e Dingguang Immortal declared, directly naming his challenge, that he sought to bring about a devastating defeat for Chen Kai in front of everyone, to provide Chen Kai with a fate even more miserable than his own. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian Patriarch's expression darkened further. As a senior brother, not only was he impulsive, but he also openly challenged a junior brother, which was quite unacceptable. Even if he would win, it would not be honorable. Should he lose, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Chen Kai, what is your stance on this? Instead of directly responding to the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal, he turned to inquire Chen Kai's opinion. In the Tongtian Patriarch's view, the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal's challenge was undeniably disgraceful, that if Chen Kai declined, it would be settled. Master, I am willing to give it a try. Chen Kai responded with unwavering confidence. Secretly amused, he had previously pondered when the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal would act, yet he had not anticipated that the latter could no longer restrain himself even for a moment. This was a perfect opportunity to resolve the enmity with the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal. Very well, I consent, the Tongtian Patriarch said, glancing at Chen Kai with mild surprise. Chen Kai's choice exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought Chen Kai would refuse outright. After all, the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal had been a disciple of the Jiejiao for over a century, having acquired extensive knowledge. What could Chen Kai, with only a few years of experience, possibly have learned? Moreover, the Chang'e Dingguang Immortal's years of cultivation far surpassed Chen Kai's, and his accumulated foundation was profoundly deep. How could Chen Kai agree to such an uneven contest? Did he possess genuine confidence, Or was he merely putting on a brave front to save face? Unable to suppress the curiosity rising within him, the Tongtian Jiao master found himself intrigued at the Jiejiao arena. All disciples gathered eagerly. Zhao Gongming, along with the trio of Miaos who had just recently joined Jiejiao, could hardly conceal their excitement. Their curiosity about everything related to Jiejiao was palpable. Having just arrived, they were fortunate enough to witness a sparring match between two senior brothers, which also provided an opportunity to gauge their skills. This bout would be presided over by me, as the referee. Daoist Duo Bao stood upon the arena, secretly pleased in his heart. As long as Chun Kai agreed, it was certain he would face defeat. Regardless of the outcome of this sparring, he would conveniently be unable to protect Chun Kai due to an accident. With the current cultivation of Chang'er Dingwang Xian, coupled with the treasure he had bestowed upon him, failure was utterly impossible. Soon, both Chun Kai and Chang'er Dingwang Xian appeared on the arena. Brothers, do be gentle in your sparring, Daoist Duo Bao reminded, before stepping down from the platform. His apparent caution served as a veiled warning to Chang'er Dingwang Xian not to show any mercy. Ideally, he hoped to see Chun Kai utterly defeated. Chun Kai. Chang'er Dingwang Xian chuckled, casting a fierce gaze at Chun Kai. Now that they were on the arena, Chun Kai was undoubtedly facing a dire fate. Chun Kai remained silent, his expression unchanging. He suspected that Chang'er Dingwang Xian must have some hidden card up his sleeve to challenge him so boldly. Yet he felt no fear. Was his own trump card any less formidable than that of Chang'er Dingwang Xian? Begin, with Daoist Duo Bao's declaration, the match commenced. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Chang'er Dingwang Xian unleashed a spell, having already gathered power prior to the start. His intention was to strike at Chun Kai in the very first moment, inflicting instant injury. Then he could methodically wear Chun Kai down. However, Chun Kai merely scoffed, showing no signs of fear as he observed the incoming spell. He simply redirected his internal energy, making no effort to assume a defensive posture, even though the attack was charged by Chang'er Dingwang Xian. What of it? He was precisely keen to test the current strength of his physical body. Boom! In an instant, the spell struck Chun Kai, producing a resounding impact. It hit him. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. No one could fathom why Chun Kai chose not to evade, nor did he bother to defend or resist. Was it arrogance or genuine confidence? Is that all? A light voice floated from the arena. As the residual force of the spell dissipated, Chun Kai stood there, completely unscathed. The means by which he withstood the spell was simply the palm of his hand. Indeed, Chun Kai had withstood Chang'er Dingwang Xian's charged spell with nothing but a single hand. Impressive. The disciples could only think this one thought. Chun Kai's physical form was astonishingly robust, resisting the spell without so much as a scratch. It was almost as formidable as a ferocious beast. Could it be that Chun Kai was a beast transformed? How is that possible? Chang'er Dingwang Xian exclaimed, astonished that the blow he had pinned his hopes on had failed to breach Chun Kai's defenses. Though the spell did not penetrate, Chang'er Dingwang Xian himself was left vulnerable. Immediately, he unleashed his full momentum, the aura of a perfected golden immortal radiating outward 0.6 paths of soul binding nails. Chang'er Dingwang Xian bellowed, channeling all his magical energy to coalesce into an exceedingly dark nail. This spell was recorded in the techniques of the soul exchange blood. It was profoundly sinister. If struck, it would directly target the soul. If lightly afflicted, one might suffer a loss of their 3 souls and 7 spirits, leading to an uncertain path ahead, devoid of hope for cultivation. If severely struck, one could be left senseless, their spirits shattered, leaving behind only a hollow, corporeal shell. Go! With his command, the dark nail shot forth in an instant, traversing the arena and reaching Chun Kai in the blink of an eye. This strike was inescapable. After all, it was a direct assault on the soul, and no matter how high one's physical defense, it would be futile. Calculating that Chun Kai's physical form was robust, but lacking in spiritual defenses, Chang'er Dingwang Xian employed this spell, which was a full-force strike from a perfected golden immortal. He was confident that Chun Kai would not withstand it. At this moment, Chun Kai's expression shifted slightly. feeling a chilling aura enveloping his soul. However, he was not without recourse. While he had indeed not learned relevant spiritual techniques, it did not mean he lacked methods to counter such tactics. His physical form could not withstand it. But he could certainly utilize divine powers and spells to directly counteract this dark nail. Speaking of methods to dispel the 6 paths of soul binding nails, Chen Kai was certainly not lacking. In fact, one could say that what he feared least at this moment were such sinister techniques. Primordial pure thunder. Chun Xian bellowed without hesitation, drawing upon nearly half of his magical energy. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder erupted from Chen Kai's hand. Boom! The azure lightning was fierce and unyielding, possessing the power to annihilate all. In an instant, the primordial pure thunder collided with the 6 paths of soul binding nails. Crackle! The sound of thunder rang out continuously. The brilliant azure light flashing. The seemingly invincible dark nail was almost instantaneously vaporized before the might of the primordial pure thunder. The thunder, embodying an unyielding power, was specifically designed to counter sinister means. Chang'er Dingguang Xian's full-force attack was effortlessly dismantled. Crack! The thunderous sounds continued to resonate. The mere binding nail was inconsequential before the primordial pure thunder. After neutralizing the 6 paths of soul binding nails, the power of Chen Kai's primordial pure thunder remained undiminished as it struck towards Chang'er Dingguang Xian. Primordial pure thunder. Chang'er Dingguang Xian's eyes turned blood red. He still could not comprehend how Chen Kai was able to wield such divine powers. The last time he had been instantaneously defeated by Chen Kai's sudden use of primordial pure thunder. However, this time he was prepared. Aware that Chen Kai possessed this trump card, he had devised countermeasures. Chen Kai, you shall not best me. Cheng'er Dingguang Xian roared, as a flash of dark light shimmered from his wrist. In an instant, a dark light shot forth, its shape indiscernible, colliding with the primordial pure thunder. Boom! In the next moment, the unstoppable primordial pure thunder was actually shattered by that dark light. Whoosh! The dark light flashed back to Cheng'er Dingguang Xian's hand, revealing its form, a pitch-black bracelet. It was none other than the life-preserving treasure bestowed upon Chang'er Dingguang Xian by Taoist Duobao, the killing bracelet. A congenital spiritual treasure. The outcome of this duel between Chen Kai and Chang'er Dingguang Xian was still uncertain. Chang'er Dingguang Xian jeered, mocking Chen Kai's techniques, asserting that they posed no threat to him. With his killing bracelet in hand, Chang'er Dingguang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Killing bracelet, go! Cheng'er Dingguang Xian commanded, tossing the bracelet into the air. With a whoosh, it traversed the arena, directly targeting Chen Kai's face. A sense of paralysis washed over the disciples below. Initially, when Chen Kai unleashed the primordial pure thunder, the disciples were stunned, believing that victory was within his grasp. After all, employing divine powers at the golden immortal level was beyond comprehension. But soon after, when Chang'er Dingguang Xian revealed the congenital spiritual treasure, the disciples were left in even greater shock. That was a congenital spiritual treasure, a coveted item for countless individuals in the Honghuang era. This was no longer a matter of whether it exceeded the norm T, the golden immortal level. It was fundamentally impossible to obtain such a treasure. Even saints would not bestow congenital spiritual treasures upon disciples of the golden immortal realm. Not to mention the ability to wield its full power. Even the mere presence of such a treasure could invite calamity upon their disciples. Taoist Duobao let out a satisfied grunt. The congenital spiritual treasure was indeed an item of extraordinary caliber. How could a newly initiated disciple of Jiejiao like Chen Kai possibly withstand it? In this instance, even if Chen Kai did not perish, his path forward would undoubtedly be obliterated. Could he withstand the congenital spiritual treasure? At this moment, Chen Kai found himself grappling with such a dilemma. Whether others could withstand it, Chen Kai was uncertain. However, he himself was wholly untroubled. Control. Chen Kai commanded, and suddenly, a golden light erupted from within him. Swiftly colliding with the killing bracelet, clang, the crisp sound of metal meeting metal rang out, with neither side yielding. The golden and dark lights both recoiled. The golden light took shape beside Chen Kai. Revealing itself, as the congenital spiritual treasure, the golden dragon sword. The incessant humming emanating from the sword's blade signified the golden dragon sword's insatiable thirst for battle, yet another innate spiritual treasure. The disciples were left in stunned silence, particularly Zhao, Gongming, and the three Shaos, who had only recently joined the Jie sect. Is this truly the prowess of our senior brothers? Each one possesses an innate spiritual treasure. Such overwhelming power, could they possibly catch up even if they were innate beings themselves? Zhao, Gongming, and the three Shaos found themselves utterly astounded. Cursed be the innate spiritual treasure. Among them, the long-eared, dinging immortal was the most infuriated. He had believed that with the emergence of the killing bracelet, no one could rival him. Yet Chen Kai unexpectedly possessed a treasure of equal caliber. How could this be? He was merely a newly initiated disciple of the Jie sect. What right did he have? Suddenly, as the long-eared, dinging immortal seethed with rage, he sensed something approaching. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find Chen Kai wielding the golden dragon sword, charging towards him. Not daring to relax, the long-eared, dinging immortal hastily summoned the killing bracelet to defend himself. Clang. After several exchanges, Chen Kai had already gauged the long-eared, dinging immortal's current capabilities. Without hesitation, he resolved to bring this to a conclusion. The bloodline of the dragon within him surged, activating the power within the golden dragon sword, a force that could only be unleashed by those of the dragon lineage. Roar. In that instant, an ancient dragon's roar echoed from the golden dragon sword. A golden dragon silhouette entwined around the sword as it struck towards the long-eared, dinging immortal's forehead. I end this strike. Chen Kai held nothing back. After all, this was a contest, and both parties had summoned innate spiritual treasures of this level. Even if he could not restrain himself and ended the long-eared, dinging immortal's life, no one would dare to speak against it. Yet the long-eared, dinging immortal, sensing the overwhelming might of Chen Kai's strike, felt as though his very soul was in peril, as if his demise were imminent. In his desperation, he could no longer afford to conceal his final card. The blood exchange technique compelled him to sacrifice his path forward to elevate his cultivation, while the latter consumed his essence blood to amplify his strength for a fleeting moment. This method, once deployed, would render him utterly exhausted. His essence blood would burn away in an instant, transforming into a surge of combat power. Afterward, with his essence blood depleted, his cultivation would plummet, and merely surviving would be a blessing. Die. The long-eared, dinging immortal bellowed, his murderous intent unabashed, driven to the brink of madness, his sanity slipping away. After this strike, whether he could retain his life remained uncertain. Why not take Chen Kai down with him before his own demise? At that moment, the Tongtian Patriarch, observing from above, stood up, filled with fury and dismay. The long-eared, dinging immortal was one of the 7 chosen attendants from among his disciples. Now, he was launching such lethal attacks against a fellow sect brother. This was utterly contrary to the principles upheld by the Tongtian Patriarch. In a fleeting thought, he sought to quell the situation and justly punish the long-eared, dinging immortal. However, upon noticing Chen Kai's calm demeanor, the Tongtian Patriarch hesitated. Chen Kai's expression was tranquil, revealing a hint of curiosity towards the long-eared, dinging immortal's techniques, but more so, a composed assurance in his ability to counter them. The Tongtian Patriarch resolved to allow Chen Kai to handle everything that if Chen Kai could indeed contend with the long-eared, dinging immortal's methods, then his status as the outer sect's eldest disciple seemed justified. On the arena, as the long-eared, dinging immortal, in a frenzy, activated the blood exchange technique, his essence blood ignited in an instant, resulting in a surge of power for his next strike. At that moment, the long-eared, dinging immortal's aura rapidly ascended, even surpassing a perfected golden immortal state, exuding an essence reminiscent of a Tai golden immortal. Chen Kai, perish! The long-eared, dinging immortal cackled madly, channeling all his magical power into the killing bracelet. The bracelet darkened ominously, a miasma of death swirling around it. Boom! In a final desperate bid, the killing bracelet was hurled with all his might towards Chen Kai. What is happening? Can Brother Chen withstand this? The other disciples were left in shock. entirely unaware of the nature of this technique. They felt that if they were to face such a strike, they would likely be crushed by the overwhelming aura before even being struck. A final desperate strike? I shall give it a try as well. Chun Kai resolved within himself, unhesitatingly channeling his magical power and essence blood into the golden dragon sword. Since it was a full power strike, he would not underestimate it in an instant. All his magical power and essence blood surged into the golden dragon sword. Roar! The golden dragon sword transformed into an ancient golden dragon, emerging with regal pride. The formidable dragon's might radiated outward. Slash! Gathering all his strength, Chun Kai unleashed a powerful blow. Boom! The clash between the golden dragon sword and the killing bracelet resonated like a thunderous roar, shaking all present. In that moment, it felt both like an eternity and merely a fleeting instant. The crowd widened their eyes, fearful of missing a single moment. Bang! The killing bracelet was sent flying, crashing onto the arena. The outcome was clear. Thus, the long-eared, dinging immortal was defeated. Chun Kai, with a wave of his hand, sheathed the golden dragon sword, panting heavily. The previous strike had drained all his magical power and physical essence, leaving him nearly devoid of combat strength. Nevertheless, he mustered enough breath to step forward and collect the fallen killing bracelet. Though this innate spiritual treasure belonged to the long-eared, dinging immortal, it would soon become his trophy. It was indeed a fine treasure. Yet regrettably, the long-eared, dinging immortal could not fully unleash its potential. The multi-treasure Taoist observed all of this, his thoughts in turmoil, that he had not anticipated that, despite bestowing the long-eared, dinging immortal with so many trump cards, he would still be defeated. Even more surprising was the fact that Chun Kai, who had merely been a wandering cultivator before joining the Jie sect, could possess an innate spiritual treasure. Now, with his plans to eliminate Chun Kai thwarted, he had to watch as Chun Kai claimed the killing bracelet for himself. The killing bracelet had originally been lent to the long-eared, dinging immortal, with the intention of reclaiming it later. But now, would he dare to retrieve it? The Tontian Patriarch was watching from above. If he dared to demand it back, it would be blatantly clear to all that he, the multi-treasure Taoist, had been involved. Thus, he could only watch in silence, feeling a profound sense of frustration and heartache, even though he was the rightful owner. Such a feeling was rich in complexity. Just then, a rainbow-hued, auspicious cloud descended upon the arena. At this juncture, with the duel having reached such a state, the Tontian Patriarch had to take the stage to maintain order. In this battle, Chun Kai emerged victorious. With a decisive hammer strike, the Tontian Patriarch affirmed the outcome and then turned his gaze towards the long-eared, dinging immortal on the ground. At that moment, the long-eared, dinging immortal appeared utterly wretched, his essence blood entirely depleted, his cultivation lost. Though he was not dead, for a cultivator, lacking cultivation was akin to death. With a wave of his hand, the Tontian Patriarch infused a thread of magical power into the long-eared, dinging immortal's body. This thread of magic granted the long-eared, dinging immortal a breath of life, awakening him momentarily. Yet, it was merely a temporary reprieve, a mere suspension of his existence. The purpose of this was to allow the long-eared, dinging immortal to hear his judgment. The long-eared, dinging immortal had attempted to slay a fellow sect member, employing all his means. Henceforth, he would be stripped of his position as an attendant and sentenced to seclusion at the Repentance Cliff for 10 cycles, deprived of any resources that in just a few sentences. The Tontian Patriarch had sealed the long-eared, dinging immortal's fate, serving as a warning to the disciples of the Jie sect below. The long-eared, dinging immortal's face turned pale as he realized everything was over. His path forward was severed, and with his cultivation lost, he would likely perish without resources, perhaps not even surviving a century. This was no mere punishment. It was a sentence to death at the Repentance Cliff. It seemed to maintain a semblance of dignity while truly ensuring he did not die in front of others, sparing their feelings. Begone, without granting the long-eared, dinging immortal a chance to argue. The Tontian Patriarch waved his hand, sending him away. Awaiting him was a lifetime at the Repentance Cliff, from the moment the long-eared, dinging immortal had launched his full-force attack on Chun Kai. The Tontian Patriarch had already discerned the entire cause and effect, and from that moment onward, The long-eared, dinging immortal's fate was sealed. Below, the disciples dared not utter a word. Was the master angry? How terrifying! The atmosphere in the venue was exceedingly tense, with even the 4 direct disciples hesitant to breathe. From now on, let it be remembered, no disciple of the Jie sect shall harm one another. The Tontian Patriarch admonished his disciples, then turned his attention to Chun Kai, shifting his tone. Chun Kai, with extraordinary talent and a transcendent disposition, had exhibited remarkable strength in this battle. He began to praise Chun Kai. This sudden shift in tone elicited a variety of thoughts among the crowd. Particularly, the multi-treasure Taoist seemed to realize something, his expression shifting dramatically. Henceforth, Chun Kai shall serve as the outer sect's eldest disciple, and all outer sect disciples shall heed his commands. Outer sect master Chun Kai. The announcement sent waves of astonishment through the hearts of the outer sect disciples. The position of the outer sect's chief disciple, which had long remained undecided, was unexpectedly filled by the teacher's declaration. While the disciples were shocked, they also felt a sense of disbelief. How long had Chun Kai been initiated into the Jie sect? Yet he was entrusted with such a significant role. However, upon reflection, in terms of strength, talent, and character, Chun Kai was indeed exceptional. Furthermore, his reputation in the outer sect was formidable, having triumphed over powerful adversaries in consecutive arena battles, earning immense respect. Coupled with his extensive connections and amicable relationships with everyone in the outer sect, it was only natural for someone like him to assume the role of chief disciple. We pay our respects to the chief disciple. After coming to this realization, the outer sect disciples bowed in unison, their voices resounding in agreement. No one was more suited to this position than Chun Kai. Even Zhao Gongming and the San Shao, who had just joined the Jie sect, felt there was no issue with Chun Kai's appointment as the chief disciple. It was a consensus that all hearts accepted. Greetings to my fellow disciples. Chun Kai bowed toward those below from the arena. With the formality completed, this matter was definitively settled. Henceforth, if any outer sect disciple had questions regarding their cultivation, they could inquire freely. The Tontian Patriarch continued speaking. This inquiry, of course, was directed towards Chun Kai. This was the Tontian Patriarch paving the way for Chun Kai, who among the outer sect disciples could guarantee they would not encounter issues in their cultivation. If problems arose, they would need to consult Chun Kai. Asked Chun Kai. They must respect him as the chief disciple and cultivate a good relationship with him. In this way, it would facilitate Chun Kai's management of the outer sect and enhance his popularity. With that, the assembly concluded, and the disciples were free to make their own arrangements. The Tontian Patriarch's voice echoed as he transformed into a radiant spectrum and departed. We bid farewell to the teacher. The disciples bowed in unison. Once they rose, they gazed at the figure on the arena, their hearts brimming with eagerness. It was essential to strengthen their ties with senior brother Chun Kai. Following the conclusion of the assembly, the disciples immediately surrounded Chun Kai. Undoubtedly, the newly appointed outer sect chief disciple, Chun Kai, will become the most prominent figure in the entire Jie sect. Humph! The Daobao Daoist snorted coldly, transforming into a streak of light and departing at an astonishing speed. Having already lost an innate spiritual root seed to Chun Kai and now an innate spiritual treasure, he swore never to lay eyes on Chun Kai again. As for continuing to deal with Chun Kai, for the time being, he could not act. After all, following the incident with the Chang'er Dingguang Xian, provoking the Tontian Patriarch again would likely result in dire consequences for the Daobao Daoist. Why did senior brother Daobao leave so quickly? Some outer sect disciples, noticing the rapid departure of the Daobao Daoist, expressed their curiosity. However, they quickly dismissed it. The most important matter now was to build a good relationship with Chun Kai. Chun Kai's standing in the outer sect was far more advantageous than that of the Daobao Daoist as chief disciple. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During these days, Chun Kai focused on befriending the outer sect disciples and establishing connections. With the identity of the outer sect chief disciple, gathering intelligence was remarkably effortless. After a few days, Chun Kai finally returned to his cave dwelling. He immediately entered seclusion to reflect upon the insights gained from the Jie sect assembly. On this day, above the Kunlun mountain. The air was filled with resplendent clouds, and a grand 9 dragons Agarwood palanquin hovered in the sky. We pay our respects to the teacher. The disciples of the Chan sect hurriedly emerged from their cave dwellings to pay homage to the 9 dragons Agarwood palanquin, following proper etiquette. For on this palanquin resided the saint of the Chan sect, the primordial heavenly sovereign. Following Laozi and the Tongtian patriarch, the primordial heavenly sovereign had returned from his travels to accept disciples. This time, he was particularly pleased, a smile gracing his face, for he had ventured to the southern part of Hongwang and recruited 3 exceptional talents. Not only were these 3 disciples innate beings, but their backgrounds were also formidable, even among innate beings. These 3 disciples were named Wenshu Taoist, Puxian Taoist, and Cihang Taoist. You 3, take your positions. With a wave of his hand, the primordial heavenly sovereign signaled for Wenshu, Puxian, and Cihang to join the ranks of the Chan sect below. In that moment, a team composed of 12 innate beings was established within the Chan sect. Thus, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were formed. Remember to cultivate diligently, and do not fall behind others. The primordial heavenly sovereign admonished the crowd, emphasizing that he did not wish to lag behind others, and neither should his disciples. The term others naturally referred to the disciples of the Jie sect. We shall obey the teacher's orders. The disciples of the Chan sect echoed confidently. With their exceptional backgrounds and talents, they were certain that they would not fall behind. Good. Go cultivate. The primordial heavenly sovereign nodded, thoroughly satisfied. With that, he boarded the 9 dragons Agarwood palanquin and departed from the sky. Having just returned, he was eager to leave again. His destination was undoubtedly to boast to Laozi and Tongtian. Not long after, within the 3 clear hall, the 3 clears gathered, each harboring their thoughts. The primordial heavenly sovereign had come to showcase the completeness of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. The Tongtian patriarch, seeing both his elder brother and second brother present, also wished to mention that the outer sect chief disciple had been selected, another remarkably talented disciple. Laozi, embodying non-action, though he had the outstanding disciple Chundan, felt no desire to boast. However, he was troubled by how to mediate if his 2 brothers were to argue again. Consequently, the 3 clears fell into a momentary silence, each waiting for the other to speak first. Elder brother, second brother. Noticing the atmosphere, it was the Tongtian patriarch who finally broke the silence, stating, "This time, the outer sect chief disciple of our Jie sect has been confirmed, and he is yet another promising talent who will surely achieve great things in the future." Humph. The primordial heavenly sovereign snorted coldly, feeling displeased he had come to showcase his achievements, but was preempted by the Tongtian patriarch. Furthermore, he had intended to compete with the Tongtian patriarch, so how could he bear to see the latter flaunting his disciples before him? On this trip, I recruited 3 disciples with outstanding backgrounds. With the establishment of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, we shall soon make our mark. They are not to be compared with your Jie sect's lowly disciples. The primordial heavenly sovereign's words carried a veiled contempt for the Jie sect. Why disciples of the Jie sect? Their backgrounds are by no means inferior to your 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. The primordial heavenly sovereign's words ignited the anger of the Tongtian patriarch, who immediately retorted, "Your 12 golden immortals are no match for my Jie sect disciples." Hearing this, the primordial heavenly sovereign was incensed. How could he allow his meticulously chosen 12 disciples to be belittled in such a manner? An argument ensued. "Look at how your disciples cause chaos in Kunlun Mountain, creating a mess and failing to focus on their cultivation. Your disciples are hardly any better." The Tongtian patriarch refused to be outdone and prepared to counter. Observing the escalating dispute, Laozi could no longer remain seated. Ahem. Upon hearing Laozi's voice, both the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Tongtian patriarch ceased their quarrel. Turning to him, awaiting his judgment, you still remember the 1,000-year agreement among the 3 teachings? Laozi continued, "If you 2 have disputes, let your disciples compete in the grand competition of the 3 teachings to determine superiority." This 1,000-year agreement was an arrangement made before the 3 clears set off to accept disciples. It stipulated that after 1,000 years, a competition would take place among their disciples to ascertain which of the Chan and Jie teachings was superior. Very well, as the elder brother suggests. The primordial heavenly sovereign readily agreed, confident in his disciples from the Chan sect. After all, whether it was the first generation of disciples or the 12 golden immortals, they had all been carefully selected by him. They were among the most elite in all of Hong Huang. He did not believe they would be outdone by the disciples of the Tongtian Patriarch. I also agree with the elder brother. The Tongtian Patriarch, still simmering with anger, nodded in agreement with Laozi's words, adding, for this grand competition, I am willing to offer an innate spiritual treasure as a reward for the first place. With that, he waved his hand, producing a treasure, a crown-like artifact known as the Shuangfeng Lu Jingguan. Seeing the Tongtian Patriarch present an innate spiritual treasure, the primordial heavenly sovereign naturally would not back down. I shall also present an innate spiritual treasure as a reward. With that, he took out another innate spiritual treasure, a full-body armor known as the Zijin Panshan Jia. Well then, allow me to present a primordial treasure to match the two of you. Upon witnessing this, Laozi felt a stir in his heart and retrieved a primordial treasure of his OWN. It took the form of a pair of boots, known as the Flying Dragon Cloud-Treading Boots. With these 3 primordial treasures, we now have a complete set from head to toe. Excellent, my elder brother and second brother. Let us regard these 3 treasures as the reward for the champion of the grand competition. Upon seeing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu applauded, exclaiming, precisely for this reason. Yuan Shi Tanzun nodded in agreement. Laozi had no objections, and thus, the matter of the 3 Pure Ones competition was thoroughly settled. Shortly thereafter, the 3 Pure Ones departed. As Yuan Shi Tanzun returned to the Chan school, he summoned all his disciples without delay. I end this grand competition among the 3 teachings. You must not lag behind. It is imperative that you secure first place and reclaim the 3 primordial treasures. Yuan Shi Tanzun spoke with a serious tone, that I bestow upon you treasures. You shall refine them diligently over the next millennium to enhance your strength, with a wave of his hand. A multitude of treasures appeared within the Jade Pure Palace. In an instant, the palace was awash with radiant light. None of these treasures were weak. After all, Yuan Shi Tanzun was most proficient in artifact refinement, possessing an abundance of treasures. Rest assured, Master, we shall undoubtedly seize the first place in the competition. The disciples of the Chan school were elated with the treasures, their confidence bolstered. They were already among the most outstanding beings in the wilderness, gifted and well-born. Now, with these treasures, how could they possibly be outdone by the disciples of the Jie school? Meanwhile, upon returning to the Jie school, Tongtian Jiaozhu promptly summoned several key disciples. These included 4 direct disciples, the 6 attendants, and the outer sect's eldest disciple, Chun Kai. Additionally, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters were also among them. I end this grand competition. You must give your all and ensure the defeat of the Chan school disciples to vent our frustrations. Tongtian Jiaozhu instructed, emphasizing that these 15 disciples were the most talented in the Jie school. They were the only ones who could represent the school in this contest that we understand. The group responded. Their expressions varied. The 4 direct disciples and the 6 attendants were solemn, well aware of the prowess of the Chan school disciples. Though they often clashed, they had to admit the Chan school's disciples were indeed formidable in both heritage and talent. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters were filled with fighting spirit. Having just joined the Jie school, they were determined to bring honor to their master. Only Chun Kai appeared unperturbed, even indifferent. The Chan school, what level are they truly at? One must engage them to ascertain. From this day forth, I shall impart teachings to you, aiding your cultivation. Tongtian Jiaozhu was resolute in his preparations, dedicating his time to instruct Chun Kai and the others. Thank you, Master. The disciples bowed in gratitude and took their seats on the meditation mats. Soon after, the sound of teachings echoed within the upper Pure Palace. Both Yuan Shi Tanzun and Tongtian Jiaozhu were fervently preparing for the competition. In stark contrast, Laozi remained silent upon returning to the human school, making no notable movements at this moment. Within Chun Dan's cave dwelling, bang, with a soft sound, the spiritual energy surged dramatically. Chun Dan's aura shifted, marking yet another breakthrough, perfected celestial immortal. Chun Dan exhaled softly, speaking to himself. After years of seclusion, he had refined all the medicinal materials he gathered into spiritual pills, consuming them entirely to propel his realm to the perfected celestial immortal stage. It seemed his rate of breakthrough surpassed even that of Chun Kai and the others. However, the cost was the rapid depletion of his medicinal materials. If he wished to continue his cultivation, he must embark on another alchemical endeavor. Chun Dan mused with a smile. His greatest gain from this retreat was not merely the breakthrough, but the advancement of his alchemical fire. Bang! With a wave of his hand, alchemical flames ignited in the air, revealing themselves to be the four-turn alchemical fire. This signified that Chun Dan had made further progress in the alchemical arts. At this point, he was capable of refining four-turn spiritual pills. Brothers and sisters, do you have the materials ready for the refining of four-turn spiritual pills? Chun Dan asked with a smile, unabashedly emerging from his retreat. The alchemical endeavor was imperative. Exiting the cave, Chun Dan made his way directly to the territory of the Jie school. He entrusted the professional matters to those adept in their craft, signaling his intention to resume alchemical work with the most suitable candidates. Soon, with the aid of a jade token, Chun Dan reached his destination. The arrival of Brother Chun Dan illuminated the area. The Longbeak Immortal had been awaiting him at the cave's entrance and hurriedly welcomed him. He had been in seclusion, but had quickly emerged upon receiving Chun Dan's message, eager to meet him. After all, nothing was as crucial as securing a connection with Brother Chun Dan. I require your assistance in spreading an announcement. I shall be reopening my alchemical workshop. Chun Dan stated directly, adding, furthermore, I can refine any spiritual pill up to the four-turn level. His four-turn, Longbeak Immortal gasped in astonishment. How much time had passed since Brother Chun Dan made such advancements in alchemy? He was now capable of refining four-turn spiritual pills. Such talent in alchemy truly befit the title of Kunlun Alchemist. He was undoubtedly the foremost alchemist among the disciples of Kunlun Mountain. Fear not, brother. You may return to your cave, and within half a day, I guarantee that all of Kunlun Mountain will know of this news. Longbeak Immortal assured, taking Chun Dan's request to heart. After all, by aligning with Chun Dan, even a mere favor of allowing him to cut in line during alchemical sessions would yield immense benefits. Thus, half a day later, a long queue formed once more before Chun Dan's cave. This time, both the Jie and Chan schools had learned of the news almost simultaneously, lining up to partake. That four-turn spiritual pills were sufficient to support the cultivation needs of the golden immortal realm. Hence, no one would pass up the opportunity to acquire such pills, especially now, as disciples from both schools were preparing for the grand competition among the three teachings a millennium hence. Every resource that could enhance their strength would be fiercely contested. Naturally, the ultimate victor in this fierce competition would be Chun Dan. Each four-turn spiritual pill provided effects far superior to those of lower-tier pills. Thus, after months of continuous alchemical work, the queue outside Chun Dan's cave gradually diminished. Most disciples, having refined their materials, hastily ventured out to seek more herbs. Disciple, come meet your master point one day. Just after Chun Dan had finished refining a batch of pills, he heard a voice call out. He promptly exited to visit the Taiching Palace. Soon after, within Laozi's alchemical chamber, disciple pays respects to the master. Chun Dan bowed, recognizing that the one who called him was indeed Laozi. Rise. Laozi nodded, noting Chun Dan's breakthrough with mild astonishment. The speed at which you advance is beyond my expectations. With your current strength, given another millennium, you shall undoubtedly be the foremost among the three teachings. All thanks to your guidance, Master, Chun Dan replied, sensing Laozi's purpose for summoning him, as anticipated. Laozi continued, Disciple, while you primarily focus on alchemy, it is essential to grasp the principles of the way of non-action as well. This grand competition among the three teachings arises from the doctrinal disputes between your two uncles. Therefore, my human school shall refrain from participating in this contest. Do you understand, my disciple? Rest assured, Master, I comprehend. Chun Dan immediately affirmed he had no desire to partake in the competition. After all, he lacked neither face nor primordial treasures at stake. Focusing on alchemy and enhancing his strength was the true task bestowed upon him. Very well, go forth. Laozi nodded in satisfaction. pleased with his disciple's understanding. Disciple takes leave. Chun Dan swiftly departed, returning to his cave to resume his alchemical endeavors that on the shores of the Eastern Sea, among the human race. Synchronized strength. Chun Xian declared that a decade had passed since the last synchronization of strength, and finally, he had amassed enough power for a breakthrough. Buzz, a warm current surged within Chun Xian, enhancing his magical power. Physical form and consciousness. For Chun Xian, the elevation of strength was a comprehensive advancement across all dimensions. Coupled with the extraordinary delicacies he had consumed earlier, it would not be an exaggeration to declare him a flawless hexagonal powerhouse. This breakthrough took a bit more time than usual, and after a day had passed, boom! Chun Xian's aura abruptly transformed. In that moment, Chun Xian had ascended to the status of a Tai Golden Immortal. As a Tai Golden Immortal, he possessed an understanding of fate and was capable of glimpsing fragments of the future ahead. Upon opening his eyes, Chun Xian spoke quietly. Although the title Tai Golden Immortal still contained the term Golden Immortal, it was entirely distinct from the latter. At this level, one could perceive certain aspects of their future. If one were proficient in divination, they could even predict when they would encounter specific calamities. Thus, a Tai Golden Immortal could already catch a fleeting glimpse of their position within the flow of time. Unfortunately, the current era was still in the early stages of the primordial chaos. Had it been during the journey to the west, this level of attainment would have secured a respectable position in the heavenly court. Chun Xian reflected on this, though he certainly had no genuine desire to serve as an official in the heavenly court. His musings were merely a form of self-entertainment. System, open the panel. Host, Chun Xian available to summon. Ordinary avatars X10 Marketplace. Star Iron 1000 Gene. Common Long Hook. First Tier Spirit Pill X10 Current Avatars. Chun Dan. Chun Lu. Chun Kai. Chun Wu. Chun Yao. Xian Lu. Ordinary Avatars X216. 9463 points. 100861118 System Space. Palm Size Space 4-color Bloodlight. Killing Bracelet having broken through to Tai Golden Immortal. Rewards were available for collection. The marketplace could refresh. Ordinary avatars had accumulated 2 million, with over 200,000 having embarked on cultivation, providing Chun Xian with a substantial number of points. The system points had also once again reached 10 million, instilling in Chun Xian a sense of burgeoning wealth. System, first claim the rewards for breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal. Chun Xian instructed. Ding. Obtained. High-level avatar summoning chances X1. Points X 50,000. The reward was modest. Still the same. A high-level avatar. Without hesitation, the system summoned a high-level avatar. Chun Xian chose to summon it directly, as he was in urgent need of manpower. Each high-level avatar was a crucial element in enhancing his strength. A flash of white light enveloped the room, and a robust figure materialized in place. Unnamed cultivation. None physical form. Refining void qualification. Postnatal prodigy talents. Asceticism. Resilient body asceticism. As one takes steps forward, the richness of their experiences increases, leading to a steady enhancement of strength. When the journey and experiences accumulate sufficiently, enlightenment will dawn, resulting in transcendence. Resilient body. All strength will be converted into defensive power, with all aspects of defense growing in unison. Upon reviewing these two talents, even Chun Xian was momentarily taken aback. What was this? A talent for unlimited defense. One could imagine that as this avatar cultivated further, its defenses would thicken until no one could penetrate them. The notion of sudden enlightenment was also quite mesmerizing. Chun Xian couldn't help but marvel. The ascetic talent of this avatar would lead to transcendence after sufficient experiences. Yet there was no indication of what would transpire post-transcendence. Well, let us cultivate for now. Simply walking will enhance strength, which is already quite commendable. Chun Xian mused before naming the avatar, saying from today onward, your name shall be Xianyu. May your defenses overshadow the primordial chaos, impervious to all. Xianyu obeys. The avatar responded, determination evident in its eyes. It understood its mission, to become the strongest defender in the primordial chaos. Very well. You may set forth now. Embark on the path of asceticism. Understood. With that, Xianyu departed, heading outside. This journey had no specific destination. Wherever he went would suffice. With each step he took, strands of magical power coalesced within him, all becoming part of his defenses. His physical form and consciousness advanced in tandem. Watching Xin Yu leave, Chun Xian turned his attention to the next matter, refreshing the marketplace. After all, with 10 million points, there was a pressing need to spend. System, refresh the marketplace, Chun Xian commanded, feeling confident in his ample points. Instantaneously, the previous 3 items vanished, replaced by 3 new ones. Common longsword, a completely useless ordinary weapon. 7-color long robe, a regular robe sewn from 7 colors. A detailed explanation. All knowledge regarding the 8 trigrams will be imparted to the sea of consciousness, though it does not come with inherent comprehension. One must grasp it through personal insight. Chun Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Undoubtedly, this was a significant haul, particularly the last item. Bagua detailed explanation. The 8 trigrams, born after the great calamity of the primordial witch and demon, marked humanity's ascendancy as the principal actors on the heavenly stage. It was destined that humanity would give rise to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to flourish. The 8 trigrams represented the first step towards this prosperity. Devised by humanity's first emperor, Fuxi, utilizing the 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, alongside the backing of heavenly fate, it was extrapolated. Upon its emergence, it bestowed heavenly merits upon Fuxi, culminating in his perfection and elevation to a position comparable to the heavenly sovereigns. As for the 8 trigrams themselves, they harmonize with the laws of heaven, encompassing yin and yang, the 5 elements. Mastery of the 8 trigrams allows one to gain self-understanding, glimpse their fate, foresee calamities, and transform misfortune into fortune. Since the inception of the 8 trigrams, many innate spiritual treasures engraved with the trigrams have been birthed within the heavens and earth. This underscores the significance of the 8 trigrams in the primordial chaos. Now, with the Bagua detailed explanation appearing in the marketplace, it meant that Chun Xian could exchange for it, allowing the 8 trigrams to manifest before the arrival of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If humanity could access this knowledge in advance, perhaps they could navigate the great calamity of the witch and demon with far greater ease. Chun Xian pondered further, also considering that the merits gained from extrapolating the 8 trigrams would serve as a protective talisman. Merits descend from the heavenly path. Those endowed with merits are recognized by the heavenly path as individuals who contribute to the primordial chaos. Should one easily harm a person of merit, calamities may befall them, jeopardizing their own fortune. Those whose cultivation is insufficient might even perish under the tribulations of the heavenly path. Thus, I must secure the 8 trigrams. Chun Xian promptly resolved this matter. Such invaluable resources had presented themselves. How could one refuse to take advantage of them? System, redeem the Bagua detailed explanation. Ding, consumed 10 million points. Bagua detailed explanation has been transferred to the host's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Chun Xian felt a surge of knowledge expanding within his mind. This knowledge did not come with immediate understanding. He would need to contemplate it thoroughly. Tiango, guard the door. Do not allow anyone to disturb me. With that, Chun Xian assigned a task to Tiango and immediately entered seclusion to contemplate the Bagua detailed explanation. Only after he fully comprehended the 8 trigrams could they be allowed to manifest. Time flew by, and 2 years passed quietly since Chun Xian entered seclusion. Had it not been for Chun Xian's steady aura, Tiango would have been unable to resist breaking into check. On this day, within the room, huff, Chun Xian exhaled deeply, opening his eyes, which glimmered with brilliance. This was Chun Xian's first closed-door cultivation since arriving in the primordial chaos. I have completely comprehended the 8 trigrams. Chun Xian silently declared, his gaze tranquil, akin to a placid ancient well. It was time to greet the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. With that, he waved his hand and unleashed a strand of magical power, which flew outside and coalesced into an isolation formation. With this, the commotion surrounding his humble abode could be entirely concealed. Tiango, keep watch outside. Chun Xian's voice resonated from within the room. Oh no. Tiango was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Just as he had emerged from seclusion, He was now placing an array and instructing him to monitor the outside. Could it be that he was to enter seclusion again? Before Tiango could formulate a thought, an astonishing aura surged within the room, subtly exuding the profound truths of the sun, moon, and mountains. What is this? Tiango's eyes widened, utterly flabbergasted. You just emerged from seclusion, and now you're planning something grand? His astonishment had yet to subside. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth were engulfed in a tempestuous change, as a magnificent sound reverberated throughout the primordial chaos. I sensed the struggles of the myriad beings in the chaos. Thus, I established the 8 trigrams to proclaim to the world that all beings may learn. This voice, who else could it belong to but Chunxian? Such a tumultuous disturbance in the cosmos signified the emergence of the 8 trigrams. With the celestial order aiding its force, the 8 trigrams represent the transformations of the celestial order, ultimately manifesting in 8 forms. The interplay of yin and yang gives rise to creation, splitting heaven and earth. Qian represents heaven, and Kuan signifies earth. With the formation of heaven and earth, the 6 energies are anchored, ensuring stability. Zhen signifies thunder, Sun embodies wind, Kan represents water, Li symbolizes fire, Jian stands for mountain, and Dui denotes marsh. As Chun Xian's voice resonated throughout the primordial chaos, the heavens themselves began to morph in accordance with his words, displaying the trigrams. The yang and yin lines alternated, suspended in the air, positioned in 8 cardinal directions. Throughout the primordial chaos, none were oblivious to this commotion. All gazed upward in awe. The 8 trigrams, a manifestation of infinite transformations. Qian is robust, Kuan is yielding, Zhen is dynamic, Sun is penetrating, Kan is descending, Li is radiant. Jin is still, and Dui is communicative. Qian leads, Kuan nurtures, Zhen supports. As Chun Xian's voice continued to echo, the trigrams in the sky grew increasingly refined. An enigmatic aura enveloped the entire primordial chaos. The myriad beings, along with powerful entities, were rendered speechless. Who is this? Which extraordinary individual has crafted such profound truths in harmony with the celestial order? Merely contemplating this, these powerful beings instinctively began to calculate. Such a figure. They all yearned to befriend in advance, conceal my origins. Yet, deep within, Chun Xian mused. Now was not yet the time for him to emerge. As this thought took form, the celestial order suddenly became murky. Chun Xian's origins and whereabouts were directly obscured. Even the sages could not deduce the identity or location of the one who created the 8 trigrams at this moment. Such a transformation was a choice granted by the celestial order to those who have made great contributions. One may choose to be exposed, declaring their renown throughout the primordial chaos, or to remain hidden, unknown to all. Naturally, none before Chun Xian had ever chosen to conceal themselves after establishing their merits. He was the first. Henceforth, with the establishment of the 8 trigrams, all beings could contemplate the heavenly trigrams above T that moment. As Chun Xian's final words resonated, the extraordinary phenomena in the heavens came to an end. The trigrams displayed in the sky became complete, merging into the celestial order. With a resounding hum, golden light of immense merit suddenly manifested across the heavens that a great quantity of merit pierced through the clouds, cascading down in a magnificent display. Within the celestial merit, spiritual light coiled, akin to other treasures. This was the celestial bestowal of merit, a reward from the celestial order for those of significant contributions. Half of this merit vanished as it descended, clearly indicating that Chun Xian had chosen to remain hidden. The celestial order would not reveal his location. Quickly seek him out, almost instantaneously as the merit from the celestial order fell. Countless factions within the primordial chaos issued such commands. An extraordinary individual, capable of creating such profound truths in harmony with the celestial order. If he could join my demon court, it would undoubtedly strengthen our power. Proclaim to the world that all of my demon kin should hastily invite this great being. Within the demon court, Dong Huangtai, he was the first to issue this decree. He was filled with excitement. Within the primordial chaos, powerful beings were already numerous. Yet those capable of creating the 8 trigrams and receiving celestial merit were even rarer. His demon court was in dire need of personnel. If this great being could assist in unifying the grand scheme of the primordial chaos, their chances would increase significantly. My celestial court is the haven for all celestial beings. Swiftly seek out this person and invite him to join us. And I shall bestow upon him the position of celestial master. On the Punglai Island in the East Sea, the foremost male celestial, Dong Wang Gong, also transmitted a command at once. His celestial court was even more in need of talent than Dong Huang Tai Yi's demon court. Kunlun Mountain. Due to the earlier disturbances, the 3 pure ones had gathered together. When 8 trigrams, harmonizing with the celestial order, it must be carefully contemplated. The 3 pure ones shared the same thought. Especially Laozi, who felt that the 8 trigrams resonated deeply with his principle of non-action that we must contemplate according to the trigrams manifested in the sky just now. Let us retreat for closed-door cultivation. Laozi proposed. Yes, elder brother. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu both responded in unison. In regard to contemplating the 8 trigrams, they rarely exhibited any discord. Thus, the 8 trigrams were established, and the primordial chaos was stirred. Chun Xian's method of announcing himself indeed caused a great commotion throughout the primordial chaos. Countless factions sought his presence. Unfortunately, unless Chun Xian himself revealed the 8 trigrams, with the celestial order aiding in his concealment. Who could find him at this moment within Chun Xian's dwelling? Chun Xian was with closed eyes, savoring the sensation of proclaiming to the primordial chaos. One word encapsulated it: exhilarating. This was merely the first step. In the future, such occurrences would be far from scarce. Chun Xian murmured, a smile upon his lips that he could not suppress. He gazed at his hand, where now lay an additional object. It was a disc, inscribed with the image of the 8 trigrams, the 8 trigram compass, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, birthed from the celestial order following the emergence of the 8 trigrams, with the descent of the celestial merit. It had arrived in Chun Xian's possession. This 8 trigram compass is the most attuned to me. Chun Xian smiled. This compass was born from his creation of the 8 trigrams that could be said to be the treasure most suited to him. There was no need to refine its internal restrictions. He could directly unleash its full power. Henceforth, this would be my exclusive spiritual treasure. Chun Xian gathered his focus and meticulously examined the treasure within him. Within his body lay a vast expanse of golden light. It was the celestial merit that had just descended. Celestial merit is an extremely precious resource within the primordial chaos, as long as one possesses celestial merit. Not only can it enhance fortune, but it can also serve as a talisman for protection. If one were to act against a person endowed with celestial merit, they would instantly become entangled in causality. With a slight misstep, one could even invoke divine retribution. Thus, in the primordial chaos, the higher one's realm, the less inclined they are to provoke those with merit. Naturally, within the entire primordial chaos, there are only a handful of those with celestial merit. The 6 sages are among them. Even without merit, no one would dare to provoke them. Following them are those who have received a small amount of celestial merit, such as the 3 ancestral figures of the human race. Now, Chun Xian too had acquired a portion of celestial merit. Moreover, it was quite substantial. If one were to draw a comparison, it might be similar to the merit of the 3 pure ones establishing their teachings. Of course, the merit gained from the 3 pure ones' ascension to sagehood and founding their teachings was merely a prelude. Primarily, it relied on the portion of Pangu's opening of the heavens that was inherited within. Such merit, I ought to devise a plan for its utilization. Chun Xian surveyed the merit within him and spoke softly. There are primarily 3 methods for utilizing merit. Firstly, to enhance one's own strength. Whether it be elevating cultivation, comprehending techniques, or mending one's foundation, this category predominantly consumes merit. Once depleted, it will be lost, and one will no longer enjoy the protective benefits of merit. Secondly, to serve as a protective talisman. For instance, condensing a merit body, forming a merit wheel, enhancing divine consciousness with merit, and so forth. This category serves the function of protection. When encountering formidable foes, once the merit body is activated, Anyone who touches it will become entangled in causality. Thirdly, to strengthen one's inherent foundation, infusing merit into treasures. If the quantity is sufficient, it can transform into a postnatal merit spiritual treasure. Merit spiritual treasures enhance the original functions of spiritual treasures, allowing for lethal actions without entangling in causality, and possess myriad other benefits that enhance strength. I have the system and need not waste merit. Chun Xian pondered, then continued. While condensing a merit body could serve as a precaution, I have not yet emerged, and in the short term, I am unlikely to encounter a grave crisis. Therefore, refining a merit spiritual treasure would yield the greatest benefit for me. Merit spiritual treasures enhance the original functions of treasures. Chun Xian directed his gaze toward the several treasures upon him. Without a doubt, it could only be the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 8-trigram compass. The 8-trigram compass is inherently used for divination, arranging formations, and concealing celestial secrets. Notably, the ability to conceal celestial secrets is what Chun Xian currently values most. Once enhanced, this effect would reach new heights, proving immensely beneficial to him. Merit, manifest. Without hesitation, Chun Xian sat cross-legged, channeling his merits, which continuously surged into the Bagua compass in his hands. The compass emitted a resonant hum, and the Bagua patterns upon it gradually revealed glimmers of golden light. The aura of the entire compass began to transform, the originally exquisite innate spiritual treasure's essence becoming increasingly formidable. What on earth is happening? The most astonished was the celestial dog outside, who could perceive the overwhelming aura. Trembling, he found himself hesitant to move. The essence of an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, which was continuously intensifying, exerted an immense suppressive force upon the celestial dog, whose current strength was no match for it. First the Bagua, and now this extraordinary innate spiritual treasure. What kind of prodigious leg am I clinging to? The celestial dog mused, nearly grinning from ear to ear. The stronger Chun Xian became, the more thrilled he felt. With such a powerful ally, he thought he might not need to exert any effort in the future. Months slipped by as Chun Xian reinforced the Bagua compass that on this day, he infused the final thread of merit into the compass. Following this, the Bagua compass emitted a resonant hum once more. It glowed with golden light, and the Bagua patterns became resplendent and dazzling. An enigmatic aura enveloped the Bagua compass that, at this point, the Bagua compass had been perfected. It was now to be called the Merit Compass. Chun Xian held the Merit Compass in his hands, feeling quite pleased, though it had transformed from an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure into a postnatal merit spiritual treasure, seemingly a step down in rank. The merit spiritual treasure belonged to a rare class of treasures. Such items were scarce throughout the vast wilderness, far more precious than extraordinary innate spiritual treasures. With this merit compass, I shall divine the heavenly mysteries without being subject to causality. Furthermore, it can conceal my presence in the wilderness, making it impossible for others to divine my whereabouts. With a smile, Chun Xian immediately activated the capabilities of the merit compass, shrouding his heavenly secrets. Not only did it conceal himself, but it also obscured all of his avatars. Now, it is time for me to emerge from seclusion. Chun Xian exhaled, waving his hand to dismantle the barrier surrounding his dwelling. Chun Xian, have you completed your task? As soon as the formation was withdrawn, the celestial dog poked his head in from outside, looking at Chun Xian with curiosity. Chun Xian was instantly taken aback. Why does this dog speak in such peculiar terms? Never mind, come inside. Without quibbling over the celestial dog's oddity, Chun Xian beckoned him in, as he had a matter to entrust to the celestial dog. What level are you at now? The celestial dog inquired, his expression filled with intrigue. The level Chun Xian attained would determine how much the celestial dog could afford to relax in the future. If Chun Xian could dominate the wilderness, the celestial dog could enjoy the benefits without effort. But if he remained at his previous level, then the celestial dog should abandon any thoughts of laziness. Chun Xian replied with exasperation. Having realized that the celestial dog was quite lazy, he wondered what had transpired to transform this once proud being into such a state. Hee. The celestial dog chuckled shyly. Was his desires so evident? Never mind, come here. I have something to assign to you. Chan Xin stated, for how could there be no work for him? Go to the ancestral grounds of the human race. Find the 3 ancestors and deliver these 3 items to them. With that, Chan Xin waved his hand, producing 4 luminous orbs. These contained detailed explanations regarding the Bagua, as the founder of the Bagua, with just a little comprehension. One could master its intricacies. The Bagua was inherently a means for the human race to counteract calamities, and it was only fitting to pass this knowledge to them. However, at present, the Bagua was not suitable for widespread dissemination among the human populace. It was best to first impart it to the 3 ancestors, who would then know how to propagate it among their kin. Point 1 of these is for you. The remaining 3 should be delivered to the 3 ancestors as soon as possible. Remember, do not reveal your identity. Chan Xin, naturally, would not shortchange the celestial dog, as he could condense as many detailed explanations as he desired. Rest assured, I'm always reliable in my tasks, the celestial dog declared. His enthusiasm ignited at the prospect of gains, thumping his chest in affirmation that I shall set off at once. With that, the celestial dog accepted the 4 luminous orbs, immediately absorbing 1, and then taking the other 3. He dashed out to the location of the 3 ancestors. For the celestial dog, there was no notion of being unable to find his way. Whenever he wished, he could directly scent the locations of all beings in the wilderness. The celestial dog moved swiftly, concealing his form as he advanced toward the dwelling of the 3 ancestors. Soon after, he had arrived at the ancestral grounds of the human race. Go, he whispered, enhancing his concealment, and with a few flickers he slipped inside. Finding a suitable spot, the celestial dog quietly set down the 3 luminous orbs before making his escape. Who goes there? Almost instantaneously, the 3 ancestors sensed the presence of something new within the ancestral grounds. They sprang into action, hastening to the location. Have they left? Upon arriving, the 3 ancestors found that the celestial dog had already vanished, leaving behind the 3 luminous orbs resting on a table within the ancestral grounds. Someone has intruded upon the ancestral grounds of our human race and left behind these items. The great ancestor Yu Chao was taken aback, his expression shifting. Who could it be that approached? Could it be that the human race is being targeted? Do not panic. Let us first examine these 3 orbs. Swearin spoke up, and the 3 ancestors focused their attention on the luminous orbs. Let me take a look first, Yu Chao said as he took 1 orb, channeling his power to inspect its contents. His expression changed dramatically, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is it? Swearin and Z asked in alarm, rushing to inquire. Had he fallen victim to some trick? Hiss! Yu Chao gasped in realization, quickly handing over the remaining 2 orbs. You too, examine them closely. Swearin and Z promptly took the orbs, scrutinizing them intently. Both were immediately astonished. Inside the luminous orbs was an extraordinarily detailed explanation of the Bagua. From the fundamentals to mastery, everything was encompassed within. Moreover, there was a note. It could be taught to others at one's discretion, a tremendous opportunity for the human race. The 3 ancestors quickly discerned that these orbs represented a rare fortune, one that could cultivate a multitude of individuals within the human race who understood the Bagua and could divine its secrets. Could it be that this predecessor who created the Bagua has some connection to our human race? Z pondered, straining to recall. However, since the birth of the human race, none had ventured to the shores of the Eastern Sea, nor had any great beings visited. Where did such a connection arise? Furthermore, this predecessor was exceedingly generous, offering 3 detailed explanations all at once. The note about teaching others was the crux. This indicated that many within the human race could potentially learn the Bagua. The stir caused by the emergence of the Bagua once shook the entire wilderness, and everyone remembered it vividly. This demonstrated that the Bagua holds a position of high significance within the entire wilderness. Perhaps this predecessor had comprehended its intricacies over countless years before bestowing such teachings upon them. No, it was bestowed upon the human race. Let us not speculate too much. The intentions of such a predecessor are beyond our comprehension. Swearin said, his countenance grave, continuing, since the predecessor has conferred this doctrine upon us, we, as the human race, shall accept it with gratitude. Answerin's mind. The creator of the Bagua must undoubtedly be an unparalleled figure within the wilderness. The thoughts of such a being are not for them to fathom. From now on, the Bagua shall be a secret of our human race, not to be disclosed to outsiders. We shall first comprehend it ourselves, then select the most exceptional among our kin to teach the Bagua. Remember, it must be cultivated in secrecy and cannot be exposed to the public. Suerin's thoughts were comprehensive. Once news of the Bagua spread among the human race, it would surely attract unwanted attention. The human race is too weak to endure any turmoil. Stealthy development is the wisest choice. I understand, responded both the House of Nest and the House of Blackrobe, expressing their unanimous agreement with the decision. Very well, let us not delay. We shall commence our contemplation immediately, said Suerin. Consequently, the three ancestors departed to delve into the mysteries of the 8 trigrams. Meanwhile, the celestial dog had returned to the residence of Chun Xian. Noticing that Chun Xian had no particular tasks for him, he simply sprawled outside the house and dozed off. Inside, Chun Xian was deep in thought about his next steps. The 8 trigrams could still be refined further, but by enhancing the trigrams, he could ultimately develop the 64 hexagrams. Of course, these hexagrams would not be considered earth-shattering events, nor would they invoke any unusual phenomena. It can be deduced, Chun Xian concluded after much contemplation, although deriving the 64 hexagrams would not yield additional merits. Refining the 8 trigrams would significantly augment the power of the merit compass. Particularly in the realm of divination, its accuracy would be greatly enhanced. Thus, Chun Xian resolved to enter a brief seclusion to deduce the 64 hexagrams. The celestial dog was once again entrusted with the task of guarding. Months swiftly passed. The 64 hexagrams were completed. Chun Xian opened his eyes. A smile gracing his lips, he gazed at the merit compass before him. The compass now bore not merely the images of the 8 trigrams. Encircling the trigrams, a total of 64 hexagrams had emerged at last. The representation of the 8 trigrams on this compass was truly complete. Its power had also advanced significantly. My foundation has been further strengthened. Now, it is time to contemplate other matters, Chun Xian mused, his thoughts racing. Currently, all his avatars were on track, each engaged in their respective pursuits, cultivating, alchemy, and more. Each day, they provided Chun Xian with numerous points, accumulating considerable strength. Therefore, he felt little concern regarding his avatars at this moment. Perhaps it was time to consider matters pertaining to the human race. Facilitating the early development of humanity should pose no major issues, as long as they did not compete with the witch and demon clans for territory. With this in mind, Chun Xian resolved to incorporate the planning for the human race into his agenda. The flourishing of humanity must begin from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now that I have allowed the 8 trigrams to emerge ahead of time, it is now time to focus on the affairs of the Shinnon clan. Agriculture. People rely on food as their fundamental need. Currently, the human race has limited food sources. Besides hunting, they subsist on wild fruits found in the mountains. Due to this limited means of obtaining food, the population of humanity has never been substantial in later generations. It was indeed the advent of agricultural practices that led to the explosive growth of the human population. Therefore, what I must do now is devise agricultural methods for humanity, liberating them from the constraints of food scarcity. With this realization, Chun Xian's thoughts crystallized into a firm decision. Now, 2 pressing questions lay before him. First, where will the seeds for cultivation come from? While there are numerous plants along the East Sea and within the 10,000 Great Mountains, none are suitable for cultivation as food sources. The crops must possess a key characteristic. They must mature quickly. Ideally, they should yield harvest within a year, or even 2 or 3 times a year. Only then can they meet the dietary needs of humanity. If the maturation period stretches into decades, or even centuries, several generations of ordinary humans would have passed. Thus, it is imperative to acquire early maturing, high-yield seeds. Second, even if suitable seeds are found, what are the methods of cultivation? Possessing seeds is one thing. Knowing how to plant them is another. The profession of farming may seem simple, but not everyone is suited for it. When to ward off pests, when to water, when to till the soil. These are all intricate knowledge that falls under the domain of agricultural methods. Therefore, a viable method of cultivation must also be devised. To establish agricultural techniques, seeds must first be procured, followed by gradual experimentation. But where will suitable seeds come from? Chen Xian pondered, beginning to consider the issue of seeds. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, where did Shinnong acquire his seeds? It is said that one day, a bluebird passing through the heavens brought them in its beak. According to the intelligence Chen Xian possessed, the territory of the Bluebird clan was abundant with vegetation, flourishing with numerous spiritual fruits and edible resources. These naturally growing spiritual fruits and provisions sustained the entire Bluebird tribe. Thus, the solution for acquiring quality seeds became abundantly clear. Venture into the territory of the Bluebird clan. Who should I send? Chen Xian mused. Chen Kai was in seclusion at the Jiejiao. Chen Dan was engaged in alchemy for the human clan. Chen Wu was honing his skills among the witch clan, and Chen Yao was leading troops in the demon clan. Xian Lu was stationed at the 10,000 Great Mountains and was not particularly strong. Xian had been traveling westward for several years, far from the location of the Bluebird clan. The only remaining option was Chen Lu. Chen Lu, this seasoned avatar, had always been in seclusion among the human clan and had never undergone any practical experience. It was time for him to venture out into the real world. The system transmitted the task of external training to Chen Lu, instructing him to travel to the land inhabited by the Bluebird clan and gather seeds. Chen Xian promptly made his decision and articulated it. Having assigned the task, Chen Xian exhaled deeply and opened the system panel. Host, Chen Xian summonable avatars. Ordinary avatar, 10 marketplace. Common copper mirror. Common wooden comb. Common floral robe avatars owned. Chen Dan, Chen Lu, Chen Kai, Chen Wu, Chen Yao, Xian Lu, Xian Yu, ordinary avatars 258-7314 points. 302854 system space. Palm space, 4-color bloodlight bag, killing bracelet. Merit Compass host has created the 8 trigrams. Earning an additional reward, which can be claimed. The marketplace is available for refresh. The number of ordinary avatars has increased. Simultaneously, more ordinary avatars have begun their cultivation that, of course, they're all at the very beginning stages of Qi cultivation, possessing very weak powers. Currently, the points stand at just over 300,000, which is rather meager. Claim the reward for creating the 8 trigrams. Chen Xian stated. Ding! Earn points 3 million. That a small recovery. The meager points surged once again. With points in hand, Chen Xian felt emboldened and promptly declared, System, refresh the marketplace. The original 3 common items were immediately replaced. Safe Journey, a one-time talent that, when used, enhances luck for the next journey. Reducing the likelihood of encountering crises. Fragrant Spirit Flower, $9.99. A beautifully vibrant spiritual flower that offers a new visual experience. Random Opportunity, a one-time talent that, when equipped, grants a completely random opportunity. Activating at random, with the size and quality of the opportunity also being completely random. Chen Xian's eyes brightened. He had struck gold. Safe Journey was an excellent talent and could be bestowed upon Chen Lu. With this talent, Chen Lu would enjoy enhanced luck on his journey to the Bluebird clan, minimizing dangers that he disregarded the second item and focused directly on the third. Random Opportunity. Chen Xian was taken aback. This completely random element was truly remarkable. Perhaps the moment it was equipped, it would trigger an opportunity. However, it could also take 1,000 years to activate. Furthermore, the size and quality of the opportunity were entirely random. What if it offered a minor opportunity accompanied by significant drawbacks? Such scenarios were entirely possible. Thus, this talent could be summed up in one phrase. It was completely dependent on fate. Chen Xian contemplated and quickly formulated an idea that he would equip both Safe Journey and Random Opportunity to Chen Lu. As Chen Lu prepared to embark, Safe Journey would enhance his luck while also allowing him to see if he could trigger this opportunity along the way. The 2 talents cost 320,000 points. Instantly, Chen Xian's points dwindled once more. It was predictable that the upcoming period would be a time for accumulating points again. The system also transmitted the killing bracelet to Chen Lu. After pondering for a while, Chen Xian decided to bestow a piece of innate spiritual treasure upon Chen Lu. This would provide an extra layer of protection, allowing Chen Lu to battle across several realms, as long as he did not reveal this treasure in everyday life. It would not attract any unwanted attention. With everything settled, Chen Xian began to wait patiently in the ancestral land of humanity. The secluded Chen Lu had just been summoned by the three ancestors and was in the midst of discussions within the chamber. Chen Lu, you may cultivate the 8 trigrams in secret, but remember not to reveal it easily, lest it draws unwanted scrutiny. Sui Ren imparted the 8 trigrams to Chen Lu, diligently offering his guidance. In a matter of months, the 3 ancestral figures of humanity had grasped the essence of the trigrams. Presently, they were in the process of selectively transmitting this knowledge to the most gifted members of the human race. Chen Lu, renowned as the foremost genius of humanity and nicknamed the Reclusive Madman, was the prime candidate chosen by the ancestors for this transmission. Rest assured, I shall not reveal the 8 trigrams. Chen Lu responded earnestly, although in truth, Chen Xian had already bestowed the knowledge upon him several months prior. His statement was merely to assuage the ancestors' concerns. As long as you understand, the ancestors nodded in agreement. Thoroughly pleased with Chen Lu's exceptional talents and his remarkable ability to endure solitude. Over the years, Chen Lu had almost perpetually engaged in seclusion. Such resolve was truly commendable, had it not been for Chen Lu's singular focus on his secluded practice. The ancestors would have been inclined to appoint him as the holy son of humanity, entrusting him with the development of the next generation. Very well, we have no further matters to discuss. You may continue your seclusion, the ancestors remarked in a calm tone. They were aware of Chen Lu's profound affection for solitude and did not wish to disturb him unduly. However, contrary to expectations, Chen Lu deviated from his usual demeanor. Ancestors, I wish to venture out for some training. What? The ancestors' eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had misheard. You wish to go outside? No more seclusion. Indeed, while enhancing one's cultivation through seclusion was undeniably vital, practical experience was equally essential. Cultivation and combat prowess were not synonymous. Chen Lu articulated his desire for external training. The 3 ancestors inhaled sharply, realizing that Chen Lu's mindset exceeded their expectations. It was true that cultivation did not equate to combatability, but a crucial aspect of combat prowess lay in the experience of fighting. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, every formidable being had been forged through countless battles. Yet your current level of cultivation, the ancestors expressed their concerns. Naturally, they would not hinder Chen Lu's desire for training, but they were apprehensive of his relatively low cultivation level, which could place him in perilous situations if he were not careful. Rest assured, the location I choose shall not be far. The vicinity of our human race remains safe, Chen Lu assured them, hoping to calm their worries. His chosen destination was indeed nearby, the Qingyao tribe, which was, without a doubt, the closest race to the humans. Furthermore, the Qingyao tribe was known for their aversion to conflict and their preference for a serene environment within the valleys. Very well, we grant our consent. The ancestors pondered briefly before agreeing that if he were only to roam in the vicinity of humanity, given the area's barrenness and limited resources, the dangers would indeed be minimal. IT would also serve as an excellent opportunity for training. Shortly thereafter, beyond the borders of human territory, Chen Lu soared through the clouds, following the coordinates provided by Chen Xian, heading northward towards the domain of the Qingyao tribe. Although Chen Lu's strength was not particularly high, he was equipped with the ability to traverse smoothly. Yet time was of the essence. Presently, his prowess was merely at the mid-tier of celestial beings, and his speed was not remarkable. Days passed swiftly as he journeyed. Fortunately, he encountered no formidable threats along the way. Any minor demons that obstructed his path were swiftly dealt with. One day, a picturesque landscape of lush green mountains appeared before him. He had arrived at the Qingyao tribe's territory. Upon sensing his surroundings, the innate ability that ensured his safe passage faded into nothingness. Regrettably, his random talents had not activated during his journey. His primary focus remained on accomplishing his tasks. The endless green mountains before him were abundant with various plants, a perfect opportunity to gather seeds. Without hesitation, Chen Lu immediately began to collect every type of plant in sight, particularly those bearing seeds, which he harvested thoroughly. As soon as he collected them, he transmitted the findings back to Chen Xian. A powerful figure within the Qingyao tribe noticed Chen Lu, but merely glanced at him before losing interest. After all, he was merely foraging for plants on the outskirts of their territory, which was not worth their concern. Even if Chun Lu stripped several mountain tops bare, they would regenerate within a few years. Such matters were trivial. Rather, there was another issue that warranted the Qingyao tribe's worry. With this thought, the Qingyao tribe turned their attention away from Chun Lu. Satisfied with the lack of oversight, Chun Lu continued to gather plants, determined to harvest every specimen in the area. He spent a full 7 days collecting, traversing countless mountain ridges, diligently gathering every plant he encountered and transmitting them back. However, on this particular day, he stumbled upon a towering mountain that left him momentarily speechless. The mountain was so immense that he could not discern its peak, only vast greenery teeming with countless plants, a rich biodiversity, including many spiritual herbs. Truly remarkable, Chun Lu exclaimed with delight. This was undoubtedly the mountain of his dreams. So many diverse species, and just a glance revealed several he had never encountered before. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the mountain, fervently gathering specimens. Since this mountain still lay within the Qingyao tribe's periphery, no one would pay him any mind. Moreover, the Qingyao tribe was currently preoccupied, for a swift streak of purple light had descended from the horizon. Entering their territory, the visitor was the purple bamboo ascendant. While not a being of immense power within the primordial realm, he nonetheless held considerable renown. This was because the purple bamboo ascendant hailed from the celestial court on the Isle of Penglai in the Eastern Sea. If one were to identify the 3 most active forces in the primordial realm today, they would undoubtedly be the demon court, the witch tribe, and the celestial court, with the witch tribe reigning supreme and the celestial court at the rear. Hence, the celestial court, intent on dominating the primordial realm, was not one to be underestimated. They fervently expanded their ranks, seeking to incorporate various tribes of the primordial world, including the reclusive Qingyao tribe. Now, they had dispatched personnel to compel the Qingyao tribe's allegiance to the celestial court. Ascendant, please enter and discuss. The chieftain of the Qingyao tribe wore a troubled expression, but had no choice but to extend a welcome. Although the purple bamboo ascendant was a formidable figure at the level of the great Luo golden immortal, the Qingyao tribe did not fear him. However, they were certainly wary of the celestial court behind him, which a small tribe like theirs could not afford to provoke. Very well. The purple bamboo ascendant smiled as he entered into a lengthy discussion with the chieftain of the Qingyao tribe. This conversation lasted several days. Meanwhile, on the other side, over the course of those days, Chun Lu continued his ascent, collecting every plant he had never seen along the way. Eventually, today, he glimpsed the peak of the mountain ahead. What a magnificent mountain! Chun Lu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He yearned to reach the summit and discover if any new plants awaited him there. Just then, Chun Lu froze in realization. Within him, a surge of power began to guide him. His random opportunity had been triggered. The talent manifested as a swirl of spiritual energy, one side black and the other white. The white side pointed directly towards the mountaintop. Let us go. Without hesitation, Chun Lu summoned his cloud and swiftly made his way toward the peak. He understood that the contrasting colors of black and white represented the duality of opportunity and crisis in this instance. The opportunity lay at the summit, but the impending crisis remained unknown. He needed to seize the opportunity before confronting the looming danger. With all his might, Chun Lu quickly reached the mountain's apex. The summit was shrouded in a vast expanse, enveloped in thick mist. Upon entering, he found himself unable to discern the path he had taken, lost in the haze. Where could the opportunity be? Chun Lu felt disoriented, unable to disperse the fog. He had no idea where to search for his chance. As he pondered, suddenly the ground beneath him gave way, and he fell into an abyss. In an instant, the scenery before him transformed, morphing into an entirely different realm. Simultaneously, as the landscape shifted, the innate talent of random opportunity vanished without a trace, signifying that the chance had arrived. A restriction. Chun Lu realized that he had entered a certain prohibition. Typically, treasures accompanied by such restrictions were bound to be extraordinary, especially since Chun Lu had not even discerned the location of this restriction upon entering. It was entirely due to the talent of random opportunity that he had found himself here. This indicated that the restriction was far from simple, and the treasure it guarded would undoubtedly be remarkable. Just as he was contemplating this, a wave of spiritual resonance wafted towards him. Chen Lu felt a surge of power as the resonance brushed past him. Move! Without hesitation, he hurried towards the source of the spiritual resonance. Moments later, he arrived at the heart of the restriction. Before him stood a small tree, no taller than a person. The tree was not particularly lush, standing solitary amidst an empty expanse. Yet, in an instant, Chen Lu discerned that this tree was indeed the opportunity he sought to know. More accurately, it was the fruits upon this tree that held the true opportunity. The tree was a common plant found in the primordial wilderness. Apricot. On the apricot tree hung two fruit, golden and orange, appearing ready to ripen imminently. The spiritual resonance that had surged Chen Lu's power originated from the impending maturity of these two apricots. Celestial apricot. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lu discerned two faint characters on the small apricot tree. Celestial apricot, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots in the primordial wilderness. Consuming its fruit could solidify one's foundation, reshape one's roots, and achieve unblemished status as a great Luo golden immortal. The term unblemished signifies the absence of loss. The strength gained from consuming the fruit would not affect one's innate talent or future path. In the territory of the Bluebird clan, the master of the purple bamboo and the Bluebird clan leader were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, the master of the purple bamboo felt an unseen force guiding him, seemingly directing him towards a specific location, an opportunity. The master of the purple bamboo was instantly elated. There is a saying in the primordial wilderness, it is better to doubt oneself than to doubt the guidance of the unseen. Was this the long-awaited guidance meant for him? Meanwhile, the Bluebird clan leader frowned. Employing a strategy of delay, he had no intention of joining the celestial court. After years of relentless warfare with the strength of the Bluebird clan, joining would only render them cannon fodder. How could he possibly consider such a thing? This matter could be discussed later. Suddenly, the master of the purple bamboo spoke, causing the Bluebird clan leader to feel a surge of joy. Did this strategy of delay truly work? I have a crucial matter to attend to, so I cannot stay longer. I must take my leave. The master of the purple bamboo continued. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the unseen guidance, leaving no room for considerations regarding the Bluebird clan. With that, he stood up and made his way out. Whoosh! Upon exiting the cave, the master of the purple bamboo transformed into a beam of purple light and departed without a hint of hesitation. Safe travels, master! The Bluebird clan leader was filled with joy. What a relief! Little did he know how many times he had employed this strategy of delay over the past few days. As for the hurried departure of the master of the purple bamboo, he cared little about the specifics. He did not wish to provoke the master back. Meanwhile, the master of the purple bamboo ascended into the sky, discerning his direction and proceeding forth. He had a feeling that this unseen guidance was somehow related to his transformation into a spiritual plant. A chance related to spiritual plants? Could it be that a spiritual root was about to emerge? With this thought, the master of the purple bamboo quickened his pace. Spiritual roots held immense significance for beings like him that had transformed from spiritual plants. His speed was not slow, and in mere moments he reached the summit of a high mountain. Upon entering, he was momentarily disoriented by the mist. However, the master of the purple bamboo remained calm. He immediately channeled his magical power, unleashing a potent spiritual wind that dispersed the fog entirely. In an instant, the situation at the mountain's peak became clear. Indeed, it was a restriction, and a primordial one at that. The master of the purple bamboo, probing the essence of the restriction with his magical powers, could hardly contain his elation. The primordial restriction. This indicated that whatever lay within was assuredly of primordial caliber, coupled with his earlier sensations. He could confirm that within this restriction lay a primordial spiritual root. At this moment, the restriction began to emanate waves of spiritual energy, indicating that the spiritual root was on the verge of maturity. Should he obtain this primordial spiritual root, stepping into the realm of quasi-saint would be a mere formality. Unable to suppress his joy, the master of the purple bamboo, without missing a beat, cast a spell. This magical power transformed into a barrier, enveloping the area in isolating formation. It was essential to conceal such an opportunity to prevent others from coveting it. This primordial restriction was seamless and without a clear entry point. Furthermore, with his great Luo golden immortal cultivation, he could not simply force his way through. It was not that it was impossible to break through, but any harm caused to the spiritual root within would lead to immense regret. However, this restriction was not necessarily insurmountable. Restrictions are designed to protect the opportunities that arise within, and once a primordial spiritual root matures, the external restriction will naturally dissipate. To that point, the spiritual root would fall into his hands. With this in mind, the master of the purple bamboo began to wait. The primordial root was about to mature, and he could afford to be patient. Simultaneously, within the restriction, Chen-Lu was also in a state of anticipation. The celestial apricot lay before him, yet those two golden apricots had yet to fully ripen, that if he were to rashly harvest them, who could say what consequences might ensue? Even if the primordial spiritual root were to lose its restriction, it would still possess self-preservation capabilities. Given Chen-Lu's status as a celestial immortal, carelessly attempting to harvest it might not guarantee success. Thus, 3 days passed. Buzz, a powerful wave of spiritual resonance radiated from the two celestial apricots. Chen-Lu's expression shifted, and his cultivation surged once more. He immediately focused his mind, ready to seize the moment when the celestial apricot reached full ripeness. Simultaneously, the master of the purple bamboo outside sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. His joy was palpable as he awaited the complete maturation of the spiritual root and the automatic dissolution of the restriction. Swipe. Almost in the next instant, an immense amount of spiritual energy converged upon the two apricots. Enveloped in a radiant yellow light, the celestial apricot tree began to wither and then vanished, leaving only the two apricots suspended in the air, exuding a rich spiritual resonance. At that moment, the celestial apricots had fully ripened. Harvest! In an instant, Chen-Lu darted towards the celestial apricots, reaching out to grasp the two fruits. At the same time, the master of the purple bamboo outside was filled with anticipation. Almost the moment the celestial apricots ripened, the primordial restriction began to turn transparent, revealing the interior scene. However, the first sight that greeted the master of the purple bamboo was Chen-Lu about to take the two celestial apricots. Halt! Release my opportunity! In an instant, the master of the purple bamboo erupted in fury, roaring with rage. How could he not be enraged? Following the guidance of the unseen, he had come expecting to seize an opportunity solely for himself, only to discover that someone had arrived even faster, and now they were about to claim the spiritual fruit. This was intolerable. Boom! Almost instantaneously, the master of the purple bamboo, filled with wrath, unleashed an attack. The restriction quaked, yet did not shatter. After all, it was a primordial restriction, and its defensive capabilities were formidable. Thief, cease at once. The master of the purple bamboo shouted once more, relentlessly assaulting the restriction with his attacks. He aimed to break through swiftly, crush Chen-Lu, and seize the opportunity for himself. Was danger approaching so swiftly? Chen-Lu was equally astonished, but had already grasped the celestial apricots. Undoubtedly, the black and white duality of the previously manifested random opportunity represented the crisis, which was the master of the purple bamboo. Now, Chen-Lu faced a dilemma. How to escape? Under the onslaught of the master of the purple bamboo, how could he leave? In the human realm, within Chen Xian's abode. Ding! The clone of Chen-Lu encountered a crisis and triggered a choice. Two options presented themselves. Point 1. Opt for Chen-Lu to consume the primordial spiritual root, the celestial apricot, which would leverage the remaining accompanying primordial restriction to escort Chen-Lu to safety. 2. Immediately transport the celestial apricot back, causing the residual primordial restriction to vanish, and later resurrect Chen-Lu using a revival card. What a ridiculous choice! Option 1. There was no need for deliberation. Chen Xian decisively chose for Chen-Lu to consume the celestial apricot. After all, who knew when a revival card would be available again? But the celestial apricot could be consumed by anyone. Preserving Chen-Lu's safety was of utmost importance. In a moment, Chen Xian issued the command to eat. On the other side, Chen-Lu directly shoved two immortal apricots into his mouth, not allowing himself even a moment to savor their flavor. As soon as the apricots entered, they transformed into a warm current that melded seamlessly into his body, leaving only the two pits behind. No, roared the celestial bamboo master, his voice tinged with despair. His eyes nearly bursting with rage. His opportunity, the innate spiritual fruit, was being consumed right before his eyes. He was separated from this chance by merely a thin layer of restriction. Yet, it was his fragile barrier that caused him to miss out on his fortune. After the two immortal apricots became a torrent of heat within Chun-Lu, the accompanying innate restriction suddenly began to shift. The entire scene within the barrier began to dissolve, transforming into pure spiritual energy. The thin layer of restriction commenced its collapse. What is this? The celestial bamboo master felt an ominous sensation rising from his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he intensified his efforts, even employing several divine abilities. Yet, it was all in vain. The collapsed restriction had surprisingly enhanced its defensive capabilities. The celestial bamboo master's attacks barely stirred a ripple. Buzz! The transformation of the restriction was swift. Within mere breaths, it had collapsed into a shell that enveloped Chun-Lu entirely. Damn it! The celestial bamboo master bellowed. How could he not realize that this was the residual innate restriction protecting its master after the spiritual fruit had been consumed? The defensive power of such a shell was unimaginable. Even if he could not break it, he could still take it away. At this juncture, the celestial bamboo master's sole recourse was to transport this shell away and then seek an opportunity to shatter it, gradually concocting a means to deal with Chun-Lu. Whoosh! Just then, a sudden change occurred. The collapsed shell of the restriction, sensing a threat, flickered with spiritual light and transformed into a streak of flowing light. Attempting to escape at astonishing speed, as if he would allow that, the celestial bamboo master was infuriated. They wished to flee. He immediately transformed into a beam of purple light, flashing several times to block the path of the shell. His magical power surged, forming a barrier to intercept the shell. Just as they were about to collide, a flash of spiritual light erupted from the innate restriction shell. Its speed surged several levels in an instant. Bang! The celestial bamboo master's barrier was shattered in an instant, akin to an eggshell colliding with a stone. Not good. The celestial bamboo master was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the innate restriction shell could unleash such formidable power. Now he found himself in a predicament. He stood directly in line with the shell, positioned right before it. He had assumed his magical barrier would suffice to stop it, but now that barrier lay in ruins. The next to be struck was undoubtedly him. Bang! Without granting the celestial bamboo master a chance to evade, the innate restriction shell collided directly with him. In an instant, he was sent flying backward. Whoosh! The innate restriction shell, showing no regard for him, barreled past the celestial bamboo master and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon, leaving no trace behind. Puffed! The celestial bamboo master spat out a mouthful of old blood. Feeling as if his internal organs had shattered from the impact, his entire body nearly disintegrating, it was fair to say that the blow he had just received had inflicted considerable injury upon him. Cursed fate! He roared, his expression frenzied. His opportunity. Not only had his chance been snatched away, but his assailant had also left him with this parting blow. The humiliation was unbearable. Very well. When I return to the celestial court, I shall mobilize my forces to track you down and ensure you suffer. The celestial bamboo master cursed vehemently. Unwilling to linger in this place of sorrow, he soon transformed into a beam of purple light. Heading eastward, he intended to return to the celestial court, seek out an expert in divination, and ascertain the whereabouts of this individual. Afterward, he would hunt down Chun-Lu and exact his revenge, lest his heart's rage remain unquenched. Meanwhile, Chun-Lu was encased within the innate restriction shell, which sped toward a certain direction. Chun-Lu attempted to open the shell or exert any control over it, but to no avail. To break free. He would likely have to fully refine the two immortal apricots within him. Whoosh! Thus, the innate restriction shell sped onward, eventually landing in a secluded valley after several days. Chun-Lu released his thoughts to sense his surroundings and confirmed that this valley was indeed tranquil, devoid of any signs of life. Ah, Chun Lu sighed in relief. He had feared the innate restriction shell might land in a perilous location. Now, this valley seemed quite suitable. He would have ample time to refine the immortal apricots within him. Retaining the 2 pits of the apricots in his mouth, it was prudent to send them back first. Soon, the pits were dispatched. Chun Lu also received a new command, to enter seclusion and refine the immortal apricots as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture within the innate restriction shell and began to harness the power of the apricots. Waves of warmth surged from within Chun Lu, elevating his cultivation. Simultaneously, his foundation, consciousness, magical power, and other aspects were continuously enhancing and evolving, with external spiritual energy flowing into him. Just as Chun Lu commenced refining the immortal apricots, the outer innate restriction shell seemed to sense something. It flickered with spiritual light and activated its concealment function. Thus, the innate restriction shell began to vanish, ultimately becoming undetectable, devoid of any presence. All of Chun Lu's refining activities were isolated, rendering them imperceptible to the outside world. This place remained a serene valley, untouched by any creature. Consequently, it seemed that Chun Lu would be unable to emerge for quite some time, by the Eastern Sea. Chun Xian pondered deeply. He examined the panel of Chun Lu's avatar. Chun Lu's cultivation, late heavenly immortal, increasing, physical body, early earth immortal, increasing aptitude, extraordinary acquired, increasing talent, dragon elephant power, smooth sailing, unknown talent, emerging. In summary, the future was promising, although refining the innate spiritual roots fruit was certainly not an overnight endeavor. The duration Chun Lu would require remained uncertain. However, one thing was certain. Once Chun Lu emerged from seclusion, he would undoubtedly achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal, and a remarkably powerful one at that. After all, the immortal apricot was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, and its effects would be extraordinary. As for the 2 pits, they indeed possessed some significance. Chun Xian scrutinized the 2 pits that Chun Lu had sent back. Immortal apricots, as innate spiritual roots, could only appear once and could not be replicated. Thus, even if these 2 seeds were planted, they would never yield immortal apricots. Yet the wind and thunder twin apricots were also quite appealing. Chun Xian smiled, having already deduced the origin of these 2 seeds. They were none other than the wind and thunder twin apricots. During the later periods of the canonization era, they belonged to the disciple Yun Zhongzi of the Chan sect, who gifted them to Lei Zhenzi. Upon consuming them, Lei Zhenzi directly attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal and mastered the powers of wind and thunder. However, he was a flawed great Luo golden immortal, having exhausted all his potential, forever remaining at that level. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this was something that could enable one to achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal directly, if utilized properly. Its effects would undoubtedly be astounding. Let us plant them right away. Chun Xian declared, waving his hand. He opened a portal in his palm space, retrieving the immortal apricot pits within. Subsequently, he conjured an environment suitable for their growth using earth, fire, wind, and water, planting the 2 pits and extracting spiritual energy from the surroundings to nurture them. After planting the seeds, Chun Xian gathered his thoughts and began to assess the gains from Chun Lu's expedition. Seeds, a multitude of seeds, along with various plants, are currently stored within the confines of the system space. The primary objective of Chun Lu's recent expedition was to discover suitable seeds for cultivation within the territory of the Qingyao tribe. Now, with such a vast array of plants and seeds having been gathered, the next step is selection. It is certain that among this plethora of flora, only a minuscule fraction will qualify as excellent seeds for cultivation. But how to discern the best among them? There exists but one method: extensive planting. Moreover, it is not merely about selecting superior seeds. The subsequent techniques of cultivation must also be gradually refined through this extensive planning process. It is a journey of continuous practice, culminating in the accumulation of experience. Fortunately, I possess a space within my palm, rendering these tasks manageable. Chun Xian felt a wave of relief within this pocket dimension. The elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water are entirely under his control. Utilizing this space to simulate the seasonal variations of the outside world is not a daunting endeavor. Additionally, this space has the capacity to absorb an infinite amount of spiritual energy from the outside world, which can be employed to nurture the plants within. By fully harnessing these capabilities, the growth of the plants can be expedited significantly. For ordinary plants, as long as the spiritual energy is abundant, achieving maturity in an instant is far from impossible. Synthesizing these two aspects means that Chun Xian can simulate the changes of the four seasons in a mere moment. He can then use spiritual energy to propel ordinary plants through the seasons, allowing them to reach maturity instantaneously. Thus, whether an ordinary plant is suitable for cultivation can be discerned in this very instant. This can be deemed an infinite planting simulation, albeit limited to ordinary plants. It must commence forthwith, without hesitation. Chun Xian resolved to put his decision into action. He immediately manipulated a portion of the space within his palm, initiating the transformation of elemental forces to continuously simulate the seasonal changes. Thus, after several days, Chun Xian was adept at perfectly simulating the seasonal variations, indistinguishable from the outside world. Next, it was time to introduce the plants. He transferred a batch of plants from the system space into his pocket dimension. Subsequently, he created a suitable environment and began the planting process. Each type of plant had to be cultivated numerous times before determining its suitability as an excellent seed. Survival of the fittest. Only the finest would be selected. As the days passed, Chun Xian conducted countless simulations, identifying several varieties of suitable seeds for cultivation. However, the planting simulations did not cease. The plants brought back by Chun Lu each possessed distinct characteristics and growth patterns. Even with the rapid pace of simulation, completing this task was not a matter of mere moments. Thus, after several more days of repeated simulations, Chun Xian began to sense an epiphany that a certain pattern gradually unveiled itself through the myriad simulations, embedded within the growth of ordinary plants and the transformations of the seasons. Captivated, Chun Xian focused all his thoughts on this elusive realization. He hastened the simulation speed, eager to fully uncover this pattern. As the simulations continued, the pattern began to emerge more clearly in Chun Xian's mind. Finally, a jolt of understanding surged through him. He comprehended this pattern in its entirety. It encompassed 24 transformations that represented the path of development for all things. The natural laws governing change, the cycles of seasons, climate, and phenological variations were all encapsulated within. Beginning with the arrival of spring and culminating in the depths of winter, it was at this moment when Chun Xian fully grasped the 24 transformations that he established their name, the 24 solar terms. One could say that Chun Xian is the creator of the 24 solar terms. Much like the ancient Bagua. Agriculture. A sudden surge echoed in Chun Xian's mind, and a singular word materialized. An intangible intuition informed him that he was now capable of achieving something extraordinary. To establish agriculture. As long as the 24 solar terms are manifested, the path of agriculture can be set forth. At that time, it would remedy a certain deficiency within the natural order, accruing immeasurable merit. The path of agriculture emerging, Chun Xian was astonished by his own realization. It seemed he had stumbled upon something remarkable. What began as a mere simulation of planting to select excellent seeds, laying the groundwork for the development of humanity, had unexpectedly led to the emergence of the 24 solar terms and the path of agriculture. Yet, Chun Xian began to ponder. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there were also excellent seeds in the emergence of the 24 solar terms. Why had he never heard of the path of agriculture being established? Could it be that after the war of the witches and demons, the natural order had already rectified this aspect, rendering the path of agriculture obsolete? Chun Xian reflected, pondering the answer. The primordial world is continuously evolving, though he could not fathom why future generations seemed to decline. The natural order was in a constant state of refinement. Now, while there remained gaps in the natural order, it was indeed the opportune moment to fill them. The path of agriculture must be established immediately. Chun Xian promptly made his decision. Such an opportunity must be seized. Otherwise, it may never arise again. With the 24 solar terms, my simulated planting techniques will expedite the process significantly. Both the excellent seeds and the methods of cultivation must be simulated together as part of the path of agriculture. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chun Xian's hands moved without pause. He gathered spiritual energy from the air through his magical power and infused it into his pocket dimension to accelerate the speed of the simulated planting. Thus, after 7 days, the excellent seeds were fully selected. The cultivation methods required a bit more time. However, it would not take long. Just a few months, and all the cultivation methods for the excellent seeds would be simulated. Thus, the planting simulation concluded successfully. The excellent seeds, the methods of cultivation, and the 24 solar terms were all firmly in Chun Xian's grasp. Tiango, go guard the entrance. Chun Xian commanded, then unleashed a wave of magical power to envelop the surrounding area, setting up a barrier formation. What? Guard the entrance again. Tiango was taken aback, and upon witnessing the magical power unleashed by Chun Xian, he shuddered involuntarily. He recalled the last time Chun Xian executed such a maneuver, resulting in the emergence of the Bagua. Could it be that history was about to repeat itself? That seemed improbable. The emergence of the Bagua was akin to establishing a doctrinal authority in the primordial world. Even though he had no doubts about Chun Xian's prodigious abilities, such momentous events surely required a span of time to unfold, right? After all, it had not been long since the emergence of the Bagua. No, if you're truly about to accomplish something monumental, you ought to inform me in advance. Suddenly, Tiango realized the urgency and shouted out that he recalled that during the last emergence of the Bagua, he had been too close to Chun Xian and had been crushed by the overwhelming aura. Unable to move, it was utterly humiliating. Tiango asserted that he had no desire to experience that again. However, his warning came a bit too late. A vast and overwhelming aura emanated from within Chun Xian's abode, this time infused with the very principles of existence, touching upon the fundamental rules of the primordial world. Oh no! Tiango lamented, collapsing to the ground, completely immobilized. Regret washed over him, and he wished he had never doubted Chun Xian's prodigiousness. Now, he found himself once again pinned to the ground. An extraordinarily immense presence permeated the entirety of the primordial realm. The natural order shifted, manifesting boundless phenomena in the heavens. The myriad beings of the primordial world looked up in shock, their mouths agape, their faces awash with astonishment. Could it be that the primordial realm was on the brink of a great era? Why were such earth-shattering phenomena occurring one after another? Who could this be this time? The powerful beings began to involuntarily engage in their calculations, concealing my presence. Chun Xian was well acquainted with this notion, silently instructing himself. Immediately, the natural order responded, erasing Chun Xian's existence once more. And one could discern the origin of this individual responsible for the extraordinary phenomena through divination. Excellent seeds, suitable for cultivation, could mature once, or even twice or thrice in a single year. The number of suitable seeds for cultivation is as follows. As Chun Xian spoke, the celestial phenomena above began to shift, with each mention of a particular quality seed. The manifestation of that plant emerged in the heavens. Among them were numerous species that were exceedingly common in the primordial era, easily discoverable with a casual stroll. Furthermore, with every species he named, Chun Xian would immediately impart the cultivation techniques associated with that seed to all sentient beings in the primordial realm. Many races that had long suffered from food scarcity were overjoyed at the sight of these celestial wonders. Quickly seek out this quality seed. We must cultivate it across our entire territory. Some races had already set their plans into motion. Food had always posed a significant challenge, particularly in the current primordial age where sustenance relied heavily on hunting. Insufficient nourishment was a pressing issue faced by nearly every race. The emergence of quality seeds and their cultivation methods directly addressed this dilemma. Countless races were now kneeling in reverence, offering prayers to the sky. Fuxi, Demon Emperor, can you divine the whereabouts of this individual? Deep Jun inquired of Fuxi, one of the 3 emperors of the demon clan, who stood beside him. Fuxi, renowned for his divination skills, was unmatched in this art among all beings in the primordial realm, save for the saints. Yet, at this moment, the so-called foremost diviner beneath the saints bore a troubled expression. After repeated attempts at divination, his complexion had grown increasingly pale. This should not be, as long as this individual has existed. Even the faintest trace should allow me to follow the clues to uncover their presence. He lamented the elusive nature of this person, made all the more frustrating by the heavenly Tao's subtlety in leaving no traces, nor engaging with sentient beings. Otherwise, should Fushi dare to infringe upon such matters and trace causality back to the heavenly Tao, he would surely face divine retribution in an instant. I can find no trace of this individual. I am unable to divine their whereabouts. After a long hesitation, Fushi finally uttered these words that he felt deeply frustrated, knowing he was the foremost adept at divination. Yet after 2 attempts, he had gleaned not a single piece of information. Previously, when he established the 8 trigrams, he could not divine anything. This time, having learned the 8 trigrams, he felt his divination skills had greatly improved, yet he was still unable to discern anything about the one spreading the cultivation methods. It was exceedingly vexing. If this continued, how could he maintain his title as the foremost diviner beneath the saints? Fushi felt as though the heavenly Tao was conspiring against him. Could it be the handiwork of those few? Dijun pondered aloud. In truth, whether it was the 3 purities, Niwa, or the Western saints who most desired to ascertain Chen Xian's whereabouts, they too were in a state of frustration, given their level of expertise. They understood that the other party had chosen to obscure their presence with the assistance of the heavenly Tao. Thus, even they were unable to divine the other's location. Now, I have imparted all my quality seeds and their cultivation methods. At this moment, Chen Xian had concluded the transmission of the final quality seed and its cultivation technique. The celestial phenomena ceased their transformation, no longer conjuring various plants that it was time to conclude. The gathered powers breathed a collective sigh of relief, feeling liberated from their torment. After all, merely witnessing this individual's display of prowess without knowing their identity was indeed a form of torment. Now that the individual had finished speaking, the celestial display was set to come to an end. In my compassion for all beings, I recognize that while I have provided quality seeds and cultivation methods, we still lack a fundamental basis to assist in the cultivation. Thus, I have summarized the changes of the 4 seasons, comprising 24 distinct phenomena, which I now convey to all. This is known as the 24 solar terms. Upon the utterance of these words, the celestial phenomena intensified, and a celestial melody resonated from above, while golden lotuses ascended from the earth. Heaven and earth celebrated this momentous occasion. More, the assembled powers were left dumbfounded, overwhelmed. Is it not excessive with yet another set of teachings? They thought, if you possess such prowess, then show yourself and cease hiding. Beginning of spring, rainwater, awakening of insects, winter solstice, minor cold, major cold. Each solar term represented a transformation, indicating that all farming should be conducted in accordance with the solar terms for sowing and harvesting to harmonize with the natural changes, ensuring a bountiful yield. Thus, the 24 solar terms were established. At this point, even though Chen Xian had previously experienced grand spectacles, he still could not suppress his excitement. He declared with a resonant voice, quality seeds, cultivation methods, and the 24 solar terms all converge. The path of agriculture is now established. The heavenly Tao resonated, and boundless vibrant phenomena cascaded from the heavens. The colorful manifestations that surged from the earth ascended, reflecting the celestial display. The onlookers felt as if they had returned to the day when the 3 purities attained sainthood. Resulting in such phenomena, the path of agriculture is established. With these words, the heavens and earth trembled. All beings seemed to behold a grand avenue stretching across the sky, radiating with a rich vitality. Within this avenue, lush crops appeared, promising an inexhaustible supply of sustenance. The path of agriculture yields food, and for all beings, sustenance is paramount. The resounding establishment of the agricultural path merged with the heavenly Tao, completing a portion of its essence. Immediately thereafter, immeasurable merit suffused the entire sky with a golden hue. A vast river of merit cascaded from above, rolling downwards. As it descended halfway, it vanished from sight. The beings observed that within this river, ethereal lights flickered, though they could not discern them clearly. Finally, the phenomena dissipated. This spectacle, centered on the dissemination of quality seeds and cultivation methods, culminated in the establishment of the agricultural path. Searched tirelessly, both the demon and celestial courts promptly issued identical commands. Since they could not divine the other's whereabouts, they would mobilize a vast number of personnel to locate the individual. Elder brother, do you think they will succeed? Kunlun Mountain's Tongtian inquired, sensing the situation. Ha! A pack of rodents. How could they accomplish anything significant? The primitive celestial venerable interjected with disdain. In his eyes, both the demon and celestial courts were insignificant, unworthy of mention. Such a person of immense merit, endowed with profound fortune, could not be easily ensnared by mere calamities. Lousy nodded in agreement. For the saints, it was already evident that the next great calamity would arise from the conflict between the witch and demon clans. Anyone capable of attaining such immense merit would undoubtedly be someone prudent and self-preserving. How could they possibly align with the demon or celestial courts? Perhaps, to encounter this individual of great merit, one would have to wait until after the great calamity had passed. Meanwhile, on Chun Xian's side, with the agricultural path established, he had already received the rewards from the heavenly Tao. His body was suffused with a brilliant golden merit, comparable to the establishment of a grand teaching. In fact, the merit he had accrued could be likened to the establishment of two great teachings. If the myriad powers of the primordial realm were to learn of this, they would surely be left utterly astounded. And then there was this innate spiritual treasure. Chun Xian mused as he gazed at the object in his hand. As the agricultural path was established, a piece of innate spiritual treasure descended with the merit he had just received. It was a hoe. Known as the creation Hoe, it possessed the ability to nurture all things, awakening the vitality of the world with a single strike. While primarily an auxiliary tool, in critical moments, the creation hoe could also serve as a formidable weapon. After all, swinging a hoe at someone would undoubtedly wield considerable force. I shall keep this for now and allocate it later. Chun Xian thought, storing the creation hoe within his system space, for he had no intention of wielding it as a weapon. Next, he needed to contemplate the matter of merit, with merit akin to that of establishing a grand teaching. It could not merely be hoarded. Regarding this merit, Chun Xian had formulated a plan. He aimed to condense his merit into a golden body. The merit golden body would not only enhance the resilience of his physical form, but, most importantly, serve as a protective talisman. Once activated, whoever dared to lay hands upon him would be entangled in the web of causality, should anyone dare to strike him directly, unless they too possessed immense merit. They would have to reckon with the consequences of divine retribution. Condense. With this thought, he hesitated no further. Chun Xian immediately entered a meditative state, channeling the merit into his physical form. Before long, strands of golden light began to emanate from his body. Thus, several months passed. On one particular day, Chun Xian opened his eyes, his entire being radiating with boundless golden light, even his eyes gleaming with golden brilliance. The merit golden body was complete. Is this the merit golden body? Chun Xian quietly sighed, his heart brimming with joy. The merit body was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Setting aside the efficacy of the protective talismans, the mere activation of the merit body resulted in an exponential increase in defensive capabilities. Furthermore, with merit bestowed upon him, no form of attack could harm him. Even standing still, ordinary spells and divine abilities would fail to inflict any damage. However, the absence of offensive capability was somewhat regrettable. Chun Xian spoke to himself in silence. The merit body undoubtedly exemplified the full potential of merit as a protective mechanism, augmenting defense while also invoking heavenly retribution. Yet, it lacked any offensive power. Once activated, he transformed into a golden glimmering bastion of flesh, undeniably robust in defense, but easily targeted. He could not afford to be reckless. He needed to continue his development. Chun Xian retracted the merit body, gradually regaining his composure. The abilities of the mighty beings in the primordial world were vast, and even with the merit body, he remained lacking in methods. Steady development was essential, with occasional greetings exchanged with the beings of the primordial realm being sufficient. As he spoke, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. He then waved a hand, casting forth a surge of magical energy to dismantle the barrier surrounding him. Just as he was about to contemplate his next steps, a dog head poked through the doorway. Chun Xian, teach me. The celestial dog was brimming with eagerness as it continued. I also want to create a commotion in the primordial world to benefit the sentient beings. It would be disingenuous to claim it felt no envy that the soul-informed party. The celestial dog harbored a deep-rooted admiration for Chun Xian's ability to stir such significant upheaval. Displaying prowess before the masses was indeed a glorious endeavor. This matter was far too intricate for it to grasp. Without hesitation, Chun Xian declined. Such monumental deeds of merit were his burden alone to bear. He then shifted the conversation, saying, however, I do have a task for you. Will you undertake it? The celestial dog longed to protest, wishing to avoid the task, yet lacked the courage to voice it, instead responding, leave it to me. What do you need? I require you to deliver these seeds and their planting methods to the three ancestors. Chun Xian stated, forming a luminous orb containing the planting methods. He then waved his hand, conjuring a small space to encompass the vast quantity of seeds. Done. Simple. The celestial dog grinned, previously assuming it would be a daunting task. This errand to find the three ancestors was within its expertise. I'll be back before you know it. With that, the celestial dog vanished in a flash of black light in the ancestral land of humanity. The three ancestors were gathered together, engaged in divination through the I Ching. Their focus was on Chun Lu, who was regarded as the most promising human genius. He ventured out for training. Concerns arose, prompting them to employ divination to ascertain his safety. After a brief moment, the three ancestors ceased their activities, exhaling simultaneously. The divination indicated that Chun Lu was currently in no danger. Rather, he seemed to be in an unknown territory, rendering his location untraceable. Being in an unknown place yet without peril could suggest some form of restriction. The three ancestors, well versed in such matters, speculated accordingly if that were the case. Chun Lu might have encountered an opportunity. It must be an opportunity, said the Ce clan member, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, there is no need for our concern, replied the swearing clan member, feeling quite pleased as a highly regarded genius. It was encouraging for Chun Lu to find opportunities so soon after embarking on his journey. They felt genuine happiness for him. Just then, a familiar fluctuation surged forth, catching the attention of the three ancestors. This sensation felt as though something new had emerged within the ancestral land of humanity. Let us go. In a blink, the three ancestors departed for the source of the disturbance. It was the same location as before, the same table, yet this time, a luminous orb and a mustard seed space lay upon it. What is this? The three ancestors were astonished, recognizing the situation. Previously, three luminous orbs had appeared on the table, granting them insights into the I Ching and enabling the dissemination of knowledge among humanity. What could this new occurrence signify? Let me take a look, exclaimed the Yu Chao clan member, reaching out to grasp the luminous orb and probing it with his magical energy. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, astonished. The planting methods. And this means, he continued, already lifting the mustard seed space and probing within. Indeed, it contained exceptional seeds. The Yu Chao clan member was utterly astounded, his hands trembling. The planting methods within the orb were incredibly detailed, far more refined than those discussed previously in the celestial realm. The quantity of excellent seeds within the mustard seed space was equivalent to a towering mountain that, if all were disseminated, it would be sufficient to spread quality seeds throughout humanity within a few years. At that time, every region of humanity would have quality seeds for cultivation, thus eliminating the threat of hunger. Let us see as well. Both the Swearin and Ce clan members were equally astonished and hastily began to examine the contents. They were immediately overwhelmed by immense joy. With these resources, humanity would be free from famine. Could it be that the being who established the agricultural path was allied with the one who previously laid down the I Ching? The three ancestors could not help but speculate that if not, why would such assistance be rendered to humanity? First, the I Ching was passed down, now the seeds. This was a clear benefaction towards humanity. Quickly disseminate the planting methods and seeds throughout humanity. Upon regaining their composure from the shock, the Swearin clan member promptly initiated action. Matters concerning food were of utmost urgency. Once quality seeds reached all of humanity, their population would undoubtedly surge, especially considering the rapid reproductive capabilities of humanity. Given sufficient food, it was plausible that the population could increase by billions within a century. As the three ancestors began their efforts, a fervor swept through humanity. Chun Xian, unaware of the three ancestors' actions, became acutely aware of an issue that significantly pertained to humanity, even causing him to feel anxious. Your avatar, Qin Yao, has relayed a message. The conflict between the demon court and the celestial court has intensified, sparking minor skirmishes along the eastern sea's periphery. While this news might not seem overly significant, given the historical animosity between the demon and celestial realms, conflicts were to be expected. However, the critical factor was that the battleground lay within the eastern sea's periphery. The territory of humanity bordered the eastern sea, which was also part of that region. Should the battlefield of the demon court and celestial court extend to the eastern sea's shores, the repercussions would be dire. With humanity's current capabilities, they could not withstand such a conflict. Although the three ancestors of humanity were all grand Luo golden immortals, how could they possibly protect all of humanity? It would surely result in devastation for the human race. Measures must be taken to prevent the situation from escalating to the eastern sea's shores. Humanity could not endure such turmoil. In an instant, Chun Xian reached a decision. How to intervene? There were two methods. Firstly, a third-party force could intervene to prevent the conflict between the demon court and celestial court from escalating. Secondly, he could create a diversion to draw the battlefield elsewhere. The first approach was impractical. The only force capable of restraining the demon and celestial courts was the Witch Clan. Yet, the Witch Clan resided far away in the center of the continent at Mount Buzhou. Would they bother to engage in a fight at the eastern sea's periphery? Thus, the second method would have to suffice. He would assign a task to Qin Yao, urging him to participate in the conflict and create a significant disturbance to draw attention away. Qin Yao was currently stationed within the Eastern Defense Army of the Demon Clan, a key player in this war. His involvement would be ideal for diverting the battlefield elsewhere, as for Qin Yao's safety. There was no need for excessive concern. Based on the intelligence within the Avatar's logs, Qin Yao was favored by the leader of the Eastern Defense Army of the Demon Court, Bai Fong. Bai Fong was one of the 12 demon gods, possessing formidable strength. With his protection, Qin Yao's safety was reasonably assured. The task was transmitted. The system's notification rang out, jolting Chun Xian from his contemplation. System, open the panel. Chun Xiandao. Host, Chun Xian can summon avatars. Ordinary avatar 10. Shop. Fine steel armor, bee-skin boots, filthy blood water. Avatars, Chun Dan, ordinary avatar 2 million points. 186, 118. System space. Palm space, 4-color blood light bag. Merit compass, creation hoe. Establishing the agricultural path. Additional rewards available for collection. The shop may refresh. The changes are minimal, and the points are only a meager 100,000. Collect the reward for establishing the agricultural path. Ding! Earn points 3 million. Just like before, only 3 million points. Refresh the shop. This was precisely Chun Xian's intention. He needed to send Qin Yao out to create some trouble and had to refresh the shop to see if he could gather some items for Qin Yao. Soon, 3 new items appeared in the shop. Chun Xian's eyes brightened immediately. He automatically disregarded 2 ordinary items and focused on the last one. Master of the formation. Once equipped, one can learn the method to transform formations, turning ordinary formations into exclusive ones. Upon activating an exclusive formation, the combat power of the pawns is significantly enhanced, allowing them to concentrate all their strength to bolster their own capabilities and unleash terrifying might. Furthermore, the more enemies one defeats after activating the exclusive formation, the faster their strength increases. A superb talent. The so-called formation refers to the tactical arrangements within an army, while pawns refer to soldiers. Once a formation is laid out, it can elevate the combat effectiveness of the entire army. The master of the formation is a talent that utilizes formations to enhance combat power and increase strength. The more pawns there are, the greater the combat effectiveness. The more enemies defeated, the faster the strength increases. With such a talent, is there any need for hesitation? Absolutely not. Among all of Chun Xian's avatars, Only Chun Yao led an army of 10,000 demon soldiers. System, exchange for the master of the formation and equip it to Chun Yao. Qin Xian made his decision immediately, in an instant. His 3 million points were completely depleted, exchanged for the master of the formation. The points he had just accumulated were once again exhausted. However, the key was to enhance Chun Yao's strength. It is certain that with this talent, Chun Yao's combat power and abilities will soar rapidly. With this, I can feel a bit more at ease. Qin Xian sighed in relief. Regarding matters concerning the human race, no amount of attention is excessive. Next, it will depend on Chun Yao's performance. At this moment, within the eastern garrison of the Demon Court, Chun Yao, upon receiving the talent, immediately announced a retreat into seclusion. Inside the tent, Chun Yao began to meticulously study this new talent. Once he thoroughly understood the effects of the talent, he promptly began to modify the formations of the Demon Court. Since joining the Demon Court, he had been stationed in the eastern garrison. Under the leadership of Bai Fong, Bai Fong had appointed him as the captain of 10,000, leading an army of demon soldiers in battles to hone his abilities. Currently, Chun Yao's attributes are as follows. Chun Yao's cultivation: mid-stage, celestial immortal, physical body; early stage, earth immortal, qualification, primary innate spirit, talent, blood of 10,000 demons, mastery of spells, master of the formation, treasure, one acquired spiritual treasure, the Ein Soul Staff. After joining the Demon Court, Chun Yao fully leveraged the effects of the blood of 10,000 demons and mastery of spells. Any spell he encountered, whether common or unique to certain races, he learned them all. There was nothing he couldn't master with just a glance. As of now, Chun Yao has mastered over 10,000 spells. They are diverse in type and numerous in effect. It can be said that with Chun Yao's current understanding of spells, as long as the combination is reasonable, he can defeat enemies far surpassing his own level. Chun Yao's combat power cannot merely be determined by his realm. After several days, the demon formation has been successfully modified. Chun Yao opened his eyes in the tent and exhaled a breath. The formation modification was complete, and this set of formations had now become his exclusive formation, usable only by him. Next, as long as the demon soldiers under his command learn it, the effects of the master of the formation can be realized during the next deployment. Come, Chun Yao commanded. Immediately, demon soldiers entered from outside. I have made slight modifications to the formation, enhancing its power. Spread the word quickly and begin your training immediately. Chun Yao instructed, condensing a light sphere to disseminate the formation. Yes, my lord, the demon soldiers replied, their eyes reflecting admiration. They had witnessed Chun Yao's abilities. Not only was he powerful in personal combat, but he also possessed great talent in formation deployment. Now, he had even modified the formation. Such talent is undeniably formidable. Following such a person will surely lead to future advancement. This formation is not difficult to learn. Even demon soldiers with less outstanding talents only need a bit of practice to master it. Therefore, Chun Yao is not worried that his demon soldiers will take a long time to grasp the formation. Whoosh! At this moment, a beam of spiritual light suddenly flew in from outside the tent. The spiritual light manifested before Chun Yao, adorned with demon script, conveying a message. Come to the demon hall to see me. The only one capable of sending a message directly to Chun Yao's tent without notification is the demon commander, Bai Fong. After reading the message, Chun Yao stood up and cast a cloud-walking spell to head to the demon hall. A moment later, in the eastern garrison's demon hall. This demon hall serves as the core of the eastern garrison of the demon court. All commands emanate from here. The one in charge is the demon commander, Bai Fong. That a surprise attack is imminent. A demon soldier reported to Bai Fong. Let him in. Bai Fong smiled and relayed the message. The surprise attack is the name of Chun Yao. Since joining the demon court, he had always been known as the surprise attack, never revealing his true name. Throughout the demon court, many knew of the surprise attacker, but none knew of Chun Yao. I greet the demon commander. Chun Yao saluted, gazing at the imposing figure of Bai Fong clad in crimson. Bai Fong exuded an immense aura, his strength inscrutable, roughly estimating as one of the 12 demon gods. Bai Fong had surely stepped into the quasi-saint realm. However, the exact level of his quasi-saint status remains uncertain. Surprise attack. What is your current level of strength? Bai Fong inquired upon Chun Yao's arrival. He was genuinely concerned for this individual he valued greatly. In response to the demon commander, if we speak of means, no one below the celestial immortal can surpass me. Soon, surpassing the golden immortal will also not be a challenge. Chen Yao stated candidly, directly revealing his strength. In the demon court, the higher one's talent displayed, the more attention they receive. The stronger one's strength revealed, the higher they can ascend in rank. Strength is paramount, a truth that is vividly reflected within the demon court. Very good. Bai Feng nodded, clearly satisfied. The quicker Chen Yao's strength improves, the more benefits Bai Feng will reap. For instance, in terms of authority within the demon court. Excluding the 3 demon emperors and 1 demon master, the 12 demon gods hold the most power. They manage countless demon soldiers. The stronger one is the more demon soldiers they command. Thus, surprise attack. Heed my orders. From this day forth, you shall be the lieutenant of the Eastern Garrison, commanding 100,000 demon soldiers, named Surprise Attack Army. You will only answer to me, free from the control of others. And may march at will. Bai Feng articulated the purpose behind summoning Chen Yao. Given Chen Yao's exceptional talent, appropriately elevating his authority within the army will yield better training outcomes. Furthermore, to cultivate Chen Yao, Bai Feng granted this surprise attack army significant privileges. Thank you, Demon Commander. Chen Yao immediately bowed. The position of lieutenant is not a grand title, on the contrary. It is merely the smallest official rank within the Eastern Garrison. However, it represents authority. The title of lieutenant signifies that Chen Yao has officially entered the realm of power within the Eastern Garrison. Indeed, there are numerous lieutenants within the Eastern Garrison. Yet, Chen Yao is confident he can stand out among them and ascend to a higher position. With the master of the formation talent, he will not lack strength. All right, you may withdraw. Bai Feng nodded. Having no further instructions, this subordinate takes their leave. Chen Yao acted decisively, departing without delay. Shortly thereafter, an army of 90,000 demons was mobilized, joining the previous 10,000 under Chen Yao's command. Thus forming a formidable force of 100,000, orders were issued to all demon soldiers to practice the newly reformed battle formations immediately. Chen Yao commanded the dissemination of the specialized formations, refined by the master of formations. The 100,000 demon soldiers promptly began their training. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yao gradually started to assert control over this legion of demons, promoting 1 captain from the original 10,000 soldiers. With 10 captains, he relayed commands to the entire force of 100,000. Thus, after several months, reports reached the demon commander that the entire army had mastered the reformed battle formations. Excellent. Prepare the troops, and we shall set forth to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Chen Yao ordered without hesitation. Everything was now in readiness. It was time to venture near the Eastern Sea and fulfill their mission. Yes, the 10 captains responded in unison. Soon after, the 100,000 demon soldiers broke camp and embarked on their journey. Among them, even the weakest possessed the cultivation of earth immortals. Consequently, their march was swift. Furthermore, the Eastern Garrison, already stationed in the Eastern lands, was not far from the Eastern Sea. Thus, 1 month later, the 100,000 demon soldiers approached the Eastern S. At this point, they had entered a battlefield, where encounters with the Celestial Court's personnel were imminent. The Celestial Court had long been embroiled in conflict with the Demon Court. Recently, the Celestial Court had unexpectedly instigated hostilities near the Eastern Sea. Although the scale was still minor, merely skirmishes, yet was there a deeper scheme at play? This remained uncertain. Report to the Demon Commander. A scout approached, delivering news of our demon army being encircled by the Celestial Court. Should we engage? At this moment, the scout conveyed the information to Chen Yao. Here comes the action. Chen Yao smiled. Was he not here for battle? The more celestial personnel he could slay, the more attention he would attract from the Celestial Court. In turn, they would designate him as a target, dispatching more forces to eliminate him. Once he became the focal point of the battlefield, wherever he went, the battle would follow. Thus, diverting the battlefield from the shores of the Eastern Sea would be easily accomplished. March forth and slay the Celestials. Chen Yao commanded, his voice resonating through the ranks of the 100,000 soldiers. Upon receiving the order, the entire army surged forward, a dark mass racing ahead. In no time, The situation on the front lines was clear that a contingent of demon soldiers was encircled by approximately 100,000 celestial troops. Given more time, they would surely face complete annihilation. Form the battle array. Follow my lead to slay. Chun Yao's murderous intent surged. On the battlefield, there was no room for mercy. Obey my orders. Almost instantaneously, all demon soldiers began to execute the battle formation techniques, uniting into a cohesive array. Boom! As the formation solidified, an overwhelming aura radiated outward. The reformed battle array, enhanced by Chun Yao, amplified each soldier's strength while amalgamating their powers that a tremendous force emanated from Chun Yao. What? The celestial troops were taken aback by this surge of energy. What was happening? Just as they were about to eradicate a group of demon soldiers, how could another legion of demons charge in? Reinforcements. The beleaguered demon soldiers were filled with elation. They had thought their doom was certain, only to discover that help had arrived. Kill. The roar was thunderous and extraordinary. All demon soldiers, upon forming the battle array, felt a significant boost in strength. Their morale surged, each eager to vanquish 8 or 9 foes. Boom! In a mere instant, the 100,000 demons collided with the celestial forces, resulting in a one-sided onslaught. Naturally, it was the Celestials who fell. Originally, the strength of the Celestial troops was comparable to that of Chun Yao's demons. Now, with the enhancement from the battle array and bolstered morale, the demons prevailed. In contrast, the Celestial troops, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, fought in disarray, their morale plummeting. The disparity in strength only exacerbated their predicament. The Celestial side descended into chaos, their soldiers panicking and shouting. Silence! Do not disrupt our formation. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the celestial ranks. It was a commanding figure who managed to stabilize the morale of the confused soldiers. Who dares to fear a mere earth immortal? Watch me slay him. This individual, the commander of the celestial force, known as Commander Qitong, asserted confidently. Die! Qitong bellowed, swiftly soaring through the air towards Chun Yao. He had deduced that Chun Yao was the leader of this newly arrived demon army. If he could eliminate Chun Yao, the newly arrived legion would be at his mercy, yielding him significant accolades. What a stroke of luck, he thought. After all, how difficult could it be to slay a mere earth immortal? Amidst the encircled demon soldiers, Commander Qingyi sighed in despair. He had initially believed that being surrounded by the Celestials would seal his fate, and without the capability to confront their leader, he resigned himself to death. Yet upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, his spirits lifted. However, discovering that their commander was merely an earth immortal left him disheartened. What kind of reinforcements are these? They are merely offering themselves up for slaughter. Yet, as Chun Yao gazed at the approaching Commander Qitong, he harbored no regard for him. Though I am merely a mid-tier earth immortal, I find your presence as a gold immortal utterly insignificant. It was not arrogance, but rather the confidence derived from being able to harness the full might of his demon soldiers that rendered Chun Yao unafraid of a gold immortal. Unleash all spells, Chun Yao commanded, and with a wave of his hand, 100 spells erupted forth simultaneously. Wind, fire, earth, wood, metal, lightning, poison, rain, every attribute was represented. Each spell held power rivaling that of a gold immortal. This was the strength of Chun Yao. Endowed with the essence of innate beings and mastery over myriad spells, augmented by the talent of a battle array master. What? Commander Qitong was struck with disbelief as he beheld the multitude of spells descending upon him. A chill flooding his heart. Who am I? Where am I? Whence come these formidable spells? Boom! With no chance to evade, Qitong was struck by the first spell, followed by a barrage of subsequent attacks. Whoosh, like a shooting star. He was sent hurtling back at a speed surpassing that at which he had arrived. Boom! Qitong crashed into the ranks of celestial soldiers, creating a deep crater, and when they looked again, he had fallen silent. Chun Yao had obliterated a gold immortal with 100 spells. The commander is dead. A soldier from the celestial ranks screamed in terror. Instantly, the celestial troops fell into utter disarray. Leave no one behind. Chun Yao issued his orders without a trace of mercy. Compassion does not govern a military. Moreover, every celestial soldier he defeated would augment his strength. As the master of the battle array, the more enemies he vanquished while in formation. The swifter his own power would grow. Following the recent skirmish, Chen Yao felt a surge of energy accumulating within him. Though slight, accumulation would yield results, propelling his cultivation forward rapidly. Kill. Within the encircled ranks. Commander Qi also cried out fervently. His emotions had taken a roller coaster ride. Who could have foreseen that this commander, whom he had underestimated, could annihilate a gold immortal with mere earth immortal prowess? While this was indeed extraordinary, if it meant his survival, it was a boon. On the battlefield, the situation had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Under the command of Chen Yao, 100,000 demon soldiers surrounded the Celestial Court's personnel, swiftly annihilating them. Thus, after several days, the region was devoid of any celestial soldiers. Utterly exterminated, Qing Ao bowed before the leader, expressing his gratitude for being saved. He had witnessed Chen Yao's formidable strength previously. This leader, who appeared to possess only the cultivation of a celestial immortal, had the true power to vanquish golden immortals. Without a doubt, he was a ruthless figure on the battlefield. Qing Ao was eager to follow Chen Yao. Pledging his loyalty to act solely under his command, the IT was evident that Qing Ao sought to submit to Chen Yao, recognizing that aligning with such an extraordinary being would not only yield opportunities for merit, but also enhance his chances of survival. Therefore, this opportunity was not to be overlooked. Very well, Chen Yao responded without hesitation. Although Qing Ao was at the early stage of a golden immortal and ranked among the lower echelons, he still represented a significant combat force. Once integrated into the formation, his abilities would be greatly amplified, leaving no reason for Chen Yao to refuse him. "How many men do you have left?" Chen Yao inquired. "Less than 10,000. Qing Ao replied with a hint of shame, lamenting the fact that after being besieged by the heavenly court for several days, only this meager number remained. There will be no more Qing Ao army, only the surprise attack force from now on. Understood? Chen Yao declared, preparing to merge the remnants of the Qing Ao army into his surprise attack force. Although his surprise attack army had achieved a crushing victory, it had not escaped unscathed. The remnants of Qing Ao's army would serve as a timely reinforcement. That I understand. Qing Ao replied promptly, without a hint of hesitation. Having resolved to follow Chen Yao, he was determined to obey his orders. Quickly disseminate the method of this formation and practice it diligently. Chen Yao instructed, presenting the revised formation technique he had previously developed. The remnants of the Qing Ao army, now under his command, would need to master his unique formation method. Understood. Qing Ao accepted the formation technique without further inquiry and promptly exited the tent to execute Chen Yao's orders. Summon my command and have everyone regroup and recuperate. Chen Yao relayed his orders before entering a state of seclusion within the tent. Having eliminated 100,000 celestial troops, albeit mostly insignificant soldiers, he had amassed a considerable amount of energy within him. This energy stemmed from his innate talent as the master of formations, slaying foes to enhance his strength. His current task was to refine this energy and elevate his cultivation level. As Chen Yao entered his meditative state to refine the internal energy, it flowed through him, transforming into pure magical power that propelled his cultivation higher. Boom! Boom! In mere moments, Chen Yao's cultivation level surged, breaking through twice in succession, advancing from the mid-stage of a celestial immortal to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. By this point, only a small amount of energy remained, which transformed into a significant quantity of magical power before dissipating entirely. He was now but a step away from becoming a golden immortal. Chen Yao assessed his internal state and remarked, I only need to slay over 10,000 more celestial soldiers to achieve my breakthrough. In the future, I must target foes of higher cultivation levels. That he began to reflect on his experiences. The effectiveness of the Master of Formation's talent in enhancing strength was closely tied to the enemy's caliber. No matter how many insignificant soldiers he killed, victory could only be achieved through sheer numbers. Only by slaying foes of higher realms would the results be pronounced. Subsequently, Chen Yao began to adapt to his new level and summarize the spells he had learned. Spells, too, could not rely solely on quantity. Quality was paramount. Hence, Chun Yao would categorize and synthesize the spells he had mastered, seeking points of synergy to merge them into more potent spells. This endeavor was akin to creating new spells. Fortunately, with his talent for spell mastery fully developed, this task was not particularly arduous. Over the course of a month, Chun Yao's demon soldiers had fully recuperated, their magical power brimming. The remnants of Qing Ao's forces had also assimilated the new formation technique. What intelligence do we have? Chun Yao gathered the 10 captains under his command and inquired. Having prepared, they were naturally eager to seek out another battlefield. Report, Commander, we have received news that the Celestial Court has amassed a large force to attack our eastern garrison stationed near the Sea Fox encampment. Qing Ao eagerly volunteered, keen to earn merit. Chun Yao's interest was piqued as he gestured for Qing Ao to continue. According to the scouts, the celestial troops number around 1 million, that although they are mostly insignificant, their commanders appear to be 2 Tai golden immortals. The attack is expected to commence in 3 days. Qing Ao relayed the information in full. In 3 days. Chun Yao furrowed his brow. While he was intrigued by the prospect of facing 1 million insignificant soldiers, the imminent timeline posed a challenge. The current location of the surprise attack army was quite distant from the Sea Fox encampment. Even at full speed, it would take them over 10 days to arrive. By then, the battle would likely be concluded, and he would be left with nothing to gain. What to do? Chun Yao pondered before formulating a plan. Issue orders to the entire army. Immediately practice this spell. Chun Yao commanded, conjuring 10 orbs of light, each containing a new spell he had conceived during his seclusion. This spell, known as marching technique, served one purpose: to greatly accelerate marching speed when combined with formations. Its features included low consumption and prolonged duration, making it easy to master, as long as one was at the Earth Immortal level. Mastering the spell within half a day was a simple feat. Thus, half a day passed, and all 100,000 demon soldiers had mastered the marching technique. Form the formation. With Chun Yao's order, the demon soldiers activated the formation, unleashing a powerful aura. Utilizing the marching technique, they swiftly advanced towards the Sea Fox encampment. Chun Yao commanded, and instantly, the demon soldiers surged forward, propelled by an unseen force. Whoosh! The speed of their march had dramatically increased compared to their previous pace. They now moved 3 to 4 times faster than normal. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they had arrived near the Sea Fox encampment. Commander, the celestial forces have already engaged. Their commanders are 2 Tai golden immortals, a messenger reported. Dismiss. Chun Yao nodded, signaling the messenger to leave. He then ascended into the air, employing a long-range spell to survey the battlefield. Before him lay the sight of 1 million celestial soldiers surrounding the Sea Fox encampment. The Sea Fox commander, a Tai golden immortal, was locked in combat with the 2 opposing Tai golden immortals. For the moment, the Sea Fox commander seemed to be holding his ground, effectively stalling the 2 celestial commanders. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Yao issued his command: follow me to slay and rescue the Sea Fox encampment. Kill. The morale of the surprise attack army surged. They were undeterred by the enemy's numerical superiority. On the contrary, they felt exhilarated. The demon race, after all, possessed an inherent propensity for slaughter. Boom! Moments later, the surprise attack army plunged into the ranks of the celestial soldiers. Faced predominantly with insignificant troops, the overwhelming tide of battle re-emerged. Empowered by Chun Yao's formation, the demon soldiers surged with bloodlust. The 2 Tai golden immortals, engaged with the Sea Fox commander, furrowed their brows upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Only 100,000 demon soldiers? The leader is but a celestial immortal. However, upon discerning Chun Yao's strength, they quickly dismissed the threat. A mere 100,000 demon soldiers, even if somewhat formidable, posed no significant challenge, especially when they commanded a force of 1 million soldiers. It is the commander of the Sea Fox before us who truly deserves our attention. Once this Sea Fox commander falls, the demon court shall be left without a Tai golden immortal. The remaining soldiers will be at the mercy of the 2 of them. They continue the slaughter. Do not cease the tactics of our advance. On Chun Yao's side, commands continue to be issued. Observing that the 2 Tai golden immortals of the opposing side are oblivious to him, He seizes this splendid opportunity to massacre the lesser beings under the rapid maneuvering of the surprise troops. Their speed is astonishingly swift. Those lesser beings of the celestial court, unable to defend themselves, find no chance to flee. The one-sided slaughter persists. How could our illustrious celestial court be so trifled with? Just then, a chorus of powerful shouts erupted. Several golden immortals from the celestial court soared into the air, charging towards Chun Yao. They have noticed the swift massacre of the surprise troops and intend to eliminate Chun Yao to halt the slaughter. Golden immortals? Chun Yao also ascended into the air, gazing at the approaching enemies with a disdainful smile. Tiomi, golden immortals hardly merit consideration. His confidence is overwhelming, bolstered by the enhancement from breaking through 2 minor realms. At this moment, Chun Yao regards the golden immortals with utter indifference. The golden immortals, equally confident, believe that Chun Yao, a mere celestial immortal, cannot stir a ripple in their presence. They all roar and charge at Chun Yao. Boom! A loud explosion resonates. One of the golden immortals is struck by hundreds of spells, flying backward and disintegrating into ashes mid-air. He does not even have the chance to touch the ground. What? The remaining golden immortals are struck with horror, their gallbladders nearly bursting with fear. What transpired in that fleeting moment? The insignificant celestial immortal before them merely raised a hand and obliterated a golden immortal. Is this a river? This is not a river. How should we fight? No. The pressing question for these golden immortals is how to flee. The moment the opponent strikes, they can annihilate a golden immortal. What hope do they have? However, as they contemplate escape, Chun Yao reacts even faster. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sounds of the air being pierced fill the space. The golden immortals look up, their faces turning pale. What approaches them is an endless barrage of spells. A myriad of attributes and effects, countless in number. This is outrageous. In their final moments, the golden immortals lament. They are treated as if they are not even human. Is there such a thing as using spells in such a manner? How are they unaware that spells could be unleashed in the hundreds or thousands with a mere gesture? Boom! The golden immortals are hurled away, transforming into ash mid-air. Their commander has perished. The soldiers of the celestial court witness their leader fall to Chun Yao's might, their hearts quaking and bodies turning cold. How can they contend with such an enemy, one who can vanquish their commander? Kill! Chun Yao commands, continuing to direct the surprise troops in their assault, encircling their foes. Wave after wave of celestial soldiers are consumed. Simultaneously, Chun Yao's focus remains on the battlefield's center, on the Tutai golden immortals of the heavenly court. He is acutely aware that the power displayed by the surprise troops has become exceedingly terrifying. The opposing side is likely to allocate personnel to counter the surprise troops. Swish! The soldiers of the surprise troops activate their marching techniques, their speed remarkable. Once targeted, few can escape in an instant. The losses among the heavenly soldiers are devastating. Even with hundreds of thousands remaining, their morale is plummeting rapidly. This is dire. The Tutai golden immortals from the celestial court finally notice the situation. Their faces flush with anger. They have underestimated the threat posed by Chun Yao. If they allow Chun Yao's surprise troops to continue this massacre, their morale will likely shatter entirely. Hold them off. I will eliminate this squad. One of the Tai golden immortals declares, breaking away from the battle against the Sea Fox commander and charging towards Chun Yao. Let me, Zikue, immortal, slay you. The Tai golden immortal shouts in the air, bolstering the morale of the heavenly court. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes a spell directed at Chun Yao. Here it comes. Chun Yao remains unperturbed. Zikue immortal's move was within his expectations. Go. Chun Yao gestures, unleashing hundreds of spells, all converging into a singular point to counter the assault. Boom! The spells collide in midair, the sound reverberating through the battlefield. They are evenly matched, change direction. Seizing this moment, Chun Yao orders the surprise troops to veer away from the Tai golden immortal. Meanwhile, he employs an endless array of spells to delay the enemy's advance. Of course, Chun Yao's strength is still vastly inferior to that of a Tai golden immortal. Even with the enhancement of being the commander of the battle formation, to delay a Tai golden immortal's assault is still a formidable challenge. As for counterattacking, that is utterly impossible. This delay can last only a brief moment at most. When the enemy attacks, he will be left with no means to retaliate. However, Chun Yao remains unflustered. A moment's time is ample for me. Chun Yao is confident. As the surprise troops began their massacre, he had already been refining the thermal energy within him. Every wisp of thermal energy that emerged was promptly refined, pushing Chun Yao's realm to a slight increase. Now, Chun Yao stands at the threshold of a breakthrough, merely a step away. Once he becomes a golden immortal, augmented by the commander of the battle formation, he will be fully capable of contending with the Tai golden immortal. Kill. While Chun Yao delays the Kue immortal, the redirected surprise troops do not cease their slaughter. Along their path, the celestial soldiers fall one after another, continuously providing Chun Yao with the thermal energy he requires. Buzz! At that moment, a wave of energy emanates from Chun Yao. His aura surges dramatically. Bang! The sound of a breakthrough resonates from within Chun Yao. In that instant, he has ascended to the realm of golden immortal. Kill! The soldiers of the surprise troops roar in unison to the moment of Chun Yao's breakthrough. They feel their battle formation's potency amplify significantly. With this, their morale surges, their killing intent intensifies. After such a prolonged pursuit, it is time to test your mettle. Chun Yao senses the changes within him post-breakthrough, casting his gaze towards the ever-persistent Zikue Immortal.go. With a commanding shout, Chun Yao unleashes nearly 1,000 spells. This time, the spells are even more potent and far greater in number. Dare to halt. Zikue Immortal, seeing this, is elated. He has been thoroughly vexed by Chun Yao's delays, his heart filled with ire. Now that Chun Yao has the audacity to stop and strike back, it presents an opportunity. Does he truly believe that with a mere display of skill, he can stand against me? Zikue Immortal scoffs, raising his hand to unleash a spell with all his might. He spares no effort, aiming to seize this moment to eliminate Chun Yao and claim credit. After all, Chun Yao is clearly a genius of the demon court. To eliminate him now would be a monumental feat. Boom! A resounding explosion fills the air as their spells collide, a conflagration erupting. However, as the aftermath dissipates, both sides find their spells expended. It results in a stalemate. How is this possible? Zikue Immortal stares wide-eyed, unable to comprehend. Previously, his delay was due to not unleashing his full power in that last strike. He held nothing back. To achieve a stalemate is unfathomable. This implies that the opponent indeed possesses the capability to contend with him. Indeed, this is a hidden genius of the demon court. Zikue Immortal's cold smile reveals his resolve. This individual is too formidable. He must not be allowed to live. It is time to reveal his trump card. Die! Zikue Immortal shouts, conjuring a treasure. It is a palm-sized fire furnace, a post-heaven spiritual treasure. The purple fire furnace. Whoosh! The purple fire furnace suddenly belches forth purple flames, resembling a vast sea of fire, bearing down upon Chun Yao. The moment these purple flames emerge, the temperature across the battlefield escalates. The air near the purple flames distorts from the scorching heat. Such temperatures could be said to refine the entire battlefield. Let us see if you survive this. Zikue Immortal chuckles, confident that his purple fire furnace, a top-tier post-heaven spiritual treasure, is rarely resisted once summoned. How could a mere golden immortal like Chun Yao hope to survive? Fire can overwhelm water and earth. Chun Yao remained exceptionally calm, quickly assessing the situation. While it was evident that the opponent had summoned a formidable artifact, he understood that as long as it was fire, it could be countered with water and earth. He had truly mastered the concept of elemental counteraction. Attack! Chun Yao wasted no time, channeling his energy to conjure over 1,000 spells, launching them all at once. These spells were solely composed of water and earth techniques, intended to withstand the onslaught of the purple flames. He was also prepared for his premeditated countermove, a chance to strike. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. The sound reverberated throughout the battlefield. That moment, a portion of the purple flames was repelled, revealing a small gap. Although it seemed insignificant, In a fiercely contested battle, such a minuscule opening could spell a fatal crisis. This was precisely what Chen Yao sought. The moment had arrived. Go, Chen Yao silently urged, redirecting his energy and suddenly unleashing an object. It was a streak of black light, its form obscured by its incredible speed. Whoosh! In an instant, it zipped through the gap amidst the sea of flames. Before the purple Kuei immortal could react, the black light was already upon him. What was this? The purple Kuei immortal was taken aback, filled with dread, as though his very soul sensed an icy chill. Bang! Before he could devise a defensive measure, the black light struck him. Instantly, his consciousness trembled, as if his soul were being torn from him. Ah! The purple Kuei immortal screamed in agony, his voice a haunting wail. The torment inflicted upon his spirit shattered his defenses, leaving him in a state of confusion, with the purple Kuei immortal incapacitated. The purple flame furnace was left without guidance. The once mighty purple flames began to wane and dissipate rapidly. Now is the time, Chen Yao shouted, releasing the spells he had meticulously prepared, a torrent of magical attacks, embodying various attributes and lethal in nature, rained down upon the purple Kuei immortal. Boom! In the next moment, the purple Kuei immortal was struck and plummeted downward. Stripped of defenses, he succumbed to the multitude of spells that hit him, meeting his demise on the spot. Whoosh! Immediately thereafter, the black light that had ambushed the purple Kuei immortal returned to Chen Yao's hand, revealing itself to be the acquired artifact, the Yin Soul Staff. This treasure was designed for surprise attacks, capable of unsettling one's consciousness with a single blow. Its potency could not be overstated. The purple Kuei immortal's arrogance led to his downfall at the hands of this stealthy strike, which could hardly be deemed tragic. Come. Chen Yao spoke softly, using his power to draw the fallen purple flame furnace to him. This, too, was a significant acquired artifact, though regrettably underutilized by the purple Kuei immortal. Now, it belonged to him. After securing the purple flame furnace, Chen Yao surveyed the battlefield. Aside from a throng of minor foes being slaughtered by the ambushed troops, the only remaining spectacle was the central confrontation between the Sea Fox commander and another Tai golden immortal from the Celestial Court. At this moment, in the heart of the battlefield, the Sea Fox commander, freed from the purple Kuei immortal's onslaught, was now overpowering the Tai golden immortal of the Celestial Court in a one-on-one duel. The Sea Fox commander's strength was formidable. Had it not been for the opponent's premeditated strategy of overwhelming numbers, he would not have feared the other in a straightforward confrontation. Now, witnessing Chen Yao's impressive display of might in dispatching the purple Kuei immortal, the Sea Fox commander resolved to unleash his full potential and eliminate the Tai golden immortal. It's over. The remaining Tai golden immortal from the Celestial Court, known as Stone Immortal, was engulfed in despair. Initially, he and the purple Kuei immortal had been effectively collaborating to overpower the Sea Fox encampment. But now, with the sudden arrival of an ambush force and the defeat of the purple Kuei immortal, the tables had turned dramatically. What had once been a secure situation was now a guaranteed loss. Stone Immortal felt as though he could weep with frustration. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Boom! Under the Sea Fox commander's full-force onslaught, the Stone Immortal found it increasingly difficult to withstand, teetering on the brink of collapse. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be slain by the Sea Fox commander. Release that Tai golden immortal. Let me handle him. Chen Yao observed this scene with alarm. This was unacceptable. A Tai golden immortal like Stone Immortal could significantly enhance his own power. Whoosh! Chen Yao once again summoned the Yin Soul Staff, launching it toward Stone Immortal from a great distance. He could not afford to let such a prime opportunity slip away. Stone Immortal's head was as good as his, already struggling to hold his ground against the Sea Fox commander's assault. Stone Immortal was taken completely by surprise when another attacker emerged. Bang! Before he could even react, the Yin Soul Staff struck him squarely on the head. Chen Yao spared no effort in his quest for the kill, delivering a devastating blow. Thud! With that single strike, Stone Immortal fell lifelessly to the ground. Chen Yao felt a surge of heat within him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He paid no further heed to the scene, swiftly rallying the ambushed troops, commanding, surround, and annihilate them. leave none alive. With their commander slain, Chen Yao had no intention of allowing the remaining minor foes of the Celestial Court to escape. After all, while the meager energy they provided was minimal, it could accumulate over time and prove valuable. Counterattack. On the other side, the Sea Fox commander began mobilizing his demon soldiers, encircling and slaughtering the remaining Celestial Court troops. Swish! The remaining celestial forces fell like wheat being cut down. Despite their numbers still being in the hundreds of thousands, they were merely fodder and posed no real threat. Thus, for several days, Chen Yao continued directing the ambushed troops in their relentless harvesting. After days of carnage, the battlefield was drenched in blood. The Celestial Court's minor forces had been entirely eradicated. The army regrouped and tidied the battlefield. Within the command tent, Chen Yao and the Sea Fox commander convened. "Thanks to the ambushed troops, we have been spared," the Sea Fox commander stated solemnly, a sense of fear creeping in. Had it not been for Chen Yao's timely arrival and his formidable display of might against the celestial forces, he would surely have perished and the Sea Fox encampment would have been obliterated. No need for formality. Our priority now is to report this situation to the Demon Marshal. Chen Yao gestured dismissively, shifting the conversation toward the Marshal Bai Fong. He could easily perceive that the Celestial Court's attack was highly unusual, that a force of 1,000,000 was merely composed of minor troops, and the strongest leaders were just two tiny golden immortals. While the Celestial Court's strength was indeed inferior to that of the Demon Court, to assert that they possessed only this level of capability was utterly implausible. "Yes, we must inform the Demon Marshal." The Sea Fox commander concurred, clearly in agreement. As they spoke, he retrieved a black token, preparing to relay the message. This token could transmit sound briefly, but only to the Sea Fox commander's superior. He would first inform his superior, who would then relay the message up the chain until it reached Bai Fong's ears. In own need for that, Chen Yao interjected, waving his hand to produce a different token. This token was distinct, engraved with the image of a Bai Fong bird, its vivid red hue glowing with spiritual light. This was a communication token gifted personally by Bai Fong, signifying his regard for Chen Yao. It allowed Chen Yao to bypass all hierarchy and contact Bai Fong directly, without hesitation. Chen Yao activated the token, transmitting all pertinent information to Bai Fong. The Sea Fox commander stood by, astonished. He felt a sensation akin to that experienced by the Purple Koei Immortal and Stone Immortal, who had perished at Chen Yao's hands. This was what one termed unreasonable. Although Chen Yao's rank did not surpass his own, the artifact he casually produced was beyond his comparison. What was this? This was the weight of background. For a moment, the Sea Fox commander was filled with tumultuous thoughts. Should he consider aligning with Chen Yao? After all, in terms of both strength and influence, Chen Yao was entirely beyond his reach. Associating with Chen Yao would not only shield him from harm, but also yield numerous benefits. Before long, the red token in Chen Yao's possession illuminated with a glow. A segment of demonic script materialized in the radiant light. It was indeed Bai Fong's response. "Commendations for the ambush. Your rank has been elevated to the Eastern Guard of the Demon Court, now holding the position of commander." The very first words elevated Chen Yao in rank. Granting him even greater authority, he could freely mobilize troops along the way and bolster the ambush forces. In the second decree, Chen Yao was granted the authority to supplement his forces at any time. After all, warfare inevitably incurs casualties, and each battle fought by the surprise army under Chen Yao's command results in significant losses. With this power, as he passed through the Demon Court's encampment, he could draw reinforcements to replenish his ranks. He was instructed to continue leading the surprise army to gather intelligence along the eastern coast. Upon acquiring any information, it should be relayed back immediately. This directive was intended for Chen Yao to probe the movements of the Immortal Court. He was to exercise utmost caution, for the Immortal Court might very well be monitoring him. However, should he encounter formidable foes, he was to retreat swiftly. The final remark was a personal reminder from Bai Fong himself, urging Chen Yao to act prudently and to flee if faced with an enemy. Having read through the 4 edicts, Chen Yao stowed the token away, fully aware of his next steps, observing the entire exchange. The Sea Fox demon was left utterly speechless, profoundly astonished by Chen Yao's direct communication with Bai Fong. The mere thought of Bai Feng's rumored prowess had already left him in awe. But the tone of concern expressed in the last sentence rendered the Sea Fox demon utterly dumbfounded. Who was Bai Feng? The demonic commander of the Eastern Garrison, a terrifying powerhouse of quasi-saint level. How could he show such keen interest in Chen Yao? In that moment, the Sea Fox demon's mind was in turmoil, and an uncontrollable thought emerged. Cling to this formidable ally. With such a powerful figure. If not now, then when? Surprise, Demon Commander. If you would have me, the Sea Fox is willing to follow you and repay the favor of today as salvation. Without hesitation, the Sea Fox demon knelt. He was merely a pawn casually placed by the demon court near the Eastern Sea. Hardly formidable with his golden immortal strength, he be able to accompany someone of Chen Yao's caliber would be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Indeed, Chen Yao readily acquiesced. Why would he refuse the combat prowess of a golden immortal? The addition of the Sea Fox demon to his ranks would significantly bolster his strength once the formation was activated. It was an opportunity too good to pass up. Thank you, Demon Commander. The Sea Fox demon expressed his joy exuberantly. Now, immediately mobilize the elite forces from the Sea Fox encampment to reinforce the surprise army. Furthermore, this military strategy must be disseminated. You included, must swiftly study it. Chen Yao issued 2 consecutive commands, gathering a luminous orb of light to transmit the battle formation. As you command, Demon Commander. The Sea Fox demon promptly responded, quickly adapting to his new role that he was no longer the leader of the Sea Fox encampment, but now a member under Chen Yao. Go forth, Chen Yao commanded. The Sea Fox demon swiftly departed to rally the troops. In the tent, only Chen Yao remained. He issued orders for the army to recuperate while he entered seclusion for a period. He prepared to enter a meditative state, firstly to refine the surging energy within him to enhance his strength, and secondly to await the new recruits of the surprise army to master the battle formation. Presently, the surprise army under Chen Yao was composed entirely of elite forces. After all, following 2 fierce battles, those lacking strength or combat awareness had perished. What remained were naturally the finest demon soldiers. Thus, Chen Yao began his seclusion, setting forth to refine the energy surging within him. The process of refinement was remarkably swift. Bang! In mere moments, Chen Yao completed the refinement, directly breaking through to a new tier of cultivation, achieving the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. His previous breakthrough to Golden Immortal had occurred only a few days prior, and now he had ascended another minor level. Such speed was indeed impressive. After breaking through, Chen Yao did not linger idly. He retrieved the treasure he had previously acquired, the purple fire furnace, and commenced its refinement. This treasure possessed formidable offensive capabilities, and if utilized properly, it could serve as a deadly weapon. Now that it was in Chen Yao's possession, there was no reason to let it slip away. As he began refining the purple fire furnace, at another location, within the Immortal Court's Eastern Army headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. This headquarters served as the Immortal Court's stronghold in the east, and it was from here that the orders leading to the turmoil along the eastern coast had been issued. Bang! At this moment, the head of the headquarters, one of the Immortal Court's generals, the Qingyu general, was seething with rage. How detestable! 100,000 troops had all perished. The Qingyu general smashed a jade table in his fury. He was not grieving for the 100,000 soldiers. After all, they were mere pawns, hardly worth lamenting. His anger stemmed from the reports received, which indicated that the demise of his 100,000 troops had been caused by a mere force of 10,000. Most infuriating was that 2 golden immortals had allegedly fallen at the hands of a single golden immortal. Could this individual be a genius secretly nurtured by the demon court? Had he come to the eastern coast for training? The Qingyu general's thoughts raced, quickly piecing together the answer. With the revelation, a look of displeasure crossed his face. Normally, upon learning of the whereabouts of a genius from the demon court, he would undoubtedly dispatch his strongest subordinates to eliminate the threat immediately. However, currently, the Immortal Court was plotting a grand scheme. All personnel stationed at the Eastern Army headquarters would soon be deployed to cooperate in executing this significant plan. All beings above the Xian Immortal level, including the Xian Immortals themselves, were to take action. Forces were critically insufficient. Send forth my orders, The Qingyu general commanded, "Dispatch all available Tai golden immortals to lead troops in besieging this demon genius." He intended to rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm Chen Yao. After all, no matter how formidable Chen Yao might be, he was merely a golden immortal. Being capable of slaying 2 Tai golden immortals through certain means was already quite remarkable. But could he contend with 20? Even through attrition, they could exhaust Chen Yao. Understood. Immediately, someone responded, heading off to relay the orders. This demon genius was merely a minor concern. The grand scheme of the heavenly court was the true priority. Having concluded this trivial matter, the Qingyu general's focus swiftly shifted away. A golden immortal was hardly worthy of his attention. He continued to send out soldiers below the Tai golden immortal level to harass the eastern coast, drawing the attention of the demon court. Soon, another command was issued. Wave after wave of expendable soldiers were dispatched, all to divert the demon court's attention and lay the groundwork for the grand scheme. At this moment, Chen Yao had once again set forth with a surprise army. His path led along the eastern coast. Heading northward, he was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the immortal court, which would likely send forces to encircle him. The battlefield would consequently shift northward in tandem with his movements. The mission of distancing himself from the human race was considered a success. Along the way, every soldier of the immortal court that the surprise army encountered was ruthlessly slain. Not a single member of the immortal court was spared. The surging energy within Chen Yao began to accumulate once more. Along the eastern coast, many Tai golden immortals gathered in one place. They had been dispatched by the Qingyu general to hunt down Chen Yao. "Let me utilize this treasure to ascertain the target's location, and we shall strike him down directly," one of the Tai golden immortals declared, waving his hand to produce a treasured IT was a turtle shell, a postnatal spiritual treasure, possessing formidable capabilities in divination. The Tai golden immortal began to channel his power, shaking the turtle shell. Soon, it appeared as if a map was about to materialize upon the shell. Witnessing this, the others rejoiced IT was about to work. They were all aware of the turtle shell's potency. Once the map materialized, the target's location would be revealed to them. At that point, they would merely need to follow the map to locate Chen Yao and besiege him to death. Bang! At that moment, a crisp sound echoed. The map on the turtle shell had not fully materialized before it shattered into pieces. What is happening? The crowd was left bewildered. How could the once infallible divination treasure fail? "Allow me to try again." The Tai golden immortal, who had been divining, refused to accept defeat and attempted once more. Bang! Unfortunately, no matter how many times he tried, the map simply would not coalesce. The Tai golden immortal was left in despair. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The target likely possesses a hidden treasure that conceals his aura, thus rendering divination impossible, but he certainly could not have divined it." After all, Chen Yao's movements had long been obscured by Chen Xian's merit compass. Attempting to pierce through the concealment of a merit treasure with a postnatal spiritual treasure was an exceedingly daunting task. Thus, it seems rather unwise to mobilize altogether. A frown creased someone's brow as they spoke. The initial plan to confront and eliminate Chen Yao directly had faltered. "We shall disperse for now, expanding our encirclement until we have him ensnared in the center," someone stated candidly, continuing to elaborate. "If our small group of 5 or 6 takes a team, should we encounter the target, even if we are outmatched, we would still have ample means of self-preservation. Whoever happens upon him first shall signal, and we shall converge to surround him." The strategy has shifted from a direct assault to an expansive encirclement. After all, they had already grasped the general direction of Chen Yao's movements. Provided the encirclement is sufficiently vast, they would undoubtedly trap him within. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. The assembly of Tai golden immortals nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. They perceived no flaw in this strategy, even if it posed some inconvenience. Surely, the target cannot evade capture. As for safety, with 5 or 6 of us acting together, even if we encounter the target, it is unlikely we would be swiftly dispatched upon first contact, is it? Thus, a grand operation to ensnare Chen Yao commenced. In contrast, Chen Yao and his ambush forces continued their march northward, ruthlessly slaying every celestial court personnel they encounter along the way. The number of individuals dispatched by the Celestial Court was indeed considerable. Yet, they were merely cannon fodder, and he had not even crossed paths with a Tai Golden Immortal. Reflecting on the past few days, Chen Yao sensed that the Celestial Court must be plotting something. These mere foot soldiers appear to be dispatched specifically to divert attention. However, this proved to be a genuine boon for me. Chen Yao chuckled. What are the cannon fodder? Do we not regard them as human? The sheer abundance of them allows him to amass strength regardless. This method of slaughter is too slow. I must devise an alternative approach. Chen Yao pondered further. Currently, his efforts against the foot soldiers relied solely on chance. Kill upon encounter. But what if he did not encounter any? He needed a strategy to locate the Celestial Court's temporary encampment. After all, these were merely the encampments of foot soldiers. Would it not be delightful to overrun a camp directly? A single strike to eliminate over 100,000 would significantly accelerate his accumulation of power.